While the chosen heroes were busy trembling before a single bear, a true apex predator was watching them from the shadows, ready to slaughter the entire class like cattle. The demon assassin picked his target carefully, aiming for the quiet boy with the useless skill. But before the monster could even take a breath, he realized he had made a fatal calculation. The blade at his throat wasn't moving with magic, it was moving with the cold precision of a professional killer. The class thinks they are the hunters in this world, but they have no idea that the deadliest thing in the forest is the student standing right beside them. To understand how a high school assassin ended up saving humanity, we have to go back to the moment the floor fell out. He's panicking, gasping for air, and wondering why this nightmare is happening to him. He stops at the end of the corridor, looking back into the shadows, hoping he finally lost whoever's chasing him. He leans against the wall, trying to catch his breath, convinced that he's finally safe for a moment. But the relief doesn't last long. A blade suddenly glints at his throat. Before he can even process the purple aura behind him, he realizes his life is already over. Desperate, he tries to buy his way out, begging for his life and offering whatever money he has just to see another day. His killer doesn't care about money. With a single cold command to die, a massive spray of red paints the alleyway. The next morning, the city looks completely peaceful, like the violence from the night before was just a bad dream. Meet Aragi Kai, a 17-year-old high school student who looks like he hasn't slept in a week. He complains about how much it sucks going to school so early after working all night because, you see, he's actually the assassin from that alley. He heads toward Shinzo High School, blending in with the rest of the students like he's just another face in the crowd. Inside the classroom, things are as loud and chaotic as ever, with groups of friends chatting away before the bell rings. Aragi slides the door open, his expression completely blank as he steps into the room. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His classmates whisper to each other, noticing his arrival but keeping their distance. The class president, Mido Shuji, greets him with a bright smile. This guy is the school's golden boy, the soccer ace, and a friend to everyone. Aragi barely gives him a yeah before heading straight for his desk, clearly not in the mood for small talk. He collapses onto his desk to catch some sleep, leaving Mido hanging with an awkward wave. This catches the attention of Nagase Rena, the class gyaru. She's not a fan of his attitude and thinks he's being as rude as usual. Rena tells Mido he shouldn't even bother being nice to a guy like that, but Mido just laughs it off, trying to keep the peace. Mido tries to defend Aragi, saying he's probably just tired, but Rena isn't buying it. Suddenly, the door bangs open again, and this time, the vibe gets much heavier. Rena's mood sours even more as she spots the school's notorious delinquent walking in. This is Arashi Shunsuke, the leader of a local gang and a guy you definitely don't want to mess with. His lackeys immediately start sucking up to him, but Arashi scans the room and notices Aragi is still fast asleep. Arashi stomps over, slamming his hand down and shouting at Aragi to wake up. Aragi doesn't even flinch, continuing to doze off like the loudest guy in school isn't screaming in his ear. Arashi is fuming now, insulted that he's being ignored by someone he considers beneath him. He reaches out to grab Aragi, but in a blur of motion, Aragi catches his wrist without even looking up. Aragi finally lets out a big yawn, looking more annoyed about his nap being interrupted than the fact that a gang leader is attacking him. He stares Arashi down with those cold eyes, bluntly asking what he wants since he's trying to sleep. Arashi's face turns bright red with rage as he tries to pull his hand away, screaming at Aragi to let go. The tension in the room is thick as everyone watches Aragi effortlessly hold the much bigger guy in place. Aragi lets go with a casual apology, realizing Arashi couldn't even move his own arm against him. Arashi clutches his wrist, shaking with anger and calling Aragi a complete weirdo. A calm, stern voice cuts through the noise, asking them to please be quiet. It's Kanzaki Rin, the school's top beauty who's as smart as she is skilled in martial arts. She's the definition of cool and aloof. Arashi is about to snap at her too, asking if she's going to start talking trash like everyone else. But before he can do anything, someone else steps into his personal space, making him jump. It's Hashimoto Mirei from the Discipline Committee. She's pointing a finger right in his face, reminding him that this is a school, not a street corner. Even Narumi Yoshiya chimes in from his seat, telling Arashi to just drop it before he makes a bigger fool of himself. Arashi glares at the back of Aragi's head, but Aragi has already gone right back to sleep. Frustrated and outmatched socially, Arashi just kicks his own desk and sits down, stewing in his anger. The class slowly settles back into their normal routine, with whispers still echoing through the rows of desks. Kanzaki Rin goes back to her book, seemingly unfazed by the drama that just went down. Midu and Reina continue their conversation, figuring it's just another typical day at Shinzo High. For Aragi, he just wants to drift off, thinking about how messy this class is. But his assassin instincts suddenly spike. His eyes snap open as a blinding light begins to tear through the floor. The world goes white, and a sense of confusion washes over everyone. Aragi feels a strange sensation he's never experienced before, sensing something powerful manifesting right under them. A glowing blue magic circle erupts from the floor right beneath Midu's feet. The symbol is intricate and massive, pulsing with an ancient energy that fills the entire classroom. Panic explodes. Students are screaming and falling over as the light begins to swallow their legs. In seconds, the entire room is bathed in a brilliant blue glow, as if the floor itself is turning into a portal. Midu tries to stay calm, shouting for everyone to evacuate the classroom immediately, but it's already too late. Aragi watches with a grim look, knowing there's nowhere to run. They aren't going to make it out. The light reaches a crescendo, shattering the reality of the classroom as everyone is pulled into the void. Everything dissolves into digital-like particles and floating symbols as they are transported through dimensions. Aragi wakes up on a cold stone floor. He looks around and sees his classmates scattered everywhere, unconscious, in a massive, ancient-looking hall. He immediately starts scouting the area, noting the stone pillars and the fact that there's only one exit. He's already thinking like a soldier. He realizes that the white light must have literally hurled the entire class into this unknown location. The other students start to wake up, groaning and holding their heads as they try to figure out where the hell they are. Rena is terrified, looking at the massive stone doors and wondering what that light was. Midu steps up again, trying to be the hero. He tells everyone to calm down and check if anyone is hurt. Aragi watches him from the shadows of a pillar, thinking it's a good move. If the class panics now, they're all dead. Arashi, of course, isn't interested in waiting around. He's already up and ready to find a way out. He orders a couple of his guys to follow him toward the exit, determined to see what's on the other side. Aragi speaks up from the shadows, telling Arashi to wait. He warns them that he can hear footsteps. Someone, no, two people, are coming from the other side of that door. Arashi stops in his tracks, looking back at Aragi with disbelief. How could he hear anything from that far away? Aragi narrows his eyes, focusing. He can tell it's a man and a woman approaching. The massive doors slowly creak open, letting in a flood of light from the outside. Two figures emerge, a young woman in elegant white robes and an older man in a heavy traveling cloak. They look like they stepped right out of a fantasy novel. The woman smiles warmly, telling the hero candidates that she's impressed they've calmed down so quickly. The students are baffled. Some think it's a high-budget cosplay, while others are stuck on the word hero. Aragi doesn't care about the clothes. He looks at the old man and realizes instantly that he's a warrior. His posture, his build, this guy is the real deal and he's on guard. He shifts his gaze to the woman. She has a bit of muscle, but she mostly seems like a normal person compared to her protector. The woman introduces herself as Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Country Degarist, and names the old man as her knight, Gaius. Arashi isn't impressed. He points a finger at her, demanding to know if she's messing with them because he's never heard of her country. Midu steps in to apologize for the aggression, explaining that they're all on edge and just want to know what happened to them. Leonora keeps her peaceful smile, telling them that she's here to explain everything. She prepares to reveal the harsh truth of their new reality. She tells them bluntly they have been summoned to a parallel world. She claims they are the hope for humanity, brought here to defeat the evil Demon King. The room goes silent as the weight of being called hero candidates sinks in. Midu looks overwhelmed, saying it's hard to believe, while Arashi just scoffs, thinking she's talking complete nonsense. Gaius snaps at Arashi to watch his mouth, calling Leonora a saint. Arashi, never one to back down, threatens to kill the old man if he doesn't shut up. Gaius's eyes turn cold. He realizes Arashi needs a painful lesson in respect. Leonora tries to stop him, acknowledging that the students don't understand yet, but she agrees that they need to break their fangs to maintain order. Arashi charges forward with a roar, thinking he can take an old man with his bare hands. Aragi watches from the side, actually impressed by Arashi's bravery, or maybe it's just stupidity, to challenge a man with a sword. Arashi is confident. He's used to street fights and thinks if he can just dodge the first swing and get close, he's got it. He couldn't have been more wrong. In a flash so fast it's invisible to the naked eye, Gaius draws his sword and shears a single hair off Arashi's head before he can even blink. The entire class is stunned. The speed they just witnessed was impossible by human standards. Leonora tells Gaius that's enough and asks him to put his sword away. She apologizes for her knight's aggression, assuring them that they have no intention of actually harming the students. She promises to explain the world and the reason they are here. But first, her eyes glow with a sudden intensity as she commands everyone to be quiet. The room goes dead silent as Leonora prepares to lay out the stakes. Arashi is left trembling, finally realizing how outclassed he is. Leonora's gaze is piercing, demanding absolute attention. She repeats her command for silence, and this time, nobody dares to speak. She explains that because of the Demon King's invasion, humanity in this world is on the brink of extinction. Her country, deadliest, has been resisting as long as they could, but their strength is failing. She clutches her chest, looking genuinely heartbroken, as she admits they no longer have the power to stop the invasion alone. Aragi listens intently, thinking to himself that a Demon King story is pretty cliché, but the stakes for these people are very real. Leonora gestures toward the class, calling them the last hope for their entire world. The students start to break. One girl starts crying, begging to go back home, while Yoshia points out that none of them have ever fought a day in their lives. Gaius steps forward with a grim face. He tells them there's no way for them to return to their world. The only way they get to go home is if they defeat the Demon King. It's a literal do-or-die situation. The class is devastated. The reality of being trapped in a war zone is finally sinking in. Aragi watches Gaius closely, suspecting the old man might just be saying that to motivate them, but it doesn't change their current predicament. He looks at his classmates, knowing that people who have lived in peace can't just flip a switch and start killing. They lack the experience and the talent. Arashi is still bleeding from his face, his rage boiling over as he curses them for dragging them into their mess. He glares at the saint, telling them they're exactly the kind of people he hates most, using others for their own problems. Gaius notes that Arashi's fighting spirit is still there, which could be useful, but his attitude is a problem. The knight's hand twitches toward his sword. He's seriously considering getting rid of the troublemaker right now. Leonora intervenes, gently placing a hand on Arashi's face and calling upon her lord to grant him solace. A soft light glows, and Arashi watches in shock as his wound heals instantly. She apologizes from the bottom of her heart, acting with a grace that makes it hard for the students to stay angry. Rina is mesmerized by the magic, wondering what that incredible light was. Leonora explains that this power is called the Kaist, a gift from their god that allows them to manifest miracles in the world. She uses terms they understand, calling it magic, to bridge the gap between their cultures. Aragi catches that detail. If she knows their culture well enough to use those words, she's definitely summoned people from Earth before. She tells them that this power is the reason they were brought here. She reaches out to Midu, preparing to show them what they're truly capable of. Midu's hand begins to glow with an intense, blinding light that scares the students around him. The light solidifies into a physical object, a glowing blue sword. Midu is stunned as he realizes he's holding a weapon made of pure energy. Leonora explains that as hero candidates, they can all awaken an innate ability called divine protection. She acknowledges that it's a selfish request, but she begs them to lend their powers to save her people. Midu, holding his new sword, points out that even with these powers, they can't just start a war immediately. Leonora agrees, promising that the country will provide for them and train them until they are ready. Midu takes a deep breath and gives his consent. He turns to the class, telling them that for their own survival, they need the protection and information these people are offering. He argues that these divine protections will be their only edge when things get dangerous, so they should at least listen. The class trusts Midu. If the soccer ace thinks it's the right move, they're willing to follow his lead. Leonora smiles, thanking them and preparing to grant everyone their unique powers. Hashimoto Mirei is the first to test hers, watching a pen float in the air. She's been granted telekinesis. Arashi gets his turn, a wild grin on his face as a fiery energy gathers in his palm. The hall is filled with lights as everyone discovers their gifts. Fire, wind, weapons, the classroom is suddenly filled with superhumans. Leonora looks around, making sure everyone has been accounted for. Aragi steps forward last, raising his hand to signify he hasn't received his power yet. Leonora reaches for him, and as she does, Aragi's vision begins to warp and crackle with red energy. A transparent screen appears in front of Aragi, displaying Leonora's full name, age, stats, and skills. He's seeing her internal data. She notices his eyes have turned a deep blood red. She realizes he's awakened a rare divine protection called... Aragi asks what it does, and she explains it's a power that lets him see a target's details. He looks at his own hands as the system interface starts to load his own information. His screen pops up, Aragi Kai, age 17. His stats are impressive, rank B in attack and agility, but his skills are what stand out. He has level 5 mastery in short swords, throwing, and concealment. He thinks it's just like a status screen from a video game. It's simple, clean, and tells him exactly what he needs to know. His red eyes pulse as he realizes that the system has recognized all the assassin training he did on Earth. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the hall. The shockwave sends students flying back as smoke fills the room. It's Arashi. He's standing over a crater laughing like a maniac and showing off his new explosion power. He looks at Aragi with contempt, mocking him for only getting red eyes while he has a power that can blow things apart. Arashi's ego is through the roof now, feeling like the strongest guy in the room while his friends laugh at Aragi. Reina joins in, giggling and saying that's what Aragi gets for acting so important before. Aragi just stares at them, completely unfazed. He thinks it's hilarious how they're acting so high and mighty when they don't even know what's truly useful yet. He realizes that a divine protection is just borrowed power. If the system can give it, it can probably take it away. His eyes glow with a lethal purple light as he reminds himself that even without a system power, he has plenty of other ways to end a life. These kids are playing heroes, but he's still the apex predator. Emotional hook. When the sun goes down, the real monsters come out to play, and our boy is the only one who knows how to hunt in the dark. Leonora finishes her grand speech, satisfied that everyone has received their divine protections to fight the Demon King. She puts on her best saintly smile and tells the class they must be exhausted, urging them to get some rest for the night. Later that evening, the students are taken to their personal rooms, and the castle finally goes quiet. But Aragi isn't the type to just tuck himself in. He knows he needs to gather intel on this place before he can actually feel safe. He sneaks out into the courtyard, overhearing 2 guards complaining about having to patrol late at night when they can't see a thing. The guards are skeptical about these hero candidates, calling them just a bunch of brats who look like they've never been in a fight. They can't wrap their heads around how these kids are supposed to beat a demon king, but they figure the saint must know something they don't. Hidden in the shadows of a tree, Aragi listens to every word, his face cold and analytical as he watches them pass. This is already the 3rd group of guards he's run into, and it's clear the kingdom is seriously beefing up its security. He decides to test his power again, his eye glowing red as he activates on one of the unsuspecting guards. The stat screen pops up for a guy named Din, and Aragi is unimpressed. His stats are total garbage, and his only skill is basic swordsmanship. He realizes that not everyone in this world can use the system, which gives him a huge advantage in staying hidden. He keeps moving through the shadows, his senses dialed to the max as he maps out the area. He gets a good look at the geography, realizing the castle is part of a classic fortified city, designed to keep people in just as much as keeping enemies out. The main gates are heavily guarded by soldiers who look bored out of their minds, yawning while they lean on their spears. Aragi notes that the inner castle is built like a tank. Sneaking in there would be a massive headache even for a pro like him. He decides to call it a night for the inner sanctum, knowing there's no need to rush and blow his cover this early. Suddenly, he spots a group of girls from his class heading toward a wide-open field nearby. Rina is leading the pack, and while one of the girls is worried about getting in trouble, Rina brushes it off, saying they're just here to practice their powers. Rena's already got a small flame dancing on her finger, claiming she couldn't sleep and wanted to get a head start on her training. The girls start showing off their magic, fire, light, and water, while Aragi watches from behind a rock, curious to see what they can actually do. He thinks to himself that these divine protections are interesting, but he's more focused on observing their limits for now. But his assassin instincts suddenly scream at him. He senses a massive, hostile presence closing in on the girls. One of the girls stops, her face turning pale as she asks if anyone else heard that weird rustling noise in the tall grass. The grass parts, and a massive, blue-scaled monster known as a lizardval steps into the moonlight. The girls let out a terrified scream, completely frozen as the beast glares at them with predatory eyes. Aragi realizes he's never seen a creature like this before, but he doesn't panic. He immediately hits it with... The stats confirm his fears. This thing is a B-rank attacker with way more speed and power than these girls can handle. The monster lets out a low, guttural hiss as it prepares to strike. It opens its mouth wide and lets out a roar that echoes through the quiet night, signaling that the hunt is on. The girls turn and run for their lives, but the lizardval is incredibly fast on its 4 legs, closing the gap in seconds. Aragi watches it move, noting that while it's fast, it only moves in a straight line and doesn't seem to have much intelligence. He reaches into his gear and pulls out a throwing knife, his hand steady and his mind focused on a single point. In one smooth motion, he launches the blade through the air with pinpoint accuracy. The knife buries itself deep into the monster's neck, sending a spray of blood into the air as the beast lets out a pained shriek. Aragi remains hidden, thinking that while the throwing knives are effective, the creature's hide is surprisingly tough. The girls are still running, gasping for air and not realizing that their predator has just been wounded. Rena trips over a rock, her foot catching as she goes down hard. She faceplants into the grass, and her friends scream her name in horror as they realize she's a sitting duck. Rena groans, clutching her head in pain, completely unaware that the monster is recovering and right behind her. She looks up and sees the lizardval's terrifying face inches from her own, its breath hot and smelling of death. She's paralyzed with fear, her eyes wide as the beast raises its claws to end her. She screams and throws her arms up, closing her eyes and waiting for the final blow. But the blow never comes. Instead, a second knife slams into the back of the monster's head with a sickening thud. The beast collapses right in front of her, dead before it even hit the ground. Her friends rush to her side, pulling her up while she stares at the dead monster in total disbelief. They see the knife sticking out of its neck and wonder if someone just saved them or if the monster just died on its own. They don't stick around to find out, running back to the castle as fast as they can, while Aragi watches them from the shadows, glad his conscience is clear. He walks over to the carcass and yanks his knife out, realizing that this world is crawling with things that want to eat him. But then, he stops. He feels a gaze on the back of his neck, a feeling of being watched by another predator. He quickly kneels over the monster, pretending to just be examining it while he scans his surroundings. A faint dark energy flickers in the distance, disappearing as soon as he tries to lock onto it. Aragi narrows his eyes, his mind racing. Whoever was out there was skilled enough to almost go unnoticed. He decides he's seen enough for one night, and that it's time to get back before anyone notices he's missing. He vanishes into the night, moving like a ghost through the grass. Seconds after he leaves, a cloaked figure steps out from behind a monolith, looking exactly where Aragi was standing. The mysterious figure stomps on the monster's eye, a sickening squelch echoing through the field. He mutters to himself about how weak and useless the hero candidate seemed, except for one. He licks a drop of blood off his face with a creepy grin, saying that one smells just like him, the smell of a professional killer. The next morning, the dead lizardval is brought into the training hall, its lifeless eyes staring at the students. Gaius tells the class that this monster was found prowling right near the capital last night. Aragi keeps a straight face, while Arashi and the others look at the beast with a mixture of fear and disgust. A younger student is trembling, realizing for the first time that these monsters aren't just a story, they're real. Gaius explains that the Demon King is driving these beasts into a frenzy, making them crave nothing but human flesh. A researcher with glasses points out that there are traces of sorcery on the beast, likely from a high-grade demon. He suspects the demons were scouting the capital, trying to see if the rumors about the new heroes were true. Aragi catches the word sorcery and wonders if it's different from the magic the kingdom uses. Mito asks for clarification, wanting to know if this monster was basically a puppet for a demon. The researcher confirms it, explaining that strong demons can use servitude spells to control weaker monsters like this one. He starts geeking out about how mana transforms creatures into aggressive monsters, but Gaius quickly tells him to shut up and step back. As the researcher is dragged away, Aragi thinks to himself that this guy might be a goldmine for information. He looks at the monster's head again, knowing the real problem isn't the beast, it's whatever was controlling it. He remembers seeing the status on the monster's screen last night. He visualizes the demon that must have been watching them, a towering, horned nightmare in the flames. The fact that he only noticed the demon for a split second means it's incredibly skilled, and it could still be watching them right now. The atmosphere in the room turns heavy as the reality of war sets in for the students. Arashi tries to act tough, shouting that he's not afraid, even as he feels the weight of that fear pressing down on him. He tells Gaius he doesn't plan on staying in this world forever, and he'll do whatever it takes to kill the Demon King and go home. Kanzaki and Midu agree, realizing that if they want their old lives back, they have no choice but to fight. But not everyone is as brave. Some of the girls are already crying, terrified of facing those monsters in a real battle. Aragi watches them, thinking it's good they're finally learning that this isn't a game, it's a struggle for survival. Leonora walks toward them, her white dress flowing as she tells them not to be so frightened. She tells them they just need to learn how to use their powers, and training will handle the rest. She reminds them that as hero candidates, their growth rate is going to be way higher than anyone else in this world. 1 week passes, and the training is in full swing, but Aragi is nowhere to be seen on the field. He spent the entire week in the library, surprised that he can already read the local language perfectly. He realizes that being summoned must have automatically granted him some level of translation ability. Through the window, he watches his classmates struggling and sweating on the training grounds. The kingdom's experts told him Hisman's skill was useless for battle, so he was banned from the main training and left to rot in the library. He remembers Leonora's condescending smile as she suggested he do some reading instead of fighting. Even his classmates laughed at him, thinking he was just a bookworm with a trash skill. He slams a book shut, annoyed that the library has almost zero information on demons or actual history. Outside, the training is getting more intense as the students start to master their unique abilities. Aragi leans against a wall, observing them and noting that they really are growing at an insane pace. He identifies the strongest 5, starting with Narumi and his wind magic. Then there's Arashi with his explosions and Kanzaki, who is already a master of her new powers. Hashimoto is throwing massive boulders with her mind, and Rena is finally getting her fire under control. But Aragi's eyes shift to someone else, someone whose growth rate is on an entirely different level. A sword flies through the air, knocked out of a guard's hand by a blinding strike. The blade buries itself in the ground as Midu stands there, glowing with a blue aura. The veteran guard surrenders, breathless and in shock that a high school kid is already stronger than him. Midu smiles and thanks him for the guidance, looking like the perfect, humble hero. Aragi checks Midu's stats and is blown away. Most of his stats were D or F a week ago, but now he's hitting A rank in attack and agility. He wonders if the divine protection even boosts their ability to learn mundane things like sword fighting. Arashi and his goons walk across the field, looking like they own the place now that they have a bit of power. They spot Aragi and immediately start mocking him, telling him to go back to his books since he can't even fight. Aragi just stares at them with those cold eyes, thinking about how these guys haven't changed a bit. Even the girls are looking down on him now, their egos growing as fast as their stats. One of Arashi's goons, Muta, grabs Aragi's shoulder, mocking him for ignoring them and trying to act friendly. In a move so subtle nobody sees it, Aragi shifts his weight and places a foot behind Muta's heel. Muta suddenly flips through the air and slams face first into the dirt. Aragi looks down at him with a fake, confused expression, asking him why he just fell over for no reason. The whole group is stunned, while Arashi's lackeys start laughing at their own friend for being so clumsy. Arashi tells them to stop messing around because Leonora is approaching. The saint walks into the hall with Gaius by her side, her presence commanding instant silence. Aragi watches her from the shadows, his hood up and his guard even higher. The students stop their training, kneeling before her as they wait for her announcement. She tells them she's impressed by how quickly they've grown, faster than she ever imagined possible. Because of their progress, she's decided to move their plans forward. Narumi asks nervously if she's sending them to kill the Demon King right now. She laughs softly and says she wouldn't go that far yet. She tells them the next phase is real-world practice. They're going to hunt actual monsters. The class is terrified, but Aragi just stares ahead, his mind already calculating the risks of the hunt. This is where the real game begins. Emotional hook. The heroes are about to find out that a real forest doesn't care about their school grades. It only cares about who's willing to kill to survive. Gaius gathers the class at the edge of a dense, dark forest for their first actual combat drill, warning them that the terrain is full of obstacles that will test their teamwork. Leonora steps in with a smile, telling the students they need to split into small teams of 2 or 3 to navigate the woods effectively. Reina immediately grabs Midu, eager to be on the winning side. Arashi's lackeys flock to him, promising to handle all the annoying monsters while he takes the lead. Arashi just shrugs them off, acting like he's already the king of this world. Hashimoto Mirei isn't thrilled about being paired with the shallow Narumi, but he tries to charm her, promising that they'll be just fine together. Gaius scans the groups to make sure everyone is paired up, but he stops when he notices 2 people standing completely alone. It's Aragi and Kanzaki Rin. They're standing yards apart, both looking like they couldn't care less about the rest of the class. Kanzaki sighs, realizing that her scary reputation and overwhelming power have made everyone too terrified to ask her to join their team. She walks over to Aragi, acting like she's doing him a favor by teaming up with him. Aragi just gives a low yeah, not bothered by her attitude at all. Aragi analyzes her. Kanzaki Rin is proud, apathetic, and clearly the type who won't let anyone stand in her way. She catches him looking at her and narrows her eyes, her gaze sharp and full of suspicion. She demands to know why he's staring, but Aragi just brushes it off and tells her they should get moving before the others leave them behind. Kanzaki closes her eyes, trying to maintain her Ice Queen persona despite the awkwardness of being stuck with the class weakling. Leonora drops a bombshell to get them hyped. The team that defeats the most monsters will get a special surprise reward from the kingdom. With the promise of a reward ringing in their ears, the combat drill officially kicks off, and the students disappear into the trees. The sky is clear, but beneath the canopy, the shadows are deep and full of things that have been waiting for fresh meat. The sounds of the forest are thick, the rustle of leaves and distant growls, as the hunt begins in earnest. Kanzaki takes the lead, bluntly telling Aragi that her divine protection is superior to everyone else's, so he shouldn't even bother trying to help. Aragi just closes his eyes and agrees, perfectly happy to let her do all the heavy lifting while he keeps his secrets hidden. She scoffs at him, calling him prideless, but she doesn't see the cold look in his eyes as he follows her. Aragi activates Sumashment, his red eye glowing under his hood as he prepares to see what Kanzaki is actually capable of in a fight. His senses are way ahead of hers. He can already feel 4 hostile presences moving through the brush, surrounding them from the shadows. A small, green-skinned goblin leaps from the bushes, clutching a crude wooden club and snarling at them. Kanzaki flinches for a split second, realizing that seeing a monster in a textbook is nothing like seeing one charging at you with a weapon. The goblin lets out a high-pitched shriek and rushes her, its eyes full of primitive rage. Kanzaki raises her hand, her eyes glowing with a purple light as she commands the monster to bow down. The goblin is slammed into the dirt by an invisible force, its face grinding into the ground as it struggles against her will. Aragi watches, realizing her power is a rare ability that forces the target to obey any order, regardless of their own survival. Kanzaki is breathing a bit harder now, looking around and sensing that more of them are hiding nearby. She looks back at Aragi, almost seeking validation, but he remains completely expressionless. She orders the goblin to throw away its weapon and put its hands behind its back, and the creature is forced to comply like a mindless puppet. Aragi notices she's sweating. Using that kind of power on a living being consumes a massive amount of mana. He tells her to just finish it off because more are coming, but the coldness of his voice catches her off guard. She hesitates, looking at the goblin's teary eyes and thinking it looks a little too human to just murder in cold blood. Aragi narrows his eyes, reminding her that this thing tried to kill them. There's no logic in letting an enemy live. She looks up at him, shocked by his lack of empathy, but she knows deep down that he's right. Aragi thinks to himself that despite her power, she's still just a naive student who's too used to the peace of the modern world. He toys with a small stone in his hand, wondering if she has what it takes to make the hard choices when her life is on the line. The rest of the pack reveals themselves. 3 more goblins emerge from the grass, their clubs ready for blood. They surround the 2 students, growling and closing in from multiple angles. Kanzaki panics for a second, but she refocuses and shouts, "Bow down!" once more, forcing the entire group to the floor. She's gasping for air now, the strain of controlling 4 monsters at once clearly reaching her limit. She screams at Aragi to help her instead of just standing there. Aragi reminds her that she was the one who said he shouldn't do anything, which only makes her angrier. She realizes she has to be the one to end this. With a look of sheer desperation and resolve, she gives the final, brutal command, "Twist off your own necks!" A sickening series of cracks fills the quiet forest as the goblins are forced to snap their own spines, blood spraying into the dirt. Kanzaki stands over the corpses, trembling and panting as she processes the fact that she just took multiple lives. Aragi is impressed that her power can enforce such a lethal order, but he notes that the more complex the command, the more likely it is to fail. The reality of combat hits her like a truck. She admits that seeing the actual corpses makes everything feel much heavier than she expected. Aragi looks at the broken bodies on the ground, his voice flat as he tells her it doesn't matter if they are monsters or humans. If they attack, they must die. He leans in closer, his red eye piercing through the shadows of his hood, telling her that's the only way to keep living in a world like this. She stares at him, bewildered by how a powerless student can stay so calm while standing in a pile of blood. He ignores her question and starts looting the bodies, casually mentioning that goblins rarely have anything worth taking. He asks if she wants to keep going or head back to safety if she's too scared to continue. Kanzaki stands tall, trying to regain her composure and her pride as she looks down at the dead goblins. She tells him she's not going back, but Aragi sees right through her. She's just trying to act brave for her own sake. He watches her walk ahead, thinking that, while she's naive, her character isn't too bad. At least she's willing to try. He wonders how the other students are handling their first taste of real danger. Across the forest, someone is sprinting through the brush, their boots thudding desperately against the dirt. It's Narumi and Hashimoto. Narumi is panicking, wondering why the monsters here are so much stronger than what they were told to expect. They skid to a halt, Narumi's boots digging into the soil as they realize they're cornered. With no other choice, they decide to combine their powers, Narumi prepping a wind blast while Hashimoto readies a rock bullet. They launch a massive, spiraling projectile of air and stone, putting everything they have into this one shot. The attack hits something massive, exploding in a cloud of red dust and shattered stone. But as the smoke clears, a pair of glowing red eyes peers through the haze, and the monster doesn't look bothered at all. It's an armored bear, a massive mutant species with plating like a tank. Narumi falls back in terror, realizing their best attack didn't even leave a scratch. She remembers her grandfather, the man who raised her, and whom she desperately wants to make proud by showing him the person she's become. The thought of him being sad and alone back on Earth fills her with a renewed sense of purpose, steeling her heart against the horrors of the forest. She asks Aragi if they should keep moving, worried that they might get lost if they wander too far into the thicket. Aragi tells her they won't get lost if they stay in a straight line, but he warns her that underestimating the woods is the fastest way to die. Kanzaki tells him to shut up, annoyed by his cocky attitude and wondering what the hell is wrong with this guy. A piercing scream rips through the trees, echoing with a terror that stops them both in their tracks. Kanzaki recognizes it instantly. It's Hashimoto's voice. Aragi looks toward the source of the sound, his face turning serious as he notes that their classmate is clearly in deep trouble. Kanzaki doesn't hesitate. She immediately starts running toward the scream, hoping they aren't too late to help. Aragi comments on how nice she is, but she just snaps back, demanding to know what he thinks of her as they sprint through the brush. They find Hashimoto on the ground, bloodied and gasping for air as she clutches her side in pain. Narumi is standing over her, shouting her name in a panic, his eyes wide with the realization that they're completely outmatched. Hashimoto tells him to just leave her and run, her voice weak as she struggles to stay conscious. Narumi refuses to abandon his friend, but he's trembling so hard he can barely stand as a shadow looms over them both. The armored bear towers above them, letting out a roar that shakes the very trees as it raises a massive, clawed paw to finish them. Kanzaki's purple light slams into the bear's arm just in time, and she shouts for the monster to halt! Narumi is relieved to see her, but Kanzaki realizes immediately that this beast is on a different level. She can barely hold it still. Aragi steps out from behind her, his gaze locked on the monster as he analyzes the situation with cold precision. He asks Narumi if Hashimoto is still alive. When Narumi confirms she's breathing, Aragi orders him to take her on his back and get out of there immediately. Narumi tries to argue that he can help, but Aragi shuts him down, asking him if he's really going to leave Hashimoto to die while he plays hero. Narumi realizes he's right, hoisting Hashimoto up and telling Aragi to find Mido or Leonora if things get worse. Narumi disappears into the trees, leaving Aragi and Kanzaki alone with the beast. Aragi narrows his eyes, focusing all his attention on the massive creature in front of them. The screen shows it's an armored bear, a mutant species. Its defense is a staggering rank A, and it's currently in an agitated and controlled state. He notes that its fur is incredibly tough, likely layered with natural armor that makes standard attacks useless. He looks at the red, plate-like scales on its arms and realizes that even his best blade strikes probably won't do more than chip the surface. He wonders what mutant species actually implies. Is it a natural evolution, or something the demons created? Kanzaki lets out a pained gasp, her face pale as she hits her absolute limit. She can't hold the Dorminai's spell any longer. The bear breaks free with a thunderous roar, its power returning as it lunges at them with renewed fury. Aragi tells Kanzaki she's bought them enough time and that it's their turn to run before they get crushed. She's confused but follows his lead, turning to flee as the monster's heavy footsteps shake the ground behind them. Suddenly, Kanzaki's legs give out. She collapses into the dirt, her body completely drained from the mana exhaustion. She apologizes, her voice shaking as she admits she can't even move her legs anymore. The bear is right on top of her, its shadow engulfing her as it prepares to strike the killing blow. Aragi thinks to himself that this is bad, his mind already reaching for the gear he wasn't supposed to use. He pulls a small metallic cylinder from his belt and tosses it toward the monster's face. A massive cloud of thick, white smoke erupts, blinding the bear and filling the entire area with a choking haze. Aragi moves through the smoke like he's part of it, his eyes tracking the monster's silhouette through the fog. Kanzaki is stunned when she feels Aragi scoop her up in a bridle carry, moving with a speed she didn't think he possessed. He tells her to be quiet so the monster doesn't hear them, and she instinctively covers her mouth, her heart pounding against her ribs. He ducks behind a massive tree, watching the confused bear thrash around in the smoke, unable to find its prey. Kanzaki stares at the smoke cloud, her mind racing as she wonders what the hell that magic was. Aragi bluntly lies to her face, telling her it was just a smoke bomb he made while the others were busy training. But internally, he reveals his true arsenal, a suppressed pistol, combat knives, and military-grade smoke grenades. This is the gear of a modern assassin. Kanzaki suddenly apologizes, looking down with a rare sense of shame. She admits she was the one who insisted on being the leader, but she ended up being the one who needed to be saved. Aragi tells her no thanks are needed, though he's ready to hear them. She blushes and gives a small, sincere thanks, a look of vulnerability crossing her face that most people never get to see. Aragi comments that if she was always this meek, everyone in the class would probably actually like her, which sends her right back into her defensive shell. She tells him not to make her say it again, and demands that he keep quiet, her pride returning now that the immediate danger has passed. Aragi peeks around the tree, noting that they don't need to run anymore, because the reinforcements have finally arrived. The bear hears something new and turns its head, sensing a massive surge of holy energy coming from the other side of the clearing. Mido Shuuji steps out, flanked by Rena and another student. He stares the beast down, his voice calm and full of authority as he tells the monster it's facing him now. He draws his sword, and it erupts with a blinding, brilliant light as he activates his of evil crushing. In a burst of speed, Midu clashes with the armored bear, the impact sending out a shockwave that signals the arrival of a true hero. Underscore. Emotional hook. When the world's strongest hero is busy playing fair, the real monsters come out from the shadows to end the game permanently. Midu stands his ground against the massive armored bear, his glowing sword ready as the rest of the team prepares to back him up. He lunges forward with a roar, putting every ounce of his new power into a strike that he hopes will end this nightmare. The bear lets out a deafening growl, its red eyes glowing as it prepares to crush the tiny humans standing in its way. Midu squeezes the hilt of his blade, his focus narrowing down to a single point on the beast's armored hide. He delivers a massive blue energy slash, carving through the bear's shoulder and sending a spray of blood across the clearing. Even with his A-rank attack, Midu realizes just how tough this mutant species is, that strike should have ended it, but the bear is still standing. Rina screams for Midu to get out of the way as she readies a massive wall of flames. She unleashes a torrent of fire, screaming that the monster is about to get burned to a crisp. The bear is engulfed in a pillar of fire, letting out a pained roar as the heat chars its fur and plates. Rina smirks, confident that no creature could possibly endure that kind of direct magical heat. Midu gives her a quick nice one as he regroups, while Kanzaki watches from the back, still recovering from her mana drain. But the smoke clears, and the bear is still breathing, and now it's more furious than ever, its gaze locked on to the hero. Rina's face goes pale, her confidence shattering as she realizes her best attack barely slowed the thing down. Midu tells her to stay calm, his eyes never leaving the beast as he prepares for round 2. He notes that the attack was effective, the bear's movements are slower, and it's clearly struggling to stay upright. He tells the team to keep their cool and finish the monster off together, trying to keep morale from tanking. The girls nod, desperate to end this fight before something else goes wrong. As they surround the bear for the final kill, they have no idea they're being watched by something far more dangerous than a wild animal. A set of razor-sharp teeth curls into a sadistic grin from the darkness of the trees. This is Delphus, a veteran assassin from the Demon King's army, and he's been lurking in the shadows this whole time. He's actually impressed by how fast the kids are growing, noting that their calmness under pressure is becoming a real threat. His yellow eyes lock on to Midu, recognizing the boy as the centerpiece of the kingdom's hope. He decides that scouting isn't enough. He's changing the plan right here and now. He mutters to himself that he's going to end every single one of them before they can become a real problem for his master. Midu lets out one last shout as he drives his glowing blade into the bear's chest. The monster coughs up a torrent of blood, its body finally failing as it begins to collapse. Midu screams that it's time to end this, thinking he's finally won his first real battle. But a cold, internal voice warns him, "Take this lesson with you to the next world, boy." As Midu celebrates, Delphus prepares to strike from the blind spot, his sharp teeth bared in anticipation of the kill. The demon thinks he has them, gloating that the biggest mistake you can make is believing your enemy is truly dead. But suddenly, Delphus's world stops. A cold, sharp blade is pressed firmly against his own throat. Aragi Kai has appeared out of thin air, standing behind the veteran demon assassin like a vengeful ghost. Aragi's red eyes glow with a lethal intensity as he tells the demon his parents taught him well, the real mistake is believing you are the predator. A training knife is driven into the ground, a silent signal that the true master of the shadows has arrived. Delphus is frozen in shock, his hands raised as Aragi holds him in a vice grip, the metal of the blade drawing blood from his neck. The demon can't believe it, his mind is racing, wondering how a mere human could have snuck up on a veteran like him. He realizes he needs to escape, and he needs to do it fast before this brat decides to finish him off. In a blur of red energy, Aragi strikes again, not to kill, but to incapacitate. Delphus falls to the ground with a pained scream, his legs sliced open before he could even take a single step toward freedom. Aragi pins him to the dirt, telling him not to scream too loudly. He doesn't want the heroes over there to have their celebration ruined. He tells the demon he's going to ask some questions, and if he answers honestly, he might just let him live. Aragi leans in close, identifying himself as the one who lives in the shadows, someone from another world who speaks the language of violence. Delphus grinds his teeth, his yellow eyes filled with a mixture of terror and undying hatred. Aragi flashes back to the night the girls were attacked, realizing that the eerie presence he felt back then was this exact guy. He tells the demon he knew they were being watched from the very start, but he was patient enough to wait for the demon to reveal himself. Delphus is shaken to his core, realizing he was the one being lured into a trap the entire time. Aragi states his goal clearly. He needs information on the demons, and he's going to get it by any means necessary. Delphus laughs, a wet, bloody sound, asking if Aragi really thinks he's the type to talk to a human. The demon's eyes bulge in agony as Aragi begins to apply pressure, his face a mask of pure terror. Aragi stands over him, cold as ice, telling him it'll be a lot easier to talk now, unless he wants to experience actual hell on Earth. Delphus gasps for air, whispering for the boy not to underestimate him before he bites down on something hidden in his mouth. Aragi's eyes widen as a purple toxic foam erupts from the demon's throat. It's a suicide pill. The demon's eyes roll back, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as the lethal poison does its work. Aragi steps back, clicking his tongue in frustration. He didn't expect the guy to have a poison stash ready to go. He realizes the Demon King's army is much more organized and disciplined than the kingdom led them to believe. They'd rather die than leak info. A strange blue crystal or portal starts to flicker nearby, pulsing with a weird energy. Aragi's screen starts to flicker uncontrollably as he stares at the phenomena. A voice calls out from behind him, soft and shaky. It's Kanzaki, asking if that's... She stares at the mangled corpse of the demon in horror, her eyes meeting Aragi's cold purple gaze. The secret is out. Kanzaki stands frozen, looking between the dead demon and the boy she thought was just a powerless classmate. Aragi doesn't panic. He just turns his head slightly and asks how long she's been watching from the shadows. She stammers out that she saw everything from the moment the demon was on the ground. Aragi identifies the body as an assassin from the Demon King's army. His tone is casual as if he were discussing the weather. He explains that both the armored bear and the lizardval that attacked her group earlier were this guy's puppets. Kanzaki is shaken, asking if he's saying the demons are actively trying to hunt them down and kill them. Aragi tells her it's obvious. The enemy isn't just going to wait for the heroes to get strong enough to kill their king. Kanzaki asks the real question. How did he notice an elite assassin when even the veteran knight Gaius didn't say a word? Aragi realizes there's no point in lying anymore, at least not to her. He tells her his family is in the assassination business back on Earth, so he could smell a kindred spirit from a mile away. She's completely baffled, unable to process the idea that her quiet classmate is actually a professional killer. Aragi points to the bloody corpse, telling her she can believe whatever she wants, but the dead body isn't an illusion. He gives her a stern warning, do not tell anyone else about what she just saw. He reminds her that the class is already on the verge of a breakdown because of Hashimoto's injuries. They don't need more panic. Kanzaki hesitantly agrees, her heart still racing as she looks at him with a new sense of fear. She mutters that he's surprisingly nice, shocked that he actually cares about the mental state of his classmates. Aragi just pulls his hood up, saying they aren't like him. They aren't used to the smell of blood or the reality of a fight. His eyes narrow as he watches her walk away, his mind already calculating how to use this secret alliance to his advantage. He thinks to himself that Kanzaki's Doman power might actually be useful for his own goals in the future. They return to the clearing, where the rest of the class has gathered around the wounded Hashimoto. A girl named Hano Shiori is kneeling over her, using a high-tier healing divine protection to close the wounds. Soft golden light flows from Shiori's hands, and Hashimoto's pained expression finally begins to soften. The surrounding students watch in awe, realizing for the first time how vital a healer is in a world where death is a heartbeat away. Narumi asks nervously if Hashimoto will be okay, and Shiori assures him that she'll be fully healed in about an hour. Narumi lets out a sigh of relief, looking like he's aged 10 years in a single afternoon. Rena praises Midu for being amazing and taking down such a monster, but Midu humbly gives credit to the whole team. Aragi stands apart from the group, leaning against a tree and watching the heroic celebration with total indifference. He closes his eyes, sensing a shift in the atmosphere as two powerful presences approach the clearing. Kanzaki catches him looking at her and quickly looks away, still unsure of how to act around a literal assassin. A single word booms through the clearing. Everyone. Leonora and Gaius walk out of the trees, their faces devoid of the warmth and smiles they had earlier. Midu looks up, surprised and relieved to see the saint and the night instructor finally showing up. Narumi isn't so happy. He demands to know where they were while his friends were almost getting eaten alive. Gaius bluntly tells them he was observing the whole time, which sends a shockwave of anger through the students. The old man scoffs, saying it wouldn't be good practice if he just jumped in to save them every time they got a little scared. Midu is furious now, pointing out that Hashimoto was seconds away from dying. How could he just stand there? Gaius's eyes turn cold, telling them that putting their lives on the line is a natural part of military drills. He warns them not to start making feeble complaints already. Midu counters, asking if he didn't say there were only weak monsters in this area. Leonora steps forward, her voice calm but chilling. She explains that the presence of the armored bear was an anomaly caused by a demon assassin. The students gasp. The idea that a demon was actually hunting them is a terrifying new reality. Leonora admits that the bear shouldn't have been there, but she doesn't offer an apology for the near tragedy. Gaius assumes the assassin is still hiding, and Leonora uses this as an excuse to announce that the level of training will be increased immediately. The students are horrified. They just barely survived this, and now they're being told it's going to get even harder. Midu shouts that it's absurd. Everyone is already shaken and traumatized from their first real battle. Leonora looks at him with eyes that are now cold and piercing, telling him that if they don't get stronger now, they're all just going to die anyway. Midu is speechless, finally seeing the saint for the manipulative ruler she really is. Arashi has had enough. He shouts at them, furious that they were summoned here just to be ordered around like dogs. He storms toward Gaius, his hand glowing with explosive energy, ready to prove he isn't anyone's pawn. Gaius stands his ground, telling the boy he's going to say this in a way that his thick head can actually understand. He screams at them, calling them all nothing more than pawns for Leonora, and telling them to never think of disobeying an order. Midu tries to pull Arashi back, telling him to calm down, but the delinquent is already past the point of no return. Arashi glares at Midu, demanding to know why he's always so calm and why he's willing to just take this abuse. Midu argues that if they disobey, the entire country becomes their enemy, and they have zero chance of winning that fight. Gaius smiles condescendingly, calling Midu impressive for actually grasping the situation and knowing his place. Arashi's face twists into a psychotic grin, repeating the words, "Their country will become our enemy, huh?" He screams for Gaius to bring it on, charging the old knight with everything he has. He prepares a massive explosion right in the knight's face, his eyes wide with a desperate need for revenge. He activates Destructive Blast, screaming "Die!" as a massive fireball erupts between them. A colossal explosion rocks the entire clearing, sending a pillar of fire and smoke high into the air. Arashi laughs through the smoke, calling the legendary knight pathetic for taking that hit head-on. But the smoke parts, and Gaius is completely untouched, moving with a speed that looks like he's teleporting. A massive shockwave of air slams into Arashi before he can even blink, his eyes widening in total disbelief. Gaius delivers a punch so powerful it creates a visible sonic boom, catching Arashi square in the gut. Arashi is sent flying back like a ragdoll, coughing up blood and gasping for air as his ribs shatter from the impact. The rest of the class watches in stunned silence as their strongest delinquent is left crumpled on the ground in seconds. Gaius stands over him, his voice booming as he tells them this is the pathetic level of power they currently possess. He tells them things are going to get much tougher from tomorrow and orders them all to prepare themselves for true hell. His friends rush to Arashi's side, calling his name as he lies there, broken and humiliated in front of everyone. Arashi stares at the ground, a drop of blood falling from his lip as a dark, murderous light fills his eyes. He mutters that he's going to kill that bastard for sure, and you can tell he's not talking about the Demon King. The morning after those brutal military drills, the air is thick with tension as the class gathers in front of a massive stone facility. A guy named Steady, the kingdom's monster researcher, steps up with a cheerful grin, announcing he'll be handling today's training on Leonora's orders. He acts all friendly, asking if everyone who got beat up yesterday is feeling better now. Rina holds up her hand, saying she's totally fine thanks to Shiori's healing magic, and then she points over at Arashi, calling him an idiot for getting himself so banged up. Arashi just lets out a bitter grunt, his pride still stinging from the absolute beatdown he took from the kingdom's knights. Steady's eyes light up behind his glasses, thrilled to hear they have a dedicated healer in the group. But the mood shifts instantly when he reveals that today they aren't just practicing, they're going to be fighting monsters right here in his lab. Midu looks at the massive doors with a serious expression, wondering if the beasts are already waiting for them inside. Steady just smirks and adjusts his glasses, looking more like a mad scientist than a teacher. He says it'll be faster to just show them, and with a heavy rumble, the giant doors begin to slide open. The darkness inside is filled with the chilling sound of chains rattling and metal scratching against stone. Inside the cages, goblins snarl and gnash their teeth, their eyes full of pure malice. Further down, they see lizardvals and massive ogres, each one more terrifying than the last. The girls let out a gasp of horror as Steady casually explains that these are all monsters he's been raising for his twisted experiments. Leonora steps in with a cold smile, saying this lab is the perfect place to turn candidates into real soldiers. Steady laughs it off, saying he's just happy he gets to gather fresh combat data while they fight for their lives. The facility goes quiet for a moment as the reality of their situation sinks in. And just like that, the drills kick off with a massive ogre lunging at Rena in the middle of the arena. Kai stays in the shadows, leaning against a wall and watching the chaos unfold from a distance. He notices that everyone seems surprisingly calm despite being forced into another life-or-death struggle, probably because yesterday's trauma finally broke their naivety. But as he looks closer, he can see the faint tremor in their hands. They're still terrified. Rena gets knocked to the ground, the impact of the ogre's power sending her sliding across the grass. She groans in pain, clutching her side as the massive red beast looms over her, ready to finish the job. The ogre roars, hoisting a jagged blade that looks like it could cleave a person in two. Midu panics, rushing towards Steady and shouting that the monster is way too strong for her to handle alone. Steady doesn't even look up from his notes, calmly stating that Leonora told him to be as strict as possible. He looks Midu dead in the eyes and says that as hero candidates, they shouldn't be losing to trash-tier monsters like this. Rena's eyes suddenly flare with rage, her fire magic erupting as she mutters about how annoying everything is. She blasts the ogre with a pillar of flame, proving Steady's point that willpower is the most important weapon in their arsenal. Steady tells the rest of the class that this should be easy, and the only reason they're struggling is because they're hesitating. Midu looks down at his hands, wondering if just wanting to win is really enough to close the gap. Steady adds a kicker. If they level up their divine protections, they can unlock powerful new sub-skills that change everything. Kai steps out of the shadows, walking toward Midu with a steady pace. Midu turns around, surprised to see Kai approaching him in the middle of the training grounds. Kai's eye flashes red as he activates Mint, and he bluntly tells Midu that he's already awakened a new power. A holographic screen flickers in the air, showing Midu's updated stats and a brand new skill. Midu clenches his fist, his eyes sparkling with new hope as he asks Steady if he can test it out right now. He steps into the center of the arena, facing down the snarling ogre with a calm he didn't have 5 minutes ago. He draws his blade, and a massive surge of blue energy erupts from the steel, illuminating the entire facility. He combines his main power with the new kamikaze attack, and the air around him begins to scream from the pressure. The ogre actually flinches, sensing the overwhelming power coming from the weak human in front of it. Midu shouts that he's not showing any mercy today, and he vanishes in a blur of blue light. The ogre tries to swing, but it's far too slow to catch the hero's movement. In a spray of blood, Midu's blade carves right through the beast's massive arm. The ogre howls in agony as Midu delivers a final high-speed strike that tears through its chest. The monster's head hits the dirt with a heavy thud, the life leaving its eyes instantly. The rest of the class stands there in stunned silence, realizing that the golden boy just hit a completely different level of power. Kai watches Midu, thinking that with this new strength, Midu won't have any trouble with high-level monsters anymore. Then, Kai turns his gaze toward Arashi and sees another screen. The delinquent has unlocked a skill called... Kai just smirks to himself, deciding it's better to keep that information to himself for now. He realizes he can't just rely on his old Earth-style assassin techniques anymore. If he wants to stay at the top of the food chain, he has to evolve too. As night falls over the kingdom, a crescent moon hangs low in the star-filled sky. Inside one of the dorms, Arashi has gathered a group of students in secret, the room lit by a single flickering flame. Narumi looks at Arashi with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asks if he's actually being serious about this. Arashi's face is cold, his eyes filled with a dark, unwavering resolve. He spells it out clearly. First, they're going to kill the knight Gaius, then they'll kidnap Leonora and force her to send them back home. The other students look energized, realizing that if they kill the saint, the kingdom will lose its leash on them forever. Arashi looks at Narumi, asking him to join the coup because he knows Narumi is just as fed up with being a pawn as he is. Narumi hesitates, asking if they even have a chance to win against monsters like Gaius. He thinks about his dead friends and the blood on his own hands, struggling with the idea of becoming a murderer. But then, he looks up with a hardened gaze and tells Arashi that he's in. The rebellion has officially begun. The next day, the class is back on the field, with Midu leading the charge and training harder than anyone else. His movements are faster and sharper, his blue energy blade cutting through the air like a lightning bolt. Kai walks up to him, noting that Midu is working himself to the bone, but Midu just says he's still too weak. Kai tells him he could probably beat most of the knights in this country already, but that's not enough for Midu. Midu clenches his fist, saying he needs overwhelming strength so he can protect everyone, no matter what happens next. Kai looks at him from under his hood and asks what he honestly thinks about the Saint and Gaius. Midu admits he knows they're being used as pawns, but he believes they'll be safe as long as they follow orders. Kai realizes Midu is planning to carry the entire war on his own shoulders, just to keep the others out of the line of fire. Midu's eyes burn with a selfless intensity. He's already made up his mind to be the sacrifice. He says he'll become the hero the kingdom wants, as long as it means he's the only one who has to bleed. Kai points out that Leonora might not be the type to accept a negotiation like that, no matter how strong he gets. Midu just gives him a confident smile and says he'll keep swinging his sword until she has no choice but to listen. Right then, Leonora and Gaius appear on the field, looking as elegant and dangerous as ever. Steady rushes over to greet them, acting like a loyal dog eager for praise. Leonora tells Steady he'll be in charge of the candidates for the next few days while she and Gaius are away. Kanzaki Rin steps forward, suspicious, and asks where exactly they're heading off to. The saint gives a warm, fake smile, saying they have business to attend to and Steady will look after them in the meantime. As they walk away, Gaius casts a final, intimidating glance back at the students. The two figures disappear through the gates, leaving the students under the watchful eye of the researcher. Steady watches them go, a creepy, wide smirk spreading across his face as he realizes the leash is off. Meanwhile, inside a luxury carriage, Gaius looks over at Leonora and asks if leaving the students alone right now was really a good idea. Leonora just leans back, her expression unreadable as she asks him why he's so worried. Gaius tells her to stop playing the fool. He knows Arashi is stirring up a rebellion behind their backs. Leonora calmly sips her tea, not showing even a hint of fear at the thought of a coup. She casually admits that a rebellion is exactly what she's expecting to happen. Gaius is confused, asking what her actual plan is if the students try to kill them. She looks out the window with a chillingly peaceful expression, saying she's curious to see what they'll actually try to do. Gaius warns her that even if they're still developing, these are still hero candidates. If they actually manage to rise up, Leonora cuts him off with a sharp smile, stating that it won't happen because there is no way they can ever beat her. The carriage rolls through the countryside, surrounded by peaceful cattle that have no idea about the monsters inside. Gaius chuckles, realizing the saint is planning to use this rebellion as a perfect opportunity. She confirms it, saying it's finally time to create a strict hierarchy among the students. She wants to crush their hope completely and break their fangs once and for all, turning them into permanent slaves for her war. But under the cover of a full moon, Kai is already out in the forest, moving like a ghost through the trees. He strikes with lethal precision, taking down a lizard vol before it can even let out a sound. He stands over the beast, his daggers dripping with blood as he checks his progress. His movements are getting faster, his body finally adjusting to the high stats of this world. He leaps from a tree, his blade coming down like a guillotine. He pierces the lizard's skull in a single fluid motion, the kill taking him less than a second. As he moves to leave, he notes that his killing time is improving, but he's still not satisfied. He activates, his eyes glowing a deep, ominous red in the dark forest. His status screen appears, showing that his assassination and dagger techniques have all hit level 5. He realizes he leveled up after killing that demon assassin, but he's still trying to figure out how to use his newest skill. Suddenly, the bushes behind him rustle, and Kai's instincts scream at him to move. A massive ogre bursts from the shadows, its fist swinging toward him like a wrecking ball. The ground explodes where Kai was standing just a millisecond ago. Kai regains his balance, realizing this beast is much tougher than the ones in the lab. He pulls out 3 daggers at once and flings them with pinpoint accuracy. But to his shock, the blades bounce off the ogre's skin with a metallic clink, barely leaving a scratch. He realizes his standard attacks won't pierce its hide. This thing's defense is off the charts. Kai decides this is the perfect time to test his brand new skill. He whispers weak point detection, and the world around him shifts into a tactical display. A glowing blue ring suddenly appears on the ogre's neck, highlighting the one spot where its skin is thin. Kai kicks off the ground, moving so fast he becomes a blur of black cloth. He vaults over the ogre, his red eyes locked onto the glowing target. He drives his dagger deep into the weak spot, the steel sinking in all the way to the hilt. The ogre lets out a final, gurgling roar before collapsing into the dirt, stone dead. Kai realizes the skill didn't just show him where to hit, it showed him exactly how to bypass the monster's defense. He looks at his blood-stained hand, thinking that while this skill is good, it's still not enough for what's coming. He clenches his fist, the darkness of the forest reflecting the cold ambition in his eyes. He knows the rebellion is coming, and if he wants to survive the Saint's trap, he has to become the deadliest thing in this world. The quiet of the forest is shattered as a pack of goblins lunges from the darkness, their eyes glowing with hunger. Aragi doesn't blink, instantly activating weak point detection as his eyes flare a lethal red. Glowing red targets appear on the goblins' chests and heads, turning a chaotic fight into a simple game of connect the dots for our assassin. With a series of precise, lightning-fast slashes, he carves through the monsters like they're made of paper. In seconds, the threat is gone, leaving only silence and a trail of monster corpses behind him. Aragi looks at his blood-stained dagger, realizes that for weaklings like goblins, the weak points are always the heart and brain. Nothing surprising there. He thinks to himself that he needs a much bigger test subject to really see what this new skill can do. Suddenly, his ears twitch, catching a sound that definitely doesn't belong to a monster. He freezes, narrowing his eyes as he hears the rhythmic thud of human footsteps approaching his position. Out of the shadows, a lone figure appears carrying a flickering lantern, looking totally out of place in this death-trap forest. It's Kanzaki Rin, and she looks genuinely relieved to find Aragi out here in the dark. Aragi just sighs, asking her why the hell she's wandering around this late at night. She explains that she noticed he wasn't in the dorms and came out to find him. Then she spots the dead monsters and stops in her tracks. Aragi bluntly tells her that the forest is crawling with things that want to eat her, and she needs to go back right now. Kanzaki gets all defensive, shouting that he's the one who should be careful, not her. Aragi just walks past her, muttering that he's lived in the shadows his whole life, and he's plenty used to the night. He looks back at the goblins, reminding her that fighting in the dark is a completely different game than training in the sun. Kanzaki tells him to shut up, but her tough girl act is starting to slip because she's clearly worried about him. He finally tells her the truth. He's out here testing his evolved divine protection. Kanzaki is stunned, wondering how he managed to unlock a new power so quickly. He reminds her of what Steady said, once your level goes up, your powers evolve into something much more dangerous. She leans in with her lantern, curious to know exactly what kind of power he ended up with. Aragi just turns his back on her, asking why he would ever reveal his trump card to someone else. She blows up at him, screaming that she only came out here because she was worried sick. Aragi pauses, looking back with a look of genuine confusion, asking, "You? Worried? About me?" Kanzaki's face turns bright red as she stammers that it was just a figure of speech and he shouldn't get the wrong idea. Aragi tells her to head back to the dorms while he finishes up his training for the night. She's about to say she's coming with him, but then she stops and looks toward the horizon. Her eyes widen in horror as she sees a faint orange glow reflecting in the sky. She points a trembling finger, asking Aragi if that's smoke rising from the direction of the academy. The sky is turning a deep, bloody red as thick clouds of ash and smoke begin to blot out the moon. Back at the base, the student dorms are being swallowed by massive, roaring flames. Goblins are running wild through the courtyard, their twisted faces lit up by the fire as they hunt for survivors. It's a total massacre. Ogres and lizardvalls are smashing through walls, cornering students in the middle of the night. Hashimoto Mirai is running for her life, her eyes full of tears as the heat from the burning buildings singes her skin. A massive ogre looms over her, raising its club for a killing blow as she freezes in terror. Suddenly, a beam of blue light cuts through the air, and Midu appears out of nowhere, blocking the strike with his energy blade. He asks her if she's okay, his voice steady even though they're surrounded by a literal hellscape. But as soon as he saves her, more goblins crawl out of the shadows, surrounding the two of them. Midu grits his teeth, realizing that the more they kill, the more seem to appear from the fire. Rena appears on the scene, looking annoyed that her sleep was interrupted by a bunch of ugly monsters. Midu tells her there's no time for complaining, they need to clear a path and save whoever's left. The fire intensifies, the buildings groaning as they start to collapse under the heat. Aragi and Kanzaki finally sprint into the courtyard, stopping dead when they see their home in ashes. Narumi runs up to them, looking exhausted but relieved that the two of them are still alive. Aragi looks around at the chaos, asking what the hell happened while they were gone. He realizes instantly that this wasn't a random monster attack, this was coordinated by a human, and the ringleader is definitely still here. Right on cue, Steady appears sitting on top of a high wall, looking down at them with a disgusting, calm smile. Aragi stares him down, realizing that all these monsters came directly from Steady's research lab. Steady casually admits it, calling the monsters his little guinea pigs, and revealing he gave them medicine to make them even more aggressive. Aragi asks him what his goal is. What could he possibly gain from murdering the people he was supposed to be training? Steady's eyes go dark as he says it's an order from above, and he's willing to throw away his current life to get the job done. Kanzaki is horrified, asking if Leonora, the saint herself, ordered this hit on them. Steady laughs, calling the saint a vixen and saying he doesn't work for her anymore. He drops the bombshell. His real boss is the Demon King, and he's been a spy inside the kingdom this whole time. He says if he wipes out the hero candidates tonight, he'll be given a top-tier research position in the Demon Kingdom. Aragi looks at him with pure disgust, asking if he's fallen so deep into his twisted research that he's willing to betray his own species. Steady just starts laughing like a maniac, shouting that humanity can never truly understand the beauty of the monsters he creates. The courtyard is a chaotic war zone, with flames licking the sky and students fighting desperately for every inch of ground. Steady stands tall on the fortress wall, his silhouette framed by the raging fire as he looks down like a god. With a cold, simple command, he tells his monsters to finish them off once and for all. The beasts roar and charge, a tidal wave of muscle and teeth heading straight for Aragi's group. Aragi shouts Kanzaki's name, signaling her that it's time to use her power to turn the tide. She activates, purple energy radiating from her hand as she tries to seize control of the monsters' minds. She points at Steady, screaming for the monsters to turn around and kill their master instead. But Steady just smirks, his mouth twisting into a mocking grin as Kanzaki's magic hits an invisible wall. He tells his monsters to awaken, and their eyes flare with a sinister dark light that overrides her command. The goblins' eyes go completely white, their bodies bulging with unnatural demonic energy. Kanzaki is left breathless, unable to understand how her divine protection could be blocked so easily. Steady laughs, reminding her that he's a professional scientist who knows exactly how to handle rebellious experiments. Aragi steps in front of her, drawing his daggers and telling her to get back. If magic won't work, he'll do it the old-fashioned way. A goblin lunges at him, but Aragi is already moving, his blade a silver streak in the firelight. He moves through the crowd like a reaper, his daggers finding every throat and heart with terrifying speed. Steady's laughter echoes through the air as he tells Aragi that it doesn't matter how many he kills, there are plenty more where those came from. Aragi is suddenly surrounded by an ogre and a pack of goblins, the sheer number of enemies starting to wear him down. He kicks off the ground, using his agility to weave through a forest of clubs and blades. He lands 2 kills in one motion, stabbing a goblin in midair before landing and driving his knife into a lizardvall's skull. An ogre swings a massive blade at his head, but Aragi duck-slides under the strike, his eyes never leaving his target. He uses the ogre's own momentum against it, slashing its Achilles tendon and sending the giant crashing to its knees. The The beast howls in pain, and Aragi doesn't give it a second to recover. He delivers a brutal kick to the back of its head, pinning the monster to the burning pavement. He stands ready, his breathing heavy but his gaze as sharp as the steel in his hands. The remaining monsters hesitate for a split second, sensing the aura of a professional killer radiating from this hero. Steady's jaw drops as he watches Aragi dismantle his guinea pigs with zero effort, frustrated that a guy with a trash skill is doing this. Aragi looks up at the wall, his eyes locking onto Steady's with a promise of death. He activates Rurtment one more time, determined to see what kind of monster Steady really is. The screen flickers to life, revealing that Steady is a half-demon with level 1 domination sorcery. Aragi realizes the truth. Kanzaki's magic failed because Steady's demon blood gives him a natural authority over monsters that her hero power can't touch. Steady grits his teeth, realizing he can't win with numbers alone, and reaches into his coat for something else. He puts a specialized whistle to his lips and lets out a high-pitched, piercing sound that rings across the entire academy. Aragi looks up, a bad feeling in his gut as he asks what the hell that sound was supposed to be. Steady just gives him a wide, insane smile and says he'll find out soon enough. Aragi prepares to charge the wall, wanting to end this before whatever Steady summoned can arrive. But then, he feels a massive surge of heat from behind him, way hotter than the burning buildings. A pillar of fire erupts from the ground, the force of the blast nearly knocking everyone off their feet. Aragi slides back, shielding his eyes as a massive shadow begins to emerge from the flames. His blood runs cold as he looks up and sees the legendary predator of this world, a red dragon. The dragon lets out a roar that literally shakes the foundations of the castle, its breath smelling of sulfur and death. Steady starts cheering, calling the dragon his trump card, and laughing at the look of despair on the students' faces. The beast is massive, its scales glowing like molten lava as it looks down at the tiny humans below. It swings its massive tail, a single move that levels an entire building in a shower of stone and sparks. The dragon lunges forward, its claws tearing through the courtyard as it targets the group of hero candidates. Narumi and Kanzaki are frozen in place, the sheer pressure of the dragon's aura making it hard for them to even breathe. Kanzaki realizes they can't dodge this. The dragon is too fast and too big for them to escape. In a split second, Aragi dives toward Kanzaki, grabbing her and rolling out of the way as a massive claw smashes the ground where they stood. He looks back at the dragon, his face illuminated by the fire, and asks her if she's hurt. Narumi catches his breath, and Aragi tells him to take Kanzaki and get as far away as possible while he buys them some time. The dragon prepares to fire another blast of flames, its throat glowing with an intense orange light. Aragi focuses his weak point detection, and a glowing ring appears right on the dragon's neck, where the scales are slightly thinner. He sprints toward the beast, dodging a fire breath that turns the floor into glass. He manages to land a hit on its leg, but his dagger barely leaves a scratch on the ancient armored scales. He realizes that even if he knows the weak point, his current attack power isn't enough to actually pierce the dragon's hide. The dragon roars again, cornering Aragi against a wall, and for the first time, our assassin is running out of options. But then, a voice shouts from the rooftops, saying that this lizard looks like the perfect size for some target practice. It's Arashi Shunsuke, looking battered and bruised, but wearing a wild, confident grin. He leaps from the roof, activating his destructive blast mid-air as his hands glow with explosive energy. He slams his power right into the dragon's face, a massive explosion rocking the beast's head back. Arashi laughs, taunting the dragon and asking it how it liked a taste of real human power. But the dragon is just pissed off now. It opens its mouth and blasts Arashi with a point-blank stream of fire. Arashi is sent flying across the courtyard, his clothes smoking as he crashes into the dirt with a scream of pain. Aragi runs over to him, noting that Arashi's reckless attack actually did some damage, even if it didn't kill it. He admits to himself that as much as he dislikes the delinquent, Arashi's firepower is exactly what they need right now. Arashi groans, clutching his burned arm and cursing under his breath about how much that hurt. Aragi stands over him, his shadow long against the fire, and tells him to listen carefully. He points his dagger at the towering red dragon and says that if they want to survive the night, they're going to have to take that thing down together. Arashi snaps back, demanding to know why a powerhouse like him would ever need help from a weakling. like Aragi. Aragi keeps his cool, explaining that he can see exactly where to hit the beast, but he doesn't have the raw, explosive power to actually break through its scales. Arashi laughs in his face, calling Aragi a noob, and saying he's got no interest in grouping up with a support type. Aragi ignores the insult, his eyes narrowing as he senses the dragon's next move. The massive beast lunges forward, its scales glowing like molten lava as it builds up momentum for a strike. Both of them barely manage to dive out of the way as the dragon's massive tail smashes into the ground, sending sparks and debris everywhere. Arashi hits the dirt hard, looking up in sheer disbelief at the monster's speed and power. The dragon opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that turns the entire courtyard into a literal oven. Arashi screams as the heat singes his skin, realizing for the first time that his destructive blast might not be enough to save him here. The dragon looms over him, its eyes full of predatory hunger as it prepares to finish him off. Aragi stands nearby, calmly telling Arashi that if he's so sure he can win solo, he should go right ahead and try it. Arashi grits his teeth, his pride finally breaking as he shouts, "Fine! Where is the damn weak point?" Aragi points toward the beast's throat, mentioning there's a single scale that's facing the wrong way. High up on the dragon's neck, the legendary reverse scale is exposed, the only spot on its entire body that isn't armored. Aragi lays out the plan. He'll draw the dragon's fire while Arashi aims every bit of his explosive power at that one scale. Arashi cracks his knuckles with a vicious grin, finally back in his element now that he's got a target to blow up. Steady stands on top of the wall, looking down at them in total confusion, wondering why they're just standing there talking. He loses his patience and screams at the dragon to stop playing with its food and kill them already. The dragon lets out a roar that shakes the very air, its throat glowing bright orange as it prepares a final blast. It unleashes a massive wave of fire, but Aragi is already a blur, moving through the flames with professional grace. Arashi hangs back, focused and ready, waiting for the perfect split-second window to strike. The dragon lunges at Aragi, its massive claws tearing up the stone floor as it tries to pin him down. Aragi dives under its belly, moving with a speed that the dragon just can't track. He lands a series of quick stabs on the beast's underside, not to kill it, but to keep its attention focused entirely on him. He shouts for the beast to look at him, leading it further away from Arashi and leaving its neck wide open. The dragon falls for the bait, turning its massive head to chase after the annoying human. It opens its mouth wide, but it's too late. It's completely forgotten about the delinquent on the roof. Aragi slides across the pavement, looking back with a smirk as he realizes the trap is set. He shouts Arashi's name, giving the signal to end this nightmare once and for all. Arashi leaps from the high wall, his hands glowing with a blinding, white-hot energy. He screams for the lizard bastard to die as he slams his destructive blast directly into the reverse scale. The explosion is massive, a shockwave of light and sound that knocks everyone back. The dragon's neck snaps back, its roar turning into a gurgle as its life force is snuffed out instantly. Arashi stands over the twitching corpse, bragging about how easy it was, even though he can barely stand. Aragi walks past him, dryly noting that Arashi looks way too beat up to be talking that much trash. Aragi looks up at the wall, asking Steady if he's still planning to continue now that his trump card is dead. Steady stammers, claiming he's still got an army of monsters left, but as he looks around, his face goes pale. The courtyard is littered with the bodies of his goblins and lizardvals, all defeated while he was focused on the dragon. Midu's energy blade flashes as he finishes off the last monster, looking up at Steady with a cold, heroic determination. The entire class stands together, finally united and ready to take their revenge on the traitor. Steady panics, realizing his mission has failed and his life is on the line. He tries to leap from the wall to escape, but Narumi is faster, using his wind magic to intercept him mid-air. Steady is blasted backward, crashing into the stone floor as the students surround him. A massive pillar of water crashes down on him, pinning him to the ground and leaving him gasping for air. He coughs up water, his glasses cracked and his arrogance completely gone. Aragi presses the tip of his dagger against Steady's throat, his eyes cold and devoid of any mercy. He tells Steady that they've wasted enough time, and it's time to start talking. Who exactly ordered this attack? Steady starts to open his mouth to confess, but suddenly his eyes glaze over and turn a horrific purple color. He lets out a final, silent gasp before his body goes limp in the puddle of water. Aragi realizes instantly that he's dead, telling the confused Midu that it looks like some kind of high-level curse. He deduces that the Demon King's army put a silence curse on Steady to make sure he could never leak any secrets if captured. Aragi looks into the distance, realizing that the demons are a much bigger threat than any of them imagined. The sun rises over the ruined academy, but the nightmare is far from over for the survivors. Guards are busy clearing the rubble, the once beautiful castle now looking like a charred skeleton. Leonora returns, looking at the destruction with a fake expression of disbelief and sorrow. She covers her mouth, acting like she can't believe such a tragedy happened while she was away. Arashi doesn't buy it for a second, pointing a finger at her and demanding an apology since she was the one who left that traitor in charge. Leonora's face doesn't change, but there's a flicker of something cold in her eyes. She gives a half-hearted apology, but her tone makes it clear she doesn't actually care about their lives. She mocks them subtly, saying she never expected such a weak demon tamer to cause so much damage to heroes. The class is stunned by her coldness, realizing the saint views their trauma as nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Rina asks the obvious question, did Leonora and Gaius know Steady was a spy and let him stay just to test them? Leonora just smiles, telling them that their training was always meant to be hard, and this was just a practical lesson. One of the students shouts that they almost died in their sleep, but he's quickly shut down. Gaius tells them to stop acting like children. If they weren't alert enough to notice a monster army at their doorstep, it's their own fault. Aragi watches from the back, thinking that while Gaius is right about their lack of survival instincts, he's still a total jerk for saying it. Leonora claps her hands, telling them to move on to the main topic of the day. She announces that the entire class will be visiting the royal capital next for a special event. Midu looks curious, asking what they'll be doing in the heart of the kingdom. Leonora beams, explaining that a public parade will be held to reveal the hero candidates to the world, turning them into the kingdom's new star actors. That night, a full moon hangs over their camp as they begin the long trek to the capital. Gaius rides ahead on his horse, ordering the students to get some rest until sunrise while the soldiers stand guard. The students huddle around campfires, but the mood is anything but peaceful. Arashi stares into the flames, counting the number of guards accompanying them on this trip. He chews on a piece of dried meat, his eyes full of a dark, vengeful energy. His friends ask him what he's thinking about, and he reveals there are only 30 soldiers guarding them. He notes that the guards look like low-level trash who wouldn't stand a chance against a single hero candidate. His buddy asks what his point is, still not realizing that Arashi is planning something bloody. Arashi leans in, his voice a low growl as he says this is their perfect chance to put their plan into motion. The other student looks nervous, realizing Arashi is serious about starting a rebellion tonight. Arashi points out that since they outnumber the weak guards, they can take them all out before Gaius even realizes what's happening. He bites down hard on his food, convinced that the kingdom is underestimating them, and he's going to make them pay for it. Nearby, a soldier yawns, completely unaware that he's being measured for a coffin. Arashi tells his crew they move tonight, and orders them to go grab Narumi and his group of rebels. Aragi is leaning against a nearby tent, having heard every single word of their secret meeting. He thinks to himself that Arashi is right about the guards being weak and poorly trained. But he knows the only reason they're so lightly guarded is because Leonora and Gaius are confident they can handle the entire class themselves. He realizes he needs more time to figure out the source of their insane confidence before he makes a move. Aragi turns his gaze toward Midu, who is sitting quietly by the fire. He walks over and asks if they can talk, needing to know where the hero stands before the camp turns into a war zone. The camp goes quiet as the two most powerful students in the class face off in the dark. In another part of the woods, the rebel group is already gathering their weapons and preparing to strike. They hide behind some trees, watching the campfire and waiting for Arashi's signal. There are at least 5 or 6 of them, all looking desperate and ready for a fight. Arashi stands at the head of the group, looking like a warlord ready to burn everything down. He asks Narumi if he thinks the guards who aren't on watch are all asleep by now. Narumi nods and Arashi gives the command to begin the slaughter. But before they can take a single step, a voice from the darkness tells them to wait. Midu and his group step out of the shadows, looking disappointed that it actually came to this. Arashi is caught off guard, his eyes wide as he realizes his secret rebellion was leaked. Midu walks forward, his footsteps heavy as he reveals he knows they're planning to kill Leonora and Gaius tonight. Arashi's face twists in rage as he demands to know who the hell snitched on them. Midu calmly says he just happened to hear them talking while he was passing by, which we all know is a lie. Reina steps forward, asking if they've seriously lost their minds. Killing the only people who know how to survive in this world is suicide. Arashi screams that they're the ones who are crazy for letting the saint treat them like her lapdogs. Midu tries to play peacemaker, admitting he knows how they feel but insisting that murder is going too far. Arashi scoffs, telling Midu that all he ever does is talk while everyone else suffers. Midu's gaze hardens, and he reveals his plan. He'll become Leonora's pawn and defeat the Demon King himself. He says that in exchange he's going to force her to guarantee the safety of every single student. Arashi's eyes widen as Midu's eye glows with a strange glowing light, radiating a power that feels like a mountain. Arashi tells him he's delusional and that he doesn't need anyone to protect him, he just wants to go home. Midu draws his blade, telling Arashi that if he really wants to do this, then his group will have to stop them by force. The two groups face off, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Arashi loses it, shouting that they're going to regret this as he lunges at Midu. He throws a massive punch, his fist glowing with explosive power. Midu doesn't even move, casually raising his arm and blocking the strike like it was nothing. Arashi is stunned, realizing that Midu's speed and power have reached a level that shouldn't even be possible for a human. He grits his teeth, unable to believe that the lapdog he looked down on is now this strong. Suddenly, the camp guards rush over, demanding to know what all the noise is about. Arashi quickly lowers his fist, hiding his glowing hand as he looks at the soldiers with pure hatred. Midu quickly covers for them, putting on a fake smile and saying they were just having a heated discussion. The guards don't care, telling them to stop making noise and get to sleep because they're waking up early tomorrow. Aragi watches the whole thing from the shadows, clicking his tongue in annoyance at how messy this is getting. Arashi turns around and walks away, thinking to himself that this whole situation is getting tiresome. He looks back at Midu one last time, his eyes full of murderous intent as he realizes there's no point in talking to these people anymore. Welcome to the heart of the Holy Kingdom of Deadliest, the royal capital. From the outside, it looks like a fairy tale, but for our guy Aragi, it's just another mission site filled with hidden targets. One of the students is totally blown away by the scale of the city, eyes wide as they take in the massive white towers and bustling streets. Kanzaki Rin isn't as impressed, looking around with a focused gaze and noting how claustrophobic the crowds are getting. Rina laughs it off, reminding her that it's still nothing compared to the rush hour back in Tokyo. The heroes are paraded through the main street in a massive procession, surrounded by armored guards and a fancy carriage for the saint. The citizens are lining the streets, looking at the saviors from another world with a mix of awe and desperate hope. Gaius shouts for the commoners to clear the road, announcing the arrival of Saint Leonora and the hero candidates. The strongest five walk with pride, letting the cheers of the crowd go straight to their heads while the sun glints off their new gear. Kids are screaming and waving, truly believing that these teenagers are the chosen ones sent by God to save them from the demon horde. Midu raises a hand to wave back, looking every bit like the golden hero the public wants him to be. But not everyone in the crowd is happy. Arashi and his rebel crew look disgusted, realizing they're just being used as props for a kingdom they hate. Aragi walks in the back, thinking about how uncomfortable all this blind faith is, especially when he knows the saint's true face. He narrows his purple eyes, his assassin instincts telling him that this much public attention is just a massive kill me sign for their enemies. The carriage heads toward the massive royal castle, the white spires looming over the city like a beautiful prison. They're greeted by Holy Knight Rhinus, who flashes a dazzling, charismatic smile and welcomes the candidates to the capital. Once inside, the students are given luxury rooms. One kid dives onto a bed, ecstatic that he finally doesn't have to sleep on the hard ground. The girls take the chance to hit the hot springs, finally feeling like they can breathe after days of constant monster attacks. Arashi and the guys are feasting like kings, tearing into giant legs of meat and demanding the maids bring more ale. Even while the others are relaxing, Midu is in the training hall swinging his sword, and Aragi is watching him from a high window, staying in the shadows. Aragi looks out over the city map, deciding it's time to stop playing student and start gathering some real intel on this place. A massive set of ornate white doors marks the entrance to the royal living quarters, guarded by soldiers in heavy plate. Aragi watches a group of guards march through the halls, timing their rotations with a professional's precision. He hides behind a pillar, realizing that moving through the castle won't be easy with this many eyes watching every corner. He slips through a window, his movements silent as he heads toward the training grounds outside the main walls. He spots Rhaenys, the Holy Knight from earlier, standing with a group of guards and looking much more serious than he did during the parade. Aragi crouches in the bushes, keeping his distance as he prepares to eavesdrop on their conversation. A soldier asks Rhaenys where the hero candidates are, and Rhaenys just smirks, saying they're probably all tucked into their beds by now. The guard asks if those kids are really as powerful as the legends say, and Rhaenys admits they definitely aren't normal children. But then the guard gets a worried look, mentioning his fear of the Demon King's followers lurking in the shadows. He worries that bringing the heroes to the capital is going to act like a beacon, baiting the cultists into a full-scale attack. Another soldier agrees, saying there's been way too much movement lately and they need to be on high alert. Aragi repeats the name Demon King's followers in his head, realizing there's a new player on the board he needs to account for. Rhaenys tells the guards not to worry, saying the heroes are here to protect the capital anyway, though his smile doesn't reach his eyes. He dismisses them for training, marching off with a confidence that feels a bit too performative for Aragi's liking. Aragi decides he has more questions than answers now, so he prepares to head into the city's lower districts where the real secrets are kept. Night falls, and a giant moon hangs over a tavern sign, the muffled sounds of music and drinking spilling into the street. The bar is packed with rowdy mercenaries, mages, and commoners, all trying to forget the war with a mug of ale. Aragi slides a gold coin across the counter, asking for a jug of ale and the bartender's best snack. He keeps his hood low, his purple eyes scanning the room from the safety of his cloak. A loudmouthed drunk nearby starts laughing about how the hero candidates just look like a bunch of stupid kids, but his friend tells him to shut up before the church hears him. Aragi notes that the people here seem more afraid of the church and the saint than they are of the actual king. The bartender slams a foaming mug of ale onto the table, along with a plate of food. Aragi tells the man he's new in town and has a few questions about how things work in this country. He gets straight to the point, asking who exactly these Demon King's followers are. The bartender gives him a look like he's crazy, reminding him that the kingdom is in the middle of a brutal war against the demon army. He describes the Demon King as a horrific monster who can seduce even humans into serving his dark will with overwhelming power. He reveals that these followers are stirring up trouble everywhere, and they even blew up a noble's estate just a few days ago. Aragi realizes he's dealing with a terrorist organization that operates inside the kingdom's own borders. He leaves the tavern, walking through the dark streets and processing everything he just learned. He understands now why the people are so uneasy. The presence of the heroes is basically an invitation for the cultists to start a war in the streets. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, Shinjo-kun! Kanzaki Rin is standing in the middle of the street, looking breathless and annoyed that she had to track him down. She demands to know where he's been and why he keeps sneaking off on his own. Aragi tells her he's gathering intel because they're in unknown territory, but he doesn't give her any specifics. Kanzaki snaps at him, saying it's way too dangerous to wander through a city like this without any backup. She gives him a quick wink and a smirk, telling him that she's willing to help him out if he'd just stop being such a loner. Aragi just turns his back and starts walking away, telling her he's fine by himself and she should go stay with the other students where it's safe. Kanzaki's face turns red with fury, screaming at his back about what an arrogant jerk he's being. Aragi pauses, letting out a small sigh before finally relenting and telling her she can help him. Kanzaki's eyes light up with joy, though she tries to hide it by acting like she's only doing it because he insisted. She hums a little tune, walking through the town feeling like she finally has a partner in this crazy world. But as they walk, a shadow slips through the crowd behind them. Someone is watching. Aragi lets out a dark, knowing smirk from under his hood. He knows exactly who's following them, and he's ready to play. The scene shifts to a gloved hand gripping a window sill in the middle of the night. Aragi slips back into his room, his cloak fluttering as he quietly closes the window behind him. He thinks to himself that while he didn't get any useful info about the kingdom's plans, learning about the cultists was worth the trip. Suddenly, his ears twitch. There's a massive commotion happening out in the castle hallways. He throws his hood back on, wondering why it's so noisy this late at night. He steps into the hall and finds the other students looking frantic, with Midu standing in the center of the group. Aragi asks what's going on, and a girl tells him the worst possible news. Kanzaki Rin is gone. Her roommate noticed her bed was empty, and now everyone is panicking, wondering where the Ice Queen could have disappeared to. Aragi realizes they didn't even notice he was gone too, but he keeps that to himself and acts concerned. Midu looks at Aragi, asking if he knows anything about where she might have gone. Aragi plays it cool, lying straight to his face and saying he was just sleeping in his room the whole time. Midu looks troubled, clearly feeling responsible for his classmate's disappearance. He tells everyone that she's definitely not in the castle, and they need to head out and search the city as soon as the sun comes up. Reina mutters that they should just leave her alone, but even she knows she has to listen to Midu when he gets this serious. Aragi looks out the window, knowing that searching at sunrise is too late, most people will be asleep, and the trail will be cold. A full moon hangs over the city, casting long, eerie shadows across the cobblestones. Aragi is already back on the street, moving like a ghost through the silent alleyways. He scans the ground, his eyes searching for any sign of a struggle or a clue. He stops when he sees something glowing faintly on the ground, a small rectangular object. He picks it up and his heart sinks. It's Kanzaki's student ID, dropped right in the middle of a dark alley. He looks around, sensing multiple presences closing in on him from the rooftops and doorways. 4 figures in red hoods jump down, surrounding him with drawn swords and murderous intent. One cultist lunges at him with a shout, swinging a long blade toward Aragi's head. Aragi doesn't even flinch, his eyes cold as he blocks the strike with a small dagger, the cultist looking stunned by his strength. In a split second, Aragi grabs the man's wrist, twisting it with a sickening crunch. He uses the man's own momentum to drive his knife into another cultist's chest, blood spraying across the alley. The lead cultist screams in rage, calling Aragi an asshole as he charges forward. Aragi delivers a brutal, high-speed kick to the man's face, shattering his jaw and sending him flying. The man hits the ground hard, gasping for air as his sword clatters away. Aragi stands over him, his aura exploding with killing intent as the screen turns a jagged, violent red. He pins the cultist down with his boot, looking down at the terrified man like he's just a bug. He bluntly tells the guy that they are completely untrained, both as spies and as soldiers. He activates Husband, his eyes glowing red as he realizes these guys are just normal humans with trash-tier stats. The cultist tries to reach for his sword, but Aragi just stares him down, his presence alone enough to freeze the man's heart. He demands to know everything, where they're keeping Kanzaki and what their goal is. The scene cuts to a dark stone dungeon where a single candle flickers against the damp walls. Kanzaki Rin is chained to the wall, her clothes torn and her body covered in scratches. She looks up with a defiant, hateful glare, refusing to break even in this hellhole. 2 cultists laugh at her, mocking her for still having some fight left in her. Kanzaki screams that her answer is going to be the same every time. She's not telling them a single thing about the other heroes. The lead cultist gets a twisted grin, saying they just want to learn about the candidates, and if she won't talk, they'll make her. He reaches out with a gloved hand, his intentions clearly sadistic. He grabs the front of her dress, the sound of tearing fabric echoing through the quiet dungeon. Kanzaki winces, her pride being stripped away as the cultist asks how much longer she can keep yapping. He laughs like a maniac, but then he notices a small piece of stone falling from the ceiling. Aragi is watching from a hole in the ceiling, his Kermit screen confirming that these guys are just level 1 fodder. 2 daggers fly through the air with the speed of a bullet. Both cultists are hit in the head instantly, their eyes going blank as they drop to the floor. The bodies hit the ground in a pool of blood, and the chains holding Kanzaki suddenly snap. She falls to her knees, staring in shock at the dead men and the daggers sticking out of them. Aragi drops down from the ceiling, asking her if she's okay in his usual calm voice. Kanzaki is almost in tears, sobbing his name, but Aragi tells her to stay quiet. They need to move right now. She thanks him, clutching her torn clothes as she stands up, still trembling from the ordeal. Suddenly, Aragi's eyes widen as he senses a massive surge of power coming from the entrance. He pushes Kanzaki behind him, his hand already on the hilt of his weapon as he stares into the darkness. A faint, purple light begins to glow in the shadows of the pillars. A massive beam of energy suddenly tears through the room, the sheer pressure of it cracking the floor. The explosion sends dust and stone flying everywhere as a figure emerges from the smoke. Aragi grabs Kanzaki and dashes to the side, barely avoiding the lethal strike. A long, silver sword is embedded in the ground right where they were standing just a second ago. Holy Knight Rhinus steps into the light, his blonde hair glowing as he looks at Aragi with a murderous smile. Aragi says his name, Rhinus, the Holy Knight. Rhinus laughs, his face twisting into a demonic expression as he admits his true title, General of the Demon King's Army. Aragi draws his blades, realizing the entire capital is already crawling with enemies, and the real fight is just beginning. The air in the dungeon is heavy with killing intent, as our guy Aragi faces off against Rhinus, the man who's been playing hero this whole time. Rhinus draws his massive blade ready to crush the trash-tier hero candidate. Aragi's eyes flash a predatory red. He's not just looking at a man, he's looking for the kill shot. He activates his judgment skill, and a HUD pops up showing Rhinus Walter's stats, all B ranks across the board. In this world, that makes him a high-level monster. Our boy realizes he's dealing with a balanced fighter, no obvious holes in his defense, and his magic is just as high as his physical strength. He tells himself he can't afford even a single mistake here. Rhinus's expression hardens, his blue eyes narrowing with a surge of genuine anger. "Let's go!" he shouts, his foot slamming into the ground with enough force to crack the stone floor as he lunges forward. The Holy Knight closes the gap in a blur, swinging that massive sword with the intent to cleave Aragi in two. Aragi barely dances out of the way, the heavy blade whistling past him and smashing into the floor, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. But Rhinus isn't just a swordsman. His eyes glow with a cold blue light as he prepares his next move. "Heed me and burn my target!" he yells, and a red magic circle erupts in front of his palm, launching a barrage of fireballs directly at Aragi's face. It's fire attribute magic, and it's fast. Aragi is forced to leap into the air to avoid being roasted alive, his daggers ready in his hands. For a split second, Aragi's eyes widen. He's realized he made a rookie mistake. Rhinus smirks, knowing he's won. "You can't dodge now while you're mid-air," he gloats, already positioning his sword for the finishing blow. But our assassin has a trick he hasn't shown anyone in this world yet. He reaches into his cloak and pulls out a piece of Earthside technology. Rhinus thinks it's useless and ignites his blade. "Inflame! Burning sword!" he screams, the steel turning into a pillar of roaring fire. He swings the flaming blade upward, shouting that it's all over for the hero candidate. A deafening bang echoes through the dungeon, cutting through the sound of the flames. Aragi lands gracefully, smoke still curling from the barrel of his Beretta 92 FS. He didn't come here to play fair. He came here to finish the job. The bullet catches Rhinus right between the eyes. The Holy Knight collapses like a puppet with its strings cut, his sword clattering to the ground as he dies instantly. Aragi just clicks his tongue in annoyance, looking down at his weapon. He wasn't planning on using the gun this early since his ammo is extremely limited in this world. He looks at the corpse and admits the guy was right. Jumping into the air was a bad call that almost cost him his life. He realizes that if he wants to survive this world long-term, he's going to have to master face-to-face combat and not just rely on his old tools. Behind the bars, Kanzaki peeks out, her face pale with shock. "Was that a gun?" she asks, unable to believe what she just saw. Aragi casually puts it away, telling her it's just standard gear for an assassin. Kanzaki is visibly shaken, realizing a professional killer has been hiding in her classroom this whole time. She softens for a moment, looking at him with watery eyes. "But, thank you. You came to save me, didn't you? It's a coincidence." Aragi lies coldly. He asks her why she didn't just use her domination magic to escape herself. She explains that those chains she was in were special. They completely blocked her ability to channel mana. Aragi picks up a piece of the broken red cloth, realizing the cultists have access to anti-magic gear. He tosses a cloak over her torn clothes and tells her it's time to move. They're getting out of this hole. As they walk, Kanzaki urgently tries to tell him that these people weren't just random thugs. They were planning a full-scale attack on the entire class. Aragi stops her, saying he already knows. He caught one of them on the way in and convinced him to talk. We see a quick flashback to the street. A cultist is cowering, begging Aragi not to kill him. Aragi just looks at him with those dead eyes, playing with his knife. "That depends on you," he says. The terrified man spills everything, claiming they were just following orders and that the hero candidates are actually enemies of the Demon King that need to be purged. Aragi presses the blade to his throat, asking if they've already killed Kanzaki. The man frantically screams that she's still alive and being held as a hostage to lure the other students into a trap. Back in the present, the sun is rising over the capital. Aragi and Kanzaki walk through the quiet streets, but the peace is fake. Aragi thinks back to the man he interrogated. He wasn't killed by a death curse like the spy Steady was, which means a demon didn't send him. He concludes that these are human zealots, the cult of the Demon King. Kanzaki is heartbroken, realizing the humans of this world are just as dangerous as the monsters. Aragi tells her she needs to stop being so naive. She only got caught because she let her guard down. Kanzaki snaps back, embarrassed. She was just trying to gather info. She realizes now that they have human enemies lurking in every shadow. She huffs, looking away and admitting she got careless. Suddenly, a voice calls out to them from down the street. "It's Midu!" The class hero is sprinting toward them, waving his hand with a huge, relieved smile on his face. He's panting, just glad to see they're both okay. Kanzaki apologizes for making him worry. Midu asks if Aragi was the one who found her. He's genuinely impressed by our boy's tracking skills. Aragi doesn't care about the praise. He looks Midu dead in the eye and tells him they need to have a serious talk. Midu's smile fades. He sees the look on Aragi's face and realizes something terrible has happened. "The cult of the Demon King?" Midu repeats, his voice filled with disbelief. Aragi confirms it. They're a group of human fanatics who worship the Demon King and want the heroes dead. Midu is troubled. If the enemies are human, they can't just kill everything that moves like they do with monsters. They can't tell who's a friend and who's a killer. Aragi tells him that's exactly why everyone in the class needs to be on high alert. Midu suggests reporting this to Saint Leonora so she can strengthen the city's defenses. Kanzaki cynically points out that the saint would probably just tell them to handle it themselves as part of their training. Midu sighs and says they should gather everyone else first and decide on a plan, since the class is currently scattered across the city looking for Kanzaki. Suddenly, a poof sounds out! A smoke bomb explodes right in the middle of the street, making Kanzaki scream in surprise. Before the smoke even clears, footsteps surround them. A group of hooded figures emerges from the alleyways, trapping them in the center of the road. These are the cultists, and they're armed with spears and swords, grinning behind their hoods. Midu realizes with a start that this is exactly what the cult was waiting for, a chance to catch them while they're isolated. Aragi draws his knife, his gaze cold. "They're coming," he warns. "Get ready." The sky over the capital is turning a dark, ominous gray as the city streets become a battlefield. Aragi, Midu, and Kanzaki are completely surrounded. The cultists aren't just thugs, they move with the coordination of a trained militia. Across the city, other students are in the same mess. Arashi and his group find themselves boxed in by hooded killers. 3 of the girls from the class stand back to back, looking terrified as the cultists close in with bared steel. Arashi, the hothead, isn't scared, he's just annoyed. He cracks his knuckles, ready to start blasting. Aragi scans the cultists in front of him. Their stats pop up. Race human, rank D and F. Weak, but their status is set to hostile. He notes there are 6 of them. They might be lower rank than Rhinus, but these guys are real fighters. "Attack them!" the lead cultist screams, his face twisted in a manic grin. They charge. Mido ignites his blue energy blade, but you can see the hesitation in his eyes. Aragi doesn't hesitate. He barks Kanzaki's name, giving her the signal. "I know!" she shouts. She activates her domination skill, a pulse of pink energy rippling out. The cultists freeze mid-step, their bodies locking up as if they've hit a brick wall. They can only stare in horror as the assassin moves. In a blur of motion, Aragi strikes. 4 cultists fall instantly, each one taking a dagger to the brain before they can even blink. Midu watches the bodies hit the ground, his face pale with shock. He can't wrap his head around how easily Aragi just took 4 human lives. Aragi doesn't even look back. "So what?" he asks coldly. "They're still our enemies." Midu tries to argue, but Aragi shuts him down. There's no time for a morality lecture, there's still one left. A cultist leaps from the shadows behind Midu, swinging a sword at his head. Midu blocks with his energy sword, but he's just defending. He's still trying not to hurt the guy. "Why are you doing this?" Midu screams. "We're all humans here." The cultist just laughs like a maniac. "Everything we do is to serve our master," he shrieks, completely brainwashed. Kanzaki watches the struggle, feeling helpless as the two clash in the middle of the street. She tries to step in, but Aragi holds out his arm, stopping her. "Don't do anything," he says firmly. "I want Midu to do it." He wants to force the hero to break. Midu swings his glowing blade, and snap! He shatters the cultist's sword into pieces. The cultist stares at his broken hilt, stunned by the raw power of the hero candidate. Midu points his blade at the man's throat. "I won't take your life if you surrender," he says, still hoping for a peaceful end. The zealot's face contorts with rage. "You dare mock me? Damn hero candidate!" Instead of surrendering, the man lunges forward with the jagged remains of his broken sword. Blood sprays as the jagged metal cuts through armor and flesh. Midu gasps, clutching his arm. Blood is dripping onto the cobblestones. His kindness just got him wounded. The cultist laughs hysterically at the sight of the hero bleeding. Midu grits his teeth, his frustration finally reaching a boiling point. He realizes there's no reasoning with these people. He raises his sword, the blue light turning blindingly bright. A massive pillar of energy erases the cultist. When the light fades, the enemy is gone. Midu stands there, staring at his hands. The reality of what he just did is sinking in. On the ground nearby, another wounded cultist is crawling away, coughing up blood but still mumbling about more. Aragi walks up and tells Midu to finish him off. Midu hesitates again. "I can just leave him to die here, can't I?" he asks, his voice trembling. Aragi gets close, his eyes turning cold. "No, you have to make sure the threat is eliminated." Midu shouts at him, asking how he can be so calm about killing people. Aragi tells him it's a simple choice. He reminds Midu that as they speak, their other classmates are being hunted and killed in the streets. He leans in, whispering a brutal truth. "Tell me, which one is more important? The lives of these enemies or the lives of your classmates?" Midu's shadow falls over his eyes. He gives a quiet, defeated, "All right." A final burst of energy ends the wounded cultist's life. Midu looks up, his eyes now filled with a grim resolve. "I'm going to save everyone," he says, finally accepting the blood on his hands. The scene shifts to another part of the city, where the smoke of battle rises into the sky. Bodies of cultists are piled up in an alleyway, completely decimated. Arashi stands over the last one, his delinquent grin wider than ever. He grabs the man by the throat, his hand glowing with heat. The cultist can only wheeze as he looks into Arashi's eyes. "Now die," Arashi says casually. An explosion of fire and pressure ripples through the alley, turning the enemy into ash. Arashi stands amidst the smoldering remains, looking bored. To him, this isn't a moral dilemma, it's just target practice. His groupies laugh nervously, calling him merciless. They're glad he's on their side. Elsewhere, more cultists charge with spears. A pink-haired girl yells, launching a sphere of flames into the crowd. The cultists scream as they're engulfed in the blast, the fire spreading rapidly through their ranks. The girl is panting, her face flushed from the heat and the stress. "Why are there so many of them?" she cries out. She turns to her classmates, demanding they stop standing around and start fighting back one by one. The other girls are crying, shaking with fear. "But they're humans too," they sob, unable to pull the trigger. "Do you want to die?" The pink-haired girl screams, her patience wearing thin. Suddenly, a cultist leaps from the side, catching the girl in yellow by surprise. She screams as he lunges at her. Another killer swings at the blonde girl. They're being overwhelmed because they won't fight to kill. The pink-haired girl looks on in despair, wondering why this is happening to them. The screen goes black for a second as a mysterious voice speaks. "Well..." We see a close-up of St. Leonora's face. She's smiling, her eyes half closed as she watches the massacre. "Shall I give everyone a passing grade?" she asks. The girls are trapped, staring down a swarm of human cultists who want their blood, and you can see the absolute terror in their eyes. Suddenly, Saint Leonora descends like an angel, asking with a chilling smile if she should give everyone a passing grade. The cultists freeze, their faces twisting in confusion and shock at the saint's sudden appearance. The leader of the zealots snarls at her, calling her a bitch and realizing the biggest threat in the kingdom has finally arrived. Leonora just smiles calmly, explaining that since the heroes are her precious subordinates, it's only natural for her to step in and help. The cultist mocks her for coming without any guards, thinking she's just a defenseless woman they can easily overpower. She dismisses them like bugs, telling them they aren't even worthy of being called enemies, just amateurs seduced by a little bit of demon power. The leader screams, his eyes bulging as he orders his men to lunge forward. A dozen blades and spears thrust toward her at once, and it looks like she's about to be turned into a pincushion. But Leonora doesn't even move. She just stands there with a terrifyingly calm expression as the weapons stop inches from her skin. Her eyes curve into a malicious crescent, and her lips pull into a smirk that would make a demon sweat. "Prostrate!" she commands, and a massive wave of golden light explodes from her body, washing over the entire street. The cultists scream in agony as the pressure of her magic slams into them like a physical weight. They're pinned to the ground, faces mashed into the stone, completely unable to move a single muscle. Back on the roof, Reina watches in horror, realizing that this power is exactly like Kanzaki's, but on a whole different level. Leonora walks past the struggling men, telling Reina not to compare her refined skill to a low-level power like Kanzaki's. A golden aura covers the entire city block, showing the insane range and power of her domination magic. Reina stares at her, trembling, and asks the only question that matters. "Why did you save us?" The saint just tilts her head playfully, saying she already mentioned the passing grade, though she would have liked it more if they had finished the job themselves. Reina forces a smile, trying to thank her for the help, but the fear is still written all over her face. Leonora closes her eyes, acting like the perfect, caring leader, but you can feel the coldness radiating off her. One of the cultists tries to speak, his voice muffled by the dirt, but he's desperate for some kind of mercy. He begs her not to ignore them, asking what she plans to do now that they've been captured. She looks down at him like he's a piece of trash she forgot to throw away, surprised he's still breathing. Then the most heartless order comes out of her mouth. "Well then, everyone, kill them." The girls gasp as their bodies suddenly move against their will, their hands gripping their weapons tight. Their eyes are wide with shock as they realize they've been hijacked by the saint's magic. The girl in yellow raises her sword over a defenseless, crying man, her voice shaking as she begs herself to stop. The cultist looks up, tears streaming down his face, realizing his death is coming from someone who doesn't even want to kill him. The girl is sobbing, her face a mask of pure agony as her arm begins to descend. But the magic is too strong, forcing the blade down with lethal precision. A sickening splash of red fills the air. The innocence of the class has been permanently stained with blood. From a rooftop, Aragi and Kanzaki watch the execution in silence, their expressions grim. The entire square is filled with the screams of the students and the wet thuds of blades hitting flesh. Aragi notes to himself that this is domination magic level 3. It's not just a stop command, it's total puppetry. Kanzaki is visibly shaken, her voice trembling as she realizes the saint is a monster that makes the Demon King look like a joke. Aragi's purple eyes narrow. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead. He knows that if they ever want to be truly free, they'll have to find a way to kill a woman who can control their every move. Night falls over the capital, the castle looking like a beautiful tomb under the full moon. 12 hours later, the students are gathered in the palace hall, and the mood is absolutely suffocating. Aragi leans against a wall in the shadows, watching Reina as she stares blankly at the floor. Another student walks up, asking how everyone is holding up after the nightmare they just went through. Reina doesn't even look up, she just says that everyone is in a pretty bad state, and that's a massive understatement. The other girl just nods sadly, knowing that no amount of words can fix what was taken from them today. A male student clenches his fist in rage, swearing that he won't let the saint get away with forcing them to murder people. He asks Reina if she's okay since she was controlled too, and she just gives an annoyed sigh, trying to hide her own trauma. Midu stands in the center of the room, his head bowed as he whispers, "It's my fault." He's beating himself up, thinking that if he had just been faster, he could have saved everyone from that horror. His friends try to comfort him, telling him he shouldn't blame himself and that he's the reason many of them are even alive. Kanzaki looks on, her heart aching for him, still wishing they could have done something to change the outcome. Aragi speaks up from the shadows, bluntly telling her it wouldn't have mattered. None of them are strong enough to resist Leonora right now. He remembers how they split into groups to save as many as possible, but the saint was always one step ahead. We see a brief memory of the chaos. They saved some, but others were lost to the saint's cruel game before they could reach them. Aragi thinks that while the cultists are defeated for now, they are the least of their worries compared to the woman protecting them. He realizes that dwelling on the past is useless. There's a much bigger problem they need to solve immediately. He looks over at Kanzaki, his gaze sharp and focused. "Kanzaki," he says calmly, "can you come with me for a bit?" She looks surprised but follows him out of the hall, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the silent corridor. He leads her into a private room, and you can see Kanzaki is getting nervous, her heart pounding against her ribs. She peeks at him, wondering what could be so important that they had to leave the others behind. Aragi tells her straight up, he needs to find a way to beat Leonora's magic, and he needs someone with the same power to help him train. Kanzaki blushes but agrees, relieved that it's just training. Or at least, she thinks it is. She asks if he has a specific plan in mind as she looks at the bed in the room, her mind racing. Aragi turns to her with a dead serious expression. "Kanzaki, first, dominate me." Kanzaki's face turns bright red as she lets out a shocked scream. Fireworks explode over the city the next day, a bright and colorful lie to cover up the blood in the streets. The kingdom is throwing a massive parade, with bands playing and confetti falling everywhere to celebrate the heroes. The citizens cheer from their balconies, treating the students like celebrities because they repelled the cultists. Mido and Reina wave to the crowds, but you can see the fake smiles plastered on their faces. Aragi and Kanzaki walk side by side, both of them looking completely miserable and disgusted by the spectacle. Our boy Aragi thinks the whole thing is suspicious. It feels like a scripted play written by Leonora to boost her own power. He looks at the saint waving to the people and realizes she is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. The parade ends at the city gates, where the students are lined up in front of the royal guard. Leonora smiles at them, telling them it's time to head back to Temple City Alpha, the place they were first summoned. Kanzaki whispers that the city is basically Leonora's personal territory, meaning they're being sent back to her cage. Mido asks if she isn't coming with them, clearly still feeling a bit of that lingering trust in her. She claims she has matters to attend to after the attack, and leaves them in the hands of the veteran knight Gaius. Reina and Kanzaki share a dark joke about returning to their burned-down dorms, their laughter sounding hollow and forced. Suddenly, Reina stops, her eyes narrowing as she notices something off. She looks at Naomi, who is trembling and clutching her arms, her face a mask of pure trauma. Reina walks over, her voice soft as she asks the girl if she's all right. Naomi jumps, giving a shaky sorry and trying to act like she isn't falling apart inside. Leonora notices the scene and leans in with that fake, sweet voice, asking if something is the matter, and collapses, her knees buckling just from the sound of the saint's voice. Reina catches her, glaring at the saint, while Leonora just stands there looking concerned. The saint just turns around gracefully, saying she'll take her leave if everything is fine. Reina's face twists with pure, unadulterated rage. She screams at the saint's back. Leonora doesn't even stop walking. She just continues on as if Reina's anger is nothing more than a buzzing fly. A voice in the darkness tells Reina to stop, knowing that a public outburst right now would be suicide. Reina holds the sobbing Naomi close, her heart breaking for her friend and burning with hate for the saint. We get one more close-up of Leonora's mouth. That smug, satisfied smirk says she knows exactly what she's doing. She walks back into the castle, her long white hair flowing behind her like a shroud. Mido grits his teeth, his hand gripping his shield so hard the metal groans. Aragi stays quiet, his eyes cold and analytical, recording every detail for the day he finally strikes. Arashi, the red-haired rebel, smirks to himself. He's clearly got a much more violent plan in mind. Gaius barks an order, telling everyone they're departing now, his voice booming over the crowd. Night falls as the class travels along the mountain roads, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. The students set up camp, huddling around small fires and speaking in hushed, nervous tones. A pair of boots creeps through the grass, moving away from the light of the camp. It's Arashi and his crew. They're slipping into the dark forest, and they aren't planning on coming back empty-handed. Aragi sits by his own fire, poking the embers with a stick, seemingly uninterested in the world. But his red eyes are active. He's tracking Arashi's movements through the trees. Kanzaki sits next to him, nervous as she watches the rebels disappear. "They're really going to do it, aren't they?" she whispers. Aragi points out that Leonora is gone and there are only 30 weak soldiers on guard. It's the perfect time for a coup. He concludes that this is the best opportunity Arashi will ever get to kill Gaius and take control. His eyes glow in the firelight. He has no intention of stopping them. "I'm just going to enjoy the show," he says, his voice cold and detached. Deep in the woods, Gaius is walking with Arashi, who claims he saw a monster resembling a dragon nearby. Arashi acts confused, saying he was sure he spotted it somewhere around here to lure the old man deeper into the trap. Gaius is serious, thinking a dragon so close to the road would be a catastrophe that needs an immediate hunting squad. Suddenly, Arashi lets out a fake shout, pointing into the darkness. Gaius turns, drawing his sword in a flash, demanding to know where the beast is. But there is no dragon. Arashi is already in the air, his fist glowing with massive explosive energy. He screams, slamming his palm directly into the veteran knight's back. A massive explosion rocks the forest, but Gaius is fast. He uses a mana burst to leap away at the last second. The old man lands, coughing as blood pours down his face from a nasty head wound. He snarls at Arashi, calling him a bastard, while Arashi just scoffs that his maximum firepower wasn't enough to kill him. Arashi's eyes turn yellow and predatory as he realizes this is going to be a real fight. Gaius lunges forward, his speed insane for a man his age, his blade whistling through the air. Arashi just smiles, a click sound coming from his boots. A series of massive explosions erupt under Gaius's feet. The rebel laughs, reminding the old man that they were the ones who lured him here. Of course, it was a trap. Gaius is forced to one knee, panting heavily as blood drips from his armor onto the scorched earth. Arashi clenches his smoking fist, noting that Gaius used mana to shield himself, but it still hurt him badly. The knight looks at him with one eye, blood streaming down his face, saying he completely misjudged Arashi's ruthlessness. Arashi just spreads his arms wide. "Thank you," he says mockingly. "I don't care about tactics. I just want you dead." The rest of Arashi's crew emerges from the shadows, surrounding the wounded knight with their weapons drawn. Gaius stands up straight, holding his sword with a trembling hand, his resolve still unbroken. "Let's do this, guys!" Arashi screams. "Show no mercy! Make sure he's dead!" Gaius sighs, a look of grim understanding on his face. "I suppose there's no stopping you," he says quietly. Suddenly, Gaius raises his hand, and a bright blue orb of light shoots into the sky. It's not an attack, it's a signal flare, glowing with a blinding intensity that lights up the entire forest. Back at the camp, Midu and Kanzaki look up in wonder, asking what that beautiful light is. Aragi watches the flare from the shadows, his expression turning into one of pure disappointment. He clicks his tongue, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The signal flare from Gaius lights up the night sky like a blue sun, signaling a total emergency. Back at the camp, the royal soldiers realize Gaius has been gone too long and suspect he's being ambushed by someone in the class. They scramble, shouting for everyone to hurry and check out that light before it's too late. But before the first guard can even take a step, a blade flashes through the dark, ending his life instantly. Our guy Aragi steps out of the shadows, looking like a literal ghost as he wipes the blood from his dagger. The other guards are stunned, staring at their fallen comrade as Aragi stands there, completely unfazed by the group surrounding him. He moves with the speed of a predator, closing the distance and jamming his knife into the next guard's throat before the man can even draw his sword. Aragi's eyes are cold as ice as he tells them it's nothing personal, but for the mission to succeed, they all have to die. Blood sprays across the cobblestones as he dances through their ranks, a whirlwind of steel and lethal efficiency. One guard snarls, calling him a bastard and swinging a heavy blade at his head. Aragi just slips under the strike, his knife finding the gap in the man's armor with terrifying precision. His purple eyes glow as he monitors the battlefield, not showing a single drop of remorse for the lives he's taking. Another soldier lunges from behind, but Aragi senses the move and spins, delivering a fatal strike before the man can finish his shout. He parries a sword with his dagger, the sparks flying as he stares down the next victim with a predatory focus. He buries the blade deep into the soldier's chest, ignoring the man's desperate gasps for air. Standing over the bodies, Aragi looks like the ultimate predator, ready to clear the rest of the small fry before moving on to the main event. Two survivors stare at him in absolute horror, unable to understand why a hero candidate would act like a cold-blooded hitman. Aragi looms over them, telling them they don't have time for questions as he prepares to finish the job. Red streaks fill the screen as the remaining guards are dismantled in a blur of violence. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Arashi's rebellion is still in full swing against a wounded and bloody Gaius. Arashi's team isn't holding back, charging the veteran knight with everything they've got. Gaius is holding his own, parrying multiple attacks at once, but his age and injuries are clearly starting to catch up with him. One of the students, Narumi, channels a swirling green energy into his palm. The energy solidifies into a massive, glowing wind spear. "Wind lance!" he screams, launching the projectile straight at the old man's chest. Another student boosts the attack with an ally empowerment skill, making the wind lance glow with a destructive red aura. Gaius lets out a pained grunt as the shockwave of the blast nears him. The spear slams into the ground where Gaius was standing a split second before, creating a massive crater. Before the knight can recover, the heavy hitter of the group leaps high into the air, ready to crush him. Gaius looks up, his face covered in blood, and simply mutters that the boy is too slow. The student activates his steel body protection, but Gaius's blade still finds a way to cut through the defense like paper. Gaius curses these damn divine protections, realizing the students are getting stronger and more dangerous by the second. Arashi isn't done yet. He lunges forward with a crazed look in his eyes, his hand primed for an explosion. A massive blast rocks the clearing, sending a pillar of fire into the night sky. When the smoke clears, Gaius is still standing, but he's using his sword to keep himself upright. He's at his absolute limit, his white uniform stained dark with blood. The old man is panting, barely able to keep his eyes open as the students circle him like wolves. Arashi laughs, telling the old man he's pretty persistent, but it's time to finally lay down and die. One of the students looks at the signal flare still burning above, realizing the old man was just trying to buy time for backup. But a chilling, familiar voice echoes through the trees, saying there's no longer any need for that. Saint Leonora appears from the mist, looking down at Gaius with a fake, pitying smile. The rebels freeze, their hearts dropping into their stomachs as they realize the final boss has arrived early. Back at the camp, the soldiers Aragi didn't kill are tied up in glowing pink mana chains. Midu and the rest of the class find Kanzaki standing over the prisoners, and they're completely confused by what she's doing. Kanzaki just looks away, her face cold, saying she's simply following orders. Midu is stunned, since when did Kanzaki start taking orders from someone other than the kingdom? Reina is suspicious too, pointing out that Kanzaki usually ignores everyone, so this is a huge change. Aragi walks out of the dark, casually telling Midu that it's his orders she's following. He tells them he caught 7 of them and took care of the rest, his voice as flat as if he were talking about the weather. Midu's eyes widen in horror as he asks if Aragi actually killed them. Aragi bluntly confirms he didn't leave a single one alive. Kanzaki looks at Aragi, thinking he's as merciless as always, and it clearly unnerves her. Midu is vibrating with rage and confusion, demanding to know why Aragi would do something so extreme. Aragi explains that while Arashi is busy with Gaius, he figured he'd handle the small fry so the rebels didn't get overwhelmed. Midu grits his teeth, realizing that Arashi's rebellion is actually happening, and he had no idea. Reina is shocked too, asking if they're actually serious about this whole rebellion plan. Aragi gestures to the tied-up guards, telling them the answer is right in front of their faces. Midu grabs Aragi's cloak, his voice breaking as he asks if our boy has teamed up with the violent Arashi. Aragi just looks him in the eye and tells him he's just doing what he wants to do, he doesn't have allies. He tells Midu to stop bothering him and go find Arashi, because if that idiot fails, the whole class is dead. Midu realizes there's no time left for arguing, the forest is literally about to explode. He shouts for everyone to move, they have to stop this madness before it's too late. Our hero sprints into the woods, desperate to stop Arashi's group from crossing the point of no return. Suddenly, Midu steps forward, shouting for everyone to wait a moment before more blood is spilled. Back in the clearing, Leonora stands over a collapsed Gaius, telling him it's a shame to see such a legendary knight losing to kids. Gaius can only wheeze, admitting that his age has finally caught up to him, and he can't protect the saint anymore. Narumi asks Arashi what they should do now that the saint is here, and Arashi snarled that he's not about to tuck his tail and run. The other rebels are shaking, reminding Arashi that this woman controlled their bodies and forced them to murder people with a single word. Leonora laughs, explaining that her domination only works under certain conditions, like having a smaller mana pool than her. She mocks them, saying that because they always rely on their divine cheat skills instead of learning mana control, they are nothing but weaklings to her. Arashi's face turns bright red with fury as he calls her a cowardly bitch, betting she wouldn't win a head-on fight. Leonora's smirk disappears, replaced by a look of cold, murderous intent as she promises to break his fangs personally. Gaius tries to protest, begging her not to use her enslavement skill on the students, as it's too much even for her. She shuts him down instantly, reminding him with a terrifyingly calm voice that she is the saintess. She tells him that she is much more loved by God than these worthless outsiders could ever be. Arashi lets out a roar and charges her, but Gaius looks on with absolute dread, knowing what's coming. Leonora doesn't even move, she just raises a single hand toward the charging boy. She chants, and the ground beneath Arashi's feet erupts in a massive spire of rock. Arashi gasps, his eyes bulging as he's sent flying into the air by the raw power of the earth magic. "O wind," she continues, her voice sounding like a soft lullaby amidst the chaos. A massive tornado forms around Arashi, the pressure so intense he can feel his ribs starting to crack. He's tossed around like a ragdoll until Narumi uses a windburst of his own to catch him and soften the fall. The boxer of the group lunges at her next, but Leonora just whispers, "Oh, fire." A pillar of roaring flames erupts from the ground, engulfing the boy in a split second and making him scream in agony. She's not done yet. She raises her palm again and calls out, "Oh, water." A massive sphere of water manifests and slams into Narumi, pinning him to a tree. The boy is drowning on dry land, clawing at his throat as the water fills his lungs and he begs for help. She drops him, the water splashing onto the grass, as the entire rebel group lies broken and defeated at her feet. Midu and Reina finally arrive, their jaws dropping at the sight of their elite classmates being handled like children. Leonora looks at the newcomers with a playful smile, asking if they're already done fighting. She looks bored, as if putting down a revolution was just a mild distraction from her day. Arashi struggles to his feet, calling her a bitch one more time, but he's clearly at death's door. Suddenly, Midu steps forward, shouting for everyone to wait a moment before more blood is spilled. He and Reina's group stand between the rebels and the saint, their faces set in grim determination. Midu looks at the carnage, his mind racing to find a way to end this without everyone getting executed. He screams at Arashi to stop the fight, asking him what he could possibly hope to achieve by getting everyone killed. Arashi just spits blood, telling Midu that his pacifist methods are exactly why they're in this mess in the first place. Midu turns to the others, asking if they all really believe that violence is the only way out. Narumi looks down, admitting that while he hates the methods, he simply can't trust the kingdom anymore. Reina chimes in, telling Midu that if they're going to resist, they have to do it together, not as scattered groups. Midu's friend is horrified, crying out that solving problems with violence is just wrong. Midu is stuck in the middle, torn between his morals and the reality that the saint is about to slaughter them all. Leonora starts laughing, mocking them for fighting amongst themselves while her hand is literally on their throats. She tells them they are all responsible for the rebellion now, and she has no intention of forgiving any of them. The weight of her words hits them like a truck. They realize they've all been branded as enemies of the state. Midu looks at her in disbelief. She's actually going to wipe out the heroes she summoned herself. "O wind," she chants again, but this time she puts her full mana into it. A massive, horizontal tornado rips through the clearing, looking like a physical wall of death. Mido and Reina are forced to the ground, the pressure so high they can barely keep their eyes open. Narumi is crushed against the earth, crying out that the air itself is pushing him down like a giant's hand. The entire class is screaming, pinned to the forest floor as Leonora laughs at their pathetic struggle. Midu tries to stand, his teeth bared in a snarl, but he can't even get to one knee. The girls are crying, their bodies bruised and broken as they realize they're about to die in the middle of nowhere. Arashi manages to look at Midu, telling him to calm down and realize that nobody is dead yet. He screams that if Midu wants to protect everyone, he has to stop being a coward and resolve himself to kill. Midu looks at his hands, his blue energy blade flickering into life as he realizes Arashi is right. He gives a quiet, "That's right," his gaze hardening as he accepts the dark path ahead. Reina ignites her own flames, her face a mask of determination as she stands up beside the boys. The wind user joins them, admitting she hates this, but realizes it's their only chance to see tomorrow. The strongest members of the class line up together, facing down the Saint and Gaius for one final, desperate charge. Leonora is amused, telling them she's about to show them the true difference in their standing. The moon shines down on the clearing as the air turns static, with the sheer amount of mana being gathered. Hidden in the trees, Kanzaki asks Aragi what they should do now that the big fight is starting. Aragi's purple eyes flash with a cold, strategic light. He tells her he's waiting for the saint to use her enslavement magic, and the moment she does, he's joining the fight to end her. The moon hangs high over the forest, casting a cold light on a battlefield where the heroes are finally realizing they're just prey. Mana sparks in the air as the tension reaches a breaking point, the sound of the wind through the trees the only thing filling the silence. Leonora stands tall, looking down at the students like they're disobedient children while the wounded Gaius kneels at her side. Midu glares at her, his energy blade glowing bright blue as he prepares for a fight he knows he might not walk away from. Gaius struggles to his feet, apologizing for his weakness but swearing that he is still the saint's loyal knight until his last breath. Leonora raises a hand, a gentle green light washing over Gaius as she tells him she'll take care of all his wounds. It's a high-tier healing spell, and you can see the old man's shredded flesh and broken bones knitting back together in seconds. Gaius grips his sword hilt with a fresh, iron-tight grip, his strength completely restored by her magic. The rebels are horrified. They went through hell to bring the old man down, and now they have to do it all over again against the saint herself. Narumi, the wind user, stares in disbelief, realizing that all their effort was wiped away with a single wave of her hand. Reina steps forward, her fists wreathed in flames, trying to convince the others that they're still strong enough to handle both of them. Leonora just smiles that fake angelic smile, telling them they're free to try whenever they want. She tells them this battle is just another test, and if they can't defeat her, they don't deserve to be called heroes. "Let's go!" Midu screams, ordering everyone to cover him as he charges forward with everything he's got. He brings his glowing blade down, but clang! Gaius intercepts the strike, the impact sending sparks flying into the dark woods. Gaius's eyes widen in surprise as he feels the weight behind the blow. Midu isn't holding back anymore. The two swordsmen clash, their blades moving in a blur as they fight for control of the clearing. The old man thinks to himself that it's incredible Midu can cut through his defense so easily now, sensing the boy's growth. Leonora decides to end the games and chants, "Ice," manifesting hundreds of sharp shards that hover in the air around her. She commands the ice to pierce her targets, and a rain of lethal frozen knives hammers down on the students. Reina counters with a blast of melting fire, trying to incinerate the shards before they turn her classmates into pincushions. Leonora just laughs, asking if that's really all they've got after all that big talk about rebellion. Midu is forced to use his shield to block the remaining ice, the pressure pushing him back as he curses under his breath. Narumi shouts Midu's name, seeing the hero struggling as the saint's magic begins to overwhelm them. The girl with telekinesis screams, lifting a massive boulder into the air and launching it at Leonora's head. Narumi adds his wind control to the mix, spinning the rocks into a high-speed projectile to maximize the damage. A barrage of earth and wind slams into the saint's position, creating a massive explosion of dust and debris. For a second, they think they actually hit her, their eyes searching the smoke for any sign of a hit. But as the dust settles, Leonora is standing there completely unharmed, a pinkish barrier shimmering around her. The massive boulders just crumble and fall at her feet, looking like they hit a wall made of pure steel. She tells them she is adored by God, and because of that, their divine protections and petty techniques will never affect her. In the shadows, Aragi scans her with his skill. Leonora has Mana S, skill summoning level 5, and a saint protection at level 5. He realizes that even though her defense stat is low, she's basically invincible because of that passive barrier, and Gaius is standing in the way of any physical strike. Arashi lunges at Gaius with a kick, realizing his explosions aren't doing the job anymore. Gaius blocks it easily, mocking Arashi for resorting to physical strikes because he's too exhausted to use his destruction blast. Arashi just smirks, telling the old man he doesn't need his main skill to take him down. He shouts at Midu to focus on that woman while he keeps the veteran knight occupied. Midu nods, but he's worried. If divine protections don't work, even his ultimate energy sword will just bounce off her. Suddenly, a student tosses him a blunt wooden training sword, yelling for him to use that instead. The student collapses, exhausted, but he's given Midu the only weapon that might actually bypass a skill-negating barrier. Midu catches it, discarding his energy blade, which makes Leonora smile like she's watching a comedy. He remembers Aragi's words about others counting on him, and resolves himself to defeat the Saintess once and for all. Midu leaps into the air, the wind whistling past him as he aims a heavy strike at her head. Leonora doesn't even look up, she just waves her hand, sending a pulse of pink energy to swat him away. Midu is sent skidding across the dirt, barely holding on to his wooden sword as she continues to toy with him. He keeps charging, over and over, his movements becoming more desperate as the saint effortlessly repels every single approach. The other students watch in despair, realizing that if divine protections are useless, they are literally just regular teenagers against a god. Reina grits her teeth, admitting they'll only be a hindrance if they jump in now, feeling completely powerless. Meanwhile, Arashi is still trading blows with Gaius, but the knight's experience is starting to win out. Arashi swings a heavy punch, but Gaius slips it and catches him with a counter that sends the rebel reeling. Gaius slams his palm into Arashi's chest, the force of the blow knocking the air right out of the boy's lungs. Arashi hits the ground hard, his trench coat torn, and his face covered in fresh bruises. He huffs, realizing that even with healed wounds, Gaius hasn't regained his full strength, but he's still a monster. Gaius towers over him, telling Arashi he's reached the point where he can't even use his divine protection anymore. Back at the main fight, Leonora launches a barrage of fireballs that look like miniature suns, aiming directly at Midu. Midu barely leaps over the blast, the heat singing his hair as the forest behind him turns into an inferno. He realizes this is pointless. If he can't get close, she's eventually going to just crush him to death from a distance. His eyes glow with a new intensity as he searches his soul for some other way, any way, to reach the Saintess and end this nightmare. The clearing is silent for a split second, the wreckage of the forest surrounding them like a graveyard. Leonora praises him for his durability, admitting that not many in this nation could survive her attacks for this long. Midu knows he's in a one-sided battle. At this distance, she has all the advantages, and he's just a target. He looks at Reina and the others, realizing they can't help him because their powers are blocked by her presence. He decides he has no choice but to use force and move faster than he's ever moved in his entire life. Leonora's eyes widen as she senses a sudden, massive shift in Midu's mana. The boy is evolving in the middle of the fight. The ground beneath his feet literally shatters as he launches himself forward, a shockwave rippling through the clearing. Leonora quickly chants wind, trying to create a barrier of gale force air to stop his momentum. She sends a wall of wind blades at him, but Midu doesn't even flinch as he prepares his next move. Suddenly, Midu vanishes from sight, leaving nothing but a blue trail of light behind him. He's in the air, moving so fast that he's practically teleporting, closing the gap that Leonora thought was safe. The Saintess panics for the first time, slamming her hands down to activate her next elemental spell. "Sink!" she screams, turning the ground beneath Midu into a pool of quicksand to trap his feet. Midu's eyes flash with shock as he feels his legs being pulled into the earth, his speed suddenly dropping. Leonora shouts, and a pillar of flames erupts from the quicksand, engulfing the hero in a roaring inferno. Reina screams his name, thinking she's watching her friend be burned alive in front of her eyes. Leonora sighs, thinking the boy was gathering all his strength for one final attack, but ultimately failed. She calls his talent terrifying, but notes that at this moment she is still superior to any student. Meanwhile, Gaius looks down at Arashi, his sword pointed at the boy's throat as the rebel struggles to breathe. Arashi thinks to himself that he can't use his explosions anymore, and wonders how the hell he's supposed to defeat a veteran like this. Gaius snarls, telling him his hesitation is written all over his face before lunging in for the kill. A massive spray of blood fills the air as a blade finds its mark, but something is wrong. Arashi gasps as the sword pierces his shoulder, his eyes wide with rage that he's losing to a battered old man. Gaius looks down at him with cold pity, telling him that without his divine protection, he's just an amateur. Arashi's vision starts to go dark, and he whispers to himself that this is different from anything he's faced before. We see a flashback to his life on Earth, where he was a thug fighting in the streets with a baseball bat, always coming out on top. He roars that he doesn't need his explosion power to show everyone just how strong he is. Gaius is stunned as Arashi literally grabs the blade embedded in his shoulder, holding it in place with his bare hand. "How are you still standing?" the old man yells, unable to believe the boy's insane pain tolerance. Arashi just gives a bloody grin, the heat from his anger alone starting to make his clothes smoke. He winds up a massive punch, his knuckles white as he ignores the blood pouring from his wound. He slams his fist directly into Gaius's face, the impact cracking the veteran's nose and sending him flying back. Gaius is tossed through the air like a rag doll, his sword slipping from his hand as he loses consciousness. The strongest knight in the kingdom hits the ground, his face a mess of blood and broken teeth. Arashi pants heavily, a crazed look in his eyes as he shouts. Back at the main fight, a dark aura surrounds Midu as he remembers why he's fighting. He thinks of his friends back at the school, laughing and being happy before this world stole their peace. The flames around him suddenly turn blue as he activates his full power, lightning arcing across his armor. Leonora is genuinely impressed, calling him quite durable as he emerges from the fire completely unscratched. "Let's go," Midu says, his voice like thunder, as Leonora tells him no matter how many times he tries, he can't get close to her. Midu vanishes again, but this time he's moving even faster, his form blurring into a streak of blue lightning. In a split second, Midu appears behind Leonora, his wooden sword swinging through the air. Leonora stumbles forward, a look of absolute shock on her face, as blood drips onto the scorched grass. She looks down at her arm. There's a shallow cut on her skin. Midu actually managed to draw blood. She wonders if she let her guard down, but quickly realizes that isn't it. The boy's speed has simply surpassed her reaction time. Midu stands behind her, his chest heaving, his blue eyes glowing with a terrifying righteous fury. Leonora's expression shifts from surprise to a cold, jagged hatred that would make a demon weep. She screams, creating a massive wall of frozen spikes between them to push him back. Midu shatters the ice with his bare hands, refusing to let her escape his reach now that he's found a weakness. He lunges again, but Leonora is already gathering a massive amount of mana, the air around her starting to turn black. She realizes that this boy is different from the other heroes. He's a genuine threat to her throne. She notes that he didn't just let her guard down, he was able to close the gap between them in a literal instant. She recognizes the skill as shrinking earth, and mockingly tells him that to receive the power he desired most means he is adored by God as well. Midu screams that he only wished for the power to protect everyone he loves. He launches one final all-or-nothing strike, his sword inches away from Leonora's throat, but even with his new speed, it's not enough to overcome the Saintess's ultimate trump card. "Prostrate," she commands, her voice amplified by level 3 domination magic. Midu's body locks up instantly, and he's slammed into the dirt with enough force to crack his ribs, unable to move a single finger. Leonora stands over him, her shadow looming like a monster, as she tells him he left her with no other choice but to enslave him. From the shadows, Aragi narrows his eyes, his purple gaze fixed on the Saintess. Midu is pinned to the dirt, the saint's overwhelming gold aura crushing the life out of him. Leonora looks down with a sadistic, mocking smile, surprised she even had to use her enslaving magic on someone like him. Midu grits his teeth, cursing under his breath as the magical pressure forces his face into the ground. Reina and the others can only watch in horror, screaming out Midu's name as their last hope is snuffed out. The saint's voice rings out like a divine command, telling everyone not to move a single muscle. The magic hits like a physical wall, freezing Reina and the other students in place as they gasp in shock. Arashi struggles, his body refusing to obey him, while Leonora casually tells them they've all earned a passing grade. She closes her eyes, acting like a disappointed mother who just had to discipline her rowdy children. She walks past the unconscious knight Gaius, calling him replaceable as long as she has her hero candidates under her thumb. Arashi stares at her with pure hatred, realizing they were walking into a trap from the very second they were summoned. Midu lies in the mud, feeling completely helpless without a countermeasure against her absolute control. Leonora explains the cold truth: the only reason they were summoned was because she knew she could control them, otherwise they'd just be a threat to her empire. Suddenly, 3 black tactical knives cut through the air with lethal precision. Leonora chants, and a massive pillar of earth erupts from the ground to shield her at the last second. The knives thud harmlessly into the dirt, but the silence of the forest has been broken. Leonora smiles, revealing she knew Aragi was hiding there the whole time, the ordinary boy who killed her favorite slave. Aragi steps out of the shadows, his hood up, looking completely unfazed as he stands before the woman who just enslaved his entire class. Leonora admits there was always something weird about him. His calm demeanor didn't fit someone with a trash protection skill. She calls him a disappointment for walking out into a battle he clearly can't win. Aragi's eyes glow with a cold purple light as he tells her that he is the one who decides whether a battle is winnable or not. Leonora's smirk widens, daring him to show her what he's got. She screams the command, "Don't move," and the golden rings of enslaving magic wrap tightly around Aragi's body. Aragi looks down at the glowing energy binding his arms and legs, calmly analyzing the sensation of the magic. Leonora raises her hand, gloating that as long as this magic is active, she is. Suddenly, a hole opens up in her shoulder, and blood sprays across her white dress. The sound of a gunshot echoes through the trees, and Aragi's Beretta 92 FS smokes in his hand. Aragi lowers the gun slightly, looking a bit annoyed that he missed her vitals, but giving her credit for moving at the last second. Leonora staggers back, clutching her bleeding shoulder in pure disbelief that he could move under her command. Without a word, Aragi's finger moves back to the trigger. Another shot rings out, and Leonora lets out a sharp cry as she's hit again. She panics, realizing her magical defenses can't keep up with whatever this invisible, high-speed weapon is. Aragi tells her bluntly that this is a tool designed to kill the most people in his world, and he's only using it now because he's running low on ammo. Leonora tries to steady her breathing, desperately chanting "Oh fire" to incinerate the threat in front of her. The flames erupt, reflecting in Aragi's calm, detached eyes. The fire swallows Aragi whole, and Leonora laughs, thinking he finally dropped his guard. But as the flames die down, she realizes she only burned his empty cloak. The color drains from her face as she feels a cold presence right behind her. Aragi is standing there, his gun pressed firmly against the back of her head, commanding her not to move. He tells her he knew she was useless at close range just by watching her fight Midu, and her enslaving magic is worthless against him. When she asks why, he just smirks, admitting that he took a massive gamble and won. We flash back to a quiet room where Aragi is talking to Kanzaki. He asks her to do something insane, use her boop skill on him right now. Kanzaki jumps back, hitting the wall in total shock at the request. Her face turns bright red as she stutters, completely misinterpreting why he'd want her to dominate him. Aragi looks at her like she's an idiot, telling her to stop spouting nonsense and listen. He explains his research. He hasn't found much on enslaving magic, but he found something even better. The rule is simple. The first skill cast on a person takes priority and blocks any newer skills from taking hold. Kanzaki finally catches on. If she dominates him first, Leonora won't be able to. Aragi confirms it's a strong possibility, especially since divine protections are supposed to be higher tier than standard magic. Kanzaki is still worried because her skill level is only 1, while Leonora's is much higher. Aragi brings up their stats, showing Kanzaki's level 1 against Leonora's level 3. Kanzaki fears that even with the priority rule, she'll just lose control of him the moment Leonora tries to take over. Aragi thinks the odds of that are actually low. He remembers the spy steady and how his magic overruled Kanzaki's because he cast it first. He's betting his life that the same principle applies to the saint. He looks Kanzaki in the eye, telling her it's a gamble he's willing to take. His main concern was how much freedom he'd actually have while being dominated by Kanzaki. Back in the present, Leonora's eyes widen as she realizes Kanzaki is the one who helped him pull this off. Aragi tightens his grip on the Beretta, noting that she finally figured it out. He confirms that he is currently under Kanzaki's domination status, making him immune to her commands. Leonora seethes with rage, clicking her teeth at being outsmarted by such a cheap trick. Aragi doesn't care about her pride. He tells her this is the end. The hammer of the gun clicks back as he prepares to finish the mission. Leonora gasps as she's shoved to the ground, her royal dignity completely shattered. She looks down at her wrists, realizing she's been locked in heavy metal handcuffs that have completely sealed her magic power. Aragi explains that he got those cuffs from the Demon King's army, and they're designed to drain every drop of mana from her body. Leonora looks up at him, her golden eyes narrowed as she asks what he actually plans to do with her. Aragi gestures casually, offering her a simple deal: send them all back to Earth right now, and he'll let her live. Leonora looks away, admitting that she literally can't do that. She can summon people, but sending them back requires a completely different magic. Aragi's eyes turn red as he checks her status, confirming that she's telling the truth for once. He calls her out on her lies, asking why she promised they could go home after defeating the Demon King if she knew it was impossible. She reveals that the summoning ritual required so much power they had to rely on God to pull them from their world. The class listens in shock as she explains that only God can send them back once their duty is finished. Aragi looks skeptical, asking why she sounds so unsure about it. Leonora hesitates, her face pale. She reveals a dark secret: they have summoned many hero candidates before this class. Aragi's eyes go cold as he asks the obvious question: what happened to all those people? Leonora admits they were all slaughtered by the Demon King's army, and if there are survivors, they've been missing for a long time. Aragi sighs, closing his eyes, hearing that makes him lose any interest in fighting her war. Leonora tries to manipulate him, claiming they'll be invaded anyway, so they'll have to fight whether they like it or not. Aragi realizes they're trapped in a game with no good options. Leonora smiles, thinking she's regained the upper hand by proving they need the Empire's support. She asks him to release her, pretending like they can still work together. Aragi just stares at her for a moment, saying, "I see." In one smooth motion, he pulls a combat knife and swings it down toward her neck. "Wait a minute!" Midu screams, lunging forward and grabbing Aragi's arm at the last second. Aragi glares at him, asking why he's being so naive after everything that's happened. Midu desperately argues that he cooperated because he believed Leonora was their only ticket home. He still wants to believe she can find a way to help them. Aragi points out the obvious: they're already traitors in the eyes of the kingdom. Leonora quickly pipes up, agreeing with Midu's correct thinking. She stands there looking pathetic, watching the two boys argue over her life. She puts on a fake, gentle smile, promising to pretend this whole rebellion never happened today. Aragi looks at his classmates, seeing their hesitation, but he knows she's too dangerous to leave alive. He knows the moment she's free, she'll kill Kanzaki and everyone else who dared to defy her. Midu continues his speech, worried about the trouble they'll face if they kill Asantess. The other girls join in, fearing that they won't be able to fight the Demon King if they become wanted criminals. Reina agrees but suggests they find a way to make sure she keeps her promises. Arashi is the only one who takes Aragi's side, shouting that they can't trust a single word she says. Midu looks conflicted, asking what they're supposed to do after she's dead. Aragi looks at the crowd of terrified teenagers and realizes Midu is just trying to protect everyone's future. But Aragi knows that in this world, there are decisions that can't be made lightly. A sudden, deafening bang cuts through the debate. Smoke rises from the barrel of Aragi's gun as Midu and the class freeze in absolute silence. Leonora's eyes go wide, a perfect bullet hole appearing right in the center of her forehead. The Saintess of the Kingdom collapses into the dirt, dead before she even hits the ground. The students gasp and scream, their faces contorted in pure, unadulterated horror. Midu roars Aragi's name, his eyes full of betrayal and rage. Before anyone can move, Aragi pulls the pin on a flashbang grenade and tosses it at their feet. A blinding light and thick smoke fill the clearing as Aragi's silhouette fades into the trees, telling Midu, farewell. Midu coughs and covers his eyes, cursing as he falls to his knees, wondering why Aragi would do this. One of the girls snarls that it's unforgivable that he killed her before they could even decide. Reina sighs, calling him a man who only thinks about himself. Arashi looks toward the forest, a strange knowing expression on his face. Kanzaki walks toward the body, her eyes trembling as she looks down at the dead Saintess. She realizes that everything is playing out exactly how Aragi said it would. We flash back to their secret meeting one last time. Aragi leans against a tree, laying out his final plan to Kanzaki. The first goal was to capture Leonora and find a way home, but he had a backup plan. If it was impossible to go home, he told her straight up that he would kill her. Kanzaki had agreed, but she was worried about what would happen next. Aragi knew Midu would try to protect the Saintess to maintain their status as heroes. He told her that at that point, he would kill her and run away alone. Kanzaki was horrified, asking if he was really planning to bear the sin of killing a Saintess all by himself. Aragi confirmed it, explaining that he left some of her subordinates alive so they could testify against him. He tells Kanzaki this is where she has to be strong. She needs to use her dawn to make sure the class is blamed for nothing. Kanzaki looks at him with sadness, asking what will happen to him if he takes all the heat. Back in the present, Kanzaki looks up at the full moon, her heart heavy with the weight of Aragi's sacrifice. The class stands around the body, lost and confused, while Aragi is already miles away. The moon turns a sinister shade of blood red, reflecting off the clouds. Deep in the heart of enemy territory, a dark, Gothic castle looms under the cursed sky. A voice rasps out the words, "Hero candidates," with a terrifying hunger. The voice mocks them, calling them people from another world who are loved by God. A hooded figure kneels before a throne, reporting that all the previous efforts of the humans have been in vain. A massive demon with a single horn and a glowing green eye smirks from the shadows. This is Wimberg, the King of Wind, and he's thrilled that the war is finally getting interesting. The sun beats down on a new day, but for our boy Aragi, the heat is the least of his problems. He's been trekking through the dense forest for 48 hours straight, his hood pulled low as he sticks to the shadows. He stops at a stream to splash some cold water on his face, trying to wash away the exhaustion of being a marked man. It's been 2 days since he executed the saint, and according to his map, he's finally closing in on a major city. He scales a nearby cliff to get a better vantage point, looking out over the horizon as the wind whips against his cloak. He spots the city walls in the distance, estimating it'll take him about half a day to reach the gates on foot. By the time the moon rises, the quiet town is locked up tight, its stone walls looking like a fortress in the dark. Aragi stays low in the tall grass, moving like a predator as he approaches the perimeter. He knows there's zero chance a saint killer walks through the front gate without being recognized, so he's doing this the hard way. With a sharp clink, he tosses a grappling hook and hauls himself up the sheer stone surface with practiced ease. His boots hit the top of the wall with a faint thud, his movements silent as he slips into the city undetected. Standing on the rooftops, he realizes his first priority is cold, hard cash, because you can't survive on a mission with an empty wallet. He jingles the small pouch of coins he managed to scavenge, but it's barely enough for a decent meal. The loot he took from those royal guards was pathetic, and he needs a more sustainable way to fund his life on the run. He spots a tavern sign down the street and figures it's the perfect place to start. Taverns are the heart of gossip and easy money. Inside, the place is buzzing with rowdy adventurers and travelers, the air thick with the smell of ale and roasted meat. The locals are laughing and drinking, completely unaware that a world-class assassin just walked through the door. Aragi slams his pack down at the bar, his eyes cold and uninterested in the festive atmosphere. He orders a glass of ale and enough food to stop his stomach from growling, keeping his hood up to hide his face. A drunk traveler next to him takes a noisy gulp and asks if he's a new face in town. Aragi plays it cool, telling the guy he was forced to leave his home and is currently looking for some work. The drunk assumes Aragi is just another refugee fleeing the Demon King's army and offers a look of pity. Aragi lets him believe the lie, silently asking if there's any work in the city that doesn't require an official ID. The bartender slides a frothy mug over and suggests he try his luck as an adventurer. Aragi stares into his drink, wondering what kind of adventures this world actually has to offer. The bartender explains that it's mostly just killing magical beasts for the local guild branch. The drunk traveler warns him that if he's weak, he'll get eaten alive. But then he pauses, noticing Aragi doesn't exactly look like a helpless newbie. Aragi takes a sip, thinking that if it's just beasts, he can handle it without breaking a sweat. He looks the bartender in the eye and asks how exactly one goes about joining this guild. It's simple. Just head to the center of town and register. The guild is so desperate for meat for the grinder, they won't ask too many questions. Aragi notices the bartender knows a lot about the life, and the man admits he's a retired adventurer with a bad knee. A plate of hot chicken and stew is set before him, and for a second, Aragi finally gets a moment of peace. The next morning, the bright sun spills through the window of a cheap inn. Aragi wakes up with a groggy grunt, his neck popping with a loud crack as he stretches out the knots from sleeping on the road. He pulls on a clean shirt, revealing a lean, scarred physique built for nothing but combat. He checks out at the front desk, telling the receptionist he might be sticking around for a while. She gives him a bright, cheerful smile, happy to have a paying customer in these dark times. As he walks out and the door slams shut, he realizes she didn't react to his face at all. He remembers that this world doesn't have cameras or printers, news travels slow, and his face isn't on a wanted poster yet. The sky is a clear, taunting blue, a stark contrast to the darkness he's been living in. He arrives at the Adventurers Guild, staring up at the massive crest of crossed swords on the front of the building. He pushes the heavy doors open with a loud creak, walking into a room full of veterans and mercenaries. An axe-wielding warrior laughs with his teammate, the air full of the sound of weapon maintenance and boasting. A scarred veteran and a mage study a map, their faces serious as they plan their next hunt. Aragi spots the reception desk and starts heading over, ignoring the stares of the other hunters. He tells the woman at the counter he wants to register, and she informs him it'll cost 1 silver coin. He slides the coin across the wood, the metal ringing out in the quiet lobby. She pulls out a feather pen and asks for his name, age, and where he's from. Aragi hesitates for a split second, knowing his real name is basically a death sentence now. Siren, he says, giving his age as 17 and claiming his hometown was wiped out by demons. The receptionist scribbles it down, her pen scratching against the parchment as she formalizes his entry. Aragi thinks to himself how ironic it is that he's using his professional assassin codename in a fantasy world. The woman slams a magical seal onto the paper with a heavy thump, and just like that, he's officially in the system. She points to a chart on the wall explaining the rank system from the rookie F rank all the way up to the elite A rank. Since he's new, he's starting at the very bottom, but she tells him he can climb the ranks by completing quests. She gestures toward a crowded bulletin board covered in various requests and bounties. She suggests he start with something easy, but Aragi is already moving, his mind set on efficiency. He scans the board, looking past the gathering missions and searching for something with a bit more bite. His eyes land on a quest for kobold subjugation. Sounds like a decent warm-up. He's never seen a kobold before, but he figures they bleed just like anything else, and rips the paper off the board. A voice sneers behind him, as 3 thugs block his path, mocking him for thinking he can handle monsters. Aragi doesn't even look up, his eyes narrowing as he wonders why there are always idiots looking for a fight. The guild falls quiet as the trio of bullies towers over Aragi, trying to intimidate the new guy in front of the whole room. Aragi thanks them for the warning in a voice as dry as bone, asking them to kindly get out of his face. The leader with the eye patch gets heated, his friend cracking his knuckles as they call him a cocky little brat. The other adventurers in the guild whisper and sigh, having seen these guys bully newbies 1,000 times before. The leader leans in close, his breath smelling like cheap liquor as he yells that Aragi needs a lesson. He reaches out to grab Aragi's collar, but in a blur of motion, Aragi catches the man's wrist and twists. Aragi's purple eyes are cold and predatory, his grip like a steel vise as the bully's face turns pale. The man screams for Aragi to let go, his tough guy act evaporating in a single second. Everything goes dark as Aragi moves with terrifying speed, his silhouette flickering like a ghost. The leader panics and shouts for his buddies to jump in and teach this kid some respect. They lunged forward with weapons drawn, but Aragi isn't even looking at them, he's already 10 steps ahead. A massive fist swings toward Aragi's face, but he just tilts his head, the wind of the punch barely ruffling his hair. There's a sudden whoosh of air, and the bullies find themselves swinging at nothing but shadows. With a loud thud, the pink-haired brute is sent flying, his body slamming into the floor as he groans in pain. The other two tumble over each other like bowling pins, the crowd watching in stunned silence as the newbies humbles the veterans. Aragi doesn't even break his stride, walking past their groveling bodies while looking over his quest paper. He thinks to himself that if these guys are average adventurers, then this world's power level is even lower than he thought. He walks out the front doors with a confident slam, ready to get this quest over with so he can get paid. He heads deep into the woods, the canopy overhead blocking out most of the midday sun. The forest is quiet, but Aragi's instincts are screaming that he's being watched by something primitive. He remembers the quest details, knowing a kobold hideout should be right around this sector. Suddenly, his eyes snap to a disturbance in the brush, his pupils dilating as he locks onto a target. He finds a set of fresh paw prints in the mud, the trails still wet and leading deeper into the thicket. He follows the tracks, noticing they're definitely not human, and they're moving with a certain pack-like coordination. He stops in a small clearing, sensing the presence of multiple creatures hidden in the surrounding trees. His purple eyes pulse with a sharp ping as his judgment skill activates, scanning the area for heat signatures. They're not alone, he whispers to himself, feeling the tension in the air tighten like a bowstring. Suddenly, a massive, wolf-headed beast jumps from the shadows, its eyes glowing white and a rusted sword in its hand. The kobold lunges with a savage snarl, its blade whistling as it tries to cleave Aragi in half. Aragi notices the sword looks like it was stolen from a human soldier, the metal chipped and stained with old blood. Another beast leaps from behind with a wooden club, letting out a guttural scream of "G-A-double-A!" Aragi drops into a low crouch, his hand brushing the ground as he prepares to counter. He moves his hand in a lightning-fast arc, catching a handful of dirt and throwing it right into the monster's eyes, as it's blinded, stumbling back and leaving its neck wide open. Aragi doesn't hesitate, spinning into a kick that knocks one back while he draws his knife to gut the other. The first monster hits the dirt with a heavy thump, its body twitching as Aragi's strike lands with surgical precision. He grips the stolen sword he just took from the beast, the hilt feeling heavy and balanced in his gloved hand. With a brutal squelch, he drives the blade through a kobold's chest, dark blood spraying across the forest floor. He spins around as more monsters emerge, his eyes cold and focused as he cuts through their ranks like a reaper. He hurls a pair of tactical knives into the shoulders of another beast, the blades sinking in with a dull thud. The clearing is soon littered with the bodies of the pack, the ferocious monsters looking like nothing but trash in front of a real pro. His eyes glow blood red as he uses one last time to make sure there are no survivors hiding in the brush. He scans a corpse, seeing its stats, level 22, but with pathetic agility and strength compared to a summoned hero. Later that day, Aragi walks back into the Adventurers Guild, and the entire room stops to stare at him again. He drops a massive, blood-stained sack onto the reception desk with a heavy thud. He calmly tells the receptionist that these are the ears she asked for as proof of the subjugation. The woman's jaw drops as she looks at the sheer number of trophies, asking if he really did all of this alone. Yes, Aragi replies simply, noting that hunting them was easy, but finding their hideout was a bit of a chore. He thinks to himself that while he can fight, his exploration skills still need work if he wants to rank up faster. The other adventurers start whispering in disbelief, wondering if this newbie is actually a high ranker in disguise. The receptionist flurries around in a panic, telling him to wait while she prepares his massive reward. By the time Aragi leaves, the crescent moon is high in the sky, casting a pale glow over the city streets. A heavy bag of coins is tossed his way, the sound of gold clinking together music to his ears. He catches it with one hand, feeling the weight and realizing he finally has enough to plan his next move. He thinks about how easy it is to earn money by just hunting these low-level pests. He decides he'll stay in this city for a while, building up his funds and his network. If he can establish himself in the guild, he'll have access to all the information he needs to stay one step ahead of the kingdom. A voice calls out from the darkness, and Aragi stops dead in his tracks. A tall, muscular man is leaning against a wall, and Aragi can instantly tell this guy is on a completely different level than the guild thugs. The man introduces himself as Lyle, a B-rank adventurer and the one who actually runs this branch of the guild. Aragi just gives him a bored look, asking, "And?" as he keeps his hand near his weapon. Lyle cracks his knuckles with a sinister smirk, telling Siren that he heard he gave his men a real hard time today, and he doesn't look like he's there for a friendly chat. Lyle towers over Aragi, his knuckles cracking with a menacing sound. He's convinced Aragi is just some cocky newbie who beat up his men for no reason. Aragi doesn't even blink. He calmly tells the B-ranker that his men were the ones who started the fight in the first place. Lyle isn't having it. He screams at Aragi to stop lying, lunging forward with a finger pointed like a weapon. Aragi just sighs, closing his eyes for a split second. He's seen this 1,000 times. Some guy who thinks his rank makes him untouchable. Lyle charges in like a bull, shouting that he's going to teach this brat a lesson he'll never forget. He swings a heavy, lumbering punch directly at Aragi's head. Aragi shifts his head by a fraction of an inch, the fist whistling past him as he stares at Lyle with a look of pure boredom. Lyle is stunned but refuses to quit, screaming, "Not yet!" as he tries to follow up with another strike. He pivots his weight for a massive haymaker, putting everything he has into the swing. Aragi doesn't even move his arms. He just sticks his foot out and trips Lyle right in the middle of his big move. Lyle hits the stone floor with a pathetic, his dignity crumbling faster than a sandcastle. Aragi walks past him, critiquing his form like a bored teacher. He tells Lyle his speed is okay, but his movements are way too big and full of openings. Lyle scrambles to his feet, fueled by pure rage, and tries to grab Aragi from behind. In a flash, Aragi reverses the grip, slams Lyle into the ground, and pins him there with zero effort. He stares down at the B-ranker, noting that it's obvious he's only used to fighting monsters, not humans. Lyle grits his teeth, asking why someone with this much power would even bother messing around with his low-level men. Aragi lets him go, repeating that the whole thing was just a big misunderstanding. The moon hangs high in the sky as the tension finally starts to settle down. They head back to the tavern, the rowdy sounds of the pub acting as a backdrop for their conversation. Lyle slams his head onto the table, shouting an apology at the top of his lungs. The whole tavern stares as the branch head grovels in front of an F-rank newbie over a table full of food. Lyle looks up, his face full of regret for believing his men's lies without checking the facts first. The 3 bullies are on their knees behind him, trembling with massive bumps on their heads after Lyle gave them a corrective beating. Lyle barks at them to apologize to Aragi immediately. They press their heads to the floor, screaming their apologies while shaking in their boots. Aragi tells them to forget about it, but he's not here for an apology. He has some serious questions that need answering. Lyle's mood flips instantly. He's so impressed by Aragi's strength that he promises to answer anything he can. Aragi takes a slow sip of his drink, reminding Lyle that he's just a traveler. He explains that his only goal as an adventurer is to save up enough money to keep moving. But then his tone gets serious as he mentions he has another, more specific reason for being here. Lyle stops eating, acknowledging that with Aragi's ridiculous power, he must be after something big. Aragi takes one more drink, the quiet of the room making his next words hit harder. He tells Lyle straight up he's looking for a way to travel to another world. Lyle and the eye-patch bully nearly choke on their drinks, their eyes bulging out of their heads. The bullies whisper to each other, wondering if that's even possible, but then they remember the heroes were summoned from somewhere else. Aragi confirms it. He's looking for the specific method used to reach the home world of those hero candidates. Lyle rubs his chin, thinking hard. He admits he's not a magic expert, but he knows someone who might be. Aragi leans in, hoping Lyle has at least one solid lead on this impossible info. Lyle mentions a name that carries a lot of weight, the sage Albana. Aragi's eyes sharpen. A sage? That sounds exactly like the kind of person who'd know the secrets of the universe. Lyle explains that Albana is an ancient elf who used to advise the entire country. Aragi remembers reading about him in the palace library. Elves are legendary recluses who live deep in the forest, and Albana is the only one who ever stepped out into the human world. Lyle adds that the guy is over 100 years old and is rumored to be the greatest spellcaster in history. Aragi thinks to himself that if anyone can reverse a summoning spell, it's an elf with high spirit affinity. The eye-patch bully asks if the sage is even still alive, since no one has seen him in years. He points out that there haven't been any rumors or sightings for a long time. Lyle just laughs it off, saying he honestly doesn't know for sure. He apologizes for not having anything more concrete, but Aragi stops him right there. Aragi takes a final swig of ale, telling Lyle that the name alone is more than enough for him to work with. He stands up, noting that it's getting late and he needs to get some rest at the inn. But before he leaves, Aragi pauses, a cold curiosity in his eyes. Lyle asks him what he plans to do once he actually finds a way to travel between worlds. Aragi gives a mysterious smirk, telling them he'll leave that to their imagination as he disappears into the night. The sun rises over the city a few days later, the peaceful morning hiding the chaos brewing elsewhere. The guild receptionist slides several stacks of silver coins across the counter. She thanks Aragi for his hard work, and he pockets the reward with a silent nod. He thinks about how it's already been a week since he fled the capital, and he's finally saved up a decent war chest. Lyle and his men spot him, waving him over and offering to buy him a drink to celebrate another successful quest. Aragi doesn't even stop walking, raising a hand and telling them not today as he heads for the door. Lyle just laughs, calling him a boring guy but wishing him luck anyway. Aragi walks through the busy city streets, checking his notes on the sage one last time. He found out the sage's full name is Elbana Carrot, and he's currently living in retirement near the western border. He stares at the map, realizing that's the same place where the kingdom is currently fighting the Demon King's army. Across the country at Holy Temple City Alpha, a high-ranking official addresses the remaining hero candidates. Captain Heinrich of the 8th Night Corps smiles elegantly, asking the students if they have any complaints about how they're being treated. Midu smiles back, telling Heinrich that everything has been great and thanking him for his hard work. Heinrich acts touched, claiming he only treats them with respect because they are the country's most valuable assets. The girls thank him, but Kanzaki watches him closely, sensing something suspicious behind his kind eyes. Heinrich gets down to business, informing them that the kingdom has finally decided to mobilize the heroes. Midu's expression turns serious as he asks if they're being sent to the front line. Heinrich's eyes narrow, confirming that the time for training is over. He points to a map showing the western border, explaining that they'll be stationed at a critical fort to push back the invasion. Midu accepts the orders but reminds Heinrich of the promise he made. Heinrich winks playfully, promising that the students who aren't suited for combat will be kept far away from the danger. The students let out a sigh of relief, thanking him for being so much more reasonable than Leonora. Heinrich adds that everyone will still have work to do, because they need to earn their keep after all. We see a shy girl in the background, clutching her head in fear as the reality of the war starts to sink in. Heinrich tells them they need to leave by tomorrow morning, snapping his fingers to signal his subordinates. Midu and Kanzaki walk through the massive, empty halls of the temple, their footsteps echoing against the stone. Kanzaki tells Mido she's glad the kingdom accepted his requests for the safety of the non-combatants. Mido admits he was worried his demands were too much for them to handle. Kanzaki notes that the kingdom is acting modest because they lost their absolute control when Leonora died. She looks out a window, wondering where Aragi is and what he's doing at this very moment. Midu stays silent, his face hidden in shadow as he thinks back to the day the saint died. We flash back to the immediate aftermath of the assassination, where the bishop and his guards were panicking over Leonora's body. The old bishop was trembling, demanding to know who could possibly commit such a holy sin. Raina stepped forward, her face full of bitterness as she named Aragi Kai as the killer. The guards were in total shock, unable to believe a hero candidate could be a traitorous murderer. The bishop screamed, asking where the man was right now. Raina told them he ran away, adding that he was pretty fast for a traitor. The guards started shouting about sending inquisitors and confirming if the saint was truly dead. The bishop looked at the students suspiciously, muttering that the whole story sounded a bit too convenient. Arashi snapped, calling the bishop an old man and glaring at him with pure rage. The bishop stared him down, admitting he didn't want to doubt them, but something felt off. He pointed out the possibility that they all worked together to kill Leonora. Midu froze, cold sweat running down his neck as the bishop's suspicion threatened to destroy them all. Suddenly, one of the royal guards shouted that the bishop was wrong, claiming he saw the whole thing with his own eyes. The guards swore that the heroes were actually trying to protect the saintess. He explained that they were simply overwhelmed by Aragi's hidden power, and that's why she was killed. The other guards joined in, all of them remembering the exact same story. The bishop was taken aback, stroking his beard as he listened to his own men defend the students. He conceded that if the knights said so, it must be true, but he asked if Aragi was really that strong. Midu looked him in the eye and confirmed it, saying Aragi had been hiding his true power from the very start. The bishop invited them to his chambers for a detailed talk, asking one of them to accompany him. Kanzaki volunteered. As she followed the old man, Kanzaki's hand glowed with a faint pink light. Her daemon was working perfectly on the guards. Mido watched her go, silently thanking Kanzaki for manipulating the guards' memories to save the class. Back in the present, Midu walks through the hall with a look of grim determination. Reina walks up to him, telling him it's pointless to keep worrying about a guy like Aragi. Midu just gives a hollow laugh, pretending to agree with her just to keep the peace. They continue walking toward the exit, the sunlight from the stained glass windows making them look like true heroes. But Midu's thoughts are dark. He knows Aragi sacrificed his entire life and reputation just to protect them. He watches Reina walk away, realizing that while he decided to protect everyone, Aragi was the only one who actually did it. He stands before the entire class, the weight of their future resting squarely on his shoulders. He announces the mobilization, telling every combat-capable student to prepare for their departure tomorrow. The weaker students are visibly shaking, whispering about how nervous and scared they are for their first real battle. Reina scolds them, saying it's too late to be afraid now since they chose to join the combat group. She sighs as they keep complaining, her own nerves clearly frayed under her tough exterior. One of the girls asks with tears in her eyes if they're really being sent to the front alone. Midu reassures her, explaining they'll be under the command of Heinrich and the 8th Night Corps. Kanzaki walks up to Midu, her voice low as she asks if there's been any news about Aragi. Midu shakes his head sadly. The kingdom put a massive bounty on his head, but he's vanished without a trace. Kanzaki looks down, her eyes full of a quiet, lingering sadness. Midu calls out her name, worried about her, but she just turns away and starts walking. She thinks to herself that she doesn't care if the world calls him a traitor or a monster. Reina ignites a flame in her hand, shouting that if she ever finds Aragi, she'll burn him to a crisp herself. Kanzaki ignores the noise, staring out at the sunset and whispering Aragi's name, wishing he had taken her with him. The caravan stretches out across the dirt road, a massive line of knights and wagons hauling the hero candidates toward the edge of civilization. Arashi sits on his horse, his eyes burning with a silent, simmering rage that's been building since the day they arrived in this world. One of the girls lets out a long, dramatic groan, complaining about how tired she is and begging for a break. Reina shoots her a look, reminding her they literally just had lunch and that they'll be marching until the sun goes down. Two other students mumble about how boring the last 2 days have been, wishing for literally anything interesting to happen. Suddenly, Arashi raises a gloved hand, his voice cutting through the chatter with a single, sharp command, "Stop." The group pulls their horses to a halt, confused, as Arashi stares intensely into the dense tree line. He tells them he can feel the presence of magical beasts hiding in the brush just a few yards away. Reina and the others tense up, their eyes darting toward the rustling leaves as the silence of the forest becomes deafening. The night escort gallops up, demanding to know why they stopped, but Midu calmly explains that they've sensed an ambush. The knight scoffs, saying he doesn't see a thing, and barks at them to follow orders and stop acting without permission. Arashi's expression shifts into something truly terrifying, his eyes narrowing as he repeats the knight's words back to him. Before the knight can even react, Arashi lunges forward and grabs the man by the throat with a steel-like grip. He hauls the knight clean off his horse, dangling him in the air like a piece of trash. Midu and Reina scream at Arashi to stop, but he's reached his breaking point with these arrogant protectors. Arashi snarls, asking why he should ever follow an order from someone as weak and pathetic as this guy. Suddenly, 3 massive red gashes rip through the air as something moves with lightning speed from the shadows. Arashi's eyes go wide, letting out a curse as he realizes his warning was dead on. The knight hits the dirt, gasping for air as he stares up at the nightmare that just emerged from the trees. A pack of sharp rabbits, monstrous, muscular beasts with blades for claws, surrounds the caravan with hungry eyes. The knights panic, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle as the rabbits launch their first wave. A monster leaps at a guard, its claws gleaming in the sunlight as it prepares to shred him to pieces. The knight barely raises his sword in time, his face contorted in pure terror as the beast overpowers him. His sword is swatted away like a toothpick, clattering against the ground as he loses his only defense. He falls back, screaming, "Oh no!" as the rabbit closes in for the kill. The man looks death in the face, realizing how outmatched the regular humans really are in this world. A roar echoes out, followed by a blinding flash of orange fire. Arashi drops from his horse like a meteor, delivering a flaming kick that sends the monster tumbling back. He brings his boot down with a sickening crunch, crushing the rabbit's head into the dirt in a spray of gore. The remaining monsters hesitate, staring at the boy who just effortlessly murdered one of their pack. The guard stammers out a thank you, but Arashi doesn't even look at him. He tells the knight to shut up and stay out of the way, calling him nothing but useless trash. Arashi charges into the pack, his fists glowing with volatile mana as he unleashes hell. He lets out a primal scream, the air around him vibrating with the sheer intensity of his destructive power. A massive explosion clears the area, sending fur and limbs flying in every direction. The other students watch from a distance, amazed by how much Arashi's violent power has grown since their last training session. Arashi stands in the center of the carnage, smoke rising from his boots as he looks down at the pile of dead beasts. He grits his teeth, whispering to himself that this power is still nothing compared to that guy. We see a vision of Aragi Kai standing over the saint's body under the moonlight, looking completely untouchable. Arashi remembers that cold purple gaze and the smoke rising from Aragi's gun, the ultimate proof of their power gap. He thinks back to the very beginning, admitting he always had a bad feeling about the trash hero. We flash back to their first meeting at the school, where Arashi tried to bully Aragi in the hallway. Aragi didn't show an ounce of fear. He just looked Arashi in the eye and told him he was sleepy and to get lost. Arashi couldn't stand being ignored, so he tried to force a reaction out of him. He screamed for Aragi to let go, his face red with a mix of embarrassment and fury. But even back then, Arashi knew deep down that the boy standing in front of him was on a completely different level of strength. He remembers receiving his explosion skill and feeling like a god, thinking he finally had the power to rule. He mocked Aragi, showing off his glowing fist and asking what the amateur thought of his new power. Aragi just clicked his teeth, calling the whole thing fucking annoying and walking away without a second glance. Back in the present, Midu rides up to Arashi, noting that he seems to be in a particularly bad mood lately. Arashi brushes him off, staring straight ahead as they continue their march toward the border. He mutters that he just hates being ordered around by people who are weaker than him. The scene fades into the thick, gray clouds covering the horizon. The text reveals they've arrived at Fort Truss, the main defense point on the western border of the Holy Kingdom. The fort is a massive stone castle built into the mountainside, its lion crest flags flapping violently in the wind. Guards stand at attention along the battlements, their faces grim as they wait for the inevitable attack. A short-haired blonde woman in heavy white armor welcomes the heroes, introducing herself as Captain Amelia. She explains she's the new commander of the Western Knights, having been promoted just recently. Heinrich asks what happened to the previous captain, his voice smooth but curious. Amelia's expression darkens as she reveals the old captain died in battle only a week ago. She starts to offer them some rest after their long trip, but she stops as a sound begins to echo through the valley. The alarm bells start screaming, their frantic ringing signaling immediate danger. A guard rushes in, panting and terrified, shouting that the Demon King's army has finally arrived. Amelia gives the students a sharp, determined smile, telling them she's counting on their hero power to save them. Midu nods, his eyes hardening as he accepts the weight of the coming battle. He turns to the class, commanding everyone to prepare for combat immediately. Arashi smacks his fists together, a wild, hungry grin on his face as he tells the demons to bring it on. The alarm bells continue to toll, the sound echoing across the stone walls as the defenders scramble to their positions. On the horizon, a literal sea of demons approaches, their massive footsteps making the very earth shake as they march. The students look over the edge of the wall, their faces turning pale at the sheer number of monsters heading their way. Heinrich doesn't waste a second, screaming fire to the archers to thin the herd before they reach the gate. A squad of mages begins their chant, calling upon the spirits of fire to smite the evil forces. A rain of flaming arrows and fireballs descends from the fort, lighting up the sky in a terrifying display of artillery. The explosions rip through the demon front lines, sending bodies flying into the air as the ground turns into a furnace. But the demons don't stop. They roar at the sky, trampling over their own dead as they continue their suicidal charge. Amelia warns the heroes not to underestimate them, explaining that demons have endurance and stamina that put humans to shame. Midu looks at the incoming wave, asking what their next move should be now that magic isn't stopping them. Amelia tells him to follow Heinrich's command while she leads the Fourth Night Order down to meet them in the field. Heinrich smiles, telling her Godspeed, but then she mentions that a few of his missing people are already down there. Midu looks confused, wondering who she could possibly be talking about. Reina points toward the battlefield, yelling that Arashi and his group already jumped down to start the fight themselves. Boom! A massive pillar of fire erupts in the middle of the demon horde, throwing monsters in every direction. The demons are thrown into chaos, wondering what kind of human has the guts to charge into them alone. Arashi stands atop a literal mountain of demon corpses, his fists smoking as he gives them a casual mocking, "Yo." His group of rebels stands behind him, weapons drawn, looking like a professional mercenary squad in the middle of the war zone. A massive, horned demon calls them fools for thinking a few humans can win against an entire army. Arashi just laughs, a massive explosion igniting in the palm of his hand. He tells the demon he doesn't give a damn who they are or where they came from. With a roar of "I will just erase your existence," He detonates the entire front line in a wave of pure destruction. Rocks and debris rain down on the survivors as Arashi continues his rampage, but the demons have numbers on their side. A fresh wave breaks through the outer wall surrounding the knights. A brute demon slams its fist into a guard as his armor shatters. The demon raises a massive axe over a fallen knight, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. In a blur of light, a blue blade cuts through the demon's torso, spraying blood across the battlefield. The knight looks up in shock, barely believing he's still alive. Midu stands over him, his holy sword glowing with a brilliant, pulsing light that cuts through the smoke of the war. A group of demons surrounds him, but Midu doesn't even look nervous. "O sword, extend!" he commands, and the blade of light stretches out into a massive 20-foot beam. With one smooth horizontal swing, he cleaves through a dozen demons at once, their bodies falling like wheat to a scythe. Blood sprays everywhere as Midu continues his dance of death, his movements perfectly fluid and precise. He can feel his power growing with every kill, realizing he truly has the potential to be the savior of this world. He shouts to the rest of the class that this is a battle they can actually win if they fight without fear. The other students cheer, their fear finally turning into a desperate fighting spirit. Midu charges back into the fray, telling himself that he cannot hesitate for even a single second. He knows that if he shows any weakness, the rest of the class will fall apart. He has to be the leader they need. He thinks back to Aragi Kai, realizing the assassin taught him the brutal price of being naive in a world like this. Suddenly, the girl with telekinesis joins in, lifting massive boulders and slamming them onto the demon ranks. Reina unleashes her flare spell, incinerating an entire squad of monsters in a wall of white-hot heat. Kanzaki stands on the battlements, using her damat to freeze the strongest demons in their tracks. The battle is a complete one-sided slaughter as the hero candidates show the demons what Earth-side power looks like. The demon army starts to falter, their ranks breaking as they realize they can't touch these superpowered teenagers. The regular guards watch in awe, whispering about the incredible power of the legends who came from another world. Heinrich seizes the moment, commanding the cavalry to charge and finish off the retreating monsters. The knights roar Roger as they gallop down the hills, clearing out the survivors with their lances. As the smoke clears, the valley floor is carpeted with demon bodies, a grim testament to the hero's first real victory. Arashi walks through the field, looking bored despite the hundreds of lives he just ended with his bare hands. Midu and Reina meet up with him, their armor stained with blood but their spirits high. Amelia raises her sword to the sky, screaming that the Demon King's army has been defeated, and victory is theirs. The soldiers on the walls erupt into cheers, hugging each other and celebrating a day they thought they'd never see. The sun sets over the mountains, casting a long golden shadow over the graves of the fallen. Midu stares into the distance, his face unreadable as the high of the battle starts to wear off. Heinrich walks up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking how his first real battle felt. Midu admits it was tricky, explaining that his vision narrowed and he struggled to issue orders in the heat of the moment. Heinrich reassures him, saying he did good enough and that today's victory is entirely thanks to the class. But then his voice gets low and serious, warning Midu to stay on his guard from now on. He reveals that the enemies they faced today were only low to mid-rank scouts, and the real demons are of a completely different caliber. Midu's eyes widen as he realizes they haven't even seen the Demon King's true power yet. He nods silently, promising to keep those words in mind for the next fight. Deep in the heart of the enemy territory, a dark, jagged tower looms under the crescent moon. Inside, a demon scout kneels and trembles, reporting that the entire vanguard has been wiped out by the new heroes. A set of massive, sharp teeth grinds together, the sound of stone crushing stone echoing through the throne room. A towering beastman in gold armor sits on the throne, Stonagaya, the Earth Heavenly King. He looks absolutely disgusted that his duty was interrupted by a few human brats. He's currently navigating the great forest of Ekot, a place where the scenery is beautiful but the wildlife is deadly. Kai's trekking through the thick brush, carrying a massive pack and keeping his guard up. He's telling himself he needs to clear this forest soon, so his long search for the sage can finally end. Suddenly, something moves fast through the trees, and Kai's assassin instincts flare up immediately. He barely dodges as several long, fleshy red whips lash out at him from the shadows. He's impressed by the speed, but then he realizes those aren't whips, they're actually long, muscular tongues. A pack of tongue baboons drops from the canopy, their mouths hanging wide and their eyes glowing with hunger. Kai doesn't waste a second and triggers his appraisal skill to see exactly what he's dealing with. The system window pops up, showing these level 33 beasts are hungry, excited, and ready to snap him up. Kai drops his heavy backpack to the dirt, lightening his load so he can move with maximum agility. He draws his combat daggers, looking completely unimpressed because their stats are honestly pretty mediocre compared to him. One baboon shrieks, its throat vibrating as it prepares another long-range tongue strike. The creature launches its tongue like a harpoon, tearing through the air straight toward Kai's head. Kai watches the attack in slow motion, keeping his cool as the beast closes the distance. He sidesteps the strike with a blur of motion, letting the baboon's momentum work against it. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, already bored with how predictable these monsters are. The rest of the pack lunges at him all at once, but Kai is just a ghost in the trees, parrying their claws effortlessly. Another baboon tries to sneak a tongue attack from his blind spot, thinking it has him cornered. Bad move. Kai spins and slices through the fleshy tongue, sending a spray of dark fluid into the air. The monster lets out a high-pitched scream of agony as it clutches its ruined mouth. Before the others can even react, Kai is already airborne, moving like a predator through the clearing. He lands a heavy kick right to a baboon's jaw, sending it flying backward into the dirt. He looks the remaining leader in the eye and tells him he's just way too slow to keep up. With a single, fluid slash, Kai decapitates the beast, ending the fight before it even truly began. He stands there calmly as the monster's body hits the ground, not even breaking a sweat. The surviving baboons take one look at their dead leader and start backing away, trembling in fear. Kai asks them what's wrong, offering to come to them if they're too scared to make the next move. They don't need a second invitation to run, leaving only a trail of blood on the forest floor as they flee. Kai notices that the magical beasts are getting stronger the deeper he goes, and he wonders if it's because he's nearing demon territory. Or maybe it's just because this place is too far for the kingdom's knights to come and cull the monsters. He hoists his pack and keeps moving, knowing he needs to keep his guard up as the environment gets deadlier. He eventually breaks through the tree line and finds himself overlooking a massive cliffside. This is Mount Uragano, a natural defense barrier that's supposed to slow down any demon invasion. Kai narrows his eyes, focusing on the jagged peaks in the distance. The highest point is known as Reaper Wolf Mountain, a place that looks every bit as dangerous as its name. Rumor has it that Sage Elbana is hiding out right at the top of that peak. He remembers there should be a small village at the base where he can rest and gather intel. But as the sun sets, the sky doesn't just turn orange, it glows with the harsh light of a massive fire. Kai stops in his tracks, his eyes widening as he smells smoke on the wind. He can't believe his luck, or lack of it, as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. The village below is an absolute inferno, with houses crumbling and flames licking the sky. He starts running toward the edge, fearing that the Demon King's army has already made it this far. The structures are completely engulfed, and the sound of the roaring fire is deafening. Emerging from the smoke are two massive horned demons with glowing eyes and brutal-looking weapons. They're standing over the body of a fallen villager, showing absolutely no mercy as they raid the town. Kai watches from a distance, realizing he needs to be even more careful now that the front line has shifted. One of the demons asks their leader, Hector, if they should just massacre everyone left in the village. A demon with spiky blonde hair and small horns tells them to stop, suggesting they enslave the humans instead. This is Hector, and his only real concern is whether they've found any information about the sage. A scout confirms that the sage is indeed residing at the very top of Reaper Wolf Mountain. Hector is annoyed that the intel matches up, knowing the climb isn't going to be easy. He looks up at the mountain with a grim expression, calculating his next move. He declares that Elbana Carrot is their highest priority, and they'll begin the climb after a short rest. But his subordinate warns him that the mountain is a nest for Reaper Wolfins, monsters that are completely untamable. Hector explains that for beasts with high intelligence, their domination magic is pretty much useless. He admits that while the Heavenly Kings contain dragons, a squad like theirs doesn't have that kind of power. Since he isn't great with magic anyway, he tells his men their only choice is to just kill everything in their path. The demon squad lets out a roar of agreement, ready to pave their way to the sage with blood. Up on the ridge, Kai observes them, noting how well organized they are under Hector's command. He uses appraisal on the leader, revealing Hector is a high-ranked demon with level 5 swordsmanship. Kai realizes a head-on fight with someone that high-ranked would be incredibly difficult right now. Suddenly, Hector's eyes snap toward Kai's position, sensing that someone is watching him. He turns around instantly, his instincts screaming that there's a lurker nearby. Hector orders his demons to search the area immediately, convinced that a human is hiding in the shadows. Kai stays pressed against a wall, impressed that the demon's senses are sharp enough to detect him from that far away. The demons start prowling through the burning streets, shouting for the human to come out and face them. But Kai is a professional assassin. He's already moved to a new position before they could even get close. He catches a glimpse of movement through the flames and pauses. He sees a group of terrified villagers tied up in the center of town, surrounded by demon guards. He stares at them for a long moment, his face unreadable as the fire reflects in his eyes. The heat is intense, and the screams of the village are fading into the background of the roaring flames. Instead of jumping in to save them, Kai turns his back on the village and starts scaling the mountainside. He thinks to himself that he's sorry, but there's simply no tactical reason for him to risk his life for these villagers. His primary goal is the sage, and he needs to reach the peak before the Demon King's army gets there. He begins his sprint up the rocky slopes, moving like a shadow through the night. We're now at the highest peak of Mount Urugano, a place so dangerous that even experienced adventurers avoid it. This is the heart of Reaper Wolf Mountain, where the air is thin and death is always one step away. A gloved hand grips a jagged rock ledge, pulling a heavy weight upward. Kai reaches a small plateau and takes a knee, checking his surroundings in the moonlight. He notices an actual exploration path, which confirms people have definitely been up here before. He decides his best bet is to follow the trails left by the wild beasts inhabiting the peak. The ground is unstable and visibility is low, so he reminds himself to proceed with caution despite being in a rush. Suddenly, his senses tingle and he stops dead in his tracks. He can feel multiple presences lurking in the dark, and he knows exactly who they are: the Reaper Wolfens. Shadows start circling him, their numbers increasing by the second as the overwhelming pressure of the pack sets in. A massive howl rips through the silence, signaling the start of the hunt. A pack of giant blue-furred wolves lunges from the trees, their eyes glowing with a murderous light. One wolf snaps its jaws inches from his face, but Kai uses a quick kick to create some breathing room. He leaps onto a sturdy tree branch, looking down at the predators gathered below him. He realizes these must be the beasts responsible for all the people who have gone missing on this mountain. He activates his appraisal skill again, his eyes turning a sharp, piercing red. The system identifies them as wolfens, highly coordinated magical beasts that hunt in perfect sync. Their stats appear on his HUD, showing high agility and a specialized coordination skill. The lead wolf digs its claws into the dirt, preparing for a high-speed pounce. It launches itself with enough force to shatter the very rock it was standing on. Kai tisks in annoyance, realizing he can't just keep dodging if he wants to make it to the top on time. He grabs a single leaf from the tree branch, looking at it with a strange focus. He begins to channel his mana into the leaf, reinforcing it until it glows with a sharp, magical edge. As a wolf lunges at him in mid-air, Kai flicks the leaf with the precision of a master marksman. The leaf slices through the wolf's tough hide like a razor-sharp blade, dealing a lethal blow instantly. Kai lands gracefully on the ground, surrounded by the pack, but he's the one who looks like the monster now. The other wolves howl in rage, charging at him from all sides in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. Kai moves in a blur, his movements so fast and precise that the wolves can't even touch his cloak. One wolf manages to get close, its fangs bared, but it freezes when it sees the look in Kai's eyes. He strikes with brutal efficiency, leaving a trail of defeated beasts in his wake as he clears a path forward. The wolves whimper and collapse, their coordination completely shattered by Kai's overwhelming skill. More wolves emerge from the fog, but Kai just stands his ground, daring them to try their luck. He focuses on his mana again, realizing that consciously reinforcing his body makes a massive difference in his power. His mind drifts back to a memory of the saint, Leonora, and the lessons she inadvertently taught him. He remembers her mocking them, saying that those who rely only on divine protection are weak because they can't control their own mana. That was the secret to her enslavement magic. She exploited their lack of internal energy control. Kai tells himself that he has to master this control if he ever wants to overcome his own weaknesses. He realizes that better mana control won't just make him stronger, it'll make him immune to the kind of magic that nearly ended him before. Divine protection is great, but he knows he needs to learn the fundamental skills of this world to truly survive. He decides to use the rest of the climb as a training session, practicing his mana control while fending off the wolves. He enters a state of deep focus, his aura beginning to fluctuate with a new, steady rhythm. A bolt of energy surges through him as he connects with his internal mana for the first time. He spots the alpha wolf and points his dagger at it, challenging the leader of the pack directly. The other wolves hesitate, sensing that the human in front of them has suddenly become much more dangerous. The alpha lets out a deafening roar, charging with everything it has left. Kai meets the charge head-on, his daggers glowing with reinforced mana as he delivers a finishing strike. The alpha falls, and the sound of its impact echoes through the mountain pass. Kai stands over the fallen beast, his breathing steady as he monitors his own progress. The rest of the pack flees into the woods the moment they realize their strongest member is dead. Kai wipes the blood from his blade, satisfied that the encounter served as a decent lesson in mana manipulation. He continues his ascent, but he notices something strange about the way the trees are moving in the distance. His eyes flare red again, and he realizes he's seeing something that shouldn't be possible. He sees a spectral, red image of a wolf attacking him before the actual wolf even makes its move. He realizes his skill is predicting the exact trajectory of his enemy's movements. A ghostly image of a wolf's head appears right in his line of sight, showing him where it's about to bite. The actual wolf follows the ghost image perfectly, its jaws snapping exactly where the vision predicted. Kai is stunned. He's effectively seeing the future in real time. He tests the ability, dodging a lunge from a hidden wolf before it even clears the bushes. He thrusts his dagger into the air, and a split second later, a wolf leaps right onto the blade. The beast is impaled instantly, its own momentum being its downfall thanks to Kai's new vision. He drops the creature and looks at his hands, realizing he's unlocked something truly broken. He estimates he can see roughly 1 second into the future, which is more than enough for a master assassin. His cloak is splattered with blood, but he doesn't care. He's finally feeling the power he needs. A few remaining wolves watch him from the shadows, whimpering in terror as they realize they're hunting a monster. Kai tells them not to run away, his voice cold and devoid of any mercy. He orders them to stay and help him train his new skill for just a little bit longer. The scene cuts to the early morning light, hitting the upper reaches of the mountain. Kai walks past a dozen dead wolfens, his expression as calm as if he were just taking a morning stroll. He checks his system again and sees a new entry, Divine Protection of Foresight, Level 1. He realizes that his appraisal skill evolved along with his weak point detection, turning into an enhanced blessing that sees everything in sight. He wipes some sweat from his brow, finally feeling the physical toll of the night-long battle. He sits down on a rock, admitting to himself that he's actually quite exhausted. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from the peak above, and Kai's eyes snap open. He worries that the Demon King's army has already managed to beat him to the top. He pushes through the fatigue and starts sprinting again, knowing that rest isn't an option right now. Near the very peak of Reaper Wolf Mountain, a small clearing comes into view. Hector is there, standing with his arms crossed and looking down at someone with a sadistic grin. An elven girl is cornered against the rocks, clutching a staff and looking battered and bruised. She glares at the demons with pure defiance, even though she's clearly at the end of her rope. Hector tells her that her persistence is impressive, but it's time for her journey to end. He gives the order to kill her, and the demon squad lunges forward to finish the job. The standoff at the peak has reached its breaking point, and the demons aren't interested in talking anymore. Hector points his hand forward and gives the order to kill, sending his bloodthirsty squad charging in. The elven girl Mare trembles as she realizes she's about to be murdered right there in the dirt. A massive blue demon raises its sword with a wicked laugh, ready to split her in half. Mare shuts her eyes tight as a spray of blood hits the ground, thinking her journey is finally over. But when she opens them, she's being carried away in the arms of a mysterious guy in a hooded cloak. She's completely stunned, looking up at her savior with wide, heterochromatic eyes. Hector narrows his eyes, trying to process where this human came from and how he moved so fast. The demons are just as confused, demanding to know who the hell this new enemy thinks he is. Kai doesn't say a word, his cold purple eyes scanning the field with professional detachment. He quickly counts 10 soldiers and notes that their leader is a high-ranking demon who won't be easy to handle. Mare climbs to her feet and asks why a stranger would risk his life to help her. Kai bluntly asks if she's really the disciple of Sage Albana, ignoring her question entirely. She stammers out a yes, still trying to catch her breath while the demons surround them. Kai tells her that's all the reason he needs, because he's got some serious business with her master. Tedelcard, the strongest assassin, gets transferred to another world with his whole class. Kai glances back at her, his eyes glowing with the red hue of his active skills. His appraisal confirms she's a half-elf with a specific spell skill, which might come in handy soon. Hector grinds his teeth, declaring that no matter who Kai is, he's officially an enemy of the demon race. He orders his men to kill them both, and the squad rushes forward with a roar that shakes the mountain. Kai calculates that saving this girl is the fastest way to get the sage to owe him a massive favor. He draws his daggers, knowing he has to wipe these guys out if he wants to get those answers. A demon lunges at him with a heavy club, the ground cracking under its massive footsteps. Kai is suddenly surrounded on 3 sides, with spears and clubs closing in for the kill. He triggers, and a red, spectral image of the demon's next move appears in his mind. He ducks under a lethal swing, moving with a fluid grace that makes the demon look like it's moving in slow motion. Another red ghost shows him a mace coming from the right, and Kai weaves through the gap effortlessly. He gets inside the green demon's guard, grabbing its massive arm before it can recover from its swing. The demons look at each other in pure shock, unable to understand how a mere human is dodging everything they throw. Kai thinks to himself that while their weapons are huge and powerful, it doesn't matter how big the weapon is if you can't actually hit your target. He becomes a blur of silver light, parrying every strike with mathematical precision. /watermark, vortexscans.com. A fountain of blood erupts as Kai slices through the demon's thick hide, turning the battle into a slaughterhouse. The surviving demons back away, shouting in disbelief as their comrades fall one by one. Kai's eyes burn red as he realizes that with foresight active, he's invincible in close quarters, but he needs to watch his mana. Hector tells his men to stop charging in like idiots and to start using magic to blast him from a distance. The demons raise their hands, glowing blue magic circles forming in front of their palms. A volley of magic bullets streaks across the clearing, looking like a curtain of dark energy. Kai tenses up, but Mare steps forward, her staff glowing with a soft green light as she chants a spell. She calls upon Sylph, the wind spirit, her voice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. A massive vortex of wind erupts around them, intercepting and deflecting the demon's magic projectiles. The magic bullets are scattered into the air, completely unable to penetrate her spiraling windshield. Kai realizes this isn't just standard magic, she's using spells that borrow the power of spirits, an art unique to elves. Mare gives him a small smile, relieved that she could finally contribute something to the fight. Hector clicks his tongue in frustration, seeing his men's attacks fail so miserably. He realizes they aren't making any progress, and his patience has finally run out. He draws his own greatsword, the metal gleaming with a dangerous, sharp edge. Kai notices the big boss is finally stepping into the fray and tells Mare to keep the other soldiers busy. Hector glows with a menacing aura, his eyes locked onto Kai with a promise of total destruction. The ground trembles as he takes his first step, his greatsword leaving a trail in the dirt. Mare agrees to help, but she tells him to at least stop calling her elf while she's risking her neck. She introduces herself properly as Mare, looking surprisingly determined despite the danger. Kai drops his heavy pack again, acknowledging her name as he prepares for the hardest fight of his life. He tells her he's counting on her, and his aura flares as he prepares to engage the high-rank demon. He charges forward like a lightning bolt, his eyes locked on Hector's every movement. Mare shouts at him to remember her name, her face flushed with a mix of annoyance and worry. Their weapons clash with a violent flash of light, sending sparks flying across the mountaintop. Hector is faster and stronger than any demon Kai has fought before, matching his speed perfectly. Kai tries to land a kick, but the demon's guard is like a wall of solid iron. He spins away and draws his daggers again, looking for even the slightest opening in Hector's stance. The demon's greatsword whistles through the air, looking like a guillotine designed for giants. Hector delivers a barrage of heavy strikes, forcing Kai to stay on the defensive as the air screams around them. Kai grinds his teeth, feeling the sheer weight of Hector's power vibrating through his own blades. He sees a red future image of a strike coming for his side, and barely managed to parry it in time. Hector curses as he misses his mark, surprised that a human can still react to his top speed. The fight becomes a blur of red and black as they trade lethal blows at breakneck speed. /watermark, vortexscans.com. Kai leaps back to gain some distance, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Hector admits he didn't expect a human to be able to predict his rush so accurately. He looks at Kai with a newfound respect, but it's the respect a predator has for a particularly tricky prey. He points out that the wound on Kai's side isn't exactly shallow, and he's starting to lose blood. Kai realizes he would have been dead 3 times over already if it weren't for his skill. Hector smirks, telling him it was a nice try, but his humanity is ultimately his greatest weakness. Kai stays silent, his mind racing as he looks for a way to bridge the massive gap in their physical stats. The system window pops up again, reminding him that he's facing a level 5 swordsman with superior agility. He knows he's at a massive disadvantage in a fair fight, even with his ability to see a second into the future. Everything around him goes dark for a second as he enters a state of absolute, cold focus. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as he decides it's time to use his ultimate move. The battle is still raging all around them, with demons and spirits clashing in the background. Kai stands ready, his daggers held low as he prepares for the final exchange. He looks at Hector's stats one last time, knowing that he has to make his next move count. Hector tells him that if he won't come forward, he'll just have to come and take his head personally. The demon commander charges, his heavy boots thudding against the earth like a war drum. Kai sees the red spectral image of the overhead swing and prepares his counterattack. He sidesteps the blow, but Hector is already spinning for a second strike before the first one even finishes. They dance across the clearing, the speed of their movements almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. Kai takes a shallow cut to his arm, realizing there's no point in seeing the future if his body can't move fast enough to avoid it. Hector laughs, asking if Kai is only capable of running away like a coward. Suddenly, Kai pulls something from his holster, a sleek black Beretta 92 FS that doesn't belong in this world. He fires a rapid-fire burst, the supersonic bullets tearing through the air before Hector can even blink. He's shocked to see that Hector's reflexes are actually high enough to partially parry the bullets with his gauntlets. The demon is bleeding from his arms and legs, looking completely baffled by the invisible spells hitting him. He lets out a guttural sound of pain and rage, his face contorting with pure, unadulterated fury. He demands to know what kind of impudent device Kai is using to wound him without even swinging a blade. Hector loses it and charges in a blind rage, determined to crush the human and his strange magic. Kai keeps his arm steady, firing another round that kicks up smoke from the barrel. Hector roars at him not to look down on him, claiming he can already see the trajectory of the projectiles. Kai realizes his slide has locked back. He's officially out of ammunition for his handgun. He quickly switches back to his throwing knives, hurling them with lethal intent. Hector bats them aside with his sword, closing the distance with terrifying speed. He thinks he has Kai cornered, his face twisting into a triumphant, monstrous grin. Kai reaches into his pouch one last time, his fingers wrapping around a metallic cylinder. He tosses a modern fragmentation grenade right at Hector's feet, a weapon the demon has no way of understanding. Hector looks down at the rolling canister, his red eyes glowing with a mix of confusion and suspicion. The grenade clatters against the stones for a split second, the pin already pulled. A massive explosion rocks the peak, engulfed Hector in a pillar of fire and shrapnel. The other demons stop their fighting and scream for their captain, terrified by the sudden blast. Mare tells the demons not to move, using the distraction to keep the remaining soldiers at bay. She looks over at the smoke, her staff trembling as she tries to process what just happened. She's never seen skill like this before, wondering just who this mysterious human really is. She watches Kai's silhouette through the smoke, noting that he's actually dominating a high-rank demon. Kai grips his dagger tight, his hand shaking slightly from the adrenaline and the strain. He's officially out of ammo, and that was his very last grenade. It's all down to his blades now. Hector emerges from the smoke, his armor scorched and his skin bleeding, but he's still standing. He's beyond furious now, his voice a low growl as he curses Kai for using such strange devices. He raises his sword, a massive red aura of killing intent erupting from his body like a volcano. He vanishes in a burst of speed, leaving a crater where he was just standing. Kai tracks the movement, but the demon is moving so fast that he's practically teleporting. He realizes he has to use his real trump card, pushing his mana beyond its safe limits. He activates both of his core skills at once, his vision turning into a high-speed data stream. He sees a sequence of 3 future movements, predicting exactly how Hector is going to swing. A feeling of absolute clarity washes over him as the world seems to grind to a halt. He triggers weak point detection, a red line appearing across the demon's throat in his vision. Hector swings with everything he has, but Kai is already moving to the exact spot where the demon's guard will drop. He sees the future weak spot, a tiny opening created by the recoil of Hector's own massive swing. Kai ducks low, sliding under the greatsword as it whistles inches over his head. He drives his dagger upward with all his remaining strength, aiming for that one perfect point in time. A lethal strike connects, and a spray of blood confirms that the high-rank demon's life is over. Kai stands over the body, his red eyes fading back to purple as he realizes the mana cost for that move was insane. His vision begins to blur, and his legs feel like they're made of lead. He collapses to his knees next to the dead commander, his breathing ragged and heavy. He's completely out of mana, and he knows he's in a very bad spot with the rest of the demons still around. The demon soldiers are in total shock, staring at their dead captain in absolute disbelief. One demon realizes Kai is exhausted and shouts for the others to kill him while he's down. Mare tries to move, but her spirits are at their limit and she can't summon any more wind to save him. The demons charge with their spears raised, but a new, powerful voice echoes across the peak. A massive pillar of golden flame erupts from the center of the clearing, turning the air into an oven. The demons are caught in the blast, their bodies turning to ash before they can even scream in pain. One demon begs for help, but it's incinerated instantly by the overwhelming heat of the fire. Kai looks up through the flames, noting that this firepower is on a completely different level than anything he's seen. A woman with long blonde hair and an elegant dress walks through the fire, looking completely untouched. Mare's face lights up with joy as she cries out for her master, her eyes filling with tears of relief. Kai realizes his gamble has paid off. The legendary figure he was looking for is finally here. This is the sage Elbana, looking every bit as powerful as the rumors suggested. She looks down at Kai with a knowing smile, thanking him for protecting her disciple while she was away. Our guy Kai is staring at the bloody mess left behind by his fight with Hector, but the tension isn't gone yet. The legendary sage Elbana stands over the demon's corpse, looking at Kai with a mix of curiosity and gratitude for saving her disciple. Kai doesn't play the hero, though. He just tells her it was a coincidence and asks if she's really the one he's been looking for. She confirms she's the sage, though she jokes that she's just a bag of old bones these days compared to her prime. Kai narrows his eyes, his instincts screaming that this woman is on a completely different level. He's too low on mana to use appraisal, but he knows for a fact he'd stand zero chance if he ever had to fight her. They share a silent moment of mutual respect as the smoke clears from the mountaintop. She gets straight to the point, asking if Kai trekked all this way because he has some business with her. Kai doesn't beat around the bush and tells her that she's absolutely right. She looks at the carnage around them and admits that nobody climbs this death trap of a mountain without a serious purpose. Since he saved Mare's life, she promises to answer whatever questions he has as honestly as she can. Mare interrupts, pointing out the area reeks of blood and that more Reaper Wolfens are probably on their way. The sage agrees and invites Kai back to her home, suggesting that our boy looks like he could use some serious rest. Kai gives a short nod of understanding, realizing he's finally gotten his foot in the door. He thinks to himself that the situation is turning out pretty favorable. Risking his life for the disciple was definitely the right move. We cut to the beautiful, clear skies above the mountain peak, far away from the carnage below. They arrive at a tall, quirky-looking tower, perched right on a jagged cliffside, the sage's secret hideout. The moment they walk through the door, Mare tosses her staff aside and announces she's hitting the bath immediately. Kai enters cautiously, asking why a legendary figure like her is living in such a remote, god-forsaken place. She tells him she wanted to get back to nature and retire, especially since so many humans kept trying to exploit her power. Kai admits that with the way the world is, a place this hard to visit is probably the only way to get some peace. She smiles, noting that every now and then someone with high-tier skills like Kai still manages to find her. They sit down in her library, and she looks him in the eye, asking what business a human like him has with an elf. Kai drops the act and tells her the truth. He's looking for a way to return to his previous world. The sage's expression shifts instantly, her ears twitching as she processes what he just said. He confirms it out loud. He's not from this world, and he's not here by choice. He reveals that he's one of the hero candidates summoned by the kingdom to take down the Demon King. She isn't shocked by the concept, but she's surprised to learn that the third generation has already been summoned. Kai is stunned by that term, asking what the hell she means by third generation. She explains that Leonora had mentioned summoning heroes multiple times before, but they were always wiped out by the demons. The first summoning happened 10 years ago, and the second one was just 4 years before Kai arrived. Both of those groups were totally annihilated, and the ritual was supposed to be sealed away as a forbidden taboo. She says she was totally against Leonora breaking that seal, thinking it's reckless to dump a country's fate on some random kids. Kai casually mentions that Leonora is already dead by his hand, so she won't be summoning any more victims. The sage looks at him with genuine shock, her eyes wide at the idea of a hero killing the woman who summoned him. Kai just smirks, telling her there are plenty of ways to kill a human, regardless of how many cheat skills they have. She starts laughing, realizing Leonora was essentially killed by her own pawn and admitting the woman reaped exactly what she sowed. She calms down and looks at his empty mug, acknowledging that it's natural for someone to want to go back home. Kai tells her he isn't interested in small talk, he just wants to know the final answer to his question. The room goes quiet as the sage prepares to give him the cold, hard truth. She bluntly tells him that her spells cannot send him back home, and the news hits Kai like a physical blow. He takes it in silence, his face shadowed as his only hope for an easy exit disappears. She explains that while human magic can summon things, the knowledge of how to send them back has been lost for ages. Kai realizes Leonora wasn't lying after all. The only way to survive this world is to kill the Demon King. However, she adds a maybe, suggesting that demon arts might still hold some clues that elven magic doesn't have. Kai stores that info away, realizing his next mission is going to involve investigating the darkest magic in the world. She apologizes for not being more helpful, but she promises to let him know if she digs up any new information. But she looks at him with a serious gaze, saying that if anyone can actually pull off killing the Demon King, it's probably him. Kai sighs, telling her he has zero interest in doing troublesome work like saving the world. but as he stares into the fire, his purple eyes turn dark with a lethal resolve. He admits that if there truly is no other way, then the Demon King is just another target that needs to be taken out. The sage feels a chill down her spine, realizing Kai is fundamentally different from any other hero she's met. He thanks her for the intel, and tells her to contact him at the Adventurers Guild if she finds anything else. She watches him walk away, her mind racing with a new idea about how to help him and her disciple at the same time. A door clicks open nearby, catching Kai's attention. Mare walks out after her bath, looking refreshed in a simple dress and a towel around her head. She flops onto the couch and asks Kai why he hasn't taken a bath yet, since he's still covered in mountain grime and demon blood. Kai realizes she's right and decides to get cleaned up before he heads back out into the world. Before he can leave, the sage stops him, saying she has a suggestion for his journey. Kai turns back, looking skeptical as both he and Mare wonder what she's about to propose. She asks him why he doesn't just bring her disciple along with him on his trip into demon territory. Mare's eyes go wide, her jaw dropping as she realizes her master is basically kicking her out with a stranger. Elbana tells her she's the only disciple she's got, and she's already thought about how this fits into Mare's ultimate goal. There's a long, awkward silence as the two of them just stare at each other in total disbelief. Kai shuts it down instantly, saying he has absolutely no use for a noisy girl dragging him down. We're looking at the map of the Veldora Demonic Kingdom's eastern region, the new front line of the war. Two small figures are walking through the vast green plains that mark the border between the human and demon lands. Kai is surprised by how nice the weather is, since he heard demon territory was supposed to be a frozen hellscape. Mare explains that this place used to be human territory until recently, and the really harsh weather is much deeper in the kingdom. Kai stares out at the horizon, realizing just how much ground the Demon King's army has actually taken. Mare points out the city of Neutrad in the distance, which has fallen and now serves as the demon's main base of operations. She estimates it will take them about 2 days of walking to reach the outskirts of the fallen city. Kai looks at the serene landscape and asks a question he knows the answer to. What happened to the people who lived there? Mare's face goes dark, her heterochromatic eyes filling with pain as she admits half are dead, and the rest are enslaved. She adds that only a lucky few managed to escape to the other side of the mountain before the invasion hit. Kai looks at her sideways, noticing the change in her demeanor the moment they mention the demon's crimes. He realizes that despite her being a bit noisy, having her along was the right call because her knowledge is indispensable. We jump back to the cabin, where Kai is doubling down on his refusal to take a partner. He rubs his face in frustration, telling the sage that he doesn't need someone slowing him down on a high-stakes mission. Mare is offended, shouting at him to at least have the decency to doubt her abilities before rejecting her. The sage tells Kai not to be so hasty, explaining that Mare has vast knowledge passed down from a legendary mage. Kai isn't convinced, asking what the hell a girl like her would even gain from traveling with a guy like him. Elbona places a gentle hand on Mare's head, her expression turning surprisingly soft and motherly. She admits that while Mare is smart, she's completely lacking in real-world experience and doesn't understand how the world works. She's been looking for a chance to send Mare on a journey, but she couldn't find a group she could actually trust. She confesses that she was worried sick about sending her cute disciple out into the world alone. Kai looks at the sage with skepticism, asking if she's really entrusting her precious student to a professional killer. He points out that if she's so worried, she could have just taken the girl on a journey herself. The sage smiles sadly, revealing that she no longer has the physical capabilities to handle a long journey. She says Kai's sudden appearance and his willingness to save Mare was like a sign from fate itself. Mare looks down at the floor, clearly conflicted about being used as a pawn in this arrangement. Kai tells her bluntly that he's infiltrating demon territory, and if she drags him down even once, he will leave her for dead. The sage tells Mare it's her life, and in the end, she's the only one who gets to decide her path. Mare stares into the distance, the fire in her eyes proving that she's made up her mind. She looks up and tells her master she's going with him, her voice filled with a new, steel-like resolve. The scene fades into a brilliant orange sunset as they continue their trek toward the demon lines. After a day of walking, Mare is already gasping for air, her staff barely keeping her upright. Kai looks back with a really expression, noting that it's only been one single day of walking. She tells him not to expect too much physical stamina from a spellcaster, even if she's been trying to train her body. Kai drops his pack and decides to call it a day, realizing he can't push her any further without her collapsing. Mare looks at him with surprise, asking if he's really not going to leave her behind for dragging him down like he threatened. Kai just sits down and tells her not to talk nonsense. He isn't going to ditch her just because she's a little tired. He orders her to hurry up and help him set up the camp, showing that his merciful side still has limits. She snaps back to attention, shouting a nervous "I know" as she starts fumbling with the gear. Night falls, and the sky is filled with a sea of stars that make the world look deceptively peaceful. They sit by a small campfire, the crackling of the wood the only sound in the vast wilderness. Mare is munching on some bread, looking much better now that she's got some food and rest. Kai watches her for a long time in silence, the fire reflecting in his steady purple eyes. He finally calls her name, his voice serious as he prepares to ask her the question that's been on his mind. He tells her the journey is about to get lethal, and while he has to do this to get home, she doesn't really have a reason to go this far. He says he doesn't think the sage was lying, but he suspects Mare has her own hidden agenda for entering demon lands. She pauses, her fingers tracing the edge of her staff as she admits she doesn't know how to explain her past. She tells him the truth. The elven village she used to call home was completely destroyed by the Demon King's army. She notes that people think the war is only between humans and demons, but to the Demon King, every other race is just trivial trash. A horrific flashback shows the elven village in flames, with demons overwhelming and slaughtering her people. She remembers her family being killed, and how she only survived because her father used himself as bait to draw the demons away. She was left for dead in the ruins of her home, helpless and alone, until the master found her. That's when the sage picked her up and turned her into a disciple, giving her a new life out of the ashes. Kai coldly tells her he isn't interested in her tragic backstory. He's lived through enough of his own to know how it goes. He just wants to know what her actual goal is now that she's out in the world. She tells him he should have already figured it out from everything she's told him so far. Her hands clench into fists as she explains the real reason she spent 10 years training her magic. She wants the power to slaughter the demons who took everything from her. Every minute of training and every bit of knowledge she got from her master was for one thing: revenge. She vows to kill the demon commander who led the raid with her own 2 hands, her eyes burning with hatred. Kai remains unmoved, asking the girl if she actually knows the name of the demon she's hunting. She says the name with pure venom: Wimberg, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army. Kai realizes she only agreed to come along so she could get closer to the top-tier generals. She admits her master never allowed her to leave on a journey before, because she knew Mare would just go on a suicide mission. But for some reason, the sage trusted Kai to be the one to guide her through her revenge without getting her killed. Mare gives him a small, determined smile, promising to follow his instructions for as long as they're together. Kai looks at her, simply saying he understands her circumstances and that her reason for fighting is valid enough for him. He remembers the sage watching them from the tower, clearly counting on him to handle the emotional baggage of her student. He realizes that if she let Mare go alone, the girl would definitely die aimlessly while trying to settle her score. Mare apologizes for bringing up such a heavy topic while they're trying to rest. She tells him not to worry, because she has no intention of dragging him into her personal vendetta. Kai says understood, and tells her it's time to end the talk and get some sleep for the long trek tomorrow. Mare agrees and sets up a spiritual watch, ensuring they'll be notified if any monsters get too close to the camp. Kai lies down, but his mind is still active as he looks up at the dark canopy of the tent. He thinks about the 4 heavenly kings, the supreme commanders who act as the Demon King's ultimate shield. He listens to the soft sound of Mare's breathing as she drifts off to sleep. The girl is completely out, looking peaceful for the first time since they met. Kai walks outside for a moment, realizing his previous enemy was just a high-ranking demon, and now he's aiming for something far stronger. He knows that if they're going to survive an encounter with a heavenly king, they both need to get significantly more powerful. But he shakes the thought off, telling himself it's not something he should be losing sleep over tonight. While Kai is deep in the mountains, the war at the western border of the Deadliest kingdom is reaching a boiling point at Fort Truss. The kingdom's flag is fluttering in the wind, but inside these walls, the mood is anything but peaceful. A high-level strategy meeting is underway, and the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword. A veteran officer slams his fist on the table, arguing that now that they have hero candidates, it's time to stop hiding and go on the offensive. The older generals agree with the sentiment, but they're still debating where exactly they should strike first. A gloved hand reaches down and points to a specific spot on the war map. Captain Amelia declares that retaking Fort Arliss is their best move, as it's currently serving as the demon's frontline base. Another captain argues that the plan is completely reckless, pointing out that they've been on the defensive for months and suddenly switching to an all-out attack is suicide. The pro-war officer mocks her, asking if the captain of the 8th Night Corps is actually afraid, even with the heroes on her side. She stays silent, her eyes filled with a mix of frustration and genuine concern for the students' lives. Amelia backs up the plan, betting that the demons are underestimating them and won't expect a sudden, aggressive counterstrike. She turns her focus to the class leader, asking Midu if his body has fully recovered and if he's ready for the mission. Midu's answer is short and immediate. He tells her that if he's ordered to fight, he'll wield his sword without hesitation, trying to live up to the hero title. Later, Midu walks through the castle halls with his classmates, the weight of the upcoming battle visible on all their faces. The captains note that the plan goes into effect tomorrow, but they're worried about Amelia's uncharacteristic aggression. One of the girls asks Midu if he really thinks this is going to work, sensing the overconfidence of the officers back in the room. Midu tries to stay positive, saying that catching the demons while they're regrouping is their best chance at a win. The captains realize the higher-ups are relying way too much on the students' cheat skills, but they can't exactly disobey a direct order. The students look at each other, realizing they're being pushed into a corner where they don't have a choice but to fight. Heinrich tells Midu he's the key to the entire operation and urges him to get his comrades some rest before the sun comes up. Midu nods, but as he looks away, he gets a sinking feeling in his gut that something is about to go horribly wrong. He tries to shake it off, repeating to himself that they have no other choice but to move forward. The next morning, we see the imposing structure of Fort Arliss, currently swarming with demon forces. The students are crouched in the bushes nearby, waiting for the signal to launch their surprise attack. Reyna whispers that it's way too bright outside, questioning why they're doing a surprise raid in broad daylight instead of at night. Amelia explains that demons can see perfectly in the dark, so attacking at night would actually give the enemy a massive advantage. Midu confirms the plan one last time. Their goal is to breach the fort and assassinate the leader while the main army draws the demons' attention. He tells the group he'll take the lead, but warns them that if they get separated, they need to prioritize buying time or just running for their lives. The classmates look determined, though you can see the fear behind their eyes as they prepare to charge. A scout rushes up to Heinrich, delivering the message that the main force has engaged and it's time to start the operation. Heinrich draws his sword, his face turning cold as he gives the order to move out. The group bursts from the tree line, Midu's holy sword already glowing with intense blue energy. We see the scale of the battle as the kingdom's cavalry slams into the demon vanguard outside the fort walls. Amelia is right in the thick of it, cutting down demons left and right and ordering her troops to show no mercy. While the chaos rages at the gates, Midu and his squad focus on the main tower where the commander is hiding. A massive, shadowy figure watches them from the tower balcony, its eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Midu and the others sprint through the fort's inner corridors, clearing out any demon soldiers in their path. A pair of demons tries to block their way, demanding to know who these insolent humans are. They don't even get a chance to finish their sentence before Midu's light blade slices through them like butter. He moves with a new level of confidence, his training finally showing results as he carves a path through the enemy. His classmates cheer him on, feeling a surge of hope that maybe they actually can win this war after all. Heinrich keeps them grounded, reminding Midu to keep his guard up because the real boss is likely waiting in the main hall. They break into a large chamber, but instead of a commander, they're greeted by a group of elite demon guards. Suddenly, the room is bathed in a sinister purple light as the doors behind them slam shut. The students realize they've been lured into a trap, and the confident look on their faces disappears instantly. Heinrich tells them to stay calm and focus on the goal, promising that the 8th Night Order will handle their flank while the heroes push forward. Midu shouts for Reyna to use her fire magic to clear the way, trusting his teammates to hold the line. Reyna doesn't hesitate, her hands bursting into flames as she prepares to unleash hell on the demons. She sends a massive wave of fire through the hall, incinerating the demon guards in a matter of seconds. Midu follows up with a series of blinding light strikes, cutting down the survivors with lethal precision. They continue their frantic dash toward the final set of doors, their adrenaline masking the mounting pressure they're all feeling. They reach the command center, and Midu yells for them to throw the doors open and end this right now. But the moment the doors swing wide, the group freezes, the air in the room feeling heavy enough to crush their lungs. Midu's eyes widen in genuine terror as he realizes the person waiting for them isn't just a high-ranking demon. A massive beast man with white hair and golden armor stands before them, his presence filling the entire hall. The students look like children standing before a god, the sheer scale of the enemy's power making them look tiny. One of the boys stammers, asking what the hell this monster even is, his voice trembling with fear. Arashi steps forward, pointing his finger and demanding to know if this guy is the leader of the fort. The beast introduces himself as Stonegaya, one of the legendary 4 Heavenly Kings of the Demon King's army. Reyna tries to act tough, claiming that Heavenly King is probably just a meaningless title to scare people. But Midu knows better. The insane pressure coming off this guy is unlike anything they've ever faced before. Stonagaya looks at the hero candidates with a predatory grin, his eyes glowing with a murderous intent. He draws a massive sword and tells them he wants to see just how strong these supposed saviors really are. Midu roars for everyone to get ready, knowing that if they don't give it their all right now, they're all going to die. He tells his friends not to be afraid, because if they fail here, all the sacrifices made by the army outside will be for nothing. The battle lines are drawn, and the heroes prepare for a fight that's going to determine the fate of the entire border. The standoff continues, with Stonagaya looming over the students like an inescapable mountain. The Beastman places a hand on the floor, and a series of massive magic circles erupt with a blinding orange glow. The ground beneath the students starts to churn, and Midu shouts for everyone to stay alert. From the very stone of the floor, several massive golems begin to rise, their bodies made of solid rock and earth. The students are caught off guard by the summons, but Mido orders them to keep the constructs at bay while he focuses on the king. One of the students launches a wind cutter spell, but the sharp blades of air barely leave a scratch on the golem's rocky hide. They manage to knock a chunk of stone off one golem's arm, thinking they might actually have a chance. But their hope is short-lived as the rock immediately begins to knit itself back together, proving these things are self-regenerating. Arashi gets tired of the stalemate and charges in, his hands glowing with the heat of his explosion magic. He lands a direct blast on a golem's chest, blowing it into 1,000 pieces in a spectacular display of power. He laughs arrogantly, claiming that no matter how many slow-moving rocks Stonagaya summons, they're nothing to him. Stonagaya watches him with an expression of pure boredom, his red eyes completely unimpressed by the boy's tantrum. The shattered pieces of the golem start vibrating on the floor, and Midu realizes what's happening too late. The rocks fly back together with a violent thud, and the students watch in horror as the monster they just killed stands back up. Not only did it regenerate, but more golems are rising from the shadows, outnumbering the students in seconds. Arashi teasks in annoyance, realizing he's just wasting his mana on enemies that won't stay dead. A golem raises a massive, boulder-sized fist, the sheer weight of it creating a shadow over the delinquent. Arashi barely dodges the strike, the impact shattering the floor where he was just standing a second ago. The other students join the fray, letting out desperate battle cries as they try to survive the onslaught. They land several hits, but the golems just absorb the damage and keep moving forward like an unstoppable tide of stone. One of the girls lunges with her sword, but her blade just bounces off the construct's enchanted surface. She's nearly crushed by a sweeping blow, her face turning pale as she realizes her magic isn't doing a thing. A golem towers over her, its yellow eyes glowing with a cold, mechanical hunger for destruction. She freezes in terror, but a familiar voice shouts for her to move as a new spell is cast. Kanzaki Rin steps forward, her hand glowing with a pinkish aura as she tries to use her domination magic on the stone beast. The golem pauses for a split second, its arm stopping mid-swing as Rin's power takes hold. Another student takes the opening and stabs his spear into the golem's chest, shouting that now is their chance. He looks over at his friends with a grin, thinking they've finally found a way to win. But the golem just lets out a grinding noise and swings its other arm, sending the boy flying across the room with a single hit. Another girl uses her earth magic to hurl boulders at the constructs, but she's just fighting stone with stone and it isn't working. The golems crumble into dust, but they just reform out of the ground again, seemingly having an infinite supply of bodies. The students are reaching their limits, their breath coming in gasps as the endless wave of monsters closes in. Arashi realizes there's no end to them, and that they're just being drained of their mana and energy. Midu looks around, remembering a trope he's seen in manga before about how to handle situations like this. One of the boys winks at him, pointing out that in a fight like this, taking out the summoner is the only real way to win. He tells the group to leave the golems to them, promising to provide a distraction so the leaders can strike. Midu agrees and charges straight for Stonagaya, with Arashi right on his heels for a coordinated assault. He leaps over a golem's head, his holy blade cutting through the air like a beam of pure sunlight. Stonagaya watches them approach, a mocking laugh echoing from his chest as he tells them they're underestimating him. He places his hand on the floor again, and the magic circles glow with a new, terrifying intensity. Jagged spikes of rock erupt from the ground, forced Midu to twist and dodge in midair. He's suddenly surrounded by floating boulders that begin to spin around him like a lethal orbit. Mido tries to push through the barrier, but the speed of the flying rocks is too high for him to clear. He finds himself pinned between the stones, realizing that Stonagaya hasn't even broken a sweat yet. He looks up in shock as a massive shadow falls over him, the pressure in the room doubling in an instant. A wall of stone slams into his side, sending him crashing into the floor with a bone-jarring impact. His classmates scream his name, watching their leader get tossed around like a rag doll by the heavenly king. Mido struggles to get back up, his face bloodied and his armor cracked, but he refuses to give up yet. He tells himself he's fine, and tries to channel more holy light into his blade, but his hands are shaking from the strain. Seeing an opening, Arashi leaps onto Stonagaya's back, his face twisted into a maniacal, confident grin. He tells Mido well done for being the bait, and prepares to unleash his most powerful explosion point blank. The other students watch with bated breath, wondering if this massive blast will finally be enough to end the king. A huge plume of smoke fills the hall as the explosion goes off, but a sinister feeling still lingers in the air. Suddenly, a rock pillar erupts from the smoke and slams right into Arashi's stomach, making him cough up blood. The delinquent is sent flying backward, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as he hits the floor, completely knocked out. Stonagaya stands tall through the clearing smoke, looking completely unharmed as he asks if this is really all the hero candidates have to offer. To find a way home, our boy Kai has to sneak into the heart of enemy territory, but the secret he's about to uncover changes everything. While his former classmates are busy fighting for their lives at the border, Kai has finally arrived at the fallen city of Neutrat. It's a dark, rainy night, and the only sound is the constant dripping of water hitting the stone pavement. A small flame flickers to life as Kai and Mare make their way through the pitch-black tunnels of the city's underground. Mare pinches her nose, complaining that the sewage system smells absolutely disgusting, but Kai's the one who came up with this stinky plan. Kai tells her to just be patient, as they should be reaching the city's underbelly any minute now. He explains that the demons have insane night vision, and the city is too open, so moving above ground would have been suicide. Plus, with Neutrat being a frontline city, the front gate security is way too tight for a frontal approach, so he spots a ladder and tells her it's time to head up. This is an ad credits image, keeping the pace moving. They climb out and find themselves looking up at the sky, surrounded by the high walls of the city's residential district. Mare is exhausted and relieved to finally be out of the stench, but Kai is already on high alert, peeking around the corner. Suddenly, his instincts flare up as he hears footsteps approaching. He whispers that someone is coming and points toward a large wooden barrel for them to hide behind. Two massive demon guards walk by, yawning and complaining about how tiring their shift has been. The blue-skinned demon tells his buddy to stop whining, saying it's an honor to be picked as a guard for the witch. The purple demon isn't buying it, arguing that serving under her isn't even based on achievement, and he just doesn't have the motivation for it. His partner agrees that he has the skills but a terrible personality, though the purple demon is still salty about her shouting at him. Kai and Mare stay frozen in the shadows as the two monsters stomp past their hiding spot. Mare lets out a shaky breath, her heart pounding as she realizes they barely avoided being spotted. Kai focuses on what he just heard. The witch is the princess of the demons and the current governor of this entire city. Mare confirms his suspicion, adding that she's known as the Witch of Space, and right now she is the primary target Kai needs to reach. Kai remembers Sage Elbana telling him that this woman might be the only one who can fulfill his wish of going back to Earth, but Kai knows reaching her is the real problem. If they just barge in without a plan, it's going to turn into a bloodbath. He tells Mare they need to gather intel first and gives her a strict order: follow him and never act on her own. Mare looks a bit intimidated but nods, promising she understands. They look out over the city square and see a bustling market full of demons of all shapes and sizes. It looks surprisingly normal. Demons are trading, chatting, and even sitting around drinking together like regular people. Kai watches them through a window, observing their behavior to see how they operate. Mare admits it's a bit disappointing to see them living such normal daily lives. Kai coldly points out that as long as they have intelligence and can talk, living like humans is just a given. Suddenly, Kai points his finger towards something specific in the distance, and Mare's eyes go wide. Behind a cart, they see several human children in rags, their hands bound by heavy chains. A demon guard shouts at them to stop lazing around, violently whipping a young girl who lets out a scream of pain. Mare is horrified, gasping at the sight of human slaves, but Kai asks why she's even surprised. He reminds her that she already knew the demons had enslaved the humans they captured. Mare looks down, admitting she knew, but seeing the cruelty in person is a lot harder to swallow as the demons laugh at the crying girl. She stares at the scene, her eyes filling with a mixture of pure rage and absolute horror, calling it complete madness. Kai notices her emotional state and starts to say something, but he stops mid-sentence. Every instinct in his body screams as he feels a presence right behind them. A mysterious young girl with horns and a gothic dress stands there, calmly asking if they're the ones who aren't demons. Kai's heart drops. He didn't detect her at all until she spoke, and he instantly reaches for his knife in a panic. The girl just looks at him with a bored expression, telling him he doesn't need to be on guard because she didn't come to fight. Kai sweats, demanding to know what she wants and how she managed to find their location. He realizes it should be impossible for someone to sneak up on him like this unless she's using some high-level demonic arts. She explains that she's been looking for them ever since they broke through her detection barrier. Mayor is stunned because they didn't see any mana residue or feel a barrier when they entered the city. The girl's eye glows with a strange cross-like pattern, and she tells them there's no place she can't see with her demonic art of space. Kai's eyes widen as he connects the dots, and he immediately triggers his Prapple skill to see who he's dealing with. The HUD pops up, revealing her name is Isabel Veldora, and her magic stat is a terrifying SS rank. She formally introduces herself as Isabel, the 5th princess of the Veldora demonic kingdom. Kai is reeling at the fact that their target found them first, while Isabel asks why a human and an elf are here, noting that they don't look like typical spies. Kai knows if they fight here, they're dead, so he tries to negotiate peacefully, saying it's a long story. Isabel hops up onto a crate, swinging her legs and saying she doesn't mind listening since she's just wasting time out of boredom. After Kai explains their situation, Isabel looks at them thoughtfully, repeating that they want to go back to their home world. Kai asks her point blank if it's actually possible to return using the demonic art of space. She confirms that what they heard was right. Technically, it is possible to return home. For the first time, a look of genuine hope flashes across Kai's face as he asks, "Really?" He thinks to himself how lucky he is to be talking to her, noting that she doesn't seem to have the same hatred for humans as the other demons. But then Isabel drops the catch. It's only possible if she knows the exact coordinates of his home world. Kai's face goes blank as the realization hits him. Isabel bluntly explains that without those coordinates, it is physically impossible to send him back. The room goes dead silent as Kai stares at Isabel, his mind racing to find another way as he asks if there's any method to find those coordinates. Isabel leans back, explaining that there are countless parallel worlds out there, and finding the right one is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Kai uses his newly leveled up eye of truth and realizes she isn't lying. Her words are the cold, hard truth. She adds that there's also a limit to his human body, and since he came here with the protection of God, it complicates things further. Her demonic arts can't breach that protection, making the journey back an impossible task for her. Kai clenches his fist, realizing that this is probably God's way of ensuring the heroes can't leave until the Demon King is dead. Isabel just shrugs, saying maybe that's the case, but she doesn't really know or care about God's plans. Kai sighs, accepting that there are no shortcuts in this world, and he tells himself he has no other choice now. His eyes glow with a deadly resolve. If the only way home is through the Demon King, then he'll just have to kill him. Isabel notices the change in his aura and smirks, seeing that he's finally resolved himself for the long haul. Mare looks worried, realizing that their easy ticket home just got shredded right in front of them. She suddenly speaks up, asking Isabel why she's being so cooperative, despite being a demon princess. Isabel opens a purple rift in the air, explaining that even the demonic kingdom is divided into factions, and she has her own goals. Suddenly, she warns them to be careful as she starts to step into the portal. She looks back one last time, her expression unreadable as she prepares to vanish. She leaves them with one final warning: escaping from this city is going to be a lot harder than getting in. With a quiet shoosh, the rift closes, leaving Kai and Mare standing alone in the middle of the room. Mare collapses against the wall, clutching her chest and saying she thought that was her end. Kai keeps his hand on his knife, acknowledging that the princess is incredibly strong, much stronger than anything they've faced. He admits to himself that the current them wouldn't stand a chance in a fight against her. Mare is just thankful she wasn't hostile, but Kai knows their luck is about to run out. He looks at a crate on the floor, thinking that after a lucky situation, an unfortunate event usually follows. Mare tells him not to jinx it, but then she hears a faint sound coming from outside. They look through the window and see a massive commotion starting in the streets below. A demon captain is screaming at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to find the human spies that have infiltrated the city. Mare panics, asking if they've been exposed, while Kai realizes this happened the exact moment the witch left. Mare is confused, asking if that means Isabel was the one who notified the guards. She can't wrap her head around why the princess would talk to them and then immediately sell them out. Kai tells her they'll never understand how that witch thinks, and right now, they need to get moving. The sky is clear, but the city below is starting to crawl with enemies. Kai and Mare sprint across the rooftops, their footsteps echoing as they try to find an exit. They jump from building to building, moving at high speeds to avoid the patrols gathering on the ground. Below them, the demon guards are furious, shouting that the intruders have to be somewhere nearby. Kai notices that the demon deployments are way too organized, and he realizes these aren't low-level grunts, they have high individual stats. Suddenly, Kai hears a clack and stops dead in his tracks. Mare almost crashes into him, but Kai shoves her down, telling her to stay low and not to move a muscle. Kai breaks out into a cold sweat. He feels a mana signature that is almost as strong as the witch's, maybe even stronger. He looks down into the alley and sees a group of high-ranking demons surrounding a single man with long white hair. Mare's breath hitches as she whispers the name Wimberg, her body beginning to tremble with recognition. Kai looks at her, surprised by her reaction, and asks what she just said. Mare has a dark, vengeful smile on her face as she says she finally met him in a place like this. Kai asks if that man is the target of the vengeance she's been talking about all this time. Mare confirms it with a chilling yes, identifying him as the heavenly king of the winds, Wimberg. Kai immediately triggers prayers to see what kind of monster they're dealing with. The stats are insane. Wimberg is level 40 with S-rank magic and level 5 in both swordsmanship and demonic arts. Kai grabs Mare's shoulder, telling her to calm down because she's insane if she thinks she can fight him here. Mare stares at him with hollow eyes, saying she knows, but her hand is still trembling on her staff. Kai reminds her that wind magic is perfect for detection, and they need to move carefully if they want to survive. He signals for them to retreat slowly, trying to stay out of Wimberg's sensory range. A light breeze blows across the rooftops, and Mare watches as the green mana swirls in the air. The sky remains calm, but the tension on the roof is at a breaking point. Wimberg walks calmly through the streets, asking his men if they're absolutely sure there are intruders here. One of the demons admits it was only a hunch, so they can't say for sure. Wimberg's expression turns cold, and he growls that if there actually are intruders, he'll crush them without mercy. He notes that since the humans' hero candidates have been spotted at the front, they need to stabilize the rear immediately. A guard bows, asking if it's really okay for someone of his stature to be in the rear units instead of at the front. Wimberg tells him this position fits him better, and they should leave the physical grunt work to the other units. He raises his hand, and a green swirling energy begins to form around his fingertips. His eyes sharpen as he feels a slight disturbance in the flow of the wind coming from the roofs above. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he mutters, "They are actually here." The guards are shocked, asking if he detected them, and Wimberg confirms that the flow of the winds is telling him everything. He notes that they're moving carefully, but it's useless because they can't run away from his search. The guards are impressed, knowing that skill is one of the hardest to master in the entire wind attribute. They shower him with flattery, saying they're impressed no matter how many times they see it. Wimberg tells them to shut up and prepare the pursuit unit immediately. He looks up toward Kai's hiding spot, his eyes glowing green as he thinks that if the witch let these humans pass, this might actually be entertaining. Being hunted by a king of wind means there's nowhere to hide, and Kai knows the only way out is to become the monster the demons are afraid of. Our duo is sprinting through the narrow alleys of Neutrat, the sound of their boots echoing off the stone walls. Kai suddenly thrusts his hand out, signaling Mare to come to a dead stop. Just around the corner, a pink-skinned demon captain is howling orders, telling his squad that the intruders have to be close. Peeking from the shadows, Kai realizes the enemy has noticed their movements, even if they can't see them directly yet. Mare looks up at the sky, noticing that the wind is swirling unnaturally, and says the spirits are acting incredibly restless. Kai's face hardens as he identifies it. It's a search skill from the wind element, and it makes their current position extremely dangerous. Mare offers to use her magic to disturb the wind's flow, but she warns that doing so would basically be like firing a flare to show everyone where they are. Kai decides against it, saying they should keep moving for now, because if they get cornered here, they'll be crushed by sheer numbers. More demon patrols are pouring into the streets, weapons drawn and eyes scanning every dark corner. Our boy Kai and Mare take off again, running as fast as their legs can carry them to stay one step ahead. But a shout rings out from the rooftops. They've been spotted. Mare is panting, her face pale with fear as she sees a squad of hulking demons closing in from behind. She stammers out an apology, feeling like it's her fault they're in this mess, but Kai isn't the type to waste time on guilt. He tells her it's fine and that they can use the city's landmarks to their advantage, but then he says something that stops her heart. With a cold, calculated look, he asks Mare to be a decoy for him. Mare's jaw drops as she lets out a shocked thinking her partner is literally throwing her to the wolves. Without waiting for a response, Kai kicks off the ground with a loud thud, launching himself upward. He scales the wall in a single jump, disappearing into the upper levels of the buildings while Mare watches from below. Mare panics, screaming for him to wait because there's no way she can move like a professional assassin. Kai looks back over his shoulder, reminding her that she wanted revenge, and asks if she's really going to start crying now. He ducks into the shadows of a roof, vanishing completely as he tells her to just focus on hiding. Mare is left dumbfounded for a second before the thundering footsteps of the demon squad force her to keep running. The demons see Kai disappear and decide to split up, with the main group charging after the easier target on the ground. Mare grinds her teeth, realizing she has no choice, and slams her staff into the ground as she prepares to fight back. She screams, "Salamander!" and a massive pillar of fire erupts from her staff, lighting up the entire alley. The lead demon barely has time to register the heat before a massive boom sends flames washing over the squad. The explosion is huge, and the demons are momentarily blinded by the smoke and fire. More guards hear the blast and start rushing toward the fire, exactly like Kai planned. But while they're focused on the girl, a dark shadow drops from the sky like a silent predator. Before the blue demon can even blink, Kai's blade slices through his neck in one clean motion. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, blood spraying as his body goes limp. Kai doesn't stop, moving through the group like a blur as the remaining demons realize their numbers are dropping. Multiple slash sounds ring out through the darkness as Kai carves through the squad with terrifying precision. The captain hears the sound of his men dying and spins around, frantically asking what the hell that noise was. He looks back and finds his entire unit face down on the pavement, dead before they could even draw their weapons. The captain shudders as a cold blade is pressed against the back of his neck, the metal gleaming in the firelight. He calls Kai a coward for attacking from behind, but the only response he gets is a massive splatter as his life ends instantly. The smoke clears, leaving only the blue sky above the quiet, blood-stained alley. Mare is still running, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she wonders if she's actually doing her job as bait. She spots another group and calls out to the water spirit, "Undine!" needing to slow them down. A massive wave of water surges out, slamming into the demon pursuit team and knocking them off their feet. The demons are swept away, struggling against the current, while Mare prepares her next spell. She thinks to herself that she can slow them down, but she knows there's no end to their numbers if this keeps up. Then she realizes something is wrong. She looks closely at the demons charging through the water, noticing that they look genuinely terrified. The squad seems to be thinning out without her even doing anything. Suddenly, the two demons on the left are slashed to ribbons by an invisible force, their blood mixing with the water. The last demon screams in terror, asking who the hell is doing this to them. A combat knife buries itself deep into his skull, with a sickening whack before he can finish his sentence. Kai stands over the fallen demon, covered in blood, looking like a literal Shinigami, a god of death. Mare stares at him, her eyes wide as she realizes just how far Kai is willing to go to finish a mission. He pulls his knife out and looks at her, bluntly telling her she was a pretty decent decoy, and that his job was easier because of her. Mare fumes, shouting that she almost got killed, but they don't have time to argue as they continue their escape. High above, on a balcony, the click of a heel hits the stone as a cold voice asks why the intruders still haven't been caught. A demon guard bows in a cold sweat, apologizing profusely, and promising to send even more men immediately. Wimberg raises his hand, the green wind mana already swirling around his gloved fingers. He tells the guard it's fine, and that sending more men will only increase the casualty count. With a sadistic smirk, he says he'll handle this personally. Back on the ground, Kai and Mare are still on the run, but the atmosphere has completely shifted. A massive blast of wind suddenly tears through the alley, nearly knocking them both over. Mare shields her eyes, her hair whipping around as she realizes this isn't just a normal breeze. She can feel an overwhelming mana signature within the wind, and it's coming from everywhere at once. She shouts a plea to Sylph, the wind spirit, desperate to create some kind of defense. The spirit's power clashes with the enemy's mana, causing green sparks to fly through the air. The sky seems to darken as the wind reaches a gale force intensity. Kai narrows his eyes, his red crute glowing, as he realizes their hunter has finally arrived. Wimberg drops from the sky, a trail of green light following him like a comet as he lands gracefully in front of them. He looks at them with pure arrogance, mocking them by saying they aren't just mere rats after all. Mare is shaking, her eyes bloodshot with rage as she growls out the name of the man who ruined her life. "Wimberg!" Kai places a hand on his hilt, telling Mare that her chance for revenge is finally here, and asking if she's ready. Mare grips her staff with everything she has, declaring that she's been ready for this moment for 10 long years. The wind howls like a wounded beast, and the pressure in the air is heavy enough to crush a normal man's lungs. Wimberg just smirks, looking completely relaxed despite facing the two people who just slaughtered his entire pursuit squad. Kai and Mare stand side by side, their eyes locked on the Heavenly King as the final battle for Neutrat begins. Kai whispers to Mare that Wimberg isn't an opponent they can beat in a war of attrition, they have to go all out and finish this fast. Mare nods firmly, the look of a survivor replacing her fear as she says, "Understood." She summons Sylph again, and a massive cyclone of green energy surrounds her, boosting her mana to the limit. Wimberg watches her from a high ledge, looking down at her effort with nothing but boredom. He mocks her for trying to use the wind element against him, the master of the wind, wondering if she's brave or just incredibly stupid. He snaps his fingers, and a massive magic circle forms under his feet, radiating an aura that dwarfs Mare's magic. Sharp blades of air shoot out from the circle, shredding the surrounding stone like it was made of paper. A massive pillar of wind erupts from the circle, reaching high into the clouds. Kai sees an opening and charges straight into the storm, realizing Wimberg is momentarily obstructing his own vision with the mana. Green needles of wind rain down on him, but Kai weaves through them with his red eyes glowing. He dodges a lethal spike by a fraction of an inch, the wind cutting through his cloak as he closes the distance. Suddenly, Kai skids to a halt, his face full of shock as the wind spikes redirect themselves to follow him. Wimberg's voice echoes through the storm, mockingly asking if Kai really thought he could close the gap while he was blind. He reveals that his wind search is an absolute detection art. He doesn't need eyes to know exactly where Kai is. Kai realizes this is a nightmare scenario. This guy's skill is the ultimate hard counter to his assassination techniques. But Mare isn't done yet. She raises her glowing staff and tells Kai not to worry and to leave it to her. She releases a massive burst of spirits, intentionally flooding the area with her own mana signatures to scramble Wimberg's radar. For the first time, a look of confusion flashes across Wimberg's face as his detection goes haywire. Mare shouts that as long as she disturbs the flow with her own spells, his search is useless. Wimberg is genuinely surprised, wondering if this elf girl actually knows the inner workings of his fighting style. Kai thinks to himself that it makes sense. Mare has spent her entire life obsessing over how to kill this man. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kai leaps from the wall and launches himself toward Wimberg's position. Wimberg just smiles coldly, asking Kai if he really thinks getting close is enough to defeat a Heavenly King. Kai swings his blade with all his might, but he only hits the air as Wimberg floats effortlessly away. Kai is stunned to see him hovering in mid-air, while Wimberg gloats about his ability to fly through the sky. Kai clicks his tongue, realizing this is the same high-level flight skill that Hector used, only much more refined. But Kai isn't giving up. He prepares his muscles for an explosive jump, aiming to meet him in the air. He kicks off the edge of the building with a massive crack, flying straight at the Demon King. Kai closes in, his knife aimed directly at Wimberg's heart as they collide in mid-air. Wimberg is shocked by the speed, but Kai's root and weak point detection are already active, showing him exactly where to strike. He sees a red phantom of Wimberg's next move, but then something impossible happens. The red phantom begins to flicker and fade away, disappearing before Kai can even react. Kai's heart sinks, his ultimate skill has failed him, and the demon's weak point is vanishing. Wimberg reaches for his hilt, a bright green glow emanating from his sword's crossguard. He draws the blade in a flash of light, the air screaming as the sword connects with his mana. He towers over Kai, shouting that Kai should be honored for forcing him to actually draw his weapon. A flurry of green slashes fills Kai's vision, and he's forced into a desperate defensive struggle. Kai lets out a KUGH as several cuts open up on his face and arms, the speed of the attacks far outclassing his own. Even with Cater, Wimberg is just too fast, and the king mocks him by revealing that he was the one who taught Hector how to use a sword. Wimberg kicks a massive boulder toward Kai, sending him crashing through the rooftop tiles. Kai hits the ground hard, gasping for air as Wimberg lands nearby, looking down on him like he's trash. Mare rushes to Kai's side, her face full of determination as she prepares her next spirit spell. Wimberg looks at her, his expression twisting into something truly sinister. He admits that deflecting a boulder that big is impressive for an elf, and he realizes he shouldn't have underestimated her earth magic. He muses that normally, elven villages are destroyed with ease, and he finally puts the pieces together. A wide, sickening grin spreads across his face as he says, "I see." He asks if Kai is the one who killed Hector, and his eyes turn back to Mare. Kai says yes, while Mare shouts that at least now Wimberg knows what it feels like to lose someone. Wimberg lets out a dark coo-coo-coo laugh, the sound sending chills down their spines. Mare is shaking with fury, telling him she's been practicing her spells for 10 years just for the chance to end his life. Wimberg licks his lips, saying it's nostalgic, and that he remembers that day 10 years ago very clearly. Mare lets out a confused, "Huh?" her face going pale as she realizes where this is going. Wimberg sadistically describes how much he enjoyed the sound of the elves' cries, calling them pleasant and beautiful. He remembers one specific elf begging for mercy with such despair on his face that it moved him to tears of joy. Mare loses it, screaming "You!" as she prepares to charge forward in a blind rage. Kai quickly shouts for her to stop and not to let him provoke her, realizing Wimberg is trying to make her sloppy. He reminds her that he's relying on her spells to survive, and that they need to stay focused. Mare takes a deep breath, her eyes still filled with tears as she manages to choke out an "understood." Kai forces himself to stay calm and assess the situation, reminding himself that he's the kind of man who would do anything to win. Wimberg looks at them, thinking that this duo is actually quite troublesome, since the man can still stand after taking his slashes. He stares at Kai, muttering the words "hero candidate" with a look of growing interest. Kai retorts that Wimberg seems to understand the hero situation very well. Wimberg laughs, saying he always keeps the strongest enemies in mind, but Kai isn't on his list, which means he must be an outsider. He thinks to himself that he doesn't need to rush this fight, because even though he's stronger, he's at a massive advantage as long as he stays patient. Kai's HUD shows a countdown. He only has 3 minutes left before his rate fades, and if they don't finish this now, they're dead. Suddenly, Mare leans in and whispers for Kai to lend her his ear, telling him she has an idea that might just save their lives. When your back is against the wall and you're facing a literal god of wind, you don't just fight harder, you fight smarter. Our guy Kai and Mare are staring down a heavenly king, and the real battle is just beginning. Kai gives her a quick nod, telling her he understands the plan, but he warns her not to drag him down once the chaos starts. Mare isn't having it, snapping back that "don't drag me down" is totally her line as she prepares her staff. Wimberg hovers above them like a dark cloud, mockingly asking if their little strategy meeting is finally finished. Kai's eyes flare with a deadly red light as he simply says, "Let's go." Wimberg welcomes the challenge with a twisted grin, shouting for them to come at him. Kai launches forward like a bullet, his body shrouded in a swirl of wind mana to match the demon's speed. Mare slams her staff down, calling out to the earth spirit, Norm, to tip the scales. She commands a barrage of heavy stones to fly upward, screaming for them to shoot the demon down from the sky. Wimberg stays calm, watching the projectiles approach through the massive magic circle he's summoned. With a lazy wave of his hand, a massive gust of wind mana sweeps the sky, easily knocking the rocks away. He blasts the stones into pebbles, completely confident in his absolute defense. But his arrogance blinds him, and he suddenly notices a shadow closing in through the debris. Kai lunges through the smoke, his blade clashing against Wimberg's rapier in a shower of sparks. Mare shouts that she's not done yet, pouring even more mana into her spirit magic. Wimberg is shocked to see the rocks he just deflected are curving back toward him like homing missiles. He realizes the earth magic is still being controlled, forcing him to choose between dodging or building a new wind wall. Mare seizes the opening and calls for Sylph to unleash everything she's got. A massive cyclone erupts, completely disrupting the air around Wimberg and leaving him staggered. The heavy stones slam into his barrier with a series of thunderous booms, the weight of the earth magic overwhelming his windshield. Kai narrows his eyes, whispering that the demon finally showed a gap in his defense. He strikes with blinding speed, his knife clashing against the demon's blade as they trade high-speed blows. Wimberg lets out a frustrated growl, realizing his physical strength is being matched by a mere human. A jagged bolt of energy flashes through the sky as Kai unleashes a hidden power. Blood splatters across the air as a lethal strike connects, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through the alley. Wimberg coughs up blood, realizing Kai wasn't aiming for his heart, he was aiming for his sword. Kai catches the glowing green rapier mid-air, the weapon now under the control of its new master. Wimberg is sent tumbling toward the buildings below, his eyes wide with pure rage as he loses his primary weapon. He crashes into the stone ruins with a massive thud, debris flying everywhere from the impact. Credits image, keeping the pace moving. Wimberg staggers back to his feet, bleeding but still arrogant, asking if they really thought they could kill a high-ranking demon with just a scratch. He glares up, his green eyes burning with a terrifying killing intent as he prepares to retaliate. Mare is panting, horrified to see him still standing after such a massive fall. Kai lands on a rocky outcrop, looking completely unfazed as he prepares for the second round. He acknowledges that Wimberg's wind demonic arts are powerful, but every skill has a breaking point. Mare focuses her mana, reminding herself that the demon's absolute defense is flawed. She knows that wind is weak against heavy objects, meaning her earth element is the ultimate hard counter. As long as she keeps the wind flows unstable, the Demon King won't be able to use his full power. Kai looks at Mare, realizing she spent 10 years preparing for this specific moment. He tells her he's fine with the plan and asks her to keep making gaps for his final strike. Kai grips the stolen rapier, announcing that he's going to finish this with the demon's own sword. He stands ready, the green blade glowing with power as the wind mana begins to respond to him. Mare is skeptical, wondering how Kai is going to pull this off when his main skills are assassination, not swordsmanship. Wimberg laughs, mocking Kai for thinking that just holding a sword makes him a threat. Kai just gives him a cold stare and tells him he's about to find out the hard way. Wimberg summons a barrage of green needles, determined to end this fight right now. Kai's red eyes glow with a new intensity as he begins to move, his style suddenly looking identical to Wimberg's. He parries every single attack with the rapier, his speed increasing until he's a total blur. Wimberg starts to sweat, his face twisting in panic as he realizes he suddenly can't follow Kai's movements. He lets out a painful gasp as Kai pushes him back, delivering a flurry of slashes using the demon's own techniques. Mare sees the opening and shouts for Sylph to disrupt the air one last time. A massive gale slams into Wimberg, stripping away his last bit of mana and leaving him staggered. Wimberg looks up, his mouth hanging open in pure terror as he realizes his defeat is inevitable. Kai looms over him, his red eyes looking down with the cold indifference of a god as he declares, "This ends here." Wimberg screams for him not to mock a demon, his face contorting in a mask of desperation. He can't accept that a mere human is about to take his life using his own secret swordsmanship. A blinding flash of light fills the alley as the final blow is struck with maximum force. The Heavenly King falls to the ground, blood pooling as his reign of terror finally comes to a violent end. Kai stands over the body, his mana completely drained as the red glow in his eyes slowly fades. Wimberg's last thoughts are a choke of blood, unable to believe that a monster like him could actually lose. He stares at Kai, dying from the shock of how Kai's movements suddenly changed in the middle of the fight. Kai reveals his secret. His hidden skill, divine protection of copycat, allows him to mimic any move his eyes see. He tells the dying king that he copied his swordsmanship, even though he didn't really want to use such a clumsy style. Wimberg realizes the hero candidates are truly the ultimate weapons of humankind as the light leaves his eyes. Kai's HUD reveals his updated stats. He obtained this broken power when he killed Wimberg's subordinate, Hector. Wimberg's vision fades as he processes the irony of his own death. In his final breath, he calls Hector an idiotic disciple for letting an enemy like Kai grow this strong. The battle is over, and Kai sits on a piece of rubble to catch his breath as the dust settles. He stares at Wimberg's body, realizing that if this was the strength of just one heavenly king, the road ahead is going to be brutal. There are still 3 more demons out there just as strong, plus the Demon King and his children like Isabel. He closes his eyes, acknowledging that even with his new copy ability, the current him still isn't strong enough. He hears soft footsteps approaching and opens one eye to see who it is. Mare walks toward him, her staff dragging slightly as she looks at the man who gave her the revenge she's craved for years. She asks if he's really dead, and Kai gives her a firm yes, confirming that the monster is gone. Kai looks at her and asks how she feels now that she's finally achieved her vengeance. Mare looks away, her voice soft as she admits that somehow she doesn't feel much of anything at all. She looks up at the bright sun, saying that while she feels empty, a small sense of relief is washing over her. She knows that even after killing him, her parents and her village aren't coming back. But as she looks at the sky, she says she finally feels free from the chains of her past. Kai looks at her and tells her he's glad she was there, acknowledging that without her help, he would have lost that fight. Mare smiles, saying that's her line, acknowledging that she couldn't have pulled off the revenge alone. She gives Kai a genuine warm smile and thanks him for helping her achieve her life's goal. Kai brushes it off, saying it was just a coincidence and that there's no need for her to be so thankful. Mare doesn't care about his coldness, simply stating she's glad she decided to follow him. She knows if she had stayed alone, she would have just run away and died a meaningless death. She whispers that she's sure her master knew that this was exactly what she needed. Kai looks at her and asks what her plans are now that the mission is officially over. Mare looks up at the clouds, admitting she's a bit lost and hasn't really thought about her future yet. Kai reminds her that elves live for a long time, so she has plenty of years to find a new goal. Mare laughs, pointing out that she's only half human, so she won't be living nearly as long as a legendary sage. She pauses, a new look of determination appearing on her face. She hops toward Kai with a bright expression, telling him that for the time being, she's decided to stick with him. Kai is surprised, reminding her that his goal is the most dangerous mission in the world, killing the Demon King. Mare smiles and says that if he kills the Demon King, fewer people will have to suffer like she did, so it's worth it. She adds that even if he says he doesn't need her help, she's going to follow him selfishly anyway. Kai lets out a sigh, adjusting his cloak and noting that the more clues and allies they have, the better. Mare's eyes sparkle with excitement as she realizes she's officially joined the team. She lets out a happy yes, her voice echoing through the ruins as they begin to walk away together. The two small figures walk across the stone pavement, leaving the fallen king behind in the dust. High above the city, a purple rift begins to tear through the air. Isabel Veldora stands there, her red eyes watching the pair walk away from the destruction they caused. She notes that they're doing much better than expected, admitting she never thought they could actually defeat someone like Wimberg. A small, mischievous smirk plays on her lips as she says this makes her own next move a whole lot easier. Some time passes, and the scene shifts to the misty, tranquil mountains. Kai and Mare have returned to the Sage's Tower, where Mare immediately tackles Elbana in a massive, relieved hug. Elbana holds a steaming mug of tea, telling them she's just glad they both made it back in one piece. She admits she didn't expect them to return quite this soon, especially with a Heavenly King's head in their bag. Mare gets a bit fidgety, trying to find the words to tell her master about her new decision to follow Kai. Elbana just places a hand on her head and tells her she already knows everything she's going to say. She gives Mare a wink, telling her to give it her best with the boy, and to keep growing stronger. Mare blushes a bright red, while Kai just awkwardly sips his tea, pretending he didn't hear a word of it. Elbana's expression suddenly turns serious as she asks Kai if he's heard any of the news from the front line. Kai asks what happened, and Elbana reveals a grim truth: the rest of his former classmates, the hero candidates, have been utterly defeated. Kai's eyes narrow. He knows Midu is strong, so he asks who their enemy was. Elbana says it was Stonagaya, the Heavenly King of Earth, and one of the highest executives in the demon army. Mare gasps, realizing that Stonagaya is on the same power level as Wimberg, meaning he's an absolute monster. Kai's first thought is cold and clinical as he asks if the students were actually killed in the battle. Elbana says they survived, but their morale and spirits are completely broken after such a one-sided massacre. Kai stares into his tea, his mind already calculating how this shift in the war affects his own mission. He decides to wait and see how things go for a bit, refusing to rush into another frontline disaster. He thinks to himself that since his goal is the Demon King, his best bet is to use the hero party to weaken the other Heavenly Kings bit by bit. Mare asks if the other hero candidates are really as strong as Kai. Kai bluntly says that regardless of their raw power, if they can't actually utilize their strength in a real fight, then being a hero is meaningless. The scene shifts to the dark, gloomy silhouette of Fort Truss at the border. Inside the medical wing, the air is thick with the smell of blood and the sounds of low groans from the wounded students. We see blood-soaked bandages wrapped around a student's leg, a grim reminder of how badly the raid went. Hano-san, the class healer, is kneeling on the floor, frantically trying to patch up Midu's wounds with her magic. Midu gives her a weak smile, telling her not to overdo it since she can't use her shield skill infinitely. Hano looks at him with teary eyes, saying that healing everyone is the only thing she's capable of doing right now. Her hands glow with a golden light as she pours the last of her mana into Midu's battered arm. We flash back to the moment of their retreat, showing just how close they came to total annihilation. Midu remembers Captain Heinrich's squad showing up at the last second to watch their backs and help them escape the golems. But the damage is done, everyone's wounds are deep, and their mental state is even worse. Reina sits in a corner, her pink hair disheveled as she stares at her hands, her fierce spirit completely gone. Arashi is lying on a mat, his face covered with his arm as he tries to hide the shame of his absolute defeat. Hano's hands tremble as she finishes her spell, realizing the weight of the war they've been dragged into. Midu clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white, his face filled with a dark shadow of guilt as he blames himself for not being strong enough to win. The scene opens on Fort Arlice, a massive stone stronghold that's now under the control of the demon army. Perched high on one of the towers is the Heavenly King of Earth himself, Stonagaya, looking down with absolute boredom. From the dense tree line nearby, a pair of eyes is watching the fort, narrowing as they lock on to the target. Our boy Kai is there, his eyes glowing red with intensity while Mare peeks out from behind him. Mare is completely shocked that Kai can actually spot the enemy commander from this insane distance. Kai explains that since his appraisal skill leveled up, he's gained new effects, including the ability to scout over long ranges. Mayor is impressed as always, thinking about how Kai's toolkit is basically a cheat code for any situation. Kai stays silent, focusing his vision as a digital HUD begins to flicker over his sight. He triggers Advanced Appraisal, revealing Stonagaya's stats. He's 75 years old with S-rank defense and strength, making him a literal walking tank. Kai digs deeper into the skill Sturdy Defense, realizing it multiplies the demon's base stats, making him nearly unkillable by normal means. Having his appraisal at level 4 is a game-changer. Knowing the exact mechanics of an enemy's power gives Kai the edge he needs to plan. He doesn't stop there, he activates weak point detection to find a hole in that massive defense. He stares at Stonagaya, who is just sitting there, completely exposed on the castle wall. But the screen stays blank. Kai realizes he's still too weak to even perceive a weak point on a monster of this level. He knows if he could just find one crack in the armor, the upcoming fight would be a lot smoother. Kai breaks down what he knows. Stonagaya is an expert in earth demonic arts and swordsmanship, with a passive defense buff that's off the charts. Mare points out the obvious. Earth is usually weak to water, but Kai knows it's not that simple in a real fight. He tells her that elemental compatibility is one thing, but it really comes down to how the skills are actually used in combat. Mare figures that if they can identify which specific earth arts he's mastered, they might be able to predict where he's vulnerable. Kai decides it's time to pay his old classmates a visit to gather more intel and set his plan in motion. The scene shifts to Fort Truss, where Midu is standing on the battlements looking completely lost in thought. Midu starts thinking about Kai, or Shinjo-kun, wondering what the MC would do if he were still here. He suddenly catches himself, shaking his head and clenching his teeth as he tries to snap out of his depression. He tells himself to stop running away, and that he has to be the leader everyone expects him to be. Suddenly, his classmates appear behind him, with Reina calling him out for overthinking things again. Reina sighs, telling Midu that he always tries to carry the weight of the entire world on his own shoulders. The blonde guy with the headband gives him a wink, reminding him that the game isn't over yet. Another classmate joins in, telling Midu that he's definitely not fighting this war alone. Midu looks at them with genuine surprise, asking if they really still trust him after his last failure. Reina steps forward, her boots clicking on the stone, as she asks him why he'd even doubt them. She walks past him with a smirk, calling him silly for being so dramatic about everything. The guy with the headband throws an arm around Midu, telling him he needs to learn how to rely on his team more. Reina looks back over her shoulder, her expression softening as she waits for Midu to get it. Midu finally cracks a smile, realizing that he'd completely forgotten the importance of his friends. The group reminds him that everyone is getting stronger, and he doesn't need to break himself trying to do it all. But the moment is interrupted by a pair of massive black boots stepping onto the walkway. It's Arashi, the class delinquent, looking rough with bandages wrapped all around his chest. Arashi yells at Midu, asking why he's making such a pathetic face when they still have a stone bastard to crush. Midu is genuinely shocked to see Arashi here, as the delinquent usually stays away from the group meetings. Arashi grinds his teeth, admitting it's annoying as hell that they aren't strong enough to win by themselves. He points a finger at Midu and demands an order, ready to go all out to take down Stonagaya. The rest of the class is hyped to see these two finally working together, though Arashi tells them to shut up before he kills them. With a new fire in his eyes, Midu accepts the challenge, officially taking command of the squad. Arashi gives a sharp grin, satisfied that his leader finally has some backbone again. Watching the group from the shadows, Kanzaki Rin smiles, glad to see the class finally bonding, but she knows they still have no plan. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her from the darkness of a stairwell, making her heart skip a beat. It's Kai. He warns her not to make a scene because he doesn't want the rest of the class to notice him. Rin immediately covers her mouth, her face turning red as she tries to process that the traitor is standing right in front of her. Kai cuts straight to the point, asking her for the details of their previous loss against the Earth King. Rin stammers out a yes and moves closer, ready to give Kai whatever intel he needs. She starts explaining the battle, her expression turning serious as she recalls the demon's power. Kai listens intently, nodding as he learns that Stonagaya's main tactic is creating and controlling massive golems. Rin confirms that the demon's arts are almost entirely focused on summoning an army of stone constructs. Kai's eyes narrow. This matches exactly what Mayor had predicted earlier. Rin's ears perk up at the name Mayor, immediately getting jealous and asking if that's a girl's name. Kai completely ignores her drama, thanking her for the information and turning to leave. Rin calls out to him, asking if he's really not going to help them fight the upcoming battle. Kai looks back at the cheering classmates and says they've already found their own resolve. Joining them now would only cause more conflict. He gives a cold, confident smirk, promising to move as their shadow. just like he always has. Meanwhile, back at Fort Arliss, two massive horned demons are standing guard, looking ready for a fight. The fortress is crawling with demonic activity, with scouts posted on every single tower. The demons are patrolling the grounds, completely unaware that a counterattack is brewing in the woods. Deep in the forest, the hero party is gathered in a clearing, preparing their gear for the siege. One of the girls is cheering, saying that now that Yumi is here, their group is as strong as 100 soldiers. Yumi blushes and thanks them, officially joining the combat group after being a support for so long. Reina asks her why she suddenly decided to join the front line after staying in the back for so many weeks. Yumi gives a bright smile and says she just heard everyone was in trouble and wanted to do her part. The class cheers her on, calling her a real hero for stepping up when things got tough. Yumi smiles back, but internally, she's thinking about the real reason she's standing here. She thinks back to the name of the man who changed her fate, Shinjo-kun. Flashback to 5 days ago, Yumi was working as a waitress in the fort, looking completely drained. She sighs to herself, exhausted from the endless work and the fear of the ongoing war. Suddenly, Kai's voice rings out in her room, noting that they haven't seen each other in a long time. Yumi freezes, slowly turning around to see the hooded MC leaning against the wall of her private quarters. She freaks out, pointing her fingers at him and screaming about how the hell he even got into the building. She can't believe her eyes, asking if he's actually the real Kai or just some illusion. Kai just sighs, telling her to pipe down and get back to her senses. Yumi is still panicking, her face red with a mix of shock and anger that he just barged into her room. Kai ignores her outburst and tells her the reality. Midu and the others are currently dying on the front lines. He tells her that to save them, they need her specific skill, divine protection of water manipulation. Yumi is confused, pointing to herself and reminding him that she's part of the non-combatant group for a reason. Kai steps forward, telling her straight up that she has the talent to be a top-tier fighter and she needs to go help Midu. When she asks how he can be so sure, Kai points out that deep down, she actually wants to fight. He reminds her that the Saint Leonora, who used fear to keep them all suppressed, was killed by his own hand. He tells her the chains are gone, and the wounds in her heart should be healed enough to finally move forward. Then he adds a classic Kai insult, saying it's not the time to be playing waitress and breaking plates. Yumi tries to argue that the plate breaking was an accident, but Kai knows she's been wanting to help her friends this whole time. She looks down, her eyes narrowing as Kai's words finally start to sink in. She lets out a soft laugh, surprised that a traitor classmate was actually paying more attention to her than anyone else. Kai cold-heartedly replies that he's only scouting for a usable pawn to win the war. Yumi asks if he's really not joining them, since he's technically a wanted criminal in the eyes of the kingdom. Kai points out that it's impossible for a traitor to join the official army, and Reina would probably try to incinerate him on sight anyway. He pulls his hood up, declaring that he will move as her shadow and use her as the piece that puts the win in motion. Back in the present, Yumi clenches her fist, vowing to prove that her power is finally useful to the team. Watching from a distance, Rin sees the girls bonding and knows the pieces are finally in place. The screen fades to gray as the tension builds for the start of the operation. A voice confirms, that's the plan. Up on the walls, Rin looks down at Kai, asking if he has any final questions before they launch. She worries that even with Yumi's water magic to create a gap in the defense, it might not be enough to stop Stonagaya. Kai tells her he's not the one fighting this time. The classmates have to find their own way through the struggle. His eyes flash purple as he explains his real goal. He wants to see exactly how much they've grown while he was gone. Rin nods, realizing that Kai is basically acting as a secret drill sergeant for the entire class. Rin rejoins the group in the forest, her expression turning into that of the loyal student again. Midu marches toward the fort, calling the team together for a final plan reconfirmation. He stands at the front, looking intense as he tells them they absolutely cannot afford to lose a second time. Rin and the others respond with a firm yes, the resolve in the group reaching its peak. The entire squad stands in the forest clearing, a small but determined army ready to face a god. Watching from a branch, Mare looks a bit worried and asks Kai if this is really going to be okay. She wonders if Kai has some elaborate backup plan in case they all get wiped out. Kai, casually leaning against a tree, says that people don't grow if they're always being told what to do. He thinks his classmates have plenty of power, but they're just terrible at actually using it. His plan is to help them as little as possible, maybe dropping a hint here or there, but leaving the heavy lifting to them. He believes the most important thing in a battle is for a warrior to decide their own moves. Midu shouts for everyone to get ready, the time for talk finally being over. At the fort's gate, the demons hear the sound of approaching footsteps and gear up. A massive battalion of human soldiers suddenly crests the hill, charging toward the fortress. Captain Heinrich leads the charge on horseback, her sword drawn as she signals the start of the siege. She screams for everyone to charge, the human army slamming into the demon front lines with a roar. The demons are stunned, unable to believe the humans are dumb enough to try the same failed tactic again. Heinrich yells for her men not to falter. Their job is to clear a path so the hero candidates can get inside. The demons roar back, ready to slaughter every invader that steps onto their turf. Chaos erupts as magic and steel clash on the plains, with explosion and fire magic lighting up the battlefield. Midu spots an opening in the chaos, his eyes narrowing as he sees his target. He looks up at the central tower where Stonagaya is supposedly waiting for them. High above, Stonagaya lets out a massive laugh, his golden teeth gleaming as he watches the little heroes approach. Midu realizes the demon is actually waiting for them, inviting them into his lair for a rematch. Stonagaya grins, telling the candidates to come and try their best, hoping they won't disappoint him this time. The group reaches the massive ornate doors of the inner sanctum, the final barrier between them and the boss. Bam! The doors are blown wide open in a shower of sparks and stone. Arashi and Midu lead the way in, smoke trailing off Arashi's hands as they step into the demon's throne room. They stop in their tracks, their expressions turning stone cold as they see what's waiting for them. An entire army of glowing-eyed stone golems is standing in front of Stonagaya, blocking every path forward. Midu doesn't hesitate. He shouts for the team to commence the plan immediately. High in the rafters, Kai and Mare watch the confrontation unfold, with Kai telling them to show him what they've got. The hero party stands united in the throne room, Midu and Arashi at the front, ready to face the most durable monster they've ever seen. Stonagaya doesn't even move. He just summons a wall of glowing-eyed golems to do his dirty work. Midu draws his glowing light sword, the air around him humming with mana as he prepares to lead the charge. He screams for the operation to commence, and the entire squad bursts forward with a synchronized rush that would make any pro gamer proud. In the middle of the sprint, Reina looks over at Yumi, checking if the former non-combatant is actually ready for this level of heat. Yumi grits her teeth and tells her not to worry. She's not the same girl who used to break plates in the kitchen anymore. She triggers Generate Water, summoning massive orbs of liquid that swirl around her like a protective storm. Water manipulation, she shouts, drenching the entire golem army in a high-pressure deluge. Up on his throne, Stonagaya's eyes narrow. He realizes the humans brought a specific counterpick just for him. As the water acts into the stone joints of the golems, Arashi leaps into the air, closing the distance in a second. He slams an explosive punch into the wet stone, and the golem shatters like glass instead of its usual sturdy self. Midu follows up instantly, his light blades slicing through the weakened earth constructs like they were made of paper. The rest of the class joins the fray, landing a flurry of strikes and kicks as they finally feel like they have the upper hand. With a collective roar, the hero candidates start tearing the golem army apart limb from limb. The throne room floor is littered with broken boulders and puddles of water, the once intimidating army reduced to rubble. One golem tries to pull itself back together, its stone hand reaching out from the mess. But because the stones are soaked, they can't bond together. The regeneration fails, leaving the monsters stuck in pieces. The wet mud drips off the stone limbs, proving that Kai's elemental strategy was 100% correct. The golems collapse into piles of useless sludge, the threat of the stone army officially neutralized. Reina and Yumi cheer, seeing their teamwork actually pay off against a Heavenly King's minions. Stonagaya strokes his beard, impressed that the humans found a reinforcement who knows how to use water magic so effectively. He stands alone now, surrounded by the remnants of his failed army, but he doesn't look even a little bit worried. Watching from the rafters, Kai looks down at Mare and gives her credit for predicting the elemental weakness. Mare explains that if the joints between the rocks get wet, the friction disappears, making the golems impossible to control. Midu points his sword at the boss, shouting for everyone to hit Stonagaya while he's vulnerable. Yumi doesn't slow down, gathering every drop of water in the room for one final, massive push. She releases a big wave, a literal tsunami, that sweeps across the throne room floor toward the Demon King. The melee fighters use the momentum, skating across the wet floor to launch a multi-directional assault. Stonagaya is swarmed from every side, the students finally acting like a cohesive unit instead of a bunch of scared kids. The Demon King realizes they're trying to chip away at him, and he admits they must have an incredible strategist behind the scenes. He slams his hand onto the ground, a massive red magic circle erupting beneath his feet as he prepares his own counterattack. He scoffs, telling them that golems were just expendable toys, and that it's time to show them the true power of Earth. Dozens of massive boulders rip themselves from the ceiling, hovering in the air before raining down like meteors on the students. Just before they get crushed, a classmate steps forward, her hands outstretched as she tries to stop the falling death. She triggers telekinesis, a golden aura flaring up around her. The boulders freeze mid-air, trembling as she struggles to hold back the weight of several tons of rock. Stonagaya is stunned. His control over the earth is being overridden by another hero's skill. Suddenly, purple lightning crackles around him as Kanzaki Rin activates her Bamet skill. He gasps, feeling his own body being restrained by an invisible force that pins his arms to his sides. Arashi sees the opening and lunges, his fist glowing with explosive heat as he screams, "Ora!" Stonagaya quickly conjures a thick mud wall to block the impact, the ground churning in front of him. Bam! Arashi's explosion rocks the room, smoke and dust filling the air as he tries to blast through the defense. But even with the explosion, the mud wall holds firm, Stonagaya's passive defense being too much for a single strike. The demon mocks Arashi, telling him that a weak punch like that will never break through his ultimate shield. Suddenly, Midu appears behind the demon, his eyes cold as he whispers instant movement. In a flash of blue light, he's already behind Stonagaya's guard, his blade coated in crackling electricity. He swings with everything he's got, letting out a roar that echoes through the entire fortress. But Stonagaya is a veteran. He shifts his weight and blocks the light sword with his massive, armored forearm. He laughs in Midu's face, asking if this puny strike is really the best the hero can do, even when he's being restrained. The telekinesis girl isn't done. She shouts that she's returning the demon's own rocks back to him. Another student jumps in, activating wind manipulation to add some serious speed to the projectiles. A barrage of wind lances and boulders flies towards Stonagaya, a relentless storm of physical and elemental damage. The demon is forced into a defensive shell as the entire room becomes a war zone of flying debris and light. He realizes the attacks are coming from every single angle, and he can't block all of them at once. He summons more stone walls and tries to expand them to push the heroes back, but they're not letting up. Yumi steps up again, focusing her mana into a single point to deliver a devastating water-based strike. A massive torrent of water slams into the demon's latest wall, turning the battlefield into a muddy, slippery mess. Stonagaya skids back, his expression finally showing a hint of genuine concern as his mana starts to dip. He knows that if he stays wet, he's going to lose his hardness and get shredded by the next physical attack. Midu and Arashi charge in for the final combo, shouting for the fight to end right here and now. They leap together, their powers combining into a massive flare of blue and orange energy. The impact is massive, a colossal explosion of mana that seems to consume the Demon King entirely. Stonagaya is sent flying, his massive body crashing into the floor as he coughs up blood. He struggles to his feet, his armor cracked and his breathing heavy, but he's still got some fight left in him. He realizes that if this continues, his defense will eventually shatter and he'll be finished. His eyes glow blood red as he decides to bet everything on one final desperate move. He screams as he converts every single point of his massive defensive mana into pure offensive power. Up in the shadows, Kai's red eye flashes. He knows his classmates are about to get vaporized if he doesn't step in. Just as Stonagaya is about to release his ultimate attack, a silver dagger pierces through the air and embeds itself directly into the demon's skull. A massive spray of blood covers the floor as the demon's scream is cut short by the lethal strike. The dagger is buried deep in Stonagaya's forehead, the precise throw ending his life before his transformation could even finish. The Demon King lets out one final, choked gasp, his golden teeth covered in crimson as he falls forward. He collapses onto the floor in front of the hero party, who are all staring in absolute silence at the dead beast. Reina and Yumi look at each other, their faces a mix of pure shock and dawning relief. "We did it!" the class shouts, erupting into a frenzy of cheers as they celebrate their first major victory. They all think Mido and Arashi were the ones who landed the final legendary strike on Stonagaya. But Mido and Arashi are just standing there, looking down at the corpse with a sense of deep unease. Arashi reaches down and pulls the bloody dagger out of the demon's skull, his hands trembling slightly. He looks at the weapon, realizing that this wasn't part of any skill they used. This was an assassination. Midu looks around the dark throne room, his instincts telling him that a certain someone was watching over them. He spots a deep crack in the wall high up near the ceiling, a clear sign that someone was perched there just moments ago. He realizes that, once again, Kai was the one who actually saved them from certain death. Arashi curses under his breath, furious that they still weren't strong enough to finish the job without that bastard's help. The guy with the headband walks up to Midu, completely oblivious, and brags about how their plan was a total success. Midu puts on a fake smile for his teammates, agreeing with them so he doesn't kill the mood. He watches the girls celebrate with Yumi, knowing that they managed to get this far only because of Kai's secret training. He thinks back to that final moment. The terrifying amount of mana Stonagaya was releasing would have killed them all instantly. The memory of that silver flash in the dark is the only thing he can think about. Midu admits to himself that their strategy was basically child's play compared to the reality of a life-or-death battle. Reina pops up beside him, asking why he's making such a weird face when they should be celebrating the win of a lifetime. Midu starts to tell her the truth, but then decides to keep it to himself, knowing the class needs this confidence boost. The corpse of a heavenly king lies at their feet, a symbol of their progress, even if it's a bit of a lie. The class suddenly swarms Midu, patting him on the back and lifting him up in the air. Everyone is shouting, "Nice teamwork!" and "Nice one, Midu!" The vibe in the room finally being one of true hope. Midu looks at his cheering friends, his expression softening as he realizes that even if he's being protected, he still wants to lead them. He gives a genuine smile, deciding that he's going to work twice as hard so he never has to be saved by a dagger again. Arashi watches the celebration with a bitter look on his face, still clutching the assassin's dagger in his gloved hand. Some of the guys walk up to him, telling him his explosive punch was thrilling and that they'll follow him for life. Arashi tells them to shut up, bluntly stating that he wasn't the one who finished the demon off. The students are confused, their smiles fading as they ask him what he means by that. One of the bulkier guys puts a hand on Arashi's shoulder, thinking he's just being humble because he's in a bad mood. He tells Arashi that he saw the whole thing, but that Arashi shouldn't worry about the small details. He argues that someone just took the last hit, and it doesn't change the fact that Arashi and Midu did the work. Arashi stays silent, staring at the floor. He knows that last hit was the only thing that kept them all from being piles of ash. Outside, the sun is shining brightly over the battle-scarred fortress of Arliss. Midu stands at the top of the tower, holding Stonagaya's severed head up for the entire demon army to see. The remaining demon soldiers freeze, their weapons dropping to the ground as they realize their invincible king has been decapitated. Captain Heinrich leads the human army in a final charge, screaming that the victory belongs to the humans. Watching from the battlefield, Heinrich smiles through the blood and dirt, relieved that the kids actually pulled it off. The human army floods the fortress, the tide of the war at the western border finally turning in their favor. Kai and Mare are already packed up, watching the celebration from a safe distance before they slip away. Mare is surprised that the demon army is surrendering when their numbers are still roughly equal to the humans. Kai explains that the Demon King's army relies entirely on high charisma leaders to keep them in line. Mare realizes this is exactly what happened after they killed Wimberg. The demons lost their will to fight and just stopped chasing them. Kai pours himself a cup of tea, noting that this extreme reliance on a single boss is the biggest weakness of the demon hierarchy. Mare looks at him with a pout, asking if he's really okay with the classmates taking all the credit for his kill. She reminds him that his goal was to train them, but he ended up being the one who dealt the final blow. Kai looks serious, saying that Stonagaya's final killing intent was too much for them. He didn't want them to die before they could grow up. He takes a sip of his tea, saying that staying in the shadows and doing the dirty work is just the main job of an assassin. Mare giggles, telling him that he's actually being surprisingly overprotective of his old friends. Kai stays quiet for a second, then tells Mare that since they've been together for so long, she should probably start calling him by his real name. Mare blushes instantly, her ears turning red as she stammers about how she wouldn't know how to address him properly. She looks up at him with wide, hopeful eyes and asks, "May I call you Kai?" Kai just keeps drinking his tea and gives a small nod, saying he's fine with that. When he asks why her face is so red, she screams, "It's nothing!" and hides her face, making the MC look completely confused. Kai looks out the window, thinking about how they've finally managed to take down 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, but he knows there are still Demon King's descendants out there who are at least as strong as Isabel Veldora. He realizes that his journey to actually kill the Demon King and find a way home is still going to be a long one. The scene shifts as Kai resolves to keep moving, his purple eyes glowing with a cold, focused light. Somewhere far away, a girl with cat ears is lying on the ground, bruised and defeated. She grits her teeth, her blue eyes filled with a mix of rage and terror as she glares at her captor. A mysterious white-haired man smirks at her, mockingly commending her for having a heart that isn't broken yet. He turns to a massive, horned demon subordinate and tells him to relay a message to the rest of the units. The message is simple and chilling. "I caught the princess." It's been 1 week since the Heavenly King of Earth was put in the dirt, and Fort Arliss is finally back in human hands. The entire kingdom is buzzing with energy. People are flooding the streets, cheering for the recent victory that's finally brought some light back to this dying world. In the taverns, the knights are going wild, raising their mugs and celebrating the fact that they've actually managed to push back the demon tide. Our boy Midu is riding through the capital, looking every bit the legendary hero the public wants him to be. The people are looking at these summoned students as their only hope, and for the first time, it feels like they might actually win this war. Inside the palace, Midu kneels before the king in a massive glittering throne room. He's being honored for the defeat of a heavenly king. The king declares that Midu Shuji shall be officially rewarded with the title of a Lord Knight, and Midu accepts with a heavy heart. The scene shifts to a quiet room, where a long sigh echoes against the green curtains. Midu and Rin are slumped on a fancy couch, looking absolutely drained after the long ceremony. Rin giggles a bit, noticing that even the fearless leader Midu gets nervous when standing in front of royalty. Amelia, the captain of the Fourth Knights, walks in with a smirk, teasing Midu that his exhaustion might just be a sign that he's getting old. Heinrich, the lavender-haired captain, reminds Amelia that unlike them, Midu wasn't raised as a noble and had to learn a lifetime of etiquette in just one night. Midu laughs it off, admitting that the pressure of the ceremony was almost as bad as the actual fight against Stonegaya. He was terrified that if he messed up his manners, he'd make things even worse for his classmates. Heinrich gives a playful wink, telling him that being blamed for rudeness would be a lot better than the actual weight of the responsibility he's just taken on. The captains explain that as a newly promoted knight, Midu is going to have to get used to these high-stakes political games. Heinrich takes a calm sip of her tea, looking entirely unfazed by the noble life. Amelia drops some serious lore, explaining that the church holds the real power in this kingdom and that even the king has to follow the Pope's orders. She reveals that Midu is now officially the captain of the 11th Knights Corps, the Heroes Corps, commanding the strongest raid force in the world. Midu isn't a fan of the news. He asks if there's even any point in being a captain, if the church is just going to pull all the strings anyway. Heinrich gives a mischievous look, asking him if he's really ready to dive into the messy, complicated world of state affairs. Midu immediately backs down, sweating as he realizes some truths are better left unknown. He stands up, his expression hardening as he realizes that regardless of the politics, he now has a duty to protect his people. The sun shines over the massive castle, but beneath the beauty, the gears of a dark conspiracy are turning. Deep in the forest, Kai is getting the update from Rin. He's not surprised at all that the kingdom made Midu a captain. Mare is just happy for them, giving a bright smile and thinking that a promotion sounds like great news. Kai looks at the castle in the distance, explaining that the kingdom is just using Midu as a symbol to show everyone that the heroes are firmly under their control. Mare looks completely confused, her head spinning as she tries to understand why getting authority is actually a bad thing. Kai warns them not to get too absorbed in the kingdom's games, reminding Rin that their only goal is to defeat the Demon King and go home. A flash of the late Saint Leonora appears in his mind. He knows the kingdom still views them as nothing more than expendable pawns. Rin agrees to be careful, but then she blushes, her eyes darting toward the white-haired girl standing next to Kai. Kai introduces her as Mare, a half-elf spellcaster and his current companion, and Mare gives a friendly wave. Rin stares at her with a look of pure shock and jealousy. She snaps, pointing a finger at them and demanding to know exactly what Mare is to Kai. Mare innocently replies that she's just a companion on this journey, but then she fires back, asking who Rin is to her Kai. Rin freezes, her face turning bright red as she realizes Mare called him by his first name, something even she hasn't done. Rin starts to crumble, looking completely defeated and calling Kai horrible for finding a cute elven girl while she was busy spying for him. Kai remains a cold professional, simply stating that Kanzaki Rin is his collaborator and nothing more. Mare narrows her eyes, asking Rin if the two of them were actually close back in their old world on Earth. Rin has to admit they never even talked back at school, making her feel even more like an outsider in Kai's new life. She quickly tries to change the subject, asking Kai if his next move is still to go after the Demon King himself. Kai looks her in the eye, telling her that just like before, he'll be moving in the shadows while she acts as the messenger for the class. Rin begs him to take her along, her voice trembling as she asks if she can finally move together with him. Kai stares at her, his expression unreadable as he considers the offer. For a split second, there's a heavy silence in the woods as the two classmates lock eyes. Mare watches them closely, sensing the tension between the hitman and the spy. Finally, Kai rejects her, saying it's impossible because without her inside the hero party, he has no way to track or contact the rest of the class. He steps close, telling her that her position as a spy is the most important part of his entire plan. Rin sighs, realizing she can't win against his logic, and finally accepts that she has to stay behind. She mentions that some of the guys, especially Midu, are actually starting to look up to Kai's methods. Kai is fine with that. He wants Midu to become independent and grow strong enough to eventually face the Demon King without a shadow. Rin asks if he's really planning on making everyone in the class stronger, and Kai nods. It's the only way to win. He admits that even with his skills, the Demon King's army isn't something he can defeat all by himself. He thinks back to the battle with Wimberg, reminding her that even with Mayor's help, that fight was a desperate, razor-thin victory. Rin is floored. She asks if the two of them seriously took down another Heavenly King by themselves. Mayor happily chirps in, confirming that they defeated the Wind King Wimberg in a close fight. Rin is stunned into silence. Her class barely survived Stonagaya with an entire army, but Kai and Mayor took out the fastest general with just 2 people. She looks at Mayor, realizing this elven girl is way more than an ordinary spellcaster if she's keeping up with a monster like Kai. A wave of insecurity hits Rin as she stares at her own hands. She clenches her fist, feeling completely useless because she didn't contribute anything to the last big battle. Kai mentions that there are beings in the demon army even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, and they aren't ready for them yet. He calls her name, pulling her back to reality. He tasks her with watching both the classmates and the kingdom's movements, promising to stay in regular contact. Rin gives a sharp nod, her resolve returning as she accepts her mission. Kai turns his back and starts walking away, telling her to let Midu know that he's working in his own way to save them all. Mayor gives Rin a friendly goodbye, her cheerful attitude a sharp contrast to the dark path they're walking. Rin watches them vanish into the trees, her voice a soft whisper as she says goodbye. She stands alone in the sunlight, vowing that she's going to find her own way to get stronger so she can finally stand by Kai's side. With Stonagaya dead, the Holy Kingdom's army doesn't waste a second, launching a massive, full-scale invasion into demon territory. The Heroes Corps is leading the charge, their morale at an all-time high as they smash through the enemy's outer defenses. They're steamrolling everything, conquering forts all around the mountains and finally liberating the city of Neutrat. The kingdom thinks it's all thanks to their hero leader Midu, but they have no idea that the real reason for the demon collapse is the death of their logistics chief, Wimberg. Kai and Mayor are watching the army's progress from a rooftop, knowing that the kingdom is blissfully ignorant of the real battle. Back at the capital, the victory banquet is in full swing, with tables piled high with food and drinks. The guy with the headband is already chugging beer like it's water, completely caught up in the hype. He gives a thumbs up, reminding everyone that in this world, 15 is considered an adult, so the booze is officially fair game. Rin isn't having it. She smacks him upside the head, reminding him that they need to focus on going back to their own world. She stomps off while he cries over his spilled drink, the comedy a brief break from the constant war. Midu watches the chaos with a nervous laugh, trying to enjoy the moment but still feeling the weight of command. Reina walks up to him in a stunning black dress, noting that he's as tense as usual and telling him to relax for just one night. Rin spots her and immediately starts yelling about the wine in Reina's glass. Reina claims it's just juice, but Midu knows better, looking at her with a face that says he's not buying it. Midu looks out at the banquet, thinking about how everything has been going way too smoothly lately. He mentions that the demon chain of command seems to be in total chaos, and it's weird that the death of just one general would break them this badly. He's been having doubts for days, thinking that the enemy shouldn't be this fragile if they're supposed to be a world-ending threat. He even thought it might be a trap, and Captain Amelia agreed, but so far they haven't seen any signs of a counterattack. Reina scoffs, telling Midu he's being too cautious and that maybe the demon army is just a bunch of idiots. Midu looks at the image of the dead Stonagaya and whispers that maybe Kai is the one moving as their shadow. Reina laughs at the idea, saying there's no way one traitor could pull off a feat like that. Rin steps in, setting her glass down on the table with a firm click. She drops the bombshell while they were busy fighting Stonagaya. Kai was in the backline, destroying the demon's entire logistics network. The room goes silent as the other classmates overhear, their faces twisting in disbelief. Rin confirms that Kai personally told her he defeated another heavenly king stationed in this territory. She explains that the only reason the defenses are so weak right now is because of the damage Kai did in the dark. The classmates are shaking. They can't wrap their heads around Kai taking out a general all by himself. Midu just nods, realizing his instincts were right all along. The guy with the headband starts sweating, calling Kai a monster for working on a level they can't even imagine. Reina refuses to believe it, screaming that those kinds of stories have to be lies. She turns to Arashi, asking him for backup. knowing the delinquent hates Kai more than anyone. Arashi is busy gnawing on a turkey leg, looking entirely disinterested in the conversation. He flashes back to the bloody dagger he pulled out of Stonagaya's skull, the proof of Kai's intervention. He bluntly says he doesn't care, walking away while Reina looks on in shock. Rin snaps back that even if the story is true, she still hasn't forgiven Kai for leaving them behind. Midu pulls Rin aside, quietly asking her where exactly Shinjo-kun is hiding right now. Rin looks away, her expression turning somber as she tells him she doesn't know. But she confirms that Kai is moving with his own method to kill the Demon King, separate from the hero party. The scene cuts to the western edge of demon territory, a dark and jagged land filled with monsters. Kai is currently being hunted by a group of massive, green-skinned orcs. One of the orcs lets out a blood-curdling roar, swinging a massive wooden club at Kai's head. Kai ducks under the strike and lunges forward with a dagger, moving with a speed that the brute can't track. He's not just fighting with steel, he's trying to weave magic into his movements. The orc is hit with a spray of mud and magic, looking completely disoriented by Kai's tactical approach. Kai raises his hand, chanting Thundershock as golden lightning starts to dance around his fingers, but the mana flickers and dies out. Kai gasps, realizing he's still struggling to control this new power. The orc laughs, its massive hand reaching out to grab the puny human who just failed his spell. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupts, incinerating the orcs in a split second. Mare has intervened with her salamander magic. Kai stands in the middle of the flames, telling Mare she shouldn't have done that unnecessarily. Mare runs up to him, pointing out that if his magic hadn't failed, she wouldn't have had to save his skin. Kai looks at his hand, frustrated that even after all his training, he can't even pull off a basic elemental spell. Mare explains that his magic element is thunder, which is incredibly rare, powerful, and wildly unpredictable. She reminds him that his classmates have divine protections that make magic easy, but Kai has to learn everything the hard way. She tells him that to cast properly, he needs to have a crystal-clear image of the magic he wants to create. She notes that magic isn't normally used in close-quarters combat because it's too hard to focus while being attacked. Kai looks determined. He knows it's hard, but he has to use it in close combat, or the skill is useless to an assassin. He admits he needs a new power because his current level isn't enough to kill the real monsters in the Demon King's inner circle. Mare looks at him with admiration, thinking that only a disciple of the legendary sage could even attempt something this crazy. She gives a playful laugh, her confidence in Kai never wavering, but then they both sense something approaching. A massive shadow falls over them as a whole horde of orcs emerges from the trees. There are dozens of them, their eyes glowing red with bloodlust as they surround the duo. Kai gives a dark smirk, telling Mare that fortunately, he's just found some perfect training targets to master his new lightning. Deep in the dark woods, Kai is completely surrounded by a horde of orcs, goblins, and monsters that look like they haven't eaten in a week. He's not reaching for his gun this time. He's charging forward with golden sparks dancing around his fingertips. He roars out Thundershock, letting the wild, unpredictable energy of the lightning element surge through his arm. Crackle! The lightning arcs through the air, frying two massive orcs instantly as they let out a scream that echoes through the forest. The monsters stumble back, smoking and twitching, but they aren't dead yet. This new magic is harder to master than Kai thought. Kai clicks his tongue, realizing that while he finally managed to use the skill in a real fight, the actual firepower is still way too low. An orc recovers and swings a massive club down with a roar, trying to turn our MC into a pancake. Kai sidesteps the blow with professional ease, the club smashing into the dirt and sending rocks flying everywhere. He's a ghost in these woods, his boots barely making a sound as he leaps onto a thick tree branch to reset his position. In a blur of motion, he vanishes from the branch, moving so fast the monsters can't even track his shadow. Green flashes of movement cut through the dark as Kai navigates the canopy, searching for the perfect angle to strike. The orcs look around in confusion, their low intelligence making them easy prey for a professional hitman. Kai doesn't miss. He throws a volley of daggers imbued with lightning mana that sizzle through the air like miniature railguns. Whack! The blades bury themselves deep into the monsters' skulls, ending the fight before the orcs even know where the attack came from. More monsters emerge from the brush, a werewolf and a goblin, looking nervous as they see their buddies piled up on the ground. Kai hides his face under his hood, thinking that for now, imbuing his daggers with mana is way more efficient than trying to cast raw spells. A white ape monster lunges from the trees, but Kai is already moving, his blade drawing a lethal arc through the air. A clean decapitation sends a spray of blood into the trees as Kai keeps up his momentum, never stopping for a second. He hangs from a branch, looking down at the carnage with those cold, purple eyes, but he knows something is still off. Suddenly, gargoyles swoop down from the sky, their stone wings cutting through the leaves as they dive-bomb his position. Kai spins in a whirlwind of steel, his daggers flashing as he carves through the flying pests with surgical precision. He drops back to the ground, twin blades ready, looking like a literal god of death in the middle of the demon realm. A massive red-skinned demon commander steps forward, smashing a tree trunk aside to get a clear shot at Kai. Kai lets out a tired sigh. Even for him, the sheer number of these high-level monsters is starting to get annoying. He looks up at the gathering army of demons, realized he's accidentally stumbled into a hornet's nest. A towering, horned beastman with glowing red eyes smirks down at him, clearly being the one in charge of this patrol. Kai's eyes glow red as he activates his skills, deciding that this boss is the perfect guinea pig for his new training. Dark, purple mana begins to swirl around him, the atmosphere turning heavy as the assassin prepares to go all out. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire erupts behind him. Mare has seen enough and decides to clear the field with her spirit magic. Boom! The explosion sends goblins and orcs flying in every direction, the forest floor turning into a literal barbecue. Mare screams for Kai to get out of there, realized it's impossible to keep fighting an endless wave in their current state. Kai relents, knowing she's right, and tells her he's seen enough for one day. He walks over the bodies of his kills, his silhouette looking haunting against the backdrop of the burning forest. The two of them sprint away from the demon front lines, Mare panting and complaining about how exhausted she is. Kai thinks about the sheer level of the monsters they just fought. This land is a nightmare that no normal human could ever survive in. Mare points out that since the demons can control low-intelligence monsters, these woods are basically an infinite shield for the Demon King. Kai realizes that's exactly why the human kingdom has never been able to advance this far before. They reach a cliffside and look out over the horizon, the dark, jagged mountains of the demon realm stretching out forever. This is the real heart of the enemy territory, and Kai knows that things are about to get a whole lot more troublesome. 1 week later, the scene shifts to the bright sunny morning of the Holy Kingdom's official invasion. The human army is riding high on their momentum, marching into the demon realm with their flags flying and hearts full of hope. But the second they step into the dark territory, they are swarmed by a literal tide of monsters that don't care about their flags. The level of these creatures is on a completely different scale than what the soldiers fought back at the border. Midu and the other hero candidates are holding their own, their light magic and swordsmanship cutting through the front row of orcs. The normal soldiers, however, are being turned into literal monster fodder, their armor offering zero protection against the massive beasts. Amelia screams for her troops to keep their formation, her face covered in sweat and blood as the line starts to break. Heinrich realizes they're being completely outplayed. The monsters are attacking them from every side at the exact same time. Midu grits his teeth, realizing this level of coordination means a high-ranking demon is definitely pulling the strings. High up on a stone tower, a beautiful demon woman named Elsa swirls a glass of red wine, looking down with a bored expression. She's a cold-blooded strategist, ordering her minions to chip away at the humans' military strength without ever risking her own life. An elite squad of horned demons stands behind her, waiting for the humans to get exhausted so they can start the real massacre. A human scout sees the demon army approaching and lets out a scream of pure terror. Midu realizes they're about to be annihilated and shouts to Amelia that they have to retreat immediately. The battlefield is left littered with the bodies of human knights as the demon commanders walk through the carnage like they're on a stroll. One of the demons laughs, calling it an easy victory and mocking the humans for falling into such a basic trap. He credits Elsa for her cautious planning, saying her strategy of using trash monsters to tire the heroes out worked perfectly. They're confident that after this beating, the humans will finally realize just how pathetic their military strength really is. Another demon mentions that they've already conquered the Federation of the Beastmen, suggesting the war is already over. He admits that the humans were strong enough to kill 2 heavenly kings, but that fact won't save them from what's coming next. Hiding in the bushes nearby, Kai and Mare overhear every single word of the conversation. Mare is shocked. She's never heard anything about the Beastmen being conquered, meaning the demons are moving way faster than anyone thought. Kai's expression turns stone cold as he tells Mare they need to gather more info. The board has just been completely reset. The scene shifts back to the capital city, where the atmosphere has turned from celebratory to depressing and gray. The local church has been turned into a massive infirmary, filled with the moans of wounded soldiers being tended to by healers. Inside the war room, the high-ranking officers and heroes are gathered around a map, the silence in the room being absolutely suffocating. Amelia delivers the grim report. They've recaptured human lands, but the moment they stepped into the demon realm, they were utterly crushed. She looks around the table, her voice hollow as she asks if anyone has any suggestions on how to survive this. The older generals look defeated, admitting that without a way to counter the endless wave of monsters, they can't advance an inch. They're baffled by the demons' new tactics, realizing for the first time that they aren't just fighting beasts, but a coordinated army. Heinrich points out that the demons have finally started taking this war seriously after losing two of their top generals. Midu thinks back to the shadowy figure Elsa, realized that someone incredibly cunning is now leading the enemy forces. One of the generals argues that if they can just get out of the monster-filled forest, they might have a chance to fight properly. Amelia shuts him down, pointing out that advancing through that forest with a whole army is a literal suicide mission. The military leaders agree that despite liberating some territory, their losses in the last battle were way too high to justify another push. Midu stares at the map, realizing that the high morale they had a week ago has completely evaporated into thin air. One of the female students raises her hand tentatively, asking if their job isn't to just go and kill the Demon King. The generals laugh bitterly, telling her that if it were that easy, they wouldn't be sitting in this room suffering. Amelia asks a student named Hashimoto if he has any brilliant ideas to save the day. The student nervously suggests just increasing the size of the army, hoping that more numbers will solve the problem. Amelia gives him a cold stare, reminding him that more untrained soldiers will just slow them down and become more corpses for the monsters. Midu realizes that in this world, sheer numbers don't matter against monsters that can kill a dozen men with one swing. He suggests that instead of a bigger army, they should focus all their resources on training a small, elite force. Amelia agrees, noting that they already have the best fighters in the kingdom right here on the front lines. She declares that the only realistic plan is to stop the invasion and focus on training for the next few years. The room falls silent as the weight of that decision sinks in. The invasion is officially postponed. Midu feels a deep, restless pit in his stomach, realizing that something is very, very wrong with this picture. He understands that the kingdom's goal of maintaining the border and the students' goal of going home are now in direct conflict. The kingdom is perfectly fine with a stalemate, as long as their cities are safe, but that leaves the students trapped in this world. Heinrich watches Midu closely, her eyes filled with a mix of pity and concern for the young hero. She asks Midu what he honestly thinks about the kingdom's decision to stop the war. Midu speaks up, telling her that according to their plan, it would take years to defeat the Demon King, but he wants to go home now. Amelia drops the bombshell. It will take at least 2 years of training just to recover their current strength. Midu repeats the words 2 years like they're a death sentence, his heart sinking into his boots. The general reminds him that they've already failed in enemy territory, and that invading any further right now is impossible. He gives a fake, cheerful wink, telling the students to be happy with their big success in liberating the lost territories. Midu gives a hollow thank you, realizing that the decision has already been made behind closed doors. He knows his classmates won't accept this. They're desperate to go home and won't stand for being stuck here for another 2 years. The hero candidates sit in the background, their faces shadowed as they realize they've just been benched by the military. The group leaves the war room, walking down a long, ornate hallway that feels more like a prison than a palace. Heinrich tries to comfort them, saying that Amelia's judgment is based on the kingdom's survival, and they need higher influence to change things. Midu looks away, his face hardening as he tells her he understands the situation perfectly. Heinrich warns him not to rush his thoughts, knowing that desperation often leads to disaster. Midu asks if she really believes that waiting is the right move, but her silence speaks volumes. She tells him that being impatient only brings death, and she doesn't want to see her friends die in a hopeless charge. Midu's eyes narrow. He's heard enough of the "take your time" speech. Heinrich looks out a window at the courtyard, watching the other students training in the sun. She points out that they still have plenty of room to grow, and that preparation is the only way to ensure victory against the Demon King. Rin agrees, saying that even though everyone wants to go home, this safe method is better than dying in a forest. Midu flashes back to their previous defeat, remembering how Heinrich had to bail them out when Stonagaya almost finished them. Heinrich reminds him that the demon world is a place that devours the weak, and that monsters stronger than heavenly kings are still out there. She admits they're all counting on the heroes, but with their current strength, the Demon King is an impossible target. Midu finally relents, saying he'll gather the rest of the class and brief them on the 2-year delay. He looks at his friends, Reina, Arashi, Yumi, and resolves that he will not allow a single one of them to die under his command. He tries to convince himself that this is the right choice, no matter how long it takes to get back to Earth. The entire class is gathered in the lounge, the atmosphere thick with tension as they wait for the news. When Midu delivers the report, the reaction is instant. "What did you say?" Midu keeps his voice steady, telling them that it simply can't be helped after their massive loss. One student stands up, sweating and shouting, demanding to know when they'll ever be able to go home if they stop now. Rin delivers the killing blow. They have to stay here for at least 2 more years. The class is devastated, the shock on their faces showing that 2 years feels like an eternity in this hellhole. Midu begs them to understand, saying it's better to take their time than to risk their lives at their current pace. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the room as Arashi kicks a table aside, his face contorted in pure rage. He screams at Midu to stop joking around before he explodes. Midu tries to stay calm, explaining that while he wants to kill the Demon King just as badly, the kingdom has its own plans they have to follow. He stares Midu down, asking if he's seriously suggesting they should just go out and fight the entire demon army by themselves. The tension in the room is suffocating as the answer hangs in the air. Arashi snaps that the kingdom isn't their friend, and he'll use them when he has to, but he's done following their orders. Midu shouts back, warning him that going rogue is a death sentence since they can't survive without the Holy Kingdom's supplies and support. Arashi narrows his eyes, suggesting that hitting them head-on isn't the only way, and they could easily switch to guerrilla tactics. The other students look on in horror as Arashi explains that the only goal that actually matters is killing the Demon King, not winning a war. Midu's voice cracks as he tells Arashi it's too risky, that even if they win, half the class could end up dead. Arashi's face is a mask of pure annoyance as he tells the cowards they can stay behind and rot while he actually tries to get them home. Midu is desperate now, screaming that his way is the only way to make sure everyone makes it back, alive. Arashi has heard enough. He stomps his foot down with a thunderous crack, calling Midu a coward to his face. He lunges forward with his fist glowing, screaming that he's going to beat some sense into the supposed hero. Midu instantly summons his holy sword, the blade erupting in a blinding celestial blue light. He switches to shield mode, a shimmering blue barrier forming in front of him to intercept the attack. Arashi doesn't hold back, triggering a massive explosion that rips through the hall and sends him flying backward from the recoil. The shockwave hits the rest of the class, knocking them off their feet as dust and debris fill the air. As the smoke clears, Arashi's voice echoes through the haze, mocking Midu for thinking that was enough to stop him. Midu stands his ground behind his shield, reminding Arashi that they barely survived one heavenly king, and that they need to train, not rush to their deaths. Arashi just scoffs, his ego refusing to accept that he's anything less than the strongest person in the room. Suddenly, glowing pink chains snake through the air, binding Arashi's arms and locking him in place before he can move again. Rin steps forward, her eyes cold as she commands them both to calm down before they level the entire castle. Midu immediately backs down, looking embarrassed as he apologizes to Rin while his shield flickers out. Arashi, however, isn't done. His arm muscles bulge as he tries to force his way through the magical restraints. With a roar of frustration, he shatters the chains through sheer willpower, looking completely fed up with being told what to do. Rin is genuinely shocked. She put a massive amount of mana into those chains, yet he broke them like they were nothing. Arashi clenches his fist, muttering that the only way for them to actually get stronger is to keep fighting through every hurdle. He looks Midu dead in the eye, asking him if he truly understands the weight of their situation. Mirai steps up next, surprising everyone by saying she actually agrees with Midu's cautious approach. Rina adds her voice to the mix, arguing that being safe is better than being annihilated in a reckless rush. Satoshi and Hideki chime in too, admitting they've actually started to like this world and don't want to die just because someone got impatient. But then Kaori speaks up, her voice trembling as she says she's choosing to stand with Arashi. Rina turns to her in disbelief, wondering why she'd suddenly take the side of someone so reckless. Kaori looks like she's about to cry, explaining that while she gets Midu's point, she just can't wait 2 years to go home. Yumi tries to comfort her, reminding her that they all want to go back just as badly as she does. Tears start to fall, as Kaori reveals that her mother is back home all alone and has a very weak, sickly body. She remembers sitting by her mother's hospital bed, and the thought of her being completely alone for years is more than she can bear. Ko steps forward with his arms crossed, agreeing that they can't afford to wait. He has a little sister relying on him. He thinks back to their simple life together, remembering how their parents abandoned them and how he's the only support his sister has left. Shiori joins them as well, admitting that while her reason isn't as tragic, she knows her family is worrying themselves sick every single day. The rest of the class falls into a heavy silence as the reality of the 2-year wait sinks in. It's not just a delay, it's a life sentence for their loved ones. Mido looks paralyzed, his eyes wide as he realizes he's losing the trust and the hearts of his own classmates. Yoshia tries to lighten the mood in his own weird way, saying he's got 3 girlfriends waiting for him, but the girl next to him just looks at him like he's an idiot. Atsushi and Kenta join Arashi's side too, convinced that his decisiveness is exactly what they need right now. Akira adds the final blow, stating that at the very least, Arashi has a plan while Mido is just stalling. The contrast is clear. Mido is frozen in hesitation, while Arashi is radiating a fierce, dangerous resolve. Arashi looks back at Mido one last time, making it clear that the class has made their choice. Mido is left spiraling, his mind racing as he desperately asks himself what he's supposed to do to fix this. Arashi turns his back on his former leader, declaring that there's no point in talking anymore. He starts walking toward the massive palace doors, calling out for anyone who is actually prepared to die for their future to follow him. One by one, a large chunk of the class begins to follow Arashi, their faces set with grim determination as they abandon the hero's path. The students staying behind watch in stunned silence, the division in the class finally becoming a physical reality. Kaori hesitates for just a second, the weight of her choice clearly pressing down on her shoulders. Yumi and Reina call out to her, begging her not to go, their faces filled with worry for their friend. Kaori closes her eyes, the pain of leaving her friends visible on her face. She whispers a final apology to Reina, knowing that this might be the last time they ever speak. She walks away into the shadows of the hall, leaving the rest of the group standing in a cold, empty silence. Yoshia asks Mirai if she's going with them, but she decides to stay, noting that someone needs to act as a bridge between the two groups. Rin watches them go, her mind instantly going to her secret mission and what her grandfather would want her to do. She knows Arashi is probably the wrong horse to bet on, but Kai's instructions told her to stay put for now. The moon hangs high over the kingdom, marking the beginning of a long and dangerous night. In the palace courtyard, Arashi's group is busy loading up carriages and mounting horses, preparing to leave under the cover of darkness. Arashi checks on his crew, telling them they need to clear out of the area before the kingdom's knights catch wind of their desertion. Suddenly, 2 figures emerge from the shadows, making the group jump in surprise as they realize they aren't alone. Arashi's eyes widen in shock and fury as Kai and Mare walk calmly toward them, their presence commanding the entire courtyard. He can't believe Kai has the guts to show his face here after everything that's happened, and he looks ready to start a fight. Akira tries to play peacemaker, telling them both to keep it down before they draw unwanted attention from the guards. Ko tells Arashi to cool it for a second, but Arashi just lets out a frustrated "shh," his fist still glowing with explosive mana. He tells Kai that they don't have a second to waste on him, and if he doesn't have a damn good reason for being here, he's going to regret it. Kai doesn't blink, looking him dead in the eye and stating simply that he's here because he wants to borrow their strength. Arashi is completely caught off guard, his jaw practically dropping at the audacity of the request. The scene shifts back to the palace, where Mido's remaining group is left in a state of total disarray, their numbers drastically thinned. Back in the courtyard, Kai leans against a window frame with his arms crossed, Mare standing quietly by his side as he surveys the rebels. Mare looks over at the group, whispering to Kai that his classmates are literally fighting amongst themselves and asking if they're really going to be okay. Kai admits that both sides have a point. The logic holds up on both ends, which is exactly why the situation is such a mess. He acknowledges that Mido is right about them not being able to win alone, but the kingdom's passive approach is just as dangerous. He also knows Arashi's fear of waiting 2 years is valid, but his plan to just rush in is nothing short of suicidal. Mare looks up at him with those bright, curious eyes, asking him what he would do if he were in their shoes. Kai holds up 3 fingers, explaining that there are really only 3 ways to break this deadlock. The first way is to force a change in the way the Holy Kingdom's leadership thinks, no matter what it takes to get them moving. If they did that, they could finally get the army to move, and even if they were exiled or labeled criminals afterward, it wouldn't matter as long as they got home. But he knows a good boy like Mido would never agree to a coup or a forced political takeover. Mare tilts her head, asking what the second option is then. The second is exactly what Arashi suggested, using guerrilla tactics to slowly chip away at the demon forces instead of a direct assault. Kai explains that the demonic kingdom isn't actually unified, and if they could sabotage the backlines, they might be able to trigger a civil war among the demons. He glances at a memory of Arashi's hot-headed outburst, and admits that someone as impulsive as him would never have the patience to pull that off. So that leaves them with the third and final option, and it's the one Kai is betting everything on. He tells Mare they need to gather more information first and make their moves based on cold, hard facts rather than emotions. If they play their cards right, they can force the other parties to help them, which will eventually leave the kingdom's army with no choice but to advance. Later that night, a campfire crackles in a hidden forest clearing, lighting up the determined faces of the rebel students. Arashi stares into the flames, repeating Kai's words in disbelief. He can't believe Kai is talking about a princess of the feline beastmen. Kai explains that she's the daughter of the beastman leader and has been captured by the Demon King's army, making her the ultimate bargaining chip. The image flashes to Kai's recent activities, showing him standing over bound and bloodied demons he's been interrogating for intel. His face is shadowed and terrifying as he explains that the information he got from his torture sessions is almost certainly the truth. Kaori and Shiori shudder at the mention of torture, realizing that the guy standing in front of them is far more dangerous than they ever imagined. The guys are more focused on Mare, wondering who the hell this insanely cute girl is, and how Kai even knows her. Arashi bites down on a toothpick, asking why they should even care about what happens to some beastmen. Atsushi and Kenta start geeking out, wondering if beastmen actually have animal ears and tails, much to Arashi's annoyance. Kai tells them to shut up and focus, laying out the geography of the southern territory where the Beastman Federation is located. Akira recognizes the name, the Federation of Grandanas, and the room gets a bit more serious. Kai points to a map, explaining that they are a neutral country that has refused to take sides in the war between humans and demons. Arashi scoffs, thinking they're just a bunch of cowards who are too afraid of the demons to lift a finger. Mare steps in to correct him, her voice sharp as she tells them that the Beastman soldiers are likely stronger than anything they've seen. The image shows a squad of beastmen, wolves and bears, tearing through a forest with superhuman speed and power. They've actually managed to repel the Demon King's invasions several times on their own, which is no small feat. Arashi asks the obvious question: if they're so strong, why haven't they just invaded the demon realm and ended this themselves? Mare giggles slightly, explaining that while they're tough, they aren't destroy an entire army tough, especially since the demons have always focused on humans first. But Kai adds that if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen actually joined forces, the Demon King wouldn't stand a chance. Akira finally sees the vision, realizing that this is why they need the princess, to bridge the gap between two nations that hate each other. Kaori simplifies it. They rescue her, use her as leverage to negotiate an alliance, and then they finally have a real chance to go home. Kai confirms it, telling Arashi that he already knows the demon's supply route and he wants Arashi's group to act as the bait. He wants Arashi to go in loud and wreak as much havoc as possible with his explosions, while Kai moves through the shadows to extract the princess. Akira still has one doubt, asking why the kingdom hasn't even tried to build a relationship with the Federation before now. Kai looks down, admitting that there is a very dark, very ugly reason for the lack of cooperation. While the Beastmen hate the demons for invading, the humans have spent centuries treating the Beastmen as subhumans and oppressing them. Mare adds that the Federation was literally founded because they needed a place to escape human cruelty, so naturally they hate humans just as much as demons. Kaori looks worried, realizing that asking for their help after all that history is going to be almost impossible. Kai stares into the fire, explaining that's why they need the bargaining chip of saving their princess. It's a debt they can't ignore. Mare smiles, noting that Beastmen are famous for always keeping their promises, no matter what. The group falls into a contemplative silence as they weigh the risks of Kai's insane proposal. Kai pressures Arashi, pointing out that he clearly doesn't have a better plan, and that it's time to stop acting like he knows everything. Ko puts a hand on Arashi's shoulder, reminding him that the decision he makes right now will affect the lives of everyone in this group. The weight of leadership is suddenly very heavy, and Arashi knows he's reached a point of no return. Arashi grinds his teeth so hard you can almost hear it, his face red with a mix of frustration and acceptance. The rest of the group watches him anxiously, holding their breath as they wait for their leader to speak. Arashi slumps down, his head bowed as he finally lets his guard drop for just a split second. He looks up with a fierce glare, telling Kai fine, and that he'll do his part. They're going to rescue that princess and finally end this war. The rebel faction is officially on the move, a long line of horses and wagons cutting through the wilderness as they head deep into unknown territory. Kaori looks over at the sun, a bit worried as she asks if they're really okay just heading south like this. Kai stays focused, explaining that the Beastman Federation is in the south, while the demons will be trying to transport their prisoners back up north. He shows them the route on a map, pointing out a specific forest road where the lack of trade treaties makes it the only viable path for the demons to sneak through. Akira realizes the gravity of the situation. They're basically staging an illegal infiltration into the demonic kingdom, and one mistake could get them all caught. Kai tells him not to sweat it. He's already scouted the area and found paths that can hide a group of their size. Akira looks at the rough terrain and wonders if their heavy supply wagon can even make it through such a rugged path. Tomoko steps up with a confident wink, reminding everyone she's got a dimensional storage skill that can hold all their gear and more. She's actually touched that Kai remembered her specific cheat skill, especially since they haven't talked in so long. Tomoko lets out a happy laugh, feeling a boost in morale just from being praised by the guy who usually stays in the shadows. Ko asks the question on everyone's mind. Has Kai been living as a ghost inside the demon kingdom this whole time? Kai just shakes his head, admitting he's spent most of his time looking for any possible clue that leads back home to Earth. Shiori leans in, her eyes wide with hope as she asks him if he actually found anything during his search. He gives it to her straight. The only way any of them are leaving this world is by stepping over the Demon King's corpse. Akira looks at him with newfound respect, realizing that the abduction of the princess was a calculated move Kai planned just to give them a fighting chance. Arashi is getting impatient, shouting from his horse that they're moving too slowly if they want to hit the supply line in time. Kai agrees, telling Tomoko to pack the wagon into her storage so they can ditch the slow pace and finally pick up speed. The group moves into the dense forest on foot, the atmosphere turning heavy as they enter the heart of monster territory. Suddenly, a pack of massive shadow wolves lunges from the trees, and Arashi shouts for everyone to get into their combat stances. One of the wolves snaps its jaws right at Shiori, its red eyes glowing with hunger as it closes in for the kill. But Ko is faster, throwing himself in front of the girl and crossing his arms to take the hit. The wolf's teeth sink deep into Ko's gauntlet, but it sounds like metal grinding on stone instead of flesh being torn. Ko smirks at the beast, telling it there's no way its weak little fangs are getting through his steel skin. With a grunt of effort, he shoves the massive wolf back, completely unfazed by the attack. Akira takes command of the formation, telling the support team to huddle in the center while the fighters push the pack back. Shiori activates her supporting order, a red aura erupting from the ground and buffing the entire group's stats. Atsushi and Kenta charge forward with their swords drawn, their movements fueled by the hope of finally making it back to their families. Kaori isn't staying on the sidelines either, summoning glowing green vines from her hands to ensnare the beasts. One wolf tries to jump a student from behind, but Kaori's vines snap around its legs, yanking it right out of the air. The beast lets out a pained roar as it slammed into the forest floor. Yoshia doesn't hesitate, diving onto the pinned monster and driving his dagger deep into its neck to finish it off. Another wolf jumps toward Arashi from the shadows, its jaws wide and ready to rip his head off. But Arashi doesn't even flinch, just staring the beast down with cold, calculating eyes. He whispers that trash like this is absolutely nothing compared to him. Bam! A massive explosion erases the wolf's head in a flash of heat and light, leaving nothing but a smoking corpse. The remaining wolves hesitate, realizing they've picked a fight with the wrong group of humans. Arashi wipes the dust off his coat, looking completely bored as the last of the pack scurries back into the darkness. He looks around at his classmates, his voice actually carrying a hint of concern as he asks if everyone is still in one piece. Kai watches from the side, thinking to himself that Arashi is finally starting to grow into the leader this group actually needs. But the danger isn't over. Kai spots one more wolf charging at them from the flank and calls out to Mare. Arashi is caught off guard, his mana still recovering as the beast lunges for his throat. Suddenly, the forest lights up as Mare screams the name of her fire spirit. Salamander! A literal pillar of flame erupts, engulfing the wolf and turning it into a charcoal briquette before it can even touch Arashi. The students are floored by the raw firepower, realizing this tiny elf is way stronger than any mage they've ever seen. Arashi clicks his tongue, acting like he didn't need the help, even though that wolf would have taken his arm off. Yoshia calls Mare Shinjo's woman, making the poor elf's face turn bright red as she stammers in embarrassment. She starts pointing and yelling at Kai, demanding to know why his friends are saying such weird things, while Kai just ignores the drama. Arashi just grunts, his pride still stinging from being saved by an outsider. Mare starts fidgeting, looking at the ground and muttering that a thank you would be nice. Kai bluntly tells her he doesn't mind the save, but she snaps back that it's a big deal to her. Atsushi and Ko look on in jealousy, wishing they had a cute girl like that sticking by their side in this hellhole. Kaori, Tomoko, and Shiori approach Mare, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they try to befriend the powerful mage. They're dying to know if she's a real elf, and if she wants to have a girl's chat with them. Mare is totally overwhelmed, looking to Kai for an escape, but he just tells her to do whatever she wants. Realizing these humans actually aren't so bad, Mare lets out a huge, happy smile and agrees to talk. The girls start kyaing and dragging her along, while Kai looks on with a rare, faint smile of his own. Night falls over the forest, the deep blue of the sky signaling that the hour of the ambush is finally drawing near. The group reaches a rocky overlook, the perfect vantage point to see miles of the road below. Kai scopes out the location, confident that the demon convoy will have to pass through this exact bottleneck. Arashi sits on a rock, his nerves clearly on edge as he waits for the targets to appear. Kai's eyes suddenly flash red, his weak point detection and appraisal skills are working overtime as he spots a heat signature in the distance. There they are. A line of demon guards and armored wagons emerges from the trees, moving like they own the world. He counts them out, 3 low ranks, 15 mid ranks, and a few more likely hiding inside the wagons themselves. Then he spots him, Zaganda, a high-ranking demon whose stats are surprisingly high, specializing in fire and spear techniques. Arashi narrows his eyes at the purple demon, correctly guessing that he's the one in charge of the whole operation. Kai warns him not to get cocky. While he's no heavenly king, a high-rank demon is still more than capable of wiping them out if they slip up. Arashi's face contorts with rage as he tells Kai to leave the leader to him, threatening to kill anyone who gets in his way. Kai just looks at him, sensing the raw, uncontrolled power vibrating off the delinquent. He tells Arashi that was the plan from the beginning, then turns to the rest of the group to lay out the final strategy. Step 1. Arashi opens with a massive explosion to break their formation. Then, the rest of the class will move in 3-person squads to surround them. He assigns the students with glasses and the cap to stay back and protect Shiori, their primary healer. Ko is tasked with the most important job, retrieving anyone who gets hurt and getting them back to the safe zone. Mare is given the role of rear support, using her massive mana pool to cover any gaps in their defense. Kai reminds Arashi one last time to focus solely on the high-rank demon and not let himself get distracted by the pawns. While the chaos erupts, Kai will use the distraction to slip into the lead wagon and rescue the princess. He warns them that if things go south, they need to be ready to retreat immediately. No heroics allowed. Arashi just scoffs, confident that once their leader's head is rolling, the rest of the demons will lose their will to fight. Kai accepts the gamble, leaving the tactical calls during the heat of the fight up to Arashi. The rest of the students gulp in unison, the reality of their first real offensive mission finally hitting home. Atsushi and Yoshiya start yelling at Kai, telling him to stop acting like he's superior and to stop bossing Arashi around. Arashi knocks both their heads together, telling the fools to shut their mouths and stop wasting time. He orders everyone to get ready, officially confirming that they're going to follow Kai's plan to the letter. Meanwhile, on the road below, Zaganda looks like he's bored out of his mind, his eyes half closed as they ride. One of the demon guards complains about being tired after their long trek from the Beastman borders. Zaganda tells them to keep their guard up, even though he looks like he's about to fall off his horse himself. He's thinking about how exhausted he is, but he knows he has to keep up appearances for his men. The demon leader is actually whining internally about his back hurting from the saddle, wishing he could just take a nap. He decides to use checking on the prisoner as an excuse to finally get off his horse and get some rest in the wagon. He tells his men he's going to check on that woman and warns them to keep a sharp eye on the forest. The guards watch him go, thinking he's a dedicated leader, but in reality, he's just being a lazy creep. The heavy curtains of the transport wagon part, revealing a dark, cramped interior. Inside, Princess Sheena is tied up, her blue eyes filled with a mix of fear and defiance as she glares at her captor. She's a high-value asset for the feline beastmen, and even in chains, she looks regal. Zaganda flops down in the wagon, sighing with relief as he finally gets to sit on something soft. He taunts the princess, telling her they'll soon reach a demon city where she'll be imprisoned forever, beyond the reach of her people. Sheena just looks away, complaining that the wagon is shaking too much, which makes Zaganda look like a complete idiot for bragging. He tries to regain his cool, telling her that if her people just bow down and follow orders, she might get released early. Sheena cuts him off, her voice cold as she tells him it's useless. The beastman will never bow to a demon. Zaganda's face turns predatory, reminding her that she's the leader's daughter, and that her life is the only thing keeping her people in line. Sheena calls him stupid to his face, knowing her people would rather fight to the death than live as slaves. The demon's patience snaps, a vein popping in his head as his arrogance is bruised. He calls her a derogatory name and reaches out a hand, his intentions turning dark and abusive. Sheena's eyes widen in terror as he grabs her, realizing that things are about to get much worse. Zaganda lets out a disgusting laugh, drool literally hanging from his mouth as he threatens to make her understand her position. Sheena glares at him with pure, unadulterated hatred, her pride the only thing she has left. But just as the demon moves in, a purple spark of mana flickers in the air. A massive shockwave hits the wagon, nearly tossing the demon leader onto the floor as the world outside erupts into chaos. Zaganda scrambles to his feet, looking around in total confusion as he demands to know what the hell is happening. A guard screams from outside that they're under attack, and it's not the beastmen, it's the humans. Zaganda is floored. There's no way a group of humans could have made it this far into demon territory without being spotted. Arashi's opening explosion is a masterpiece, a massive firestorm that sends demon soldiers flying like ragdolls. Zaganda rushes out of the wagon, his face twisted in a snarl as he grabs his horse's reins and tries to organize a defense. He screams for his men to counterattack, telling them not to be afraid of a few puny humans. But the students are already everywhere, their coordinated squad movements catching the demons in a deadly pincer. Atsushi and Ko are tearing through the mid-rank demons, their combined power much higher than the demons ever anticipated. Arashi is a whirlwind of destruction, his explosions lighting up the night as he clears the path toward the leader. Zaganda is losing his mind. He's supposed to be an elite unit leader, yet his men are being slaughtered by a bunch of teenagers. Arashi lands right in front of him, his red hair glowing in the firelight as he taunts the high-rank demon. Zaganda pulls out a glowing purple wand, his voice shaking with rage as he asks who the hell these kids are. Arashi just gives him a cocky grin, telling the trash he'll only bother telling him his name if the demon can manage to entertain him for a few minutes. The demon screams in fury, his pride as a high-rank soldier completely shattered by Arashi's disrespect. He lunges forward, his eyes glowing red as he unleashes a wave of dark, purple mana. Arashi meets him head-on, his fist glowing with the heat of 1,000 suns. The forest is lit up by a massive fireball as Arashi's explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Through the thick clouds of smoke, Arashi lunges forward, his eyes locked on the demon leader Zaganda as the two clash in the center of the chaos. Zaganda lets out a disgusting laugh, taunting Arashi and asking if he really thinks a puny human with such weak firepower can kill a high-ranking demon. Arashi's face is a mask of focus. He's taking mental notes of every move, his heart racing as he realizes this guy is on a different level. He leaps over a lethal spear strike, the blade whistling past his feet as the demon tries to skewer him like a pig. Landing with a skid, Arashi realizes he's in a serious bind. He's never fought anyone this fast or this heavy-hitting before. He grits his teeth, acknowledging that the demon is tough, but in his mind he's comparing him to him, Kai, and realizes this demon is still child's play by comparison. Arashi clenches his fist, knowing he just needs to pour more mana into his explosions to break through, but his mana reserves are already hitting the danger zone. He figures out he only has 7 shots left before his physical body gives out, so he has to create a single opening and go for the head or the heart. Meanwhile, Zaganda is watching the other students wipe out his guards and realizes these aren't normal humans. They're blessed with divine protections. A cold sweat drops down the demon's face as he wonders if these are the same hero candidates rumored to have killed the legendary Stonagaya. He swings his spear in a wide purple arc, deciding that he has to be much more cautious if he wants to keep his head. Back in the wagon, Princess Sheena watches the carnage with wide eyes, wondering who these mysterious people are and if they're actually here for her. Zaganda feels a bit of relief knowing he left plenty of elite guards specifically to watch over the princess. He thinks they'll hold out just fine. But outside, the students are working like a well-oiled machine, with Ko tanking hits and the others providing cover fire from the trees. Zaganda's eyes turn a murderous red. He decides he has to take down the leader, Arashi, with a single decisive strike. The demon spurs his horse forward, charging at Arashi like a purple mountain of muscle and steel. The demon's spear becomes a blur of purple energy, moving so fast it's practically invisible to the naked eye. Arashi barely rolls out of the way, the shockwave from the spear nearly knocking him unconscious as he hits the dirt. He looks up, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the demon's speed just doubled. But the demon is arrogant. He stands there on his horse, looking down at Arashi like he's already won the fight. Arashi's mouth curls into a devious smirk. The demon is standing exactly where he wanted him, right on top of a hidden minefield. A massive explosion rips through the ground, engulfing the demon's horse in flames as Zaganda lets out a shocked, pained roar. The demon is thrown into the air, his vision obscured by a thick curtain of dust and smoke. Arashi knows the Enher don't have enough power to kill him, but they were never meant to. They were just a setup to break his guard. With his fist glowing like a miniature sun, Arashi leaps through the dust, screaming that he's finishing this now. But Zaganda's eyes flare red through the smoke. He's caught Arashi's heat signature, and he's ready. The demon unleashes a flurry of spear strikes, a chaotic wall of purple light that blocks Arashi's path entirely. Arashi's eyes widen. There are too many strikes to dodge, and he can feel the mana from the spear shredding the air around him. He's slammed into the ground, a loud grunt escaping him as the impact leaves him gasping for air. In the distance, Kaori and Ko shout his name in horror, their distraction nearly letting the demons they were fighting get the upper hand. Arashi staggers to his feet, clutching a massive smoking wound on his chest, telling them to shut up and focus on their own fights. Zaganda is genuinely impressed, thinking that Arashi's instincts are as wild as a predatory beast for managing to protect his vitals at the last second. The demon has Arashi figured out. He knows Arashi needs to touch a surface or an object to trigger his massive explosions. The battlefield goes quiet for a heartbeat as the two fighters stare each other down across the smoking crater. Zaganda remembers how Arashi tried to get in close earlier, and he's decided he won't let that happen again. He thinks that as long as he keeps his distance with his spear, Arashi is just a sitting duck with no way to reach him. Arashi's smirk returns. Realizing the demon has fallen for the trap, the demon thinks he's safe because he's out of arm's reach. The demon lunges forward for the final blow, his spear glowing with lethal intent. Arashi flickers to the side, his movements a blur as he avoids the wild thrust by a hair's breadth. Zaganda laughs, thinking the distance is perfect and that Arashi is too far away to land a touch-based explosion. He keeps the pressure on, certain that Arashi is just desperately trying to survive now. Arashi glares at him, telling the demon that he's the one who's actually been played this whole time. Zaganda is still grinning like a fool, his arrogance blinding him to the glowing ball of energy forming in Arashi's palm. Arashi shouts that the one who let their guard down is the demon, and he aims his open palm straight at Zaganda's chest. Instead of a touch-based blast, a massive beam of concentrated explosive energy shoots from Arashi's hand like a literal tank shell. Arashi's eyes burn with intensity as he pushes his mana to the absolute limit, pouring every last drop into the attack. The beam hits Zaganda dead center, the impact so violent it sounds like a mountain being cracked in half. A blinding white light fills the forest, a roar of pure energy drowning out the sounds of the ongoing war. Smoke and ash rain down as the shockwave levels the nearby trees and turns the ground to glass. As the light fades, Zaganda is left standing for a second, his armor shattered and his chest a smoking ruin before he finally topples over, dead. Arashi lets out a breath. Looking down at his status screen, he's unlocked a new level of his explosion and cannon skills, but he's totally tapped out. Mare is stunned, her mouth hanging open as she watches a teenage human solo a high-ranking demon through sheer guts and a new skill. The remaining demon guards are terrified, their morale shattering instantly as they realize their invincible leader has been turned into charcoal. Kai sees his opening. He shouts that the demon formation is broken and orders the students to finish the job with a massive support buff. Ko and Atsushi charge into the panicking demons, their weapons glowing red as they begin a one-sided slaughter. The demon guards fall one by one, their blood staining the forest floor as the heroes show no mercy. While the fight wraps up, Kai stands over a fallen guard, his daggers ready as he looks toward the main transport wagon. He walks toward the heavy cloth curtains, knowing that the key to their entire strategy is waiting right inside. Kai pulls back the curtain, his purple eyes scanning the dark interior until they land on the captive. Princess Sheena sits there in the shadows, her cat ears flattened against her head as she stares up at the mysterious hooded human. She asks in a small, trembling voice if he's actually here to help her, her eyes filled with a flicker of desperate hope. Kai just looks at her with a cold, unreadable expression, telling her that helping might be a bit of an overstatement. Sheena repeats the word human, still trying to process how a person from Earth made it this deep into the demon realm. Kai's eyes are hidden in shadow as he slowly puts away one of his tactical daggers, his demeanor as professional as ever. He moves in close, the blade of his remaining dagger glinting in the moonlight as he begins to cut the thick ropes binding her. The ropes fall to the floor of the wagon with a soft thud, finally freeing the princess's hands and feet. Sheena rubs her sore wrists, her blue eyes narrowing as she asks Kai what his real objective is. Kai doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells her he wants the same thing the demons wanted, to use her for his own gain. She's actually surprised by his honesty, but Kai just tells her there's no point in lying when the situation is this obvious. Sheena's hand twitches, her voice getting cold as she tells him that if he's just another kidnapper, she has every reason to fight back. Suddenly, her hand erupts in a surge of red mana, fur and sharp claws sprouting as she triggers a beastification. She lunges forward with a feral roar, her lethal claws missing Kai's throat by a hair as he expertly tilts his head back. The shock of her speed blows out the side of the wagon, the wood splintering as the fight spills out into the open air. Kai lands on the grass in a low crouch, his eyes already reading her movement patterns. Sheena is a blur of feline energy, her white-hot eyes and bared fangs showing that she's a predator, through and through. She strikes again, her claws carving deep grooves into the dirt as Kai dodges with the grace of a ghost. Kai thinks to himself that she's incredibly fast, definitely faster than any human warrior he's encountered in this world so far. She keeps the pressure on, her movements getting more and more savage as she tries to overwhelm the human's defenses. Kai lets out a single word, zap. A sudden, blinding crackle of electricity erupts from Kai's hand, hitting Sheena square in the chest. The princess's body spasms as the lightning magic jolts through her nervous system, her eyes widening in pure shock. She's paralyzed for just a second, but that's all a professional like Kai needs to end the fight. Before she can even fall, Kai is on top of her, pinning her to the ground with his weight and locking her arms in a painful hold. He thinks that while this basic shock magic doesn't have much killing power, it's the perfect tool for disabling an enemy without causing permanent damage. Sheena grits her teeth, her pride wounded as she asks how a mere human could possibly be this strong. Kai stares down at her, his purple eyes glowing red as he tells her she has two choices: get restrained and follow him, or just obey his words. Sheena lets out a sigh of defeat, her beastly features fading back to human as she admits being with humans is at least better than being with demons. Back at the convoy, the battle is over, bodies of demon soldiers are scattered everywhere, and the rebel group has taken full control. One surviving demon guard is cowering in fear, his voice cracking as he begs for his life. He's looking at the high school students like they're literal monsters, terrified that a bunch of kids could do this much damage. Arashi looks over at Kaori, who is casually preparing her plant magic to wrap up the remaining prisoner. She summons a glowing green vine from a nearby tree, the magic pulsing with a calm, natural energy. The vine snaps around the demon's legs, tightening with the strength of iron cables. The demon is yanked off his feet, face planting into the mud with a loud, pained grunt. Arashi walks over and grabs the demon by the face, his eyes burning with an intense, terrifying fire. He tells the demon to take a message back to his master, to the Demon King himself. Arashi's voice is a low snarl as he promises that he's coming to chop the Demon King's head off clean. A few hours later, the group has set up a massive bonfire in the middle of a clearing, the orange flames licking the night air. Atsushi and Yoshiya are celebrating, showing off the crates of high-quality food they found in the demon wagons. Kaori and the other girls laugh, admitting that while they feel a bit like bandits right now, it's better than being hungry. Princess Sheena sits by the fire, a steaming bowl of stew and a loaf of bread sitting untouched in front of her. Kai sits nearby, noticing her hesitation and asking why she isn't eating the decent meal they provided. She looks up at him, her ears twitching as she asks if it's really okay for him to feed a prisoner this well. Arashi is nearby, stuffing his face with dried meat and admitting that even this decent food is garbage compared to what they had back on Earth. Kai tells her flatly that she's an asset they still need, and having her die of starvation would be a massive problem for his plan. Sheena finally takes a sip of the warm broth, her eyes lighting up as the heat spreads through her cold body. She whispers that it's actually tasty, a look of genuine surprise on her face. Hano and the other girls beam with pride, happy that the princess enjoyed the food they spent so much time cooking. Mare leans in, her curiosity getting the better of her as she asks Sheena how the demons even managed to capture her in the first place. Sheena's eyes go dark, her gaze falling back to the flickering embers of the bonfire. She explains that she was out hunting in the deep woods when she stumbled right into a massive demon ambush. The image shows her surrounded by elite demon guards, even though she was deep inside the Federation's sovereign territory. She realizes now that it wasn't a coincidence. The demons knew exactly where she was and what her routine was. Kai nods, concluding that capturing her was one of the primary objectives for the demons' planned invasion of the Federation. Kaori wonders why the demons would want to control the Beastmen too, when they're already busy invading the human kingdom. Sheena confirms the demons want total world domination, then turns her gaze to Kai and asks what the humans want with her. Kai meets her look with a cold, piercing stare, telling her that they need her to be their bargaining chip for an alliance. Sheena is stunned. She asks if they're actually serious about humans and Beastmen working together to defeat the Demon King. She sees the look in Kai's eyes, the look of a man who has already sacrificed everything just to see his mission through. Arashi chimes in, reminding her that they can't go back home until the Demon King is dead, so they're willing to do whatever it takes. Sheena realizes these aren't just normal humans, they're the legendary hero candidates she's heard rumors about. Kai asks her what she thinks, telling her that if she helps them sincerely, it would be a massive benefit for both their peoples. Sheena closes her eyes and agrees, stating that she owes them a life debt for rescuing her from those demons. Kai points out that they didn't really plan on a rescue, but Sheena just smiles, appreciating the warm food and the freedom. But then Sheena's voice gets serious as she admits she has a dark hunch about her capture. She tells the group that she believes there is a high-level spy buried deep within the Beastman Federation's own government. With Princess Sheena finally safe, the group begins the long trek back, escaping the demon territory with their high-value asset in tow. They return to the city of Neutrat, the massive stone walls of the human stronghold looming ahead of them. Back at the training grounds, a flash of blue energy cuts through the air as Midu continues his rigorous practice. His blade leaves a trail of glowing mana, proving that even while the class is split, he hasn't stopped trying to get stronger. Midu stands alone in the courtyard, looking exhausted but determined as he hones his skills for the battles to come. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, breaking his concentration and making him sheath his sword. He turns to see Rina walking toward him, her expression serious as she approaches the group leader. Rena drops a bombshell. Arashi's party hasn't just returned. They marched right through the front gate with their heads held high. Midu is floored, unable to believe that the deserters would have the guts to show their faces so publicly. At the main gates, Arashi and his group are surrounded by human soldiers, spears pointed directly at their chests. The guard captain screams at them, calling them cowards and deserters for violating military regulations by leaving their posts. Arashi just glares back with terrifying intensity, asking the guard if his regulations have ever done a single thing to protect the students. The soldier is stunned by the sheer disrespect, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword as he prepares to arrest them. Arashi tells him he's got no time for small fry fodder and demands to see Captain Amelia immediately. The guards move in to restrain them, shouting that deserters belong in a prison cell, not a meeting room. Arashi lets out a frustrated sigh, noting that trash like them couldn't win even if they attacked all at once, while Ku wonders why they can't just be welcomed warmly for once. Suddenly, glowing pink chains erupt from the ground, binding the guards' arms and freezing them in place. Rin steps forward with an icy gaze, calling out Arashi's name and noting that he certainly didn't take long to get back. Narumi follows close behind with a wink, telling the guards to chill out since Arashi's group clearly didn't come back to start a fight. The guard captain is forced to back down as Rin's magical chains dissolve into sparks of mana. He mutters a reluctant agreement, knowing that if a hero candidate like Narumi is vouching for them, he has to listen. Arashi is annoyed, snapping at the guard and asking why he's only listening to Narumi instead of him, while Akira just laughs at the usual drama. Narumi shrugs, asking Arashi if he actually brought back something worth all this trouble, or if he just got bored of the forest. Arashi tells them they'll talk about it later, and demands that they prepare a proper room for a high-level discussion. The scene shifts to a grand conference hall, where the leaders of the kingdom and the heroes sit across from each other. Arashi sits at the head of the table with his feet kicked up, looking completely unimpressed by the nobility in the room. Heinrich and Amelia look on with a mix of amusement and exhaustion, used to Arashi's delinquent behavior by now. The older advisors are clearly fuming, their faces twisting in rage at the lack of respect being shown to the kingdom. Mirai snaps at Arashi, telling him to put his feet down and stop making the atmosphere in the room so sour. Arashi mocks her, asking if another world culture is really that hard for her to handle, keeping his arrogant smirk firmly in place. Mirai reminds him there's no need to cause a scene, especially since they've already gathered the exact people he wanted to talk to. Arashi finally relents, sitting up properly as he prepares to reveal his trump card. He turns toward the door, calling for Kaori to bring in their secret guest. Kaori walks into the room, leading a hooded figure by the hand as the heavy doors creak shut behind them. As the hood is pulled back, the room goes silent. A feline beastman stands before them, and her name is Sheena. The kingdom's leaders are in total shock. They can't believe the actual daughter of the beastman master is standing in their castle. Sheena confirms her identity, explaining clearly that Arashi's group rescued her from the hands of the demon army. Midu's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the demons were bold enough to kidnap a princess right from under everyone's noses. Sheena continues, explaining that the demons were lurking deep inside her people's territory when she was captured. Arashi stands up, pointing out that they can use her as a bargaining chip to finally get the Federation to join the war effort. The weight of the realization hangs heavy in the air. This alliance could change the entire course of the war. Amelia admits that the kingdom was already considering an alliance, and having the princess makes this an opportunity they can't afford to miss. Arashi is surprised by her honesty, noting that she's being much more straightforward than he expected from a knight. Amelia looks him in the eye, admitting they didn't want to lose half their hero candidates and were prepared to make concessions to get them back. Heinrich adds with a smile that the heroes are their main trump card, and he'd like to avoid getting fired for losing them. Amelia takes a breath, officially acknowledging Arashi's demands and his successful mission. She confirms that if an alliance is formed, they can finally resume the campaign into the demonic kingdom, exactly as Arashi wanted. Arashi smirks, satisfied that they're finally speaking a language he understands, action and results. Amelia notes that killing the Demon King is what everyone wants, and they'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. Sheena chimes in, stating that in return for her rescue and the food they gave her, she wants help eliminating the demons hiding inside the Federation. Midu immediately pledges his support, his face lighting up with the hope of finally making a real difference. But Heinrich leans in, his sharp eyes fixed on Arashi as he asks how they even got the intel about the princess being kidnapped. Arashi sticks to the cover story, claiming they simply interrogated some demons they caught in the woods. Heinrich just smiles, a look of knowing calculation in his eyes as he accepts the explanation for now. 1 week passes, the atmosphere in the castle shifting from despair to a frantic, excited energy. Amelia and Heinrich present the official documents, ready to send envoys to the Federation to finalize the alliance. The class erupts in cheers, Narumi literally jumping for joy as the prospect of going home finally feels like a reality again. Outside the tavern, the sky is clear, but the real work is only just beginning for Kai. Kai looks over at Akira and Mare, his expression as serious as ever as they discuss the next phase. Akira lists the envoy members, Midu, Rena, Rin, and Narumi, a 4-person hero squad to lead the negotiations. He notes that it's a smart pick, combining Midu's leadership with Rena's sharp tongue and Rin's specialized magic. Heinrich will be leading the envoy personally, bringing a total of 30 soldiers and administrative staff for the mission. Kai asks about Arashi, wondering how the hothead is taking being left out of the diplomatic mission. Akira explains that Arashi chose to stay at the front lines, knowing he's better at blowing things up than talking to politicians. In the courtyard, Mireille is busy taking charge of the remaining students, already acting as the substitute squad leader in Midu's absence. Akira admits it's going to be a tough job for her to keep Arashi and his rowdy friends in check while the others are away. He turns back to Kai, asking the question that really matters. What is our guy planning to do next? Kai's eyes glow with a familiar purple light as he reveals that he's heading to the Federation too, but he's going to move in the shadows, far away from the official envoy. Captain Heinrich gives the order to depart, his voice echoing through the courtyard as the horses begin to trot forward. The envoy group looks impressive, a disciplined formation of knights and heroes marching out of the city gates. Rena lets out a long, frustrated sigh, already complaining about how much of a pain this long journey is going to be. Midu tries to stay positive, laughing as he reminds her that they'll be traveling together for quite a while. Narumi adds with a grin that he's actually surprised Rena joined them, given how much she usually hates being away from the action. Rena gets defensive, snapping at him and asking if he's trying to say she shouldn't be here, while Narumi frantically tries to walk back his comment. She points a gloved finger at him, stating that if she left him alone, he'd only act like a reckless idiot and get them all killed. Midu is confused, pointing at himself and asking if she's talking about him, which just adds to the group's chaotic energy. Narumi just laughs it off, used to Rena's sharp tongue and constant nagging by now. Rena doesn't stop, telling Narumi that he's completely unreliable as a companion and that nothing will change even if he tags along. Narumi is devastated, crying out that Rena is being way too horrible to him as they continue their ride. Rin rides nearby, keeping her eyes closed as she wishes her noisy classmates would just shut up for 5 minutes. Her mind drifts to Kai, remembering that he said he was heading to the Federation too, and wondering if he's already close by. Heinrich watches her from the side, his expression unreadable, as he studies the girl's nervous behavior. The camera pans out to the tall grass flanking the road, where 2 figures are perfectly concealed. Kai and Mare are crouched low, watching the envoy pass by with calculated precision. Mare whispers to Kai, asking if they're just going to tail them the whole way, and Kai confirms that following their trail is much easier than navigating the plains alone. The envoy continues down the dusty road, completely unaware that they're being followed by a professional assassin. Rin is still lost in thought, her face a mask of worry as the group enters the deeper forest area. Suddenly, Heinrich breaks the silence, asking Rin if he can ask her a quick question. He asks her why she's constantly scanning the surroundings, his voice carrying a hint of suspicion that makes Rin's heart skip a beat. Rin stammers out an excuse, claiming she's just staying vigilant for any monster attacks from the trees. Narumi chimes in with a wink, telling her she doesn't need to worry because they have both Midu and Heinrich there to protect her. Rin forces a smile and agrees, but inside she's panicking, realizing she might be acting a bit too obvious. Heinrich then turns his attention to Midu, his voice taking on a much more serious tone. He points out that it only took Arashi a few days to find the princess and return, which is an incredibly short time frame for such a complex mission. He wonders aloud where they could have possibly gotten such specific information about the abduction in the first place. Rina tries to defend them, repeating the story about Arashi capturing and interrogating demons in the forest. Heinrich dismisses it, noting that it's just too fast, and that someone as impulsive as Arashi would normally have consulted them first. Midu starts to sweat, asking what Heinrich's point is and trying to play it cool despite his obvious nerves. Heinrich drops the bombshell. He's certain that someone is moving in their shadows, gathering information on their own and feeding it to the students. He calls Midu out on his bad lying, noting that the hero's expression already told him everything he needed to know. Narumi freezes, thinking to himself that if Heinrich finds out they're cooperating with a criminal like Kai, it could be the end for all of them. Rin is equally terrified, wondering what kind of punishment the kingdom would dish out for treasonous collaboration. The atmosphere turns icy as the word treason hangs in the air like a death sentence. Rina tries to deflect, asking Heinrich what kind of nonsense he's talking about, but the captain isn't backing down. He smiles calmly, noting that some in the group clearly know the truth, while others are still completely clueless. He points out that as aliens from Earth, their connections in this world are narrow, meaning they needed a local expert to help them. The scene shifts to a mental image of Kai, the Saint Killer, standing in the darkness with a lethal blade in his hand. Midu is silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead as he desperately tries to think of a way out of this conversation. Suddenly, Heinrich lets out a big laugh, claiming he was only joking and making Midu jump in surprise. Narumi joins in the fake laughter, trying to play it off as a misunderstanding even though he's still shaking. Heinrich tells them not to worry, promising that he has no intention of handing out any punishments today. The guards are confused as Heinrich admits that personally, he actually wants to say thank you to Kai for killing that corrupt woman. Narumi is shocked, pointing out that Heinrich would be lynched if the other officials heard him say something so scandalous. Heinrich turns his gaze toward the dense trees, noting that based on Rin's behavior, he has a very good idea of what's happening. He assumes that Kai is nearby right now, watching them closely from the shadows of the forest. Midu is stunned, asking Rin if what the captain said is actually true. Rin is in a total spiral, her face turning pale as she asks herself what she's supposed to do now. She's terrified that her role as a messenger has accidentally dragged Kai into a trap set by the captain. But from the trees, a voice speaks out, stating that since they've already been found out, there's no point in hiding anymore. Kai and Mare step out into the clearing, their presence immediately commanding the attention of every knight in the squad. Midu is in total disbelief, screaming Kai's name and asking if he really is the legendary Saint Killer. Sheena recognizes him instantly, pointing out that he's the mysterious human who rescued her from the demon wagon. The entire group comes to a halt as Kai and Mare walk into the center of the road, facing down the envoy. Kai looks at Heinrich, complimenting the captain for reaching such a correct conclusion with such limited information. Heinrich smirks, noting that his own information network identified Kai as the Black Grim Reaper who killed the Heavenly King Wimberg. Kai claims he's never heard that nickname before, and bluntly reminds the captain that he didn't kill the king alone. Heinrich studies Mare, noting that she's a powerful elf spellcaster, and that Kai clearly has a very strong companion. Mare looks back at the group with her bright, mismatched eyes, feeling the weight of the hero candidate's stares. Rena is absolutely livid, her face turning red with rage as she demands to know how Kai has the dare to show his face after everything that's happened. Our boy finally steps out of the shadows, and the shock on his old classmates' faces is priceless. They can't believe the traitor is standing right in front of them. Rena is absolutely fuming, her face turning as red as her magic as she screams about how he dares to show his face after everything he did. Midu tries to play peacemaker, telling her to settle down, but Rena is way past listening. She's blinded by pure rage. She points a finger at Kai, calling him a traitor, and telling Midu he's being way too soft on a murderer. She demands Kai explain himself, her eyes wide and bloodshot from the sheer stress of seeing the guy she thinks destroyed their lives. Kai just stands there with a deadpan look, cool as ice, telling her he has no intention of making excuses for his actions. Narumi tries to lighten the mood with a nervous smile, reminding Rena that Kai has actually been helping them out this whole time. But Rena snaps, shouting for everyone to shut up as she conjures a massive ball of fire that lights up the entire forest. She's ready to end him right here. Kai just lets out a tired sigh while Mare watches from the side, actually impressed by the girl's firepower but wondering if they even need to defend against it. Kai catches Mare's eye with a serious look, signaling her to hold back because he wants to handle this his way. He also calls out to Kanzaki, who's already reaching for her magic, telling her to stay put and let things play out. The massive fireball roars toward him, engulfing everything in a blinding wave of heat as Kai just disappears into the flames. The explosion is huge, tearing through the trees and leaving a massive crater of smoke and embers in its wake. Narumi is freaking out, shouting at Rena, wondering if she actually just burned the MC to a crisp. Rena just glares at the smoke, muttering that if Kai died from something like that, he would have been a massive disappointment anyway. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the shadows, steady, calm, and completely unbothered by the heat. Before she can even blink, Kai is right behind her, grabbing her jacket as Rena's face turns pale with instant terror. He tosses her off her horse like she's nothing, and she hits the dirt hard, coughing as her pride takes an even bigger hit than her body. She scrambles back, gasping for air and looking up at him like she's seeing a monster. Driven by desperation, she tries to summon more fireballs, screaming for him to just burn down and leave them alone. But Kai is faster. He mutters a quick chant, and a bolt of lightning rips through the air, hitting Rena right in the chest. She lets out a choked scream as the electricity surges through her body locking up as she loses control of her magic. The surrounding trees are scorched by the stray sparks, the air smelling like ozone as the fight ends before it even really started. Kai stands over her, looking down with those cold purple eyes, while Rena just lies there, paralyzed and trembling. She can't believe it. She's supposed to be a top-tier mage. Yet Kai just took her down with a low-level spell that shouldn't be this strong. Kai explains that while he might not have the divine protection talent they all rely on, he spent every second practicing and perfecting what he has. He drops a truth bomb on her, asking if she's actually been training or if she's just been coasting on the easy power she was gifted. Narumi is genuinely impressed, riding up and praising Kai for disabling their strongest mage in a literal heartbeat. Mido watches from a distance, thinking about how Kai isn't just fast, he knows exactly how to make his enemies drop their guard, and his power is on a whole different level now. Rena manages to sit up, her face twisted in a mix of stubbornness and hurt, telling him she's still never going to accept him. Kai closes his eyes, telling her he never cared about her approval in the first place, and that fighting over it is just a waste of time. Rena starts to snap back, her face flushed with anger, but she's cut off mid-sentence. Kanzaki finally intervenes, using her glowing chains to bind Rena and telling her to cool her head before she gets them all killed. Later that night, the group huddles around a campfire while Captain Heinrich listens to the full story, finally understanding how cornered Kai really was. The captain admits he finally sees why killing the saint was the only option, realizing Kai was forced into a situation where impossible was the only choice. Mido explains to the group that Kai chose to take all the blame so they wouldn't have to carry the burden, even if most of their classmates still hate him for it. Rena sits by the fire, looking away as she mutters that she still doesn't believe he did it for their sake, just because they were classmates. Kai doesn't even look up from his snack, bluntly telling her she's right. He killed the saint because she was a nuisance, nothing more. Rena huffs, calling him stubborn, and admits that even if he explains himself, she's the one who gets to decide whether she believes his lies or not. She gives him a sharp look, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the campfire. She points at Mare, asking if his supposed goal of finding a way back home is even true, or if he's just traveling around with a cute girl for fun. Kai deadpans that he hasn't found anything yet, and that Mare only follows him because she chose to, making the elf girl cry out that he's being way too cruel. Mido cuts through the chatter, getting back to business. They need Kai's help to hunt down the spies hidden within the Beastman Federation. Captain Heinrich smiles, saying he doesn't mind the traitor tagging along, even if he has to lie to the kingdom and fake some reports to cover for them. Rena gives Kai a long, suspicious stare as the gravity of their mission starts to sink in. She eventually sighs and looks away, muttering that regardless of the mission, she still hates his guts. Kai just looks at her with a neutral expression, saying that since they're heading to the same place, he's fine with sticking together for now. The fire crackles in the silence of the forest, the orange embers floating up into the dark night sky. The whole envoy group sits together, a mix of former friends, rivals, and spies, all bound by a single, dangerous goal. Mido looks over at Kai, his face filled with a quiet determination to prove he can stand on his own as a hero. Kai pulls Mido aside, asking him if it was really a good idea to spill all their secrets to the captain. Mido tells him it's fine, insisting that Heinrich is someone they can truly trust with the truth about the saint's death. Kai warns him that even with trust, there are things you should always keep to yourself, but he concedes since the damage is already done. Mido stands his ground, saying he'll take full responsibility and that Heinrich had likely figured out the truth a long time ago anyway. Kai realizes Midu is using honesty as a strategy to build a real team, and he can't help but think that this is a very hero-like way of doing things. Days pass as the delegation travels deeper into the wild lands, the carriage flanked by knights and our main crew on horseback. Heinrich notes that they should be entering the Federation's territory soon, and the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a sword. Inside the carriage, Princess Sheena peeks out, her ears twitching with nervousness as she senses they're finally close to home. Suddenly, Kai's assassin instincts kick in. He senses something in the trees just as a massive arrow whistles through the air, slamming into the ground right in front of Midu. Midu's horse rears up in fright as he shouts in surprise, looking around for the hidden attackers. High above in the canopy, beastmen archers are perched on the branches, their bows drawn and aimed straight at the humans below. Warriors leap down from the cliffs, surrounding the group as a soldier screams out that they've been ambushed by the beastmen. A blonde-haired warrior girl named Rune steps forward, her eyes glowing with fury as she demands to know what business humans have in their territory. The envoy is completely surrounded by a small army of beastmen, with weapons drawn and the situation balanced on a knife's edge. Rune glares at the group, her hand on her sword as she demands an explanation for why a bunch of human knights are trespassing on their land. The beastmen archers keep their arrows notched, ready to turn the envoy into pincushions if anyone so much as twitches. Midu hops off his horse and holds his hands out, shouting at the top of his lungs that they aren't here to fight but to propose an alliance. Rune's eyes narrow in disbelief, the word alliance, tasting like poison coming from a human's mouth. A red-haired warrior behind her snarls, asking how they dare talk about peace when humans have spent years treating beastmen like garbage. Rina mutters to Narumi that these guys clearly don't care about their message, while Narumi just gives a nervous laugh and tells her to take it easy. Suddenly, the carriage curtains pull back and Princess Sheena pokes her head out, calling out to Rune with a soft, trembling voice. Sheena hops down from the carriage, her black and blue dress fluttering as she runs toward her people, desperate to stop the bloodshed. The entire beastman unit freezes in pure shock, their jaws dropping as they realize the hostage is actually their missing princess. Sheena shouts to everyone that these humans are actually the ones who rescued her from the demon ambush. Rune isn't convinced. She thinks the humans are using some kind of magic to control her, and demands they hand the princess over immediately. She loses her temper and draws her blade, charging straight at Midu with a lethal intent that catches the young hero off guard. Heinrich realizes there's no talking them down now and orders a counterattack, but he strictly tells his men not to kill anyone. The forest erupts into chaos as the knights clash with the beastmen, swords ringing against swords in a frantic high-stakes skirmish. Kai stays calm, looking over at Sheena and asking her if she can do something to clear up this massive misunderstanding before people actually start dying. Sheena looks distressed, explaining that once Rune gets into a fighting frenzy like this, she won't listen to a word anyone says. Sheena tells Kai that Rune's unit is mostly made of young, inexperienced warriors and asks him to just knock them out without hurting them. Kai looks over at Midu and tells him it's time to step up and show everyone what he's really capable of. Midu nods, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue mana as he moves so fast he becomes a blur of light. With a single, precise strike, he shatters a beastman's weapon and sends the warrior tumbling backward, completely overwhelmed by the speed. Midu's eyes are sharp and focused, his training finally paying off as he navigates the battlefield like a true hero. He moves through the beastman lines like a phantom, knocking weapons out of hands and tripping up warriors before they can even swing. A pink-haired beastman tries to catch him off guard, but Midu is already behind him, his hand reaching out for a finishing blow. Midu drops the warrior with a quick strike to the neck, leaving the remaining beastman stuttering in fear at his insane speed. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, the hero aura radiating off him as he pushes himself to the limit to keep everyone safe. Another warrior lunges at him, but Midu sidesteps and delivers a palm strike that crackles with mana, ending the fight instantly. The beastmen on the ground growl in frustration, calling him a bastard as they realize they're completely outclassed by a single human boy. Kai watches the front line and calls out to Kanzaki, who is waiting for his command while the chaos continues. He tells her to focus on the archers in the rear, while Midu keeps the front line busy, coordinating the group like a master strategist. Kanzaki shouts an understood and summons her magical pink chains, sending them snaking through the trees with lethal precision. The beastmen archers on the cliffs find themselves wrapped in glowing links, unable to move or fire another arrow as they cry out in confusion. More reinforcements charge out from the brush, shouting that they're going to save Sheena from the evil humans. Kai calls out to Mare, who's been waiting in the back, and she gives him a cheerful, "Okay, okay," as she steps forward. She raises her staff and calls upon the wind spirit Sylph, ordering it to stop the attackers without leaving a scratch on them. A massive gust of wind lifts the beastmen off their feet, tossing them into the air like leaves as they scream in terror at the sudden power. Narumi watches from the side, his eyes shining with excitement as he realizes they have another high-tier elemental user on their side. Rina prepares her own fire magic, her hands glowing with embers, but Kai steps in and tells her to stay out of it for now. Rina snaps back at him, her face full of indignation, asking why he's stopping her when everyone else is already fighting. She feels left out and frustrated, her internal thoughts racing as she wonders why Kai is always the one calling the shots. Kai bluntly tells her that her flames would just kill them instantly, and he asks her if she's actually confident enough to control that power without turning them into ash. She huffs and lowers her hands, admitting he has a point, but she's clearly still annoyed by his logic. Rune stands there trembling, her sword shaking as she looks at her defeated unit. She can't wrap her head around how humans could be this overwhelmingly strong. The battlefield goes quiet as the message finally hits home. These aren't just invaders, they're powerhouses who are holding back. Midu stands tall, his sword still drawn but lowered, as he tells Rune they haven't killed a single soldier and asks her to please sheath her blade. Rune lets out a frustrated cry, her pride refusing to let her give up even when she knows she's beaten. She lunges at Midu one last time, but he catches her blade between two fingers, stopping her dead in her tracks without breaking a sweat. Rune's eyes go wide. She's never seen anyone handle a sword with that much ease, and the reality of her defeat finally sets in. Sheena's voice cuts through the tension, calling out Rune's name with a tone of authority she didn't have before. Rune looks over at her princess, her face a mix of shame and confusion as she realizes how badly she messed up. Sheena asks if she's finally calm enough to listen and begs her to actually hear what these humans have to say. The next thing you know, the sound of an apology echoes through the forest as Rune and her entire unit drop to their knees. It's a full-on dogeza. The beastmen warriors are bowing their heads into the dirt, begging for forgiveness in front of the human envoy. Midu is panicked, telling them to please lift their heads because he's not used to being treated like a god. Rune is in tears, shouting that she didn't realize they were Sheena's saviors and offering her own life in return to make up for her rudeness. Heinrich steps in with a calm smile, saying he understands their actions given the bad history between their nations, and tells them to let it go. Rune looks up with blood on her forehead from bowing so hard, still feeling like a simple apology isn't enough for her failure. Midu tells her that if she really wants to make amends, she can be their guide and take them where they need to go. Kai chimes in, his voice cold and direct, saying they need to meet the higher-ups of the Federation to discuss a formal alliance. Sheena backs them up, telling Rune that this is her wish as well, and commanding her to treat the human guests with the utmost respect. Rune finally nods, her eyes filled with a new sense of duty as she promises to guide them all the way to the capital. The atmosphere shifts from a battlefield to a diplomatic escort, the group finally moving in the right direction. Rune looks at Sheena with tears streaming down her face, admitting she is just so happy to see the princess alive and well. Sheena gives her a gentle, warm smile, telling her she's finally home and that everything is going to be okay. This is a promotional credit page for the translation group and doesn't contain story content. The journey continues with Rune's unit now leading the way, the humans and beastmen riding side by side in an uneasy but necessary peace. As they ride, the narration explains that an alliance won't be easy. They have to negotiate with the Parliament of the Federation, a place where humans aren't exactly welcome. The Parliament is made up of the chiefs from every beastman tribe, and they're the ones who really pull the strings in this country. The group rides through a dense forest as the sunlight filters through the leaves, illuminating a massive structure in the distance. The trees clear, revealing the capital city of the Federation, Manhwa, a massive, sprawling fortress of stone and spires that takes everyone's breath away. Narumi and Midu are stunned, gaping at the size of the city and admitting they never expected the subhuman territory to be this advanced. Rune stops at the overlook, telling them this is as far as she can guide them personally, since only diplomats are allowed past this point. She gazes at her beautiful capital, reiterating her gratitude for the princess's safety even if she can't help them with the politics ahead. She warns them that the Council of the Parliament is incredibly strict, and they're the ones who will decide if there's going to be peace or war. Midu looks at the city with a determined face, saying he's ready for the challenge, and that from here on out, it's their job to make it work. The crew finally lays eyes on Manhwa, the massive capital of the Grandana's Beastman Federation, and it's a sprawling masterpiece of stone and towers. As they ride through the streets, the city is buzzing with life, full of different beastmen tribes going about their day under the bright sun. The local civilians stop and stare, whispering in hushed tones as they wonder why a group of humans is parading through their sacred city. The envoy moves in a tight formation, with knights guarding the carriage and our main heroes front and center, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes on them. Midu stays silent, his face a mask of focus as he tries to ignore the tension thickening the air with every step they take toward the palace. Kai notices that the people don't seem to hate them as much as they expected. Instead, there's a different vibe coming from the crowd. He sees a mother clutching her child, her eyes wide with a fear that's heartbreaking to watch. They aren't looking at enemies, they're looking at monsters. Narumi tries to brush it off with a laugh, but Mare points out it's only natural for normal people to be terrified when a foreign army shows up at their doorstep. Captain Heinrich adds that the civilians are just worried about their peace, and the real challenge will be the tribal chiefs they're about to face. Suddenly, a booming voice rips through the square, shouting Sheena's name with enough force to stop everyone in their tracks. The group looks back as a tall, imposing figure comes charging through the streets toward them. It's Alto, the feline tribe chief, and he looks like a man possessed as he screams for his daughter, his royal robes flying behind him. Sheena smiles and assures her papa that she's perfectly fine and hasn't suffered a single scratch thanks to her rescuers. Alto breaks down in tears of pure relief, pulling his daughter into a massive, bone-crushing hug while the whole city watches their leader go soft. Sheena winces, telling him he's using way too much strength and that he's actually hurting her more than the demons did. He quickly lets go and apologizes, his face switching from a crying mess to a goofy grin as his emotional overload finally starts to settle. But then, his eyes shift, turning sharp and serious as he looks toward the group of humans standing nearby. He asks if these are the people who saved her, his voice losing its warmth and regaining the authority of a high-ranking chief. Sheena confirms it and tells him he better treat them well, because without them, she'd still be a prisoner or worse. Alto laughs heartily, announcing to the whole square that these humans are welcome guests and will be staying at his private mansion. He introduces himself formally as Alto, the chief of the feline tribe, standing tall with a look of genuine gratitude. He shouts that he owes them a debt that can never be fully repaid for bringing his daughter back home safely. Captain Heinrich keeps it professional, introducing himself as the leader of the kingdom's 8th Night Corps to start the formal proceedings. Heinrich asks if he can make a formal request now that the pleasantries are out of the way. Alto gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, telling him to speak his mind and that he's all ears for his daughter's saviors. Cut to a massive council room where the vibe is the complete opposite of friendly, as the 5 main tribal chiefs sit across from the human envoy. Heinrich lays it all on the line, officially proposing an alliance between the Holy Kingdom and the Federation to stop the growing demon threat. Alto slams his fist down, immediately agreeing to the proposal solely because he wants to repay the favor for his daughter's life. Edgar, the werewolf chief, also agrees, noting that the demon attacks have been getting more frequent and much more coordinated lately. But then, Camilla of the bird tribe snaps, calling the alliance nonsense and reminding everyone of the horrific things humans have done to their people. Max, the fishman chief, joins in, his face contorted with rage as he mentions his father was enslaved and died at the hands of humans. Niels, the dogman chief, acknowledges the rescue of the princess and offers a reward, but his tone is cold and dismissive. He stares them down, stating that they simply cannot forget the blood and pain of the past just because of one good deed. Alto looks at his longtime friend Niels in shock, surprised that even he is siding with the hardliners against the humans. Niels doubles down, asking how they can ignore the centuries of discrimination and exile that forced the beastmen into these lands. Camilla and Max cheer him on, their voices rising in a chorus of refusal that makes the alliance seem almost impossible. Max leans in with a shark-like grin, stating that the past is a debt that can't be settled with a few handshakes. Heinrich tries to stay calm, asking if they don't realize that both nations share the same ultimate goal of surviving the demon invasion. Max loses it, shouting that he'd rather fight the demons alone than stand shoulder to shoulder with a human. The camera zooms in on Edgar, who is watching the exchange with a sharp, calculating eye, seeing the logic that the others are too blinded by hate to admit. He interrupts the shouting, asking the humans to be specific about what kind of cooperation they're actually looking for. The room goes dead quiet, the tension high as Heinrich prepares to drop their ultimate strategy. Midu steps forward, his eyes burning with resolve as he declares they want to wipe out the demonic kingdom in one sweep and behead the demon king himself. The chiefs are stunned into silence, looking at this young boy who's talking about doing the impossible as if it were a simple task. Edgar suddenly bursts out laughing, his silver hair shaking as the audacity of the human's plan actually amuses him. He smiles, noting that Midu's eyes hold no lies, and that this hero might actually be crazy enough to mean what he says. Camilla asks what's so funny, but Edgar points out that the humans are already at an advantage, yet they're the ones asking for a team-up. He realizes they aren't here because they're cornered. They're here because they actually want a clean, decisive victory for everyone. Midu reaffirms that to truly end the war and kill the king, they absolutely need the Federation's specialized strength. The hero stands tall, waiting for the chiefs to weigh the heavy truth of his words. Alto admits he was suspicious at first, but he's impressed by the boy's blunt honesty and decides to give his full support to the cause. The momentum starts to shift as another hand goes up in the room, cutting through the doubt. Edgar raises his fist, officially siding with the humans because he knows if the kingdom falls, the Federation is next on the menu. His yellow eyes sharpen as he tells the others they need to use this chance to fight together before it's too late for all of them. Our trio of heroes, Midu, Kanzaki, and Narumi, look hopeful, thinking they might actually pull off this miracle. But the red-feathered Camilla isn't budging, her voice dripping with spite as she maintains her refusal to cooperate. She warns the others that humans are famous for stabbing their allies in the back the moment the common enemy is gone. Max also refuses to back down, stating he will never put his life in the hands of someone he can't trust. Niels agrees with them, suggesting that this entire alliance might just be a plot to use the beastmen as meat shields and decoys. Sheena looks at Niels with a pained expression, whispering that he's changed, and reminding him that he used to be the one most favorable to humans. Niels just gives her a cold, empty look, telling her that living a long time has changed his perspective on the filth of humanity. Alto's face falls as he realizes the vote is tied, and without a majority, the alliance is as good as dead. Edgar suggests they take some time to think it over and allow the humans to stay in the city as guests while they deliberate. Alto quickly agrees, happy to host his daughter's saviors at the feline mansion and treat them like royalty. The meeting breaks up with Camilla and Max still fuming, their hatred for humans remaining as solid as stone. While everyone is leaving, Kai's eyes suddenly flash a deep, dangerous red. He spotted something the others completely missed. His pupils dilate as his Prell's skill scans the room, focusing on one specific target with a look of pure intensity. He stares at Niels, the dogman chief, who walks away with a blank robotic expression that screams suspicious. Later that evening, the scene shifts to the feline tribe chief's massive mansion, where the lights are bright and the smells of a feast fill the air. Inside, a giant table is loaded with exotic food as the human envoy and the feline royalty sit down for a massive dinner. Alto raises a huge mug of ale, roaring for everyone to enjoy the feast as a personal thank you for saving his precious Sheena. Midu gives a polite thanks, his face finally relaxing after the intense stress of the day's meeting. But the girls, Kanzaki and Reina, look absolutely horrified as they stare at a plate of what looks like giant, purple, squirming insects. One of the insects is cracked open, revealing a steaming, golden-yellow meat inside that actually looks surprisingly delicious. Kai doesn't hesitate. He grabs one and starts chowing down, his deadpan face not changing even as he enjoys the weird local delicacies. Mare is also having the time of her life, happily munching on some glowing blue grapes while her white hair flows around her. Narumi is already 3 drinks in, laughing and partying with the Beastman soldiers as if he's lived in this city his whole life. Sheena, however, remains serious, snapping a piece of vegetable in half as she tells her father they need to get back to the point. Alto settles down, his eyes turning grim as he admits they need to decide on a real plan for the future. The Beastman knights at the table stay quiet, their ears twitching as they listen to the serious conversation unfolding between their leaders. Narumi and Kanzaki stop their eating, the weight of the political situation crashing back down on them. Alto explains that based on Sheena's report, demons have already successfully infiltrated the Federation and are likely hiding inside the capital itself. Sheena adds that they must have a high-level mole because there's no way the demons could have tracked her exact movements otherwise. A Beastman officer points out that security inside Mindslayer is incredibly tight, making it impossible for demons to just walk in unnoticed. Sheena gives him a flat, unamused look, her silence speaking volumes about how much she doubts their perfect security. The officer quickly panics and backpedals, insisting he's not doubting the princess's words, just confused by the situation. Alto explains that beastmen have an insanely sharp sense of smell, and a demon's stench is so unique they should have caught it instantly. He pauses, the room going cold as he whispers the only logical conclusion: they have a high-ranking spy. The table falls silent as everyone looks at each other, wondering which one of their allies has been sold out to the enemy. Kai takes a slow sip of his drink, adding that if someone powerful is hiding the demons and masking their smell, it explains everything. One of the female chiefs slams the table in a rage, shouting that Kai's logic is insulting and demanding to know if he's accusing them of being traitors. Alto roars at them to calm down, stating they are just exploring every possibility, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. The chief quickly sits back down and apologizes, her face flushing as she realizes she's acting exactly like someone with something to hide. Alto admits that while he hates to doubt his own people, he couldn't find a single trace of Sheena during his initial search, which is physically impossible. He recalls leading the search party through the woods, realizing now that someone was definitely manipulating the flow of information to keep him away from her. Heinrich points out that if the entire information network can be rigged, the spy must be someone with a very high rank. Kanzaki's eyes widen in realization as she thinks about their meeting with the 5 tribe chiefs. Narumi blurts out the terrifying thought everyone had. There's a real possibility that one of the chiefs themselves is the traitor. Alto shakes his head, saying he doesn't want to cause internal chaos without hard evidence, since the chiefs are the lifeblood of the country. The Beastmen Knights let out a sigh of relief, clearly rattled by the idea that their own leaders could be compromised. Alto turns to Sheena and gives her a strict order to stay inside the mansion until they've figured this mess out. Sheena huffs, complaining it's a shame since she just got back, but her father reminds her that if she's kidnapped again, they lose everything. Midu brings it back to the Alliance, asking what the current status is and how they can move forward with the vote. The room goes silent again, the empty plates and half-finished drinks suddenly feeling like a funeral for their hopes. Alto sighs and apologizes, admitting he thought the other chiefs would have been much more positive about the proposal. Sheena breaks it down, only her father and Edgar are in favor, which means they're going to lose the majority vote 3-2. Midu's face falls as the no way of their failure starts to sink in. Alto tells them they just have to keep trying to convince the others, and asks Heinrich and the heroes to help him during the next official meeting. Heinrich gives a confident smile, promising they'll do whatever it takes to win over the remaining chiefs. Later that night, Kai stands on a high balcony, looking out over the glowing lights of the capital while the rest of the city sleeps. Sheena walks up behind him, her cat tail swishing as she asks our boy why he's still awake and staring into the dark. Kai tells her he has some heavy thoughts and that he wants to gather more intel, but he knows he can't move freely as a human in a foreign city. Sheena agrees, noting that the Beastmen guards would sniff him out and catch him the moment he stepped out of line. But Kai turns to her with a serious look, saying there's something specific he needs to ask her. He recalls his scan of Neil's earlier. The stats show a 55-year-old dogman chief with average combat skills, but one line stands out in bright blue. The status screen is flashing a single horrifying word: brainwashed. Sheena's eyes go wide with shock as Kai tells her the dogman chief is currently under a mental spell. Kai explains that his eyes allow him to see the true status of anything he looks at, and Niels is the only one in the entire room who was flagged. He points out that beastmen excel in physical power but have no natural talent for magic, meaning they shouldn't be able to do this to themselves. His gaze hardens as he states that this is, without a doubt, the work of a high-level demon pulling the strings from the dark. Sheena thinks back to Niels' weird behavior earlier, realizing that the man who used to love humans would never have said those hateful things on his own. She looks down, wondering if she should immediately go and tell her father the truth about his friend. Kai stops her, reminding her they have zero physical evidence, and asking if her father is actually someone they can trust with this info. Sheena steps up onto the stone railing, her silhouette framed by the moon as she thinks about her dad's loyalty. She tells Kai that her father has always been pro-human, and that since Kai saved her life, her dad will trust him implicitly. Kai nods and agrees that they'll have a private talk with Alto later to plan their next move. Suddenly, Kai's ears pick up a sound, and he turns his head toward the shadows with a look of sharp focus. Alto steps out of the darkness of the mansion, telling Kai that he really shouldn't underestimate the hearing sense of a beastman chief. Kai doesn't even flinch, simply asking if he can assume Alto was eavesdropping and get straight to the point. Alto gives a small, tired smile, admitting he doesn't mind because Kai is his benefactor and his daughter's savior. His face goes dark as he admits that he also felt like Niels was acting like a completely different person today. He looks Kai in the eye and promises his full support for the Alliance, but in return, he wants Kai to help him hunt down and kill the demons hiding in his city. Kai accepts the mission, stating he'll start gathering intel on the Dogman tribe tomorrow, while Midu handles the politics. Alto's eyes burn with a cold fire as he prepares for the shadow war that's about to tear through his capital. The sun sets over Mindslea, and as the lights flicker on in the city below, a dark conspiracy is finally starting to crawl out of the shadows. Deep within a heavily guarded estate, a secret meeting is taking place that could decide the fate of every beastman in the Federation. Niels, the dogman chief, is kneeling on the floor, his eyes glazed over as he prepares to report to his true master. Meet Bright, a high-ranking demon who's been living like a king in the heart of the Beastman capital while pulling everyone's strings. He's swirling a glass of wine, looking completely annoyed as he mutters about how the situation is becoming a massive headache. He was so close to controlling the entire Federation, and his plan to kidnap the princess and blackmail her father was supposed to be foolproof. He slams his fist onto the table in a rare moment of rage, cursing the humans for showing up out of nowhere and saving Sheena. He scoffs at the memory of his subordinate Zaganda, calling him a total disgrace for failing such an easy task and getting himself killed. Bright looks down at Niels, noting that the humans are being pretty shameless by actually showing up here to ask for an alliance. Niels snarls, his brainwashed mind unable to process anything but the hate Bright has planted there, declaring he'll never agree to peace. The demon general gives a wicked smirk, realizing he has to stop the humans' influence before they turn the rest of the population against him. Niels stands up, his cape billowing as he reaffirms that humans have always been their archenemy and that blood must be spilled. The next morning, the sky is clear, but the political atmosphere is cloudier than ever for our heroes. The scene shifts to the Fishman tribe chief's mansion, a beautiful palace built right over the shimmering blue water. The architecture is stunning, but inside, the reception is as cold as the bottom of the ocean. Midu and the envoys sit across from Max, the shark-like chief, who looks like he'd rather be eating them than talking to them. Max crosses his arms, his teeth bared in a permanent scowl, as he tells them point-blank that nothing they say is going to change his mind. Midu leans forward, his voice steady but desperate, as he begs the chief to just listen to their side of the story for 5 minutes. Our boy's eyes are filled with a sincerity that usually works on everyone, but these beastmen have centuries of trauma to unpack. Max thinks about it for a second, letting out a rough sigh before telling the hero to go ahead and speak his piece. The group feels a small spark of hope as Midu starts explaining the crisis back in the Holy Kingdom and why they need each other to survive. Meanwhile, another part of the team arrives at the Harpy tribe's mansion, only to find the gates slammed shut right in their faces. A fierce Harpy guard blocks the way with a spear, shouting that their chief said there is absolutely no need to waste time listening to humans. Narumi is shocked, complaining that they actually had an official appointment through Alto, but the guards don't seem to care. The Harpy narrows her eyes, stating that even a request from the feline chief won't open these doors to human filth. Kanzaki considers using her domination magic to force her way in, but she realizes it would only blow their cover and destroy any chance of real trust. She decides to back down, the words "it can't be helped" tasting bitter as she realizes how deep the hatred runs here. Narumi sighs and turns around, telling the group they might as well head back for the day and regroup. Kanzaki looks back at the mansion with a worried face, knowing every hour they waste gives the demons more time to solidify their grip. Narumi warns her that if they push too hard and antagonize the whole Federation, this mission is dead on arrival. Understood, she mutters, her heart heavy as the human envoy is forced to retreat without even getting a foot in the door. Back at the feline mansion, a soft knock sounds at a door, breaking the silence of the late afternoon. Kai is inside, meticulously sharpening his dagger as he gives a short, cold yes to whoever is outside. Princess Sheena walks in, looking determined and ready for action, telling our guy that everything is going exactly as he predicted. Kai asks what she's learned, and Sheena reports that the atmosphere in the canine territory is beyond weird, it's hostile. Our MC listens silently, realizing that someone is definitely pouring oil on the flames of the beastman's natural anger. Sheena mentions the soldiers are in a total state of unrest, and she's afraid they might be plotting to kill the human envoy in their sleep. Kai's eyes sharpen, stating that if they're making a move, he needs to find the evidence to shut this down before it's too late. The sun drops, and the capital transitions into a world of deep blues and flickering torchlight as the night mission begins. Kai and Sheena are perched high on a rooftop, silhouettes against a massive crescent moon as they prepare to infiltrate the Dogman estate. Kai tells her to be careful and stay sharp, because you can never underestimate the primal instincts of a beastman warrior. "I know," she whispers, before dropping down into the shadows with a grace only a feline could pull off. Kai follows right behind her, his tactical cloak fluttering as he moves through the night like a literal ghost. They sprint across the rooftops, effortlessly bypassing the guards on the ground, who are too busy looking for intruders at eye level. Kai lands silently on a balcony, his boots barely making a sound against the stone as he checks for traps. The two of them crouch by a window, peeking into the darkened halls of the Dogman Chief's mansion. Sheena points toward a set of double doors, whispering that the chief's private chambers should be just around the corner. They slip through a doorway, Sheena noting that Niels is likely in his bedroom and the coast is finally clear. They enter the main office, searching for any physical evidence of demon contact that can be used to prove the brainwashing. Suddenly, Sheena freezes, her cat ears twitching as she picks up a scent that makes her blood run cold. She stares at the chief's chair, her eyes wide with terror as she realizes it smells exactly like the monster who kidnapped her. The door bursts open and a voice booms through the room, demanding to know who dared to intrude on the chief's privacy. Sheena gasps, realizing they've been caught red-handed as the lights flare up and reveal their positions. Niels is standing there, looking absolutely unhinged as he screams at Sheena, calling her a brat who's about to be punished. Sheena stands her ground, pleading with him to snap out of it and regain his sanity before he destroys his own tribe. Niels glares at her, his face a mask of confusion and rage as he repeats the word sanity like it's a foreign concept. Sheena shouts that he's being brainwashed by demons, trying one last time to reach the man who used to be her father's friend. But the demon's grip is too strong. Niels just laughs it off as nonsense and declares that they are being restrained immediately. Soldiers rush into the room with spears leveled, surrounding the princess, as the mansion descends into a chaotic brawl. Niels points at her with a bared fang, screaming "Intruder!" as he orders his men to take her down by any means necessary. The dogmen guards lunge forward, their faces filled with a mindless aggression that proves the brainwashing has spread to the ranks. Sheena gives a look of quiet resolve, realizing that talking is over and she needs to make a fast exit. She sprints toward the window, her feet pounding against the floor as the guards scramble to catch her. With a spray of glass, she dives out into the night sky, trusting her feline agility to survive the fall. The guards shout in frustration as they watch her get away, but Niels is already ordering a full city-wide manhunt. Back at the demon's lair, Bright is still calmly sipping his wine, completely unaware that his front door has just been kicked in. He hears the commotion from the Dogman estate and wonders why there's an intruder, his eyes narrowing in thought. For a split second, a chill runs down his spine as he wonders if the humans have actually noticed his presence in the city. He takes another sip, reassuring himself that he's been moving too carefully to be discovered. He laughs to himself, thinking it's impossible for someone to connect the dots and suspect the Dogman tribe this early. He smiles into his glass, convinced that unless someone has a skill that can literally see through brainwashing, he's totally safe. But then, a shadow looms behind him. Kai is standing there like the Grim Reaper, a dagger already pressed against the demon's throat. Bright's eyes go wide with pure shock, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face as he realizes his perfect security was a joke. The silence of the night is shattered by the sound of alarms, the entire capital waking up to the news of a high-profile break-in. Niels is screaming orders at the top of his lungs, telling his soldiers to catch the intruders and show them no mercy. Sheena is currently pulling off some high-level parkour, leaping from building to building while looking back at the chaos she left behind. She realizes Kai has disappeared into thin air, and she hopes he's already found the source of the demon's power. "Sheena-sama!" a voice calls out, and she looks down to see a familiar face waiting in the alleyway. A single candle flickers in the dark, casting a warm glow on the stone walls as a group of feline warriors emerges. It's Rune, holding a lantern and backed by a squad of soldiers who look ready to die for their princess. Sheena lands gracefully, asking Rune why she's out here in the middle of a restricted zone. Rune explains that Chief Alto ordered her to stay close and protect Sheena from anything bad that might happen tonight. Suddenly, a unit of Dogman soldiers rounds the corner, calling them out as intruders and preparing to capture the feline princess. Sheena and Rune stand back to back, the tension between the two tribes finally reaching its breaking point. Sheena tells her warriors to fight back, but warns them not to kill, knowing these soldiers are just confused puppets in a bigger game. Back in the demon's room, blood sprays across the wall as Bright barely manages to dodge a lethal follow-up strike from the MC. The demon general is reeling, his hand clutching his bleeding neck as he wonders what kind of human could move this fast and stay this quiet. Kai doesn't give him a second to breathe, his eyes glowing red as he lunges forward with another cold-blooded attack. Bright screams as a dagger sinks into his arm, the human's efficiency making the high-ranking demon look like a complete amateur. Bright scrambles back, using a burst of mana to create some distance, his face twisted in a mix of pain and absolute disbelief. He realizes he has zero luxury to think, and has to regain his composure before this trash hero ends his life. Kai hurls a potted plant at him as a distraction, using every trick in the book to keep the demon general off balance. Bright crashes through a stained glass window, diving out of the mansion to escape the relentless pressure of Kai's blades. Kai isn't letting him get away that easily. He vaults over the shattered frame, his eyes locked on his target with predator-like focus. The chase moves to the rooftops, the two of them becoming blurs of shadow and light as they race across the shingles. Bright is panicked, thinking he can't afford to get too much attention or the whole Federation will discover the demons have infiltrated. He uses a mental link to call out to his puppet, shouting Niels' name into the void of the spirit realm. "Answer me, Niels!" he screams, begging for backup as a human continues to tear him apart. But the response he gets is a stuttering "I'm sorry," as he realizes his puppet is currently occupied with a much bigger problem. Niels is sweating, his face a mask of stress as he tells his master it's going to be impossible to help him right now. That's because Alto, the feline chief, has finally stepped onto the battlefield, his knuckles cracking as he prepares for a showdown. Niels points a finger at his old friend, declaring that he can't forgive Sheena's actions and that this is now an all-out tribal war. Alto isn't having it, his voice calm but terrifying, as he promises to beat some sense back into Niels and open his eyes. The camera zooms in on Niels' glazed-over eyes, showing just how deep the demon's brainwashing has taken root in his soul. Alto notes a disturbing aura coming from his friend, realizing that the man standing before him is just a hollow shell of who he used to be. Niels screams "Nonsense!" and lunges forward, his fist flying with enough force to kill a normal man. But Alto is a chief for a reason. He stares down the punch with a smirk, his fangs bared in a look of pure challenge. The two leaders clash, their mana exploding in a shockwave that rattles the surrounding buildings and signals the start of the riot. A massive beam of light shoots up from the battle, visible from every corner of the city, and our other heroes watch it from afar. Narumi and Reina are on a balcony, the blonde hero muttering that the party has officially started. Reina asks if they should intervene, but Narumi shakes his head, knowing that human interference would only make the diplomacy mission worse. Kanzaki looks worriedly toward the Dogman territory, wondering if Kai is the one behind all this chaos. Narumi points out that Kai is likely lurking in the shadows hunting demons while the rest of the city burns. Kanzaki asks if it wouldn't be better to go and lend him a hand, her loyalty to her secret boss shining through. But Narumi reminds her they'd only be dead weight in a high-speed assassin fight and that they aren't familiar with this city's layout. Kanzaki clenches her dress, her face filled with a mix of frustration and trust for the guy who always handles everything alone. Narumi mentions there's still one person who'd rush into the fire regardless of the plan, and we see Midu sprinting through the streets below. Our official hero is charging ahead, his boots slapping against the cobblestones as he follows his instincts toward the battle. Meanwhile, Kai is still on the tail of the demon general, closing the gap with every second that passes. The MC notices Bright is heading toward a more secretive, abandoned area of the city, which is exactly where an assassin wants to be. Bright is slowing down, his wound bleeding heavily and his arm going numb as he realizes he might not win this exchange. Two innocent beastman maids walk into the street and scream in terror when they see the bleeding, blue-skinned demon charging at them. "Those who see me must die!" Bright snarls, preparing to slaughter the witnesses to keep his existence a secret. But Kai is already there. He drops from the sky like a weight, his daggers out and his face set in a mask of absolute focus. The demon realizes Kai isn't stopping, so he decides to enhance his legs with magic to try and outrun the human. He focuses all his mana into his lower body, leaving a trail of blue light as he attempts one last desperate sprint. Kai just sighs and matches his pace, his own movements becoming a blur of gray and green as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. Before Bright can even turn his head, Kai is right in his ear, whispered words of doom making the demon's heart skip a beat. Kai swings a massive downward slash, the air itself whistling as the blade comes down like a falling star. Bright tries to block, but the force of the impact sends him flying backward, his heels dragging against the stone ground. He coughs up a mouthful of dark blood, realizing too late that the knife was just a feint for a much more powerful strike. The demon general crashes into a wall, the stone shattering around him as he lies in the rubble, completely broken. He can't believe he's losing to a human candidate, especially since he's supposed to be one of the top high-ranking demons in the world. Kai stands over him, his tactical cloak fluttering in the wind as he prepares the finishing blow with a cold, professional click of his blade. Bright wipes the blood from his mouth, asking with his final breath how the hell this human always knew exactly where he was hiding. Kai reveals the truth. His eyes possess the ability to analyze the status of any object, and a demon's aura is impossible to hide from him. Bright lets out a hollow laugh, admitting it was his bad luck to meet the only opponent in the world who could see through all his lies. But then, a wicked grin returns to the demon's face as he claims he still has one last card to play before he goes to hell. Kai's eyes narrow, his red pupils glowing as he senses the demon general is planning something truly desperate to take the whole city down with him. The streets of the capital have turned into a full-blown war zone, with beastmen turning against beastmen in the dead of night. The dogman soldiers are clashing with the feline guards, their faces twisted in confusion as they follow orders that don't make any sense. Rune stands her ground, her eyes flashing with intensity as she begs the soldiers to pull back if they have even a shred of doubt about this fight. Sheena lunges into the fray, her claws bared, asking the dogman soldiers if they haven't noticed their chief, Niels, has been acting like a completely different person. The soldiers hesitate for a split second, looking at each other as they realize the princess might be telling the truth. One of the captains looks absolutely conflicted, the weight of his loyalty clashing with the obvious signs that something is wrong with his leader. Sheena catches his gaze, her voice sharp as she tells him it's clear he knows something is up. The dogman captain snarls that while he doesn't understand Niels Sama's current logic, a soldier's duty is to follow orders, not question them. Sheena stares him down with a look of pure pity, asking if he'd still follow those orders even if his chief was being brainwashed by a demon. The surrounding soldiers gasp in shock, the word brainwashed hitting them like a physical blow as they struggle to process the betrayal. Their captain screams for them not to be fooled, desperately trying to keep his unit from breaking under the pressure of the truth. Rune realizes that talk is officially cheap and tells Sheena to stay back while she prepares to suppress the rioters by force. Suddenly, a massive wall of blue mana erupts between the two groups, the sheer power of it forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The dogman captain stammers in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster could unleash this much energy in a single breath. He turns his head, his eyes widening with a mix of fear and awe as he sees a new player entering the field. Midu stands tall at the edge of the crater, his sword glowing with a hero's light as he stares down the confused beastman army. Edgar, the werewolf chief, steps out from behind him, his voice booming with authority as he commands both sides to sheath their swords immediately. The dogmen are paralyzed. It's one thing to fight the feline tribe, but standing against the legendary werewolf chief and a human hero is a suicide mission. High above the streets, Kai is still focused on the main target. His screen showing the demon Bright is bleeding out and losing mana fast. Our boy activates to appraisal, his eyes glowing a deep crimson as he peels back the layers of the demon's secret techniques. The stats reveal that Bright's brainwashing art requires him to wrap both hands around a target's head, making it a powerful but very specific skill. Kai smirks, realizing that as long as he stays out of arm's reach, this high-ranking demon is basically just a punching bag with an ego. But Kai's assassin instincts flare up as he senses multiple hostile auras closing in from the surrounding rooftops. He backflips away just as a jagged spear slams into the roof where he was standing a millisecond ago. A group of horned, muscular demons drops from the shadows, their bodies covered in tribal tattoos and their eyes glowing with bloodlust. Bright laughs through the blood in his mouth, mocking Kai for being cocky enough to think he could take on a demon task force all by himself. Kai doesn't even look worried, coolly stating that he finally understands why the general ran into this secretive part of town. He was just bait for a regroup. Bright stands among his elite subordinates, telling the human brat that his luck has officially run out and there's no way for him to escape. Kai lets out a tired sigh, looking at the demon general and asking him if he's actually stupid or just delusional. Bright's face contorts with rage, his blue skin turning a shade darker as he demands to know what the human could possibly find funny. Our boy explains that he knew the reinforcements were coming, and he lured Bright here because it's much easier to clean them all up in one go. The demon elites surround Kai, their massive forms towering over him as they prepare to tear him limb from limb. Bright snarls, asking what a lone human can even hope to accomplish against the elite soldiers of the demon kingdom. The demons charge, their weapons raised as they scream that they're going to make him suffer for even touching their master. Bright watches with a sick grin, thinking his middle-ranking elites are more than enough to turn the hero candidate into a red smear on the pavement. The demons lunge simultaneously, closing in for the kill as Bright screams for them to end the human's life. But then, a voice calls out from above, commanding the wind spirit Sylph to blow every single one of them away. A massive green cyclone erupts around Kai, the sheer force of the gale lifting the heavy demons off their feet as if they were made of paper. The demons scream as they're tossed through the air, their elite formation shattered by a single, high-tier elemental spell. Bright's jaw drops as he stares at the survivors of his unit, realizing that the human brought his own heavy hitter to the party. Kai steps through the fading wind, his voice cold as he reminds the demon that he never actually said he was fighting alone. Mare is perched on her staff like a queen of the night, her heterochromatic eyes glowing as she admits she was just waiting for the signal to join the fun. Bright stammers, trying to regain his pride by claiming that two humans still won't change the ultimate outcome of the battle. Mare doesn't even let him finish, calling upon the spirit of Earth to rain down a mountain of jagged rocks on the regrouping demons. The sky fills with flying boulders, each one infused with mana and moving at terminal velocity. The demon soldiers are crushed under the onslaught, their armor shattering and their bones breaking as the rooftop becomes a graveyard. One of the survivors tries to use his demonic arts to shield himself, calling the humans idiots for thinking a few rocks could stop him. But Kai is already behind him, his dagger sinking into the demon's back before the guy can even finish gathering his mana. Our boy whispers that while they're busy focusing their mana on their hands for defense, the rest of their bodies are wide open for an assassin. He twists the blade and moves on to the next target, his movements so efficient it's like he's practicing a dance he's done 1,000 times. Bright is panicked, screaming at his remaining fools not to let their guard down and to treat these two as high-ranking threats. The last demon elite roars in frustration, summoning his cloning demonic arts to create an army of illusions to confuse the MC. He asks if Kai can find the real one among the dozens of fakes, but he's silenced by a knife through the forehead before he can even finish the sentence. The demon crashes to the ground, his illusions vanishing into mist as he dies, wondering how his invincible trick failed. Kai stands over him, his eyes glowing red as he mocks the demons for their terrible intel sharing. Anyone with a detection skill could see through that garbage. Bright loses his mind, shouting "bastard" as he attempts to cast one final high-tier wind spell to take them both down with him. He screams "die" and launches a massive wind lance that tears through the air with the sound of a jet engine. The demon elite watches in horror as the spell is deflected mid-air, a shimmering green shield appearing out of nowhere to swallow the attack. Mare is floating above them, with a cheeky grin, mocking the demon's weak attempt at elemental magic. She raises her hand, commanding Sylph to finish the job and end this pathetic display, once and for all. A massive burst of wind mana slams into the last demon, pinning him to the ground with enough force to shatter the stone beneath him. The rooftop is a mess of broken stone and defeated demons, with Kai and Mare standing victorious over the wreckage of Bright's elite force. Bright is clutching his chest, his breathing ragged, as he realizes that even at the top of the high-ranking demons, he's being pushed to his literal limit. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out from the shadows, asking Bright why he looks like he's struggling so much against a couple of humans. Mare looks around in surprise, her eyes scanning the dark sky for the source of the new voice. Kai stays silent, his gaze fixed on a new set of auras that have just appeared on his radar, feeling the tension in the air shift yet again. A swarm of winged figures descends from the clouds, their massive pinions cutting through the moonlight as they surround the rooftop. It's the Harpy tribe, led by their fierce chief, and she looks down at the scene with a mix of amusement and absolute contempt for the humans. Kai recognizes her immediately, noting that he didn't expect the Harpy chief to be shameless enough to openly work with the demonic enemy. She snarls back, stating that her resentment for humans is so deep that she'd team up with the devil himself just to see them bleed. Mare asks if she's also been brainwashed, but Kai's pride confirms the chilling truth. She's working with them of her own free will. Kai's mind races as he connects the dots. With the dogmen brainwashed and the harpies allied, the demons only needed Sheena as a hostage to control the feline tribe and win the parliament vote. He recalls overhearing the demons earlier, realizing their plan was to use the Federation as a meat shield in the upcoming war against humanity. The full weight of the conspiracy finally makes sense, and the stakes have just jumped from a local riot to an international catastrophe. Bright looks up at the Harpy chief, coughing up blood as he complains that she's late and tells her to stop talking and start killing. The Harpy chief mocks him, saying it's pathetic that a high-ranking demon can't handle a few human kids without her help. Bright swallows his pride, admitting he needs her to finish them off before the other tribal chiefs notice what's happening. She gives a wicked grin, her talons extending as she agrees to help, noting that if these humans are strong enough to beat Bright, they might actually be a fun challenge. Kai clicks his tongue, counting at least 30 Harpy elites in the air. This isn't just a betrayal, it's a full-on military coup. Mare asks, "What now, Kai?" her face serious as she prepares her staff for another round of high-intensity combat. The Harpy chief screams for her unit to attack, ordering them to be fast and quiet so the rest of the city stays in the dark. The Harpies dive like falcons, their talons aimed straight for Kai and Mare as the battle for the capital's soul begins its final phase. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Alto's massive fist connects with Neil's face, the impact echoing like a thunderclap through the street. The two chiefs are locked in a brutal slugfest, their movements a blur of speed and raw beastman power that leaves the ground cracked beneath them. They crash through the walls of nearby buildings, the sounds of their fight masking the deadlier battle happening on the rooftops above. Trees are uprooted, and stone is shattered as the two old friends tear each other apart in a riot fueled by demon lies. Alto laughs through the adrenaline, telling Niels that he's actually putting up a decent fight for a puppet. Niels screams back, his brainwashed mind unable to understand why his friend is mocking him, instead of begging for mercy. Alto catches a punch with his bare hand, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the sheer level of control the demons have over his friend's mind. He smirks, his face inches from Niels, and tells the Dogman chief that his current strength is nothing compared to the real man he used to know. "You're weak!" Alto roars, delivering a massive uppercut that sends Niels flying backward into a stone fountain. Niels crashes into the water, gasping for air as his brainwashed fog starts to flicker under the physical trauma. He clutches his head, a strange feeling of floating taking over his mind as the demon's grip begins to loosen ever so slightly. Alto stands over him, looking down with a mix of duty and sadness, wondering if his friend can even hear his voice anymore. He thinks to himself that the physical beating might be working, but he knows the only way to truly free Niels is to kill the one who cast the spell. He looks toward the northern rooftops, realizing he has to keep buying time for Kai and Sheena, or the whole canine tribe will be lost forever. The clouds shift, revealing a cold moon that seems to watch the tragedy unfolding in the streets below. Midu and Edgar finally regroup with Sheena, the werewolf chief looking shocked as he hears the official confirmation that Niels is brainwashed. Sheena explains that they infiltrated the Dogman estate to find the demon responsible for this mess. Midu asks if they actually found the target, his hand on his sword as he prepares for a potential boss fight. Sheena admits she doesn't know, but says Kai vanished into the night the moment he sensed the demon's aura. Midu nods, knowing Kai's style, he's likely already deep in enemy territory, finishing the job while everyone else is still debating. He thinks to himself that since Kai isn't here, it means the real battle is happening somewhere else, and our boy is still fighting. Edgar rubs his head, admitting he can't keep up with how fast things are moving, but insists they need to go help their friend before it's too late. Rune steps forward, looking like she has a piece of the puzzle that the others are missing. Sheena asks what's wrong, and Rune reports that she just spotted a massive group of Harpy elites flying toward the northern district. The group realizes the Harpy tribe has officially made their move, confirming the worst-case scenario of a dual tribe betrayal. Edgar is stunned, unable to believe the Harpies would be bold enough to attack in the middle of a peaceful city. Mido commands them to take a look, realizing the Harpy flight path is the perfect clue to find where Kai is hiding. Back on the balcony, Narumi and the others watch a massive explosion rock the northern district, smoke billowing into the night sky. Kanzaki looks on with a pained expression, her heart pounding as she asks if it's really okay for them to just sit here and watch. Narumi tries to be logical, noting that human involvement in a Beastman riot could cause a massive public backlash that would ruin the alliance. He looks at Kanzaki, his face serious as he prepares to drop a truth bomb that changes everything. He asks her a simple, terrifying question that stops her in her tracks. "Your whole argument is based on the idea that Kai is going to win this fight, right?" he asks, his voice low. Kanzaki's eyes go wide as she realizes the one possibility she refused to consider. What if our boy actually loses? Narumi admits he hasn't thought that far ahead either, but points out they'll all be condemned if their strongest fighter falls while they're just watching. Kanzaki snaps back that if Kai is in danger, they have to move, insisting that no matter how reliable he is, he's not invincible. Rena huffs, pointing out the obvious problem. They have no idea where Kai's high-speed battle has even moved to. Kanzaki looks down, her face filled with a mix of frustration and a desperate need to be useful to the guy who saved her life. She closes her eyes and clasps her hands together, a bright pink aura beginning to radiate from her body. Her internal monologue screams that she wants to be Kai's strength, her desire to help him triggering a massive surge of hidden mana. Suddenly, a notification flares in her mind. Her skill is evolving, a pink glow surrounding her head like a crown of light. Narumi is shocked, asking what the hell is happening as Kanzaki's eyes pop open, glowing with a newfound power. She calls out Kai's name into the void, her voice echoing through a new mental link she's just established. Kai's voice responds in her head, calm but surprised as he realizes she's unlocked a new level of her divine protection. Kanzaki sees a vision of herself praying, realizing this power is the direct result of her unwavering trust in the MC. She asks Kai where he is, her heart racing as she hears his voice clearly over the sounds of clashing blades. Kai is busy dodging harpy talons and demon spells, blushing for a split second when he realizes he just heard her selfish desire to be his strength. He tells her he's in the furthest northern part of the city, fighting off a small army of demons and harpies. Our guy actually admits it, telling her to get there fast because for the first time in his life, he actually needs her help. Narumi and Rena look at Kanzaki like she's lost her mind, watching her talk to the thin air with a look of pure focus. She snaps back to reality, telling them she's communicating with Kai through her new skill, and she knows exactly where he is. She points toward the north, her face filled with determination as she commands the trio to hurry and save the guy who's always saving them. Mare is completely surrounded by the harpy elites, their wings blotting out the night sky as they prepare to dive. The harpies scream out a battle cry and charge, thinking they can take down a lone elf. But they clearly don't know who they're messing with. Mare calls upon Sylph, the wind spirit, to create a defensive perimeter. The wind blasts the harpies back, but Mare doesn't stop there. She immediately switches gears and summons Norm, the earth spirit. Massive chunks of stone fly through the air like cannonballs, smashing into the harpies and knocking them out of the sky in a hail of rubble. The elite harpy warriors are getting desperate, realizing they can't even get close to her with those spirits active. They command their archers to fire another volley, hoping to overwhelm Mare with sheer numbers. Mare stands her ground as a rain of arrows descends right toward her head. With a quick command to Sylph, her staff glows with an intense green light. A violent, localized tornado erupts around her, swirling the arrows away like they were nothing more than toothpicks. The harpies are frustrated, but their leader tells them to stay calm. At this rate, they just need to wait her out. He's figured out the weakness of elven magic. She's using the power of spirits, and eventually, her mana will run dry. Mare realizes she's been read like a book, and Sylph is reaching her limit, meaning she needs to switch elements fast. The harpy commander smirks, knowing this has become a battle of attrition, but he's worried the other tribes might notice the commotion soon. Meanwhile, on the ground, a demon reinforcement gets a blade through the chest before he even realizes the fight has started. Kai is moving like a ghost through the battlefield, leaving a trail of demon blood behind him. 2 more demons charge at him, screaming that this is the end for our boy Kai. One of them starts chanting a massive purple magic circle, ready to blast Kai into oblivion. Kai just leaps into the air with insane grace, letting the beam of dark energy explode harmlessly beneath him. Up above, Camilla is losing her cool, screaming at Kai to stop moving around like a pest. She launches her razor-sharp feathers at him, but Kai deflects them with his daggers in a flash of steel. One feather manages to graze his shoulder, drawing blood, and Kai lets out a small click of his tongue. He lands and looks toward the distance, hearing the sounds of the city's chaos growing louder. Kai's worried about Mare now that they're separated, but suddenly, the demon General Bright appears right behind him. Before Bright can use his brainwashing touch, a massive bolt of lightning strikes him out of nowhere. Bright is stunned, wondering how Kai could possibly use high-level thunder magic so instantly. It was a distraction. While Bright is reeling, another beastman leaps in with a massive sword to finish the job. Kai uses the opening to slide past, his daggers dancing through the air as more reinforcements fall. Bright is sent flying back from the impact, and the battlefield is a complete mess of blood and magic. Kai knows Bright was aiming for his brainwashing move, and since he has no natural defense against it, he's gotta play this smart. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, Shinjo-kun! Kanzaki Rin arrives on the scene, panting from the rush, and she's looking more determined than ever. Kai gives her a slight smirk, telling her that her timing couldn't be better. Narumi and Rena are right behind her, shocked at the sheer number of demons they're seeing. They aren't just here to watch, they immediately start charging up their spells to provide backup. The demons realize they're facing hero candidates now, and start getting nervous as the power levels on the roof shift. Kai takes command, telling them he'll handle the Harpy Chief and the high-ranking demon himself. Narumi gives an enthusiastic, "Of course," while Reina asks if they're allowed to treat the Harpies as enemies too. Kanzaki tells her she can burn them all down if she wants, but she's worried about Kai fighting those bosses alone. Kai explains this is just like their fight with Leonora. He needs Kanzaki to use her domination skill on him right now. Kanzaki understands the plan immediately and activates her skill, her eyes glowing with a sharp pink light. By letting Kanzaki dominate his mind first, Kai has created a shield that prevents Bright from brainwashing him. Camilla mocks them, saying they're underestimating her tribe, but Bright warns her to stay focused or she'll lose her life. Kai's eyes glow a menacing red as he tells them he's going to end this swiftly. He activates his secret weapon, the illusionary skill, and his entire body begins to distort and blur in their vision. Back over with Mare, she's still holding the line against the aerial Harpy assault. The The harpies wonder why their warriors are hesitating, but then they see a new group approaching from the shadows. It's Medu and the silver-haired werewolf chief Edgar, demanding an explanation for this betrayal. The harpies are terrified seeing the werewolf chief here so fast, and they realize their coup is falling apart. Their commander tells them to keep their calm, they're just following Camilla's orders, and there's no turning back. The lower-ranked harpies look at each other, clearly unsure if they want to fight the legendary werewolf tribe. The commander doubles down, shouting at them to kill every single witness, even if it's Chief Edgar himself. The tension is thick as the harpies draw their bows, ready to commit fully to the demons. Edgar realizes these guys aren't interested in talking, and he's not going to beg for a conversation. Mayor shouts to the newcomers that the harpies have officially allied with the demons. Medu and Edgar are stunned to hear the betrayal is that deep. The moonlight shines over the silent streets of the city, highlighting the scale of the war happening on the rooftops. Mayor points toward the distance, telling them that Kai is currently fighting the main demon force over there. Princess Sheena's guards look worried, and the werewolf chief tells Medu to head over and support Kai. Medu shakes his head, saying his friends are already on their way to Kai. He's staying here to help Mayor. Edgar agrees. He never expected the demons to have this much influence over the other tribes. He looks at the harpy soldiers with pity, knowing they're just following orders, and he'd rather not kill them if possible. He knows it's a long shot, but he wants to minimize the casualties for the sake of the Federation's future. Medu gives a confident grin and says that non-lethal takedowns are exactly his specialty. The screen goes black for a second as we hear Kai's voice, cold, calm, and ready to finish this. His red eye pierces through the dark, signaling that the assassination hero is about to go all out. Bright and Camilla are frozen in terror as Kai's presence begins to warp the very air around them. Bright is sweating, wondering how a mere human can project this much killing intent. Camilla screams that his figure is distorted, but it's too late. The illusion has already taken hold of their senses. In a blur of speed, Kai appears right in front of Bright and plunges a dagger deep into his chest, blood spraying everywhere. Kai's boots hit the ground with a soft tap, and he's already moving for the next strike before Bright can even scream. Bright is panicking, realizing he can't react to Kai's movements at all. It's like his eyes are lying to him. Camilla realizes the trick and screams at Bright not to look at Kai's eyes, as it's clearly an illusion skill. Kai thinks to himself that she's pretty sharp for noticing so fast, but he's got plenty of skills to play with. He reveals that this illusionary skill was something he picked up after defeating the demon general Wimberg. It's a powerful weapon that forces a target to see whatever Kai wants the moment they make eye contact. Camilla flaps her wings in frustration, cursing his annoying power. Bright tries to refocus, telling himself he'll just fight by looking anywhere but Kai's face. He thinks he's safe now that the illusions have stopped, a desperate grin forming on his face. Kai watches him struggle and realizes that Bright has chosen the simplest and dumbest solution possible. He whispers right into Bright's ear, asking him if he really thinks he can handle a professional assassin without looking at him. Before Bright can even say impossible, Kai drives a blade straight through the demon's head in a massive explosion of gore. Kai looks down at the dying demon and mocks him, explaining that an opponent's eyes provide the most information in a fight. By looking away, Bright basically gave up his ability to track Kai's speed, and now he's just another corpse on the roof. Camilla watches her partner die and just calls him useless, showing zero loyalty to her supposed ally. Kai turns his cold gaze toward her next, his daggers dripping with demon blood. She isn't scared, though. She claims she's seen every trick humans have to offer, and she won't fall for it. Camilla dives from the sky like a crimson comet, screaming at Kai not to underestimate the Harpy Chief. Kai sidesteps the dive with inches to spare, the wind from her wings ruffling his hair. She immediately follows up with a flurry of purple glowing feather needles. Kai's daggers move in a perfect arc, clanging against the feathers and knocking them out of the air. Camilla retreats back into the sky, realizing that on the ground she's at a massive disadvantage. Kai notes that even without looking at his eyes, she's adapting to his movements with terrifying accuracy. She laughs, boasting that beastmen have superior senses and she doesn't need her eyes to track his heartbeat and scent. Kai just asks her what her plan is, because she can't just fly around forever and expect to win. He points out that the longer this fight goes on, the worse it's going to get for her. Down below, the rest of the hero party is absolutely demolishing the demon grunts and harpy archers. Narumi, Reina, and Kanzaki are working in perfect sync, combining wind, fire, and domination magic to clear the field. Camilla grits her teeth in rage, realizing her entire army is being wiped out by a bunch of teenagers. She screams that she's going to kill Kai, her eyes glowing with a feral, monstrous light. She triggers her ultimate move, full beastification, her body growing and warping into a giant feathered monster. Kai recognizes the technique. It's a unique skill that lets a beastman draw out their inner monster. It gives them explosive strength and speed that far exceeds their normal limits, but the cost is heavy. They lose all their cognitive sense and become nothing more than a raging animal. The monster that used to be Camilla lets out a deafening screech that echoes across the entire city. She moves like a blur of red light, slamming into the rooftop and nearly crushing Kai. Kai deactivates his illusion skill and instantly switches to predict her next move. A digital-like grid appears in his vision, showing him exactly where the beast is going to strike next. He ducks under a massive claw that would have taken his head off, his movements perfectly timed. He tries to counterattack, but her new hide is so tough that his daggers barely leave a scratch. The beast screams in his face, her breath smelling of rotten blood. She launches another barrage of feathers, but this time they're packed with enough force to pierce through stone. Kai knows he's in trouble. Full beastification doesn't last long, but he doesn't have much time either. If she keeps this up, she'll eventually lose herself entirely, but she might kill him before that happens. Kai is breathing hard, realizing his mana is starting to dip from maintaining his high-level skills. He can't keep using foresight forever, and if he runs out of mana, he's a sitting duck for that monster. He decides it's time to end this and activates weak point detection, his eyes zooming in on a small gap in her neck feathers. The beast leaps into the air for one final, crushing blow. Kai stands his ground, calculating the risk that his final skill might not activate in time. He pulls out a magic item and chants the trigger word Thundershock, aiming it directly at her throat. A massive surge of electricity blasts out, frying the beast mid-air and making her entire body go limp. While she's paralyzed by the shock, Kai leaps up, his daggers glowing with a lethal energy. He delivers a series of lightning-fast slashes, cutting through the monster's hide like it was wet paper. Blood fountains out as the beast falls from the sky, her monstrous form finally failing her. She hits the rooftop with a sickening thud, the impact cracking the stone beneath her. Camilla lets out one final, weak gasp of pain as she reverts back to her harpy form, defeated and broken. She looks up at Kai with fading eyes, unable to believe she lost to a human. Bright and Camilla both lie dead or dying on the roof, the masterminds of the coup finally silenced. Kai sheathes his daggers and looks out over the city, his purple eyes glowing. Now, all that's left are the remaining soldiers. The dust finally settles in the capital as the sun begins to rise, marking the end of the high-ranking demon Bright and the harpy chief Camilla. Midu's party stands victorious as the harpy soldiers drop their weapons, realizing their leader is dead and there's no point in fighting a losing battle. With Bright gone, the brainwashing on Niels, the canine chief, finally snaps, leaving him broken and regretful over what he was forced to do. The long, bloody night in the Grandana's Federation has reached its conclusion just as the first light of day hits the city skyline. Several days later, the leaders of the Alliance gather at the werewolf chief's mansion to discuss the aftermath and what happens next. The mood is serious as they ask Edgar about the status of the Harpy tribe and how they should be handled after their betrayal. Edgar explains that most of the Harpies had no idea their chief was working with demons. It was only Camilla's inner circle that knew the truth. He decides there's no need for a massacre. The soldiers were just following orders, so they'll likely just face heavy labor as punishment instead of death. Meanwhile, over at the feline tribe's mansion, a separate discussion is happening regarding the rest of the Federation. Kai stands in the corner, cold and silent as always, as he asks what the plan is for the canine tribe. Alto, the feline chief, admits that even though Niels was brainwashed, he still technically betrayed the nation and has to face the consequences. Princess Sheena looks down, feeling bad for Niels, but she knows that being weak enough to be brainwashed is seen as a fault in their warrior culture. Mare tries to lighten the mood with a laugh, saying a heavy punishment is still better than having the princess kidnapped by demons again. The scene shifts to the Fishman tribe's mansion, where a sudden shout of "What?" echoes through the halls. The Fishman chief, Max, is losing his mind after waking up and hearing that the canine tribe was brainwashed and the Harpies were traitors. Narumi and one of the feline guards try to explain the situation, but Max is a shark beastman. He's not exactly known for staying calm. Max turns his glare toward Narumi, demanding to know if the humans were really the ones who saved everyone. Narumi starts sweating, thinking the aggressive fishman is about to attack him for being human. But suddenly, Max grabs him in a massive hug and declares that humans are actually good people. The terrifying sharkman starts bawling his eyes out, thanking Narumi and the others for saving the Federation while he was busy sleeping. He promises right then and there that the Fishman tribe will fully cooperate with the humans, a complete 180 from his previous attitude. Narumi is completely caught off guard, wondering how Max could change his mind so easily without any argument. Max pumps his fist, screaming that they'll never forgive the demons and he's ready to annihilate every single one of them. Narumi just laughs awkwardly, realizing that Max is the type of guy who just doesn't listen once he's made up his mind. Several days later, the official parliament meeting of the Grandanas Federation is called to order. The room is packed with chiefs and hero candidates, all waiting for the final word on the future of their two nations. Alto opens the meeting by officially thanking the heroes for their service, acknowledging a favor they can never truly repay. Niels stands up as the preliminary chief, admitting that beastmen are strong in a fight but weak against the demons' underhanded tricks. The heroes watch with bated breath, knowing this is the moment that could change the tide of the entire war. Alto slams his hand down and declares that the Grandanas Federation hereby agrees to a full alliance with the Daigarist Holy Kingdom. Fists are raised in the air, beastman and human alike, signaling a unity that seemed impossible just a week ago. The room erupts in cheers as Narumi and Rena get caught up in the excitement, while Midu looks on with a proud smile. Mare and Kai share a quiet moment of relief, knowing their mission here was a total success. Shortly after, the party prepares to leave the capital, with Midu checking to make sure nobody forgot their gear. Narumi admits it's a bit sad to leave after making so many new friends, especially the emotional fishman. Alto and the other chiefs see them off, promising that from now on, their two nations will be communicating a lot more. Kai and Mare stand off to the side, watching the hero party depart as everything seems to have settled. Mare asks Kai what they should do now that their goals in the capital are reached and everyone is heading back to the kingdom. Kai closes his eyes, saying they should just wait and see for now. He's not in a rush to return to a place where he's a wanted man. Suddenly, Princess Sheena pops up behind him, asking if he's planning on staying in the Federation for a while. Kai confirms he's staying a bit longer, since it's easier for a branded criminal like him to hide out here than in the Holy Kingdom. Sheena's face lights up with a radiant smile, clearly thrilled that Kai isn't disappearing just yet. Mare notices the look on Sheena's face and gets a bit suspicious, wondering what the little princess is plotting. Kai tells her his ultimate goal is still to kill the Demon King and find a way back to his own world. Without a second of hesitation, Sheena declares that she's going to join him on that journey. The screen goes white with her bold claim she wants to be by his side until the very end. Mare lets out a shocked while Kai just stares at her, asking what she could possibly hope to achieve. Sheena explains that as the daughter of the feline chief, she needs to hone her strength and get real achievements before she takes over for her father. Kai warns her that the war is only going to get more intense, and since he works in the shadows, she'll never get public recognition. Sheena doesn't care. She says that if she helps take down the Demon King, that's an achievement enough for her. Alto walks up and places a hand on his daughter's head, telling Kai to please take her along. Kai points out the obvious. It's a dangerous path, and he asks what they'll do if she gets kidnapped or hurt again. Sheena looks him dead in the eye and says she can't grow up if she's always hiding in a safe place. Alto backs her up, saying that if Sheena has made up her mind, he's going to support her decision as a father and a chief. Sheena confirms she's fine with the risks, she just wants to go together with Kai, no matter what. Kai finally relents, saying that since she's so determined, he's going to train her personally before they depart. Sheena nods seriously as Kai tells her he'll only bring her along if he deems her to be actually useful in a fight. The scene shifts far away to the Veldora demonic kingdom, a dark castle surrounded by lava and constant lightning. Inside, a muscular demon kneeling in the dark asks for His Highness's orders. A new character, the fifth Princess Isabel, looks out the window with glowing red eyes, stating that the time for their revolution is close. Back with the main group, Midu and the other envoys finally return to the frontline Operation Fort after their long trip. They aren't alone. Edgar has come along as the representative of the Federation to coordinate their forces. They meet Amelia, the captain of the Fourth Holy Kingdom's Night Corps, who is in charge of this specific front line. The soldiers at the fort cheer as the two groups shake hands, though the hero candidates don't yet realize how massive this alliance really is. Night falls over the fort, the moon shining brightly over the stone towers. Midu is fast asleep in his bed, looking completely exhausted from the travel and the politics. His eyes snap open suddenly as he wakes up at a weird time, feeling a bit disoriented. He sits up and sighs, realizing he's been out since the afternoon. A girl named Mirai is sitting right there in his room, telling him it's no wonder he's tired after everything he's been through. Midu jumps out of his skin, asking why she's in his room, and she casually explains she used her telekinese to carry him there from the break room. Midu blushes, apologizing for causing her so much trouble just because he couldn't stay awake. Mirai brushes it off and asks if the mission to the Federation went smoothly. She explains that while they were gone, the Demon King's army launched several offensives, but they didn't do much damage. She admits it was all thanks to Arashi, showing him standing over a pile of demon corpses with a cocky grin and fire in his hands. Midu is relieved, glad that they have someone as strong as Arashi to count on for the heavy lifting. He asks about Edgar, and Mirai says the werewolf chief is currently resting up for the big strategic meeting tomorrow. Midu looks out the window, wondering just how strong the warriors of the Federation truly are. He tells Mirai that Edgar is on a whole different level. He's definitely stronger than Midu himself. Mirai is shocked to hear that, but Midu confirms the Federation's warriors are all elites and very reliable. He gets a serious look, saying that with this much force, they should be able to invade the demonic kingdom and end the war in one sweep. Mirai goes quiet for a moment before asking him if he's scared of what's coming. She points out that the battles ahead will be much more dangerous, and it's likely that some of them might not make it back. Midu looks down and honestly admits that he's terrified, but he explains that if he stops now, his class will split up again, and that's when people will really start dying. Mirai is surprised when he mentions that Shinjo-kun Kai is always the one who gives him encouragement. Mido explains that Kai sees them as allies, and even if he doesn't act on emotions, he's always there to help when things get bad. Mirai huffs, saying she hates selfish people regardless of the result, still not quite trusting Kai's methods. Midu smiles, saying that's typical of her, but he admits he envies both Kai and Arashi. Mirai is confused, telling him he's leagues better than those two hotheads combined. Midu explains that those two never get swayed by their surroundings, they just move forward without any hesitation, and that's a quality he wishes he had. He looks at his reflection in the glass, admitting his only real wish is to just keep everyone safe and keep things the way they are. Mirai places her hand on the bed, her expression softening. She asks him a personal question, "Why do you want to return home so badly?" Midu is stunned, the question catching him completely off guard. The two sit in an awkward silence for a few seconds, the tension in the room rising. Midu stammers out that it's because everyone else says they want to return too. Mirai leans in close, pointing a finger at him and telling him that's exactly the kind of answer she expected. Suddenly, the door swings open and Rena walks in, calling out for Midu. She freezes at the sight of Mirai leaning over Midu's bed, her face turning bright red with rage. Midu and Mirai both panic, waving their hands and screaming that they weren't doing anything inappropriate. Rena isn't buying it, calling them liars for sneaking into a boy's room in the middle of the night. Mirai tries to explain the telekinesis thing again, but Rena is already in moral officer mode. She points at Mirai, shouting that she's always talking about rules and morals, but she's the first one to break them. The two girls start bickering loudly, while Midu just sits there in the middle, wishing he could just disappear. The shouting match continues as Midu stares blankly, realizing his peaceful night is officially over. He eventually lets out a small laugh, finding a bit of comfort in the familiar chaos of his friends. The scene fades to the morning sun rising over the fort. The sky is clear and blue, a perfect day for a training session. Down in the courtyard, Arashi and Edgar are squared off, weapons drawn and ready to spar. Arashi lunges forward with insane speed, his boots kicking up dust as he closes the gap. He throws a massive punch, but Edgar moves with a grace that Arashi just can't match. Arashi's eyes widen as he realizes he's just swinging at air. Edgar has already slipped behind him. The werewolf chief swings his saber in a blur of silver, the blade singing through the air. The tip of the sword stops just centimeters away from Arashi's forehead, a perfect display of control. Arashi jumps back, a drop of sweat rolling down his face as he realizes just how fast this doggy guy really is. He's shocked. He thought he was one of the strongest in the class, but he can barely see Edgar's movements. Edgar doesn't give him a break, charging back in with a flurry of strikes that force Arashi onto the defensive. The chief smirks, telling Arashi that the next blow is going to be the finisher. Arashi gets fired up, shouting that Edgar is underestimating him as he channels magic into his arm. He catches the blade of Edgar's sword with his bare hand, the metal clanging against his skin like it hit a steel wall. Edgar is genuinely stunned, realizing Arashi is using magic to enhance his physical durability to an impossible level, and shoves the sword back, forcing the werewolf chief to skid across the courtyard. Arashi shakes his hand out, admitting that even with the magic, that really hurt. Edgar starts laughing, impressed by the kid's grit, and tells him they should stop their practice there. Amelia arrives on the scene, clapping her hands and telling them it's time to start the actual strategic meeting. Arashi complains, saying things were just about to get exciting, but Edgar tells him there will be plenty of time for that later. The werewolf chief sheathes his saber with a satisfying click, his eyes glowing with respect. He tells Arashi he's glad they're allies, acknowledging the human's potential. Arashi just grins and rubs his nose, thinking to himself that going all out was definitely worth it, just to see that look on the chief's face. The capital city of the Beastmen Federation, Manhwa, is finally at peace, but outside the walls, a different kind of war is happening. Kai stands ready with his daggers drawn, looking completely unimpressed, while Sheena prepares herself for another round of training. Mare watches from the sidelines with a cheerful smile, acting as the judge for this master-student showdown. She gives the signal to start, and the peaceful field is instantly filled with a heavy pressure as the duel begins. Sheena doesn't hesitate. She immediately taps into her primal power, her hands warping into massive razor-sharp claws. She screams partial beastification and lunges at Kai with a speed that would leave most human soldiers in the dust. Kai just leans back as her claws slice through the air exactly where his head used to be, his reflexes proving to be on a whole different level. Sheena keeps the pressure on, spinning around for a follow-up strike, her animal instincts taking full control of her movements. She's moving like a blur, but Kai is just casually parrying her strikes with a single dagger, his face showing absolutely zero emotion. He asks her if that's really all she's got, telling her for the 100th time that if she wants to survive the Demon Kingdom, she needs to attack him with the intent to kill. Sheena shouts that she knows as she swings her claws with everything she has, frustrated that she can't even touch his cloak. She tries to leap over him for a surprise strike from above, thinking she's finally found an opening in his defense. Kai watches her dive and realizes she's still falling for the simplest bait, leaving her midsection completely wide open. Suddenly, Kai's hand glows with a strange energy, and he tosses a handful of something right into her face. Sheena's eyes widen in shock as a cloud of sand blinds her, making her realize too late that she's been tricked. Kai doesn't go easy on her. He delivers a solid kick to her stomach that sends the princess tumbling across the grass. Mare rushes over, worried that Kai might have actually broken something this time. Sheena groans, clutching her stomach and pouting at Kai, calling him merciless for using such a dirty trick during training. Kai just turns his back on her, explaining that an enemy won't give her a fair fight. If she can't handle sand in her eyes, she's already dead. Sheena looks down at her trembling hands, wondering if she's still failing to meet the high standards of a professional hitman. Kai bluntly tells her that as of right now, she's completely useless on a real battlefield. Rune arrives on the scene and asks Sheena if her training is always this brutal, clearly worried about his princess. Sheena snaps back that this is exactly what she wanted, telling Rune not to get in the way of her growth. Rune smirks, realizing that Sheena's spirit hasn't been broken yet, even after getting kicked around all morning. Kai looks over at Rune and asks if there's a reason for this interruption. Rune reports that the main force of the Federation is finally ready to depart and join the Holy Kingdom's Grand Army. Kai notes that the real war is finally starting, and it took a lot longer for the politicians to sign those papers than he expected. Rune explains that forming an alliance between two former enemies is never simple, but the treaty was eventually finished, without any more blood being spilled. Sheena asks if Rune is going with the main army, and he confirms that as the feline captain, his place is on the front lines. Mare looks at Kai, wondering what their move is now that the world is gearing up for the final invasion. Kai tells her they're going to stay back and wait. Sheena isn't at the level where he can bring her along yet, and he's not going to carry dead weight. 1 month passes in a flash of training, and the scene shifts to a dense forest where the leaves are falling. A massive orc is stomping through the woods, only to find Kai standing in his path with his beretta drawn. Kai closes his eyes, using his mana to materialize a bullet, focusing his imagination on the physics of a modern projectile. The orc roars and charges, but Kai pulls the trigger with surgical precision. The barrel of the gun glows with a high-tech blue energy as the magic bullet is fired. A streak of light pierces through the orc's chest, the impact far more violent than any standard magic spell. The orc is stunned as blood sprays from the wound, but it's still standing due to its insane monster durability. Mare is sitting up in a tree, cheering Kai on like she's watching a sports match. Kai doesn't miss a beat, firing several more rounds in quick succession, the muzzle flashes lighting up the forest. The bullets tear through the orc's head and chest, each one landing with perfect accuracy. The massive monster collapses into the dirt, its life ending before it could even get within 10 feet of our boy. Kai smokes his gun and mutters that the firepower is still lacking for these higher-tier monsters. Mare jumps down, calling him crazy. He just took down a giant orc with only 6 shots of a magic he literally just invented. She admits she never expected a device like his gun to accelerate mana bullets to such terrifying speeds. Kai explains the secret. Magic is based on imagination, and since he understands how electricity and firearms work from Earth, he can visualize the acceleration better than any mage. He admits that even for him, imagining the complex mechanical components of a bullet mid-fight is a massive mental drain. But seeing the orc's body, he knows his method is a success. He's bridging the gap between two worlds with sheer intellect. Mare looks at him with a mix of awe and curiosity, wondering what else his world was capable of. Suddenly, Sheena's voice screams Kai's name from deeper in the woods. Kai's eyes sharpen instantly, and he tells Mare to stay calm and follow him. He already noticed the presence. A massive blue-striped tiger monster is stalking them from the trees. Kai lunges forward, screaming at Mare to jump down and get clear of the impact zone. His hand crackles with yellow electricity as he prepares a high-level elemental spell. He shouts, "Thunderlance," and a massive bolt of lightning pierces right through the tiger as it lunges mid-air. The beast is charred instantly, its body crashing to the ground in a cloud of smoke and dust. Kai notes that he's getting better with intermediate lightning magic, but he still can't quite master the high-level stuff without a catalyst. Mare looks at him with wide eyes, telling him that most mages take decades to reach his level, and he's complaining about not being a master yet. Kai just shrugs it off and asks where Sheena is, since she was the one who was supposed to be hunting. They find her standing over another dead monster, her claws covered in blood and her expression fierce. She pantingly asks if she finally passed his test, her heart pounding with the hope of his approval. Kai looks at the monster she took down, a clean kill that shows she's finally learned to use her beastly speed effectively. He gives a rare, small nod and says she passed. They can finally start their real journey into the demonic kingdom. The scene shifts to the Grand Allied Army, a massive sea of human and beastman soldiers marching toward the dark territory of the demons. They enter the first gate, the demonic forest, a place where the trees themselves seem to be watching you. Normally, this forest is a graveyard for human armies because of the constant guerrilla ambushes from the shadows. The human soldiers are visibly sweating, clutching their spears and looking around at every rustle in the bushes. But one man stands perfectly still, the werewolf chief Edgar, his nose twitching as he catches a scent on the wind. He calmly reports that he smells monsters approaching from their right flank, his saber already halfway out of its sheath. Narumi and Mirai look over, shocked that he can detect them when their magic sensors are showing absolutely nothing. The forest remains silent for a moment, making it look like Edgar might be wrong. Midu stays focused, trusting his allies' instincts over his own eyes. Suddenly, a wave of demons and monstrous beasts bursts out of the foliage, screaming for human blood. Edgar doesn't flinch. He points his sword and commands his beastmen warriors to engage. The feline and canine warriors leap forward, their strength and agility far outmatching the clumsy demons. It's a complete slaughter. The beastmen tear through the demonic ranks like they were made of paper. The human soldiers watch in total disbelief, amazed that the monsters they feared so much are being handled so easily. The forest floor is quickly littered with demon corpses as the Federation's warriors stand tall. Midu thinks to himself that this alliance was the best decision they ever made. Without the beastmen, they'd be losing hundreds of men right now. Amelia agrees, noting that while humans rely on their five senses, the beastmen have a sixth sense for survival that they can't replicate. Edgar clicks his sword back into its scabbard, a confident smirk on his face. He tells them to leave the detection to him. As long as he's there, a demon ambush is a physical impossibility. Right on cue, another warrior shouts that more are coming from the left flank. The humans are ready this time, forming a spear wall and preparing to repel the skirmish with zero hesitation. Far away, the high-ranking demon Elsa watches the report, her fist clenched in pure rage. She realizes her entire strategy of hidden guerrilla warfare is being dismantled because her enemies can literally smell her soldiers. The beastmen's search and destroy tactics are too effective, and her demon army is being picked apart before they can even launch a full attack. The clearing is full of dead demons, and the morale of the allied army is at an all-time high. Elsa slams her fist against the balcony of her castle, cursing the dogmen for ruining her perfect plan. She intended to wait until the humans were in disarray and hit them with everything, but they aren't even breaking formation. Her subordinates ask for orders, worried that if they keep watching, the humans will be at their doorstep by morning. Elsa realizes they have no choice but to retreat deeper into the castle and prepare for a siege. But suddenly, Edgar appears right in the middle of her forward scout team, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Before the demon can even curse, Edgar delivers a cross-slash that ends the demon's life in a spray of blood. The castle of the demonic forest looms ahead, bathed in an eerie purple light. Elsa stands on the roof, holding a glass of wine and admitting that the situation has officially turned bad. One of her guards rushes up, panicking because their entire forward army was annihilated in minutes. She stares into her glass, realizing the beastmen are far more troublesome than any hero she's faced before. She lets out a sadistic lick of her lips, a blue drop of liquid hanging from her mouth. She mutters that she can't believe she has to clean up after the mess Bright left behind, showing her disdain for her fallen comrade. The demon soldier asks what their next move is, his voice shaking with fear. Elsa points at a map, explaining that the allied army has no choice but to attack this castle if they want to move deeper into the territory. The soldier asks if they actually have a chance of winning against those monsters. Elsa just swirls her wine, saying that while they are cornered, she isn't just a strategist, she's a high-ranking demon for a reason. The wine in her glass begins to boil and float, reacting to her massive surge of mana. She smirks, saying it's always easier to kill your enemies when they think they've already won. The soldier bows, his confidence restored by her chilling resolve. Outside the castle walls, Edgar and Midu stand side by side, looking up at the stone towers. Edgar notes that the scent of demons is overwhelming here. The entire enemy force is concentrated inside. Amelia explains that they can't ignore this place. They need to capture the castle to use it as a forward base and keep their supply lines safe. Edgar sighs, calling the whole siege process a troublesome bother. Arashi rides up on his horse, his face twisted into a cocky grin as he asks if he can just blow the whole thing up. Amelia gives him the green light, saying she doesn't want to give the demons a single second to think. Arashi's eyes light up with joy as he realizes he finally gets to cut loose. The allied army begins its charge, a massive wave of soldiers rushing toward the castle gates. The mages at the back launch a combined volley of light magic, while the demons on the walls return fire with boulders. The main gate is shattered in a massive explosion of mana and wood. Arashi leads the charge, surrounded by fire and laughing like a maniac as he dares the trash demons to come at him. Midu prepares his sword, but Edgar places a hand on his shoulder and tells him it's time to move. The werewolf chief gives a sharp grin, inviting Midu to help him take down the high-ranking demon together. Midu shouts, "Understood," and leaps into the chaos with a new level of determination. Inside the throne room, Elsa calmly finishes her drink, listening to the screams of her soldiers outside. She sits back in her chair, looking bored as the sounds of battle get closer and closer. She opens one eye, her blue iris glowing with a dangerous, ancient power. The massive throne room doors are blown off their hinges, crashing onto the floor in a cloud of dust. Edgar and Midu step through the rubble, their weapons ready, and their eyes locked on the demon princess. Elsa just smirks at them, leaning her head on her hand and saying, "You're finally here." Elsa just smirks, acting like she's been waiting all day for them to show up and entertain her. The camera pans out, showing just how massive and desolate this throne room really is as the two sides square off. Midu is sweating, feeling the massive pressure of her aura, and he knows one wrong move is his last. Edgar confirms it. She's definitely a high-ranking demon and she's not going to go down easy. Elsa pulls out a purple thorned whip, mocking the hero candidate and the beast man for being so cautious. She tells them bluntly that she has no intention of losing today, and her eyes glow with a sadistic light. She lashes out with her whip, and Midu leaps into the air to avoid the strike. But it was all a bait! Midu's eyes widen in horror as the floor beneath him vanishes, revealing a pit filled with giant, razor-sharp spikes. Elsa laughs, telling them she never underestimates her enemies. She always keeps a trap ready for anyone foolish enough to charge in. Midu is plummeting toward certain death, the spikes getting closer by the second. In a moment of pure desperation, he shouts, "Transformation!" and activates the first stage of the Holy Sword. The blade glows with a bright blue light and stretches out like a grappling hook, slamming into a chandelier above. Elsa's smirk vanishes as she realizes the boy's sword isn't just a hunk of metal, it's a living tool. Midu swings safely across the pit, landing back on solid ground with a look of pure relief on his face. Elsa admits that a shape-shifting sword is a bit of a problem, but she points out that Midu's partner wasn't so lucky. Midu screams out Edgar's name, looking down into the dark pit where the werewolf chief fell. But suddenly, Edgar rockets out of the pit like a cannonball, landing perfectly next to Midu. Elsa is stunned. There's no way a physical body could have survived that fall and jumped back up so fast. Edgar just gives a cocky grin and explains it's a simple double jump, a physical feat only possible for the elite of his tribe. Elsa grits her teeth, realizing she's dealing with a beastman whose physical stats are basically a cheat code. Edgar tells her it's their turn now, his aura exploding as he prepares to go on the offensive. He moves like a blur of silver light, his speed so high that he's practically invisible to the naked eye. Elsa shouts for him not to underestimate her, swinging her whip in a wild arc to create a defensive zone. Midu doesn't stay behind. He activates stint movement and appears right behind Elsa in a flash. "I got you!" he shouts, but Elsa reacts instantly, clicking a hidden device on her belt. A massive steel blade drops from the ceiling, nearly splitting Midu in half as he's forced to parry it mid-air. While Midu is distracted, Elsa delivers a brutal kick to his chest with her high-heeled boot. Midu is sent flying back, coughing up blood as he hits the floor hard. Edgar shouts his name, his focus wavering for just a split second. Elsa laughs at Midu, telling him the Holy Sword's power is clearly too much for a weak kid like him to handle. Midu struggles to his feet, clutching his chest as he tries to ignore the burning pain in his lungs. Elsa leans in and starts playing mind games, asking him what he's even fighting for in a world he doesn't belong to. Midu is caught off guard by the question, his resolve wavering as he thinks about his life back on Earth. Edgar screams at him not to listen to her lies. It's just another one of her psychological traps. Edgar charges in to break the spell, his saber clashing against her whip in a shower of sparks. Midu shakes off the confusion and shouts, "Yes!" as he rejoins the fray. Elsa realizes the physical battle is turning against her and decides to use her most twisted trick yet. She drops her weapon and starts crying, begging them to save her and claiming she was forced to work for the demons. Midu freezes, his blade hovering inches from her neck as his naive nature takes over. He actually stops for a second, wondering if she's telling the truth. Edgar watches in horror as Midu completely lowers his guard in the middle of a deathmatch. The fake tears vanish instantly as Elsa gives him a sadistic grin, telling him he should never lose sight of himself in a fight. She wraps her whip around Midu's neck and slams him into the stone pillars with bone-crushing force. Midu is screaming in pain as he's bounced around the room like a rag doll. Edgar is furious now, his eyes turning a feral yellow as he realizes he has to end this immediately. Elsa mocks him, saying she didn't realize the beastmen cared so much about disposable humans. Edgar doesn't say a word, he just stares at her with a look of pure, unadulterated killing intent. Elsa tosses Midu's battered body toward Edgar, telling him he can have his friend back. While they're distracted, she prepares a massive blast of dark magic to finish them both off. The ceiling begins to crumble as the power levels in the room reach a breaking point. Elsa thinks she's already won, assuming the beastman is just another mindless animal without the human's help. But a low, guttural growl echoes through the dust, making the hair on the back of Elsa's neck stand up. She looks into the shadows and sees two glowing yellow eyes that don't look human or beastman anymore. Edgar has entered full beastification, transforming into a massive, muscular wolf covered in blue lightning. Elsa's face pales as she realizes she's looking at a legendary apex predator. The wolf lets out a roar that literally shakes the castle to its foundations. He lunges! Elsa tries to scream, but the wolf is faster than the speed of sound. A massive explosion of blood fills the screen as Elsa is torn to shreds in a single brutal second. We arrive at Forlist, the capital of the western region, a city built on the edge of a volcano. A cold voice echoes through a dark chamber, noting that Elsa has been officially killed. Meet Aquilea, the heavenly king of water. She's beautiful, blue-haired, and clearly mourning her fallen subordinate. She looks at a vision of Edgar standing over Elsa's body and admits that the Federation warriors are much more troublesome than she anticipated. She lists the names of the fallen, Zaganda, Bright, and now Elsa, all high-ranking demons taken out by these heroes. She lets out a soft laugh, admitting that for the first time even she is starting to feel pushed into a corner. Suddenly, a magic crystal glows, and the image of the third prince, Leonhardt, appears. Aquilea's entire demeanor changes as she blushes, her face lighting up because her fiancé is calling. She thanks him for his concern, looking more like a schoolgirl in love than a high-ranking demon general. Leonhardt keeps his voice gentle, mentioning that he's already heard about Elsa's death. He warns her that the Allied army will reach her city within a few days, and the pressure is on. Aquilea admits she's worried. She's a strategist who works behind the scenes, and facing the heroes who killed Wimberg is a daunting task. Leonhardt smirks and tells her not to worry, because he's sending in the assassins of the demonic kingdom. These are the hidden elites, the black-cloaked killers who do the kingdom's dirty work while everyone else is fighting on the front lines. Aquilea is thrilled, her eyes sparkling as she realizes she's been given a trump card to play with. Leonhardt tells her he's counting on her to hold the line until he can personally return to her side. She shouts, "Yes, Leonhardt-sama!" promising to do everything in her power to protect their territory. The crystal fades, and Aquilea is left alone with her thoughts and her love. She cries tears of joy, thinking about how gentle and loving the prince is, even when she's failing her missions. She hugs the crystal base, swearing that she will answer his love with the blood of the hero candidates. The scene shifts to the Demon Kingdom's royal capital, Eisenhart, a fortress of stone and fire. The streets are full of demons living their normal lives, unaware of the revolution brewing in the palace. Princess Isabel is walking down a long hallway, her face set in a grim expression as she heads to visit her sister. She opens a massive set of double doors that lead into a bright, flowery garden. Meet Alice, the fifth princess. She's young, silver-haired, and looks like the most innocent thing in this whole kingdom. Isabel watches her from a distance, her eyes softening for a brief moment. Alice notices her big sis and runs over, giving her a massive, happy hug. Isabel tries to act cool, saying she just stopped by because she had some free time, her face turning a little red. Her attendant laughs, telling her being that stubborn is bad for her health, and Isabel just tells her to shut up. Isabel asks Alice what she's been doing all day in this secluded garden. Alice proudly shows off a hair decoration she's been making out of white daisies. She puts it on and asks Isabel if it suits her, her eyes full of genuine hope. Isabel smiles and tells her it looks beautiful, a rare moment of peace in her otherwise chaotic life. Alice pouts, saying her sister needs to say it with more feeling next time. Suddenly, Alice remembers something and runs back toward the flower beds. She grabs another flower crown and tosses it toward Isabel with a bright laugh. Isabel catches it, stunned that her little sister was actually waiting for her visit. Alice admits she's a bit bored because she's never allowed to leave the palace, and she really wants to see the outside world. Isabel looks at her with a pained expression, whispering her name under her breath. Alice notices the shift in mood and asks, "What's wrong?" Isabel hides her face behind the flowers, saying it's nothing, but her hands are shaking. She puts the crown on her own head, but it's too big and falls down over her eyes, making her look ridiculous. Alice bursts out laughing, pointing at her sister and calling her funny. Isabel just huffs, saying she's only wearing it because Alice made it for her. Then, Alice asks the question that changes everything. When will we start the ritual to summon the evil god? Isabel's face goes completely blank, the light in her eyes vanishing. Alice is actually looking forward to it, having been told that she'll be offered to God like it's some kind of promotion. Isabel forces a voice, saying she doesn't know the details, but it shouldn't be much longer. Alice cheers, thinking that once she's a vessel, she'll finally be allowed to go outside and see the world. Isabel can't even look her in the eye, knowing the vessel ritual will likely kill Alice or worse. Her attendant calls her name, sensing the princess's rising anger and sorrow. Isabel turns to leave, unable to stay in that garden of lies for another second. Alice asks if she's going already, her face falling as her sister walks away. Isabel tells her to be a good girl and promises to visit again, her voice cracking slightly. As she walks down the hall, Isabel takes off the flower crown, her expression turning cold and murderous. Suddenly, someone whispers her name from the shadows, making her heart skip a beat. It's Prince Leonhardt. He waves at her with a fake, friendly smile, telling her she's being too distant. Isabel keeps it formal, calling him Leonhardt-sama, but he tells her she can just call him Big Bro, like they used to. He asks her if she just met Alice, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watches her reaction. He looks at the garden doors and says it's actually good for Alice to be holed up in there. He laughs, saying she'll be the vessel for the evil god soon, and he even claims he envies her for such a high honor. He asks Isabel if she thinks the same, his smile never reaching his cold, calculating eyes. Isabel stares him down and simply says, "You're right," hiding her absolute disgust behind a mask of indifference. She takes her leave immediately, the flower crown still clutched in her hand. Her attendant follows her as she marches away, leaving Leonhardt alone in the hallway. Leonhardt watches her go, his fake smile vanishing as his true demonic nature reveals itself in the dim light. Emotional hook. In a world where demons rule the night, our boy Kai is stepping right into the lion's den to tear their kingdom down from the inside. We're at the city of Forlist, deep within the territory of the Third Prince. The streets are crawling with high-ranking demons and massive, blue-skinned ogres, and right through the middle of the crowd walks a mysterious figure in a dark cloak. He stops in front of a local inn, the wooden door creaking open as he steps out of the purple twilight and into the warm light of the bar. The innkeeper, a horned demon with a masked face, looks up from his paper and welcomes the traveler back like an old friend. The host asks how the city looks, and Kai, disguised perfectly as a demon, casually notes that the atmosphere feels a bit heavy lately. The innkeeper sighs, leaning on his hand as he admits the human invasion is making everyone nervous. The city has basically become the new front line of the war. Kai walks toward his room, trailing his dark wings behind him, and reminds the man that there's no need to worry since the heavenly king of water is already here. The innkeeper isn't convinced, pointing out that even the legendary Stonagaya and Wimberg were taken out by those terrifying new heroes. Kai just hums to himself, hiding a smirk, knowing exactly who it was that actually put those two under the dirt. The demon continues venting, mentioning that even though they're short-staffed for the war, the supply of fresh slaves has been dropping lately. Behind the counter, a young human slave in rags is frantically scrubbing the floor, trembling as the innkeeper barks at him to work harder. The innkeeper tells Kai he's lucky to have such cute slaves, glad that at least some customers understand the value of keeping the help in line. He clacks a room key onto the counter, grumbling that if the slave trade stops, their entire economy is going to collapse. He lets out a loud laugh, teasing Kai about his slaves being at the perfect age for marriage before promising to mind his own business. Kai takes the key and heads upstairs, his footsteps echoing on the wood as the innkeeper bids him a good night's rest. The door swings open, and inside the room we see Sheena and Mayor waiting, both wearing nothing but thin slave tunics and heavy iron collars. They welcome him back, but Sheena immediately pouts, telling him straight up that his demon disguise looks incredibly weird. Kai just shrugs, removing one of his fake horns and explaining that looking weird is a small price to pay for moving freely through a city of monsters. Sheena gives him a sniff, noting that while his scent is still human, the demons won't be able to tell the difference as long as the visual holds up. Mare, however, is not having a good time. She clutches her iron collar, fuming that she can't accept being treated like his property, even if it is a cover. Kai sits down, sighing that they both stand out way too much to just walk around normally. He explains the cold logic. Demons owning slaves from other races is common, so this is the most invisible they can be. Mare puffs out her cheeks, wondering why he can't just use his high-level disguise skills on them too. Kai looks her dead in the eyes and tells her it's because she's too beautiful. Any attention would make their cover collapse instantly. Mare freezes, her face turning bright red as she stammers in total shock at the unexpected compliment. Kai stays perfectly stoic, wondering why she's so surprised by a simple observation of fact. Mare starts panicking, waving her hands around and shouting that she never expected such words to come out of his mouth. Sheena hops in, looking curious, and asks Kai what he thinks about her looks then. Kai points out that she has the same beautiful features as Mare, but he has a much bigger problem with her. He stares at her cat ears, noting that those are going to be a nightmare to hide from the locals. Mare recovers her cool, adding that if the Beastmen Federation found out their precious Sheena was acting as a slave, they'd probably declare war on them too. Kai stays focused on the mission, reminding them they're just acting the part of a demon and his servants to get the job done. Mare agrees it's logical, but she realizes a massive flaw in the plan as her face flushes again. Since they're supposed to be slaves, they can't exactly have separate rooms, and she points at the giant bed in the center of the room with a look of pure horror. Kai tells them both to take the bed. As a trained professional, he's perfectly fine sleeping on the hard floor. Mare stutters that it's just awkward, but Kai remains completely oblivious to her embarrassment. Sheena leans in with a mischievous look, telling Kai he really needs to understand the heart of a lady. Before Sheena can spill the beans about Mare wanting a child, Mare lunges forward and covers the cat girl's mouth, her face practically exploding with heat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the territory of the fifth princess, deep in the city of Siltbrook. A dark portal ripples in the air, and Princess Isabel steps through, her blue cloak flowing as she returns from her secret meeting. A butler in a tuxedo bows deeply, welcoming the princess back to her manor. She asks about Alice's condition, and the butler reports that the young girl is healthy, and even made her a flower accessory. Isabel's face remains dark. She knows the only reason Alice is being treated so well is that she's a sacrifice waiting to happen for the evil god. She imagines Alice sitting alone in a field of flowers, realizing how lonely it must be to be a bird in a gilded cage. The butler leans in, his tone turning serious as he informs her that their comrades have finally gathered in the tunnels below. Isabel descends into the darkness, where a massive crowd of armored demons is waiting in the shadows. She stares down at them with glowing red eyes, the weight of the coming revolution heavy on her shoulders. She tells the crowd that with the death of Wimberg, the pressure on her has lightened, and the rest of the kingdom is too busy fighting humans to notice a coup. The demons look up in anticipation, sensing the shift in the air. Isabel declares that the time for the revolution is here. She's going to kill the Demon King and take the throne for herself. A roar of approval rips through the underground chamber as the soldiers raise their fists in the air. They've been waiting for this moment for years, keeping their preparations secret while the kingdom rotted from the inside. They shout that the kingdom will finally be a better place once Isabel is in charge, pledging their lives to her cause. Isabel stands tall, but her thoughts are far away from the throne. She tells herself that while she wants to end the war, her true goal is much simpler. She just wants to save her little sister's smile. Her eyes sharpen with a lethal resolve. To save Alice, she's willing to burn the entire demon kingdom to the ground. The sun rises over Forlist, and the streets are bustling with activity as the local demons go about their day, unaware of the predator in their midst. Suddenly, the crowd parts in fear as Count Castro, the city's governor, marches through the square with a line of chained human slaves behind him. The citizens drop to their knees, bowing their heads in terror as the powerful noble passes by. Castro is fuming, his face twisted in a snarl as he curses the name of Aquilea, the heavenly king of water. He's furious that she dared to move the city's garrison without his permission, even if her rank technically dwarfs his own. He grumbles that she's probably just panicked because 2 of her peers have already been slaughtered by the humans. One of his advisors notes that Aquilea has always been the cautious type, mostly because her direct combat skills aren't as monstrous as the other kings. Castro looks around at his kneeling subjects, his ego bruised by the tension in the air. He hates that the citizens are feeling anxious because of Aquilea's restless behavior, making the city feel like a powder keg. Watching from the crowd, Kai remains perfectly hidden, his purple eyes tracking Castro's every move. Kai realizes that the Demon Kingdom is a survival of the fittest society, and Castro is the textbook definition of a tyrant appointed by the third prince. Using his appraisal skill, Kai analyzes the high-ranking demons and realizes they've grown lazy and overconfident, neglecting their training because they rely on their innate power. He looks at the slaves in the chains and realizes they aren't just random civilians, they have the posture of elite soldiers from the Holy Kingdom. As night falls, the moon hangs high over the Count's fortress-like mansion. Suddenly, a blade plunges through a silk sheet. Castro's eyes bulge as blood pools around him, his life snuffed out in a single, silent strike. Kai stands over the body, wiping his blade and noting that the Count was far too careless for a man with so many enemies. He steps out of the bedroom, where Sheena is waiting, her claws dripping with blood and several demon guards lying dead in the hallway behind her. Sheena confirms she's wiped out every demon inside the mansion, her speed too much for the lazy guards to even register. She looks up at Kai like a kitten seeking approval, asking if she did a good job. Kai gives her a head pat, though he warns her that she was a bit too noisy. It would have been annoying if the Count had woken up before the kill. Sheena jokes that Kai could have killed him regardless, but Kai reminds her that they have other objectives besides just racking up a body count. They head down to the dungeons, where the heavy iron door creaks open, revealing the 2 human soldiers huddling in the dark. The male soldier jumps up, shielding his companion and demanding to know who's there, his eyes widening when he sees fellow humans. Kai tells them to stay calm, he's there to talk, and promises to send them back to the human army once he's got what he needs. Later, in the Count's study, Kai flips through a stack of documents while the 2 soldiers sit before him, still in shock. Kai notes that saving them was definitely the right call. These 2 are a goldmine of information. He expected the Count's personal slaves to know something, but the intel they have is even better than he hoped for. The soldier explains that they didn't just want to be manual labor, they've been intentionally gathering intelligence for 2 years, waiting for the day they could be rescued. Sheena tilts her head, wondering why they didn't just try to escape on their own if they were so capable. The soldier points to the iron collar, explaining it's enchanted to burn the wearer to death the moment they try to rebel or run away. Kai flashes back to the slaves he saw earlier, realizing these magical restraints are what keep the entire demon economy running. Sheena realizes that the collars Kai put on her and Mare are just fakes without any actual magic, much to her relief. The soldier describes the hellish 2 years they spent under Castro, who would whip them mercilessly whenever he was in a bad mood. Kai's eyes glow a dangerous red as he asks the most important question: who exactly was it that captured them? He uses his screen to check their stats, confirming they are indeed high-level personnel who shouldn't have been caught easily. The female soldier reveals it was a special unit belonging to Prince Leonhardt, an elite group of assassins known as the Shadows of the Kingdom. They were ambushed while escorting supplies. Despite their strength, they were completely overwhelmed by the assassins' sheer speed and brutality. Kai asks why such a powerful unit isn't official, and the soldiers explain that the unit is made up of criminals and monsters whose existence was officially erased for breaking the military code. Kai realizes Leonhardt has built his own private army of monsters, separate from the regular demon forces. The soldier shudders, admitting that Leonhardt's charisma and power are on a completely different level than anything they've ever seen. He recalls seeing a meeting between Castro and Leonhardt. The prince's presence was so overwhelming that they felt like they were staring at a god. The soldier warns Kai that this entire region is under Leonhardt's direct thumb. Kai asks if the prince is in the city, but the soldier says he's likely back at the palace, leaving the defense of Forlist to Aquilea. The female soldier adds that Aquilea is Leonhardt's fiancée and the backbone of his political support. Kai realizes the demon kingdom is fractured. The princes and princesses are all at each other's throats, vying for the throne. He asks for a breakdown of the command structure, sensing a weakness he can exploit. The soldiers explain that the first prince and second princess have lost all their power because Kai already killed their main supporters, Wimberg and Stonagaya. This vacuum allowed Aquilea and the third prince to seize total control, using their assassins to silence anyone who disagreed. The influence of the Heavenly Kings is massive, as they are the highest-ranking officers in the entire demonic military. That's why the world is still reeling from the news that heroes managed to kill 2 of them so quickly. Kai stares into the distance, realizing that the Demon Kingdom isn't a solid wall, it's a house of cards ready to fall if he pushes the right spots. He asks about the last Heavenly King, the one they haven't encountered yet. The soldier explains that Flammerise, the Heavenly King of Fire, is staying neutral and will only obey whoever eventually wins the throne. However, the female soldier notes that even the demons are starting to realize that now isn't the time for internal bickering. Kai scoffs, realizing that the threat of the human army is finally forcing the demons to stop fighting each other and unite. He stands up, thanking them for the intel, and orders Sheena to escort the soldiers back to the allied human forces. As they leave, the soldier gives one last warning. Aquilea is famous for dirty tactics and sabotage. She isn't someone who fights fair. The soldier asks if Kai is a hero candidate, since he managed to kill a count so effortlessly. Kai doesn't answer directly, simply stating that he's going to go even deeper into the heart of the kingdom. He plans to find the sparks of conflict between the demon factions and turn them into a wildfire that destroys them from within. Meanwhile, outside the city, a massive human army is marching through the valley. At the front of the line, Midu Shuji sits on his horse, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The majestic spires of Forlist come into view, a daunting fortress built into the mountainside. Midu notes that this city is the key to the entire eastern trade route. If they take it, the demon's logistics will be crippled. Edgar, the werewolf chief, warns him to be careful. With the kingdom in crisis, it's almost certain that a heavenly king is waiting for them behind those walls. Midu's grip tightens on his reins as he prepares for the siege, unaware that his old classmate has already started the job for him. The clash of swords rings out across the battlefield as the front lines meet with devastating force. At the start, Midu and the Human Alliance seem to have the upper hand, pushing through the demon ranks with heroic momentum. But Forlist is a fortress for a reason. The demon army mobilizes 80,000 high-morale warriors, shouting for the humans to be crushed like bugs. Midu grits his teeth as he realizes the sheer scale of the enemy, with his 60,000 men starting to look outnumbered and overwhelmed. Outside of the main hero candidates, the average human warriors are getting absolutely shredded by the superior physical power of the demon soldiers. Captain Amelia looks on with growing concern as her flank is slowly pushed toward a corner, the human lines beginning to buckle. Midu cuts through a demon, but he's breathing hard, realizing that even his power isn't enough when his soldiers are being picked off one by one. He curses his own lack of leadership experience, wishing he had the charisma to truly command an army of this size under such pressure. Suddenly, Edgar leaps into the fray, telling Midu to quit worrying and leave the heavy lifting to the beastmen. He draws a massive breath, letting out a primal, bone-chilling roar that echoes across the entire valley. The beastmen around him catch the vibe, their eyes glowing as the roar triggers their instinctual battle fury. One by one, the Federation warriors begin their beastification, muscles bulging and fur sprouting as they turn into literal monsters. The demon soldiers freeze in terror, wondering what kind of nightmare they've just unleashed upon themselves. The beastmen tear into the demon ranks like a whirlwind, shredding through armor and flesh with zero hesitation as they roar for blood. Midu stands frozen for a second, completely stunned by the sheer raw power of his allies' transformation. Edgar explains that his roar wasn't just for show, it's a buff that intimidates the enemy while supercharging his own comrades' fighting spirit. With their morale restored, the human infantry charges back in, screaming that they won't be defeated today. Edgar glances at Midu, reminding him that a leader can't afford to panic, or that fear will spread through the ranks like a virus. Midu takes a deep breath and nods, finding his resolve again thanks to the Wolf Chief's intervention. The tide of the battle shifts instantly, the allied forces finally pushing the demons back toward the city walls. The hero candidates start showing off their true potential, raining down fire and steel that turns the battlefield into a literal furnace. Shunsuke stands in the middle of the flames, looking bored and asking where the real high-ranking demons are hiding, because these weaklings aren't cutting it. The remaining demon soldiers are visibly shaking, their formation falling apart as the human heroes press the attack. Amelia sees the opening and points her sword forward, ordering her knights to finish the demons off once and for all. From a bird's-eye view, it looks like a total rout. The demons are fleeing toward the castle as the human wave washes over them. Midu delivers a final strike to a demon officer, but just as he thinks the battle is won, he feels a sudden, chilling presence behind him. He spins around, swinging his holy sword instinctively to block a lethal strike from the shadows. A masked figure in a tattered black cloak stands there, holding a massive cross-shaped weapon with a cold, silent intensity. Midu's heart hammers against his ribs. He can feel the suffocating pressure coming off this guy, realizing this is no ordinary demon soldier. Shunsuke notices the new challenger and tries to intervene, but the masked assassin moves with a speed that's almost impossible to track. The assassin catches Shunsuke's strike effortlessly, his grip like iron as he stares through the holes of his mask. Shunsuke's eyes widen, but he quickly breaks into a wild grin, excited to finally find someone decent enough to actually fight. Across the field, another masked shadow clashes with Edgar, the sound of metal on claws ringing out like thunderclaps. Edgar barks at the intruder, demanding to know who they are and where they came from. The assassin doesn't say a word, his face hidden behind bandages as he continues his relentless, silent assault. Amelia watches the chaos from her horse, sensing that something has gone horribly wrong with their momentum. She realizes their progress has hit a brick wall, but before she can issue a new order, the air behind her ripples. An assassin appears like a ghost right behind the captain, a jagged dagger aimed directly for her spine. A nearby soldier screams in terror as the assassin strikes, blood spraying into the air as the man is cut down before he can even blink. Amelia slides off her horse, barely dodging the follow-up strike, asking how the hell an enemy managed to reach the command line so easily. Her guards rush in to form a shield, desperately trying to protect their captain from the invisible predator in the shadows. The masked killer lunges again, his blade glowing with a dark energy that cuts through the air like a razor. Amelia realizes too late that they aren't after the soldiers, they're headhunting the leadership to break the army's heart. A sickening squelch echoes as the blade finds its mark. Amelia collapses into the dirt, clutching a deep chest wound as her soldiers scream her name. Midu looks back and sees the captain go down, his face twisting in horror as he realizes they're losing their commanding officer. A high-ranking mage curses under her breath, seeing the formation crumble as the soldiers panic at the sight of their fallen captain. She takes command, shouting for the medics to get Amelia to the rear while the rest of the army tries to keep the assassins at bay. The masked figure leaps into the air, slicing through another row of soldiers as he makes his escape back into the twilight. A priestess desperately pours healing magic into Amelia's wound, her hands shaking as the captain's life hangs by a thread. The human soldiers are in total shock, the sight of their invincible commander bleeding out, destroying what was left of their morale. With no other choice, the substitute commander orders a full retreat, realizing they can't take the city while their leadership is being picked off. The order ripples through the ranks. "Everyone, fall back now!" Inside the city, the demon officers watch the retreat with a mix of confusion and relief, noting that the humans' backline must have collapsed. The demons decide not to pursue, choosing instead to regroup and count their own heavy losses while the humans lick their wounds. Night falls over the battlefield, the silence only broken by the distant groans of the dying and the flapping of tent fabric. At the demon camp, two massive guards stand watch outside a luxurious command tent. Inside, Aquilea sits on a throne, her blue hair flowing as she asks the shadows why they didn't finish the job and kill the human commander. The lead assassin bows his head, admitting they only managed to injure her gravely before the heroes intervened. Aquilea sighs, but she isn't too upset, noting that saving the city from the initial human charge was still a massive win. She realizes the human army will be paralyzed while their captain recovers, giving her the perfect opening to change the rules of the war. She looks up with a sinister glint in her eyes, ordering the masked assassins to prepare for their next move. She smirks, telling them to use the stalemate to cut off the human supply lines from the shadows and starve them out. Behold the city of Eisenhart, a dark, gothic masterpiece surrounded by rivers of flowing lava and jagged mountains. The city gates are heavily fortified, with a constant stream of armored wagons bringing in war supplies for the front lines. Demon guards are everywhere, checking manifests and looking for any sign of human infiltration with eagle-eyed intensity. High on the battlements, horned sentinels stand with long spears, their eyes scanning the tree line for any movement. Kai watches from the shadows of a nearby forest, noting that the security here is leagues beyond anything they've faced so far. Sheena peers through the bushes, impressed that Kai can see the details of the gate from such a massive distance. Mare looks up at him, her hood pulled low as she asks what the plan is for getting inside this fortress. Kai explains that a simple disguise won't work here. Just like in Neutrat, there's a high-level barrier designed to sniff out intruders. Mare recalls Princess Isabel, the master of detection arts, and realizes that anyone trying to sneak past her special demonic arts is basically on a suicide mission. Sheena whispers that Isabel sounds like a nightmare opponent, especially if she can find them the instant they step foot in her city. Mare admits she didn't even feel the miasma of that barrier back then, which is why they got caught so fast. Kai reminds them that Isabel let them go for a reason. The demon royalty is fractured into factions, and she definitely has her own agenda for this revolution. He tells Mare they need to find a way past a similar barrier here, as the capital likely has the most advanced detection magic in the world. Mare nods, promising to use her connection to the spirits to investigate the barrier while they wait for the sun to go down. As night falls, the glow of the lava rivers becomes even more intense, casting long, flickering shadows over the city of Eisenhart. A demon guard on the wall lets out a yawn, his blue-nailed hands scratching his face as he settles in for a boring night shift. Under the cover of darkness, Kai, Mare, and Sheena approach the outer limits of the city's magical field. Suddenly, Mare's ears twitch and she holds up a hand, telling everyone to freeze right where they are. She drops to one knee, feeling a faint, pulsing miasma residue in the air that's invisible to everyone else. Kai tries to use his appraisal skill, but he realizes it's useless against something that isn't a physical object, making him rely entirely on Mare's senses. Mare notes the signature is extremely faint, making it impossible to tell which high-ranking demon actually cast this spell. She looks up, seeing a massive, pulsating dome of purple energy that covers the entire city like a spiderweb. She theorizes that the barrier doesn't look for humans, it looks for the absence of miasma, meaning any living creature without demon energy will set it off instantly. Kai realizes how effective that is. It's a perfect filter that stops any spy or human assassin from ever getting through the gate. Mare notes that only a handful of demons in the entire kingdom have the spatial power to maintain a barrier of this scale. Kai asks if there's any way to trick the system, his mind already working on a way to bypass the security. Mare hums, thinking that they could theoretically walk right through if they could somehow coat their bodies in actual demon miasma. Kai reaches into his pack and pulls out a strange metal tube, explaining he borrowed some items from Count Castro's mansion for a rainy day. Mare's eyes light up when she sees it, while Sheena just looks confused about what a fancy-looking flute is supposed to do. Kai explains it's a miasma device, the demon equivalent of a human magic tool that runs on dark energy instead of mana. Using his appraisal, he confirms it's a Castro flute still filled with a decent amount of demon miasma, because he hasn't used it yet. Mare grabs the device with a confident smile, telling them she can use the residue inside to cloak them if they give her a minute. Kai is surprised she can manipulate demon energy, but Mare just gives him a smug look. She tells him she hasn't just been sitting around while he and Sheena were off training, she's been leveling up her own skills too. She calls upon the spirits to lend her their power, her hands beginning to glow with a brilliant, swirling light. The light from Mare's magic begins to mix with the dark miasma from the flute, creating a shimmering veil that wraps around her body. Kai and Sheena watch in silence, mesmerized by the delicate balance of light and dark magic swirling around the mage. Mare steps toward the barrier, the purple energy rippling as it accepts her cloaked presence without sounding the alarm. She looks back with a success-filled grin, telling the two of them that the path is finally open. Kai gives the signal to move, planning to scale the castle walls and dodge the guards once they're past the magical detection. They successfully enter the city, and the next morning the capital is bustling with life, with demons trading exotic fruits in the market square. Right through the middle of the crowd walks Kai, looking like a stern demon noble leading his two female slaves by their chains. He notes that they've managed to blend in perfectly, the local demons barely giving them a second glance. An ogre guard stomps past them, his massive horn gleaming in the sun, but he doesn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Mare and Sheena keep their heads down, playing their parts as submissive servants while Kai leads them toward the center of the city. Kai observes that the capital is massive and crawling with soldiers, making it the most dangerous place on the planet for them to be. Sheena lets out a quiet huff, whispering that pretending to be a slave is getting really annoying and she's ready to start scratching some faces. Mare warns her to keep it together, noting that the guard presence only gets thicker the closer they get to the royal palace. Sheena asks if they're finally going to assassinate the Demon King, but Kai tells her they need to gather intel on the factions first. He reminds her that if their identities are revealed now, they'll be hunted by the entire kingdom before they can even reach the throne room. 1 week later, the spires of the castle are shrouded in a thick, eerie fog. Inside the castle, a quill pen scratches across a piece of parchment with elegant, flowing strokes. Princess Isabel is in her private office, surrounded by mountains of paperwork as she manages the internal affairs of her territory. Suddenly, her eyes widen and she looks up, sensing a familiar presence that shouldn't be there. Kai is standing right in front of her desk, his arms crossed as he leans against the window frame like he owns the place. Isabel is genuinely shocked, admitting she never expected him to be able to pass through her high-level detection barrier. Kai gives the credit to Mare, but Isabel notes that compared to the last time they met, Kai himself has grown tremendously more powerful. Kai stays focused, telling the princess that they need to have a serious talk about the future of the kingdom. He asks if he may speak freely, and Isabel notes that he's just as straightforward as ever. She tells him she actually owes him a debt of gratitude for killing Wimberg, as his death finally removed her from constant surveillance. She admits she underestimated him, thinking he was just a pawn she could use, but now she sees him as something much more. Her red eyes glow with a new intensity as she declares that she no longer views him as a tool, but as a valuable partner in what's coming. Kai stares her down, his purple eye fixed on her as he asks the one question that matters. "Tell me about your revolution." Isabel lets out a small, satisfied smirk, telling him he's passed the final test and inviting him to move somewhere more private to plan their coup. Emotional hook. While the human army bleeds on the front lines, a secret deal is being struck in the heart of the enemy capital that could change the fate of the entire world. We're inside the opulent castle of Siltbrücke, the personal territory of the fifth princess, where the air is thick with the tension of high-stakes politics. Kai is impressed by Isabel's magic, noting how convenient it is to be teleported from the capital to her city in a literal blink of an eye. Isabel admits the spell drains a massive amount of energy, making it impossible to spam, and tells Kai to follow her into her private quarters. They sit across from each other in a dimly lit room, served by a silent demon butler as they prepare to discuss the terms of their potential alliance. Isabel takes a slow, graceful sip of her tea, her red eyes watching Kai's every move, trying to gauge how much this hero actually knows. She sets the cup down with a sharp clink, finally asking the question that's been bothering her: how did he find out about her secret revolution? She knows that if the information leaked, she'd need to take immediate and potentially violent action to protect her followers. Kai calmly explains that he's been lurking in the capital's slums for a week, gathering every scrap of intel he could find. He shows a flashback of him in a demon bar, blending in and listening to the grumbles of high-ranking soldiers to find the kingdom's weak spots. He originally planned to target the three princes fighting for the throne, but something felt off about the lack of eyes on the fifth princess. He even went as far as kidnapping and interrogating a demon at knife point, realizing that Isabel was being suspiciously quiet. He reminds her that she mentioned having a hidden goal during their first meeting, which was all the proof he needed that she was plotting something big. Kai followed 3 of her elite soldiers to investigate further, moving like a ghost through the city streets. Eventually, his persistence paid off, and one of those soldiers led him straight to the jackpot. He watched from the rafters as the soldiers inspected a hidden warehouse filled with weapons meant for the uprising. Isabel looks down at her tea, her expression unreadable as she realizes just how thoroughly Kai has dismantled her secrecy. Her butler, a massive demon in a suit, bows and promises to warn their comrades to be much more careful with their movements from now on. Kai leans forward, his voice dropping into a serious tone as he tells her it's time to get to the point of why he's really there. He asks her straight up if she's willing to work together with the hero candidates to take down the current regime. Isabel's eyes sharpen, clarifying if he means just the heroes and not the entire Human Alliance army. Kai admits he can't control the whole human army, but he can direct the heroes, and since their only goal is to kill the Demon King and go home, their interests align perfectly. He makes it clear that he doesn't give a damn what happens to this world or its politics once he and his classmates are back on Earth. Isabel realizes this means she'd have a free hand to do whatever she wants with the throne once the current king is dead. Kai shrugs, admitting they don't even know for sure if killing the king will open a way home, but they have to try something. Isabel corrects him, explaining that the hero summoning is a contract with a god, and fulfilling that contract by killing the Demon King should trigger their return. Kai is surprised she knows so much, especially since he previously thought no one in this world understood the summoning mechanics that deeply. She reveals she found the truth in an ancient document, and her interest was piqued because of how much Kai stood out from the other summoned humans. Kai asks if the document is actually trustworthy, still being the skeptical professional he is. He recalls the words of the corrupt Saint Leonora, realizing the information Isabel has matches what the official channels were hiding. He realizes the accuracy of his intel has just jumped up significantly, making the mission much clearer. Kai reiterates that the fate of the world is irrelevant to them, so whether Isabel chooses to destroy the Holy Kingdom or make peace is her business. Isabel smiles slightly, her red eyes glowing as she states her true dream, to become the next Demon King and create a world where all races can live without war. Kai calls it a fairy tale, doubting that anyone can just stop a centuries-old war that abruptly. Isabel's gaze turns intense, declaring that as long as she has the strength to maintain order after the king's death, it is absolutely possible. Kai asks why she's choosing a bloody revolution instead of just playing the political game and fighting for the throne like her brothers. Isabel looks away, admitting her father is the strongest demon king in history and his influence would remain even if he retired. She reveals her father hates humans with a burning passion and would never accept her vision of peace, and unfortunately, none of her siblings seek peace either. The butler adds that while their revolutionary army is dedicated, they aren't strong enough on their own to overcome the king's personal guard. Isabel says she didn't seek outside help before because it would put her at a disadvantage once the war was over, but she points her finger directly at Kai, her expression becoming resolute. She realizes that having the hero candidates on her side changes everything, giving her the raw power she needs to win. She officially accepts the deal, agreeing to form an alliance between her revolutionary forces and Kai's group. They shake on it, or rather, Kai acknowledges the partnership, telling her he's counting on her to play her part. But Kai's tone shifts again, his purple eyes narrowing as he sets a hard condition. He states clearly that the plan to assassinate the Demon King must be completed within the next year. He warns her that if they miss that deadline, their chance of winning drops to zero as the world's situation continues to deteriorate. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the demonic forest. A human supply caravan is moving through the trees, led by Henry, the captain of the 7th Night Corps, who is desperately trying to keep his men's morale up. The 7th Knights were chosen for this mission because they're elite fighters capable of holding off the forest's monsters while protecting the rations. A soldier screams that the monsters are attacking, and a group of jagged-skinned demons lunges from the foliage. They thought the path would be easier with the high-ranking demon Elsa dead, but 3 masked figures in black cloaks are watching from the shadows. Henry barks at the strangers, demanding to know who they are, but he gets nothing but a terrifying silence in return. The masked assassins move like a blur of dark ink, closing the distance before the knights can even raise their shields. A knight screams for the captain to stay back, but it's already too late. In a single, lightning-fast motion, the assassin's blade flashes, and a soldier's head is sent flying into the darkness. The assassin lands perfectly, his metal claws dripping with blood as the bodies of the escort unit hit the dirt behind him. The survivors are in total shock, realizing their elite comrades were killed instantly by what they assume are high-ranking demon assassins. Captain Henry lets out a desperate battle cry, charging forward with his sword raised to defend what's left of his unit. He clashes with 2 of the masked killers at once, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the trees as he struggles to hold his ground. He shouts for them not to underestimate the pride of a Night Corps captain, his face contorted in a mix of rage and pure terror. Suddenly, a whistling sound cuts through the air, and Henry's eyes bulge in shock. A single arrow pierces directly through the center of his forehead, a lethal strike that ends his life instantly and leaves him staring into nothingness. And right now, the human alliance is paying a price they can't afford. Inside the captured castle in the demonic forest, the halls are filled with the groans of wounded soldiers who may never see home again. Even the commander, Amelia, is in a dire state, lying pale and unconscious on a bed, while a healer pours every bit of her mana into keeping her alive. Midu stands over her, his face etched with guilt and worry as he asks for an update on her condition. Hano Shiori, a fellow student with the skill Divine Protection of Healing, looks up with a tired smile and confirms that Amelia is finally out of danger. The other mages thank Shiori, calling her a lifesaver since all the regular healers had already given up on the captain's recovery. Shiori modestly says she's just doing the one thing she's actually good at, despite her obvious exhaustion. Midu places his hand on his heart, whispering a quiet thank you as he realizes they haven't lost their leader just yet. Amelia weakly wakes up, her voice a raspy whisper as she blames herself for the failure at Forlist. A blue-haired officer tells her to stay put and focus on her recovery, promising that she'll be taking temporary command of the forces. She points out that while they retreated, the enemy suffered just as much, and both sides are currently stuck in a stalemate as they try to rebuild. Amelia lets out a sigh of relief and drifts back into a much-needed sleep, her breathing finally steadying. Midu watches Shiori continue her work, the room glowing with the soft golden light of her healing magic. He tells Shiori he's counting on her to look after the captain, and she gives him a determined nod. Midu and the other officers march out of the room, their footsteps heavy as they prepare to face the next crisis. In the hallway, Edgar is waiting for them, looking as grim and serious as the rest of the hero party. The wolf chief admits he overheard their conversation and is glad Amelia is alive, but he's worried that they don't have 2 weeks to wait for her recovery. Midu tells him they didn't want to worry Amelia while she's fighting for her life, but the situation outside is getting worse by the hour. The blue-haired commander's eyes narrow, stating they have to solve the supply crisis themselves since nothing is reaching the castle. Edgar warns them that even with strict rationing, they only have 1 week of food left before the army starts to starve. The officer reveals that the 7th Night Corps and the entire logistic unit were completely wiped out by the same masked assassins who attacked Amelia. The news of Captain Henry's death hits them hard. He was a respected man of honor, and his loss is a massive blow to the knight's spirit. Midu realizes those masked assassins are likely high-ranking demons, who are even more dangerous and coordinated than the heavenly kings they've faced before. Edgar agrees, recalling his own brief clash with one of them and warning everyone not to drop their guard for even a second. He mentions that his Harpy messengers have returned, reporting that the city of Neutrot is preparing another emergency supply unit. Midu's face brightens for a moment, but Edgar quickly shuts it down, noting those assassins are definitely still lurking in the forest, waiting to strike again. The commander orders Midu and Edgar to personally escort the next logistic unit through the demonic forest. Their mission is simple: protect the rations, track down those masked killers, and annihilate them so the supply lines can stay open. The scene shifts back to the demonic forest, where the new caravan is moving cautiously through the purple mist. Midu leads the way on his horse, his eyes scanning every shadow for even the slightest movement. The unit includes several beastmen and human knights, all of them tense and ready to draw their weapons at a moment's notice. A soldier notes that the horses are reaching their limit and suggests they set up camp for the night. But Edgar's ears twitch, and he suddenly roars for everyone to get ready, because the enemy has finally arrived. A massive axe blade crashes down through a wagon, blood spraying as a soldier is caught in the initial surprise attack. A masked assassin on a horse leaps into the middle of the caravan, his weapon dripping with red as the horses begin to panic and scream. Edgar shouts for the others to stay back, declaring he'll take on the big guy with the axe himself. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light and force rocks the forest as Shunsuke dives into the fight, blocking a lethal strike with his bare hands. He glares at the assassin, his delinquent smirk long gone, calling the guy a bastard and noting it's the same one from the previous battle. He clenches his fist, a flick of his mana causing a massive explosion that sends a wave of fire rippling through the clearing. Across the field, Midu clashes with another assassin, their blades moving in a blur of blue and white light that cuts through the dark trees. Midu tells himself this is not the time to be slow. He has to end this fast to protect his friends and the precious supplies they're carrying. But the chaos is just beginning. A massive fireball erupts from the shadows, and a soldier screams in despair as he realizes the rations are burning. A cloaked demon mage is standing on a high branch, multiple magic circles glowing around him as he rains down fire on the defenseless wagons. Suddenly, a wave of water surges forward, and a female voice shouts that she won't let them destroy their food. Yumi, the hero specializing in water, uses her manipulation magic to create massive shields of liquid that douse the flames. The steam hisses as the fire meets the water, creating a thick fog that covers the battlefield. Yumi looks triumphant, but her friend Mirai screams a warning for her to watch out. Yumi's eyes go wide as an arrow thuds into her side, a sickening stab sound echoing as she collapses to the ground in pain. Mirai rushes toward her fallen friend, but another volley of arrows rains down, causing a massive explosion that sends dirt and debris flying everywhere. Mirai stands her ground, her face filled with a cold, focused rage as she stares into the dark canopy of the forest. Her eyes are narrowed, searching for the sniper who just took out her teammate. She sees a dark silhouette perched high in the trees, a hand reaching out to draw another arrow from a quiver. The masked sniper draws his bow with terrifying precision, his single visible eye focused entirely on his next target. A soldier lets out a scream of "Ooh-ah!" as he's knocked off his feet by another invisible strike. Another assassin wearing a multi-eyed mask leaps down, swinging a massive spiked mace that crushes everything in its path. The masked killer lets out a low, mocking sound, clearly enjoying the way he's dismantling the human formation. One of the hero girls tries to use her earth magic to launch stone pillars at him, but the assassin doesn't even flinch. He smashes through the rocks with his bare hands, leaving the girl frozen in disbelief at his overwhelming strength. A whirlwind of green energy suddenly erupts as another hero joins the fray, using wind magic to try and push the assassins back. The hero realizes he's facing another wind user, and his face pales as he realizes this guy can stall him indefinitely, while the rest of the unit is slaughtered. He screams Mirai's name in a panic, seeing the mace-wielding assassin standing right behind her. Mirai barely has time to look back before the spiked mace swings around. She lets out a final, heartbreaking apology to everyone as the screen fades into a lethal darkness. Suddenly, glowing purple chains of magical energy erupt from the shadows, binding the masked assassin and halting his lethal swing just inches from Narumi's face. Kanzaki stands in the clearing, her eyes glowing with power, as she shouts for Narumi to grab Mirai and run while the enemy is restrained. Narumi tries to move, but his legs have completely given out from the sheer terror of staring death in the face. Before the assassin can break free, Narumi finds his second wind, scooping Mirai into his arms and leaping away through a surge of green energy. He realizes that if Kanzaki hadn't used her domination skill at that exact second, Mirai would be nothing but a memory right now. He grits his teeth, knowing he has to push past his limits to protect her, and activates his tornado guard to shield them from incoming projectiles. A whirlwind of sharp wind spirals around them, deflecting the arrows and magic being hurled from the dark tree line. High above, a masked demon mage stares down in silence, preparing a massive green magic circle to crush the struggling heroes. Narumi realizes the demons aren't even aiming at him anymore. They're trying to pick off the wounded Mirai to break the group's spirit. Kanzaki's voice rings out in everyone's minds via her mental link, telling them to stay calm and not fall for the enemy's distraction tactics. Across the field, Midu stands ready, his holy sword glowing as he stares down a masked swordsman lurking in the mist. Kanzaki reminds them that as long as they maintain their teamwork, these assassins don't stand a chance against the combined power of the heroes. Narumi takes a deep breath, realizing that Kanzaki is right. He needs to stop reacting and start controlling the flow of the fight. He closes his eyes for a split second, telling himself to feel the wind and sense the vibrations of every movement in the forest. His senses explode outward. He detects a hidden attack mid-air, spinning around to dodge a lethal strike that he couldn't even see a moment ago. In that moment of absolute clarity, Narumi awakens a hidden potential within his soul, connecting his mind directly to the atmosphere. Watching from the shadows, an elite demon realizes Narumi has just unlocked Wind Search, a legendary skill used by the Heavenly King of the Wind. Narumi calls out to Kanzaki through their mental link, asking her to relay his sensory data to every soldier on the field. She agrees instantly, impressed by his sudden growth and the precision of the information he's providing. A massive streak of fire tears through the trees, slamming into a hidden sniper's position and forcing the demon to curse in shock as his cover is blown. The assassin scrambles to erase his presence again, wondering how the hell the humans are tracking him through his high-level demonic cloaking. Shunsuke's voice crackles through the link. He's ready to burn the entire forest down if it means flushing out the rest of these rats. With Narumi providing the radar, the rest of the heroes charge back in, their morale skyrocketing as they finally take the offensive. A masked demon is caught off guard, blood spraying from his shoulder as a hero's blade finally finds its mark. The demons realize the tide has turned, the humans have restored their teamwork and are systematically dismantling the Shadow Unit's ambush. Kanzaki leads the charge, noting that while the assassins' attacks are powerful, they leave massive openings between their high-speed strikes. One of the masked leaders realizes Kanzaki is the heart of the team's coordination and decides he has to take her head first. He lunges for her, but a massive fist coated in iron armor intercepts the blade, Shunsuke smirking as he tells the demon his cheap weapons won't work here. The assassin looks up in terror as a second hero drops from the canopy, their combined strength pinning him to the ground. The demon breaks into a cold sweat, unable to understand how they're coordinating so perfectly without even speaking to each other. Midu stands over the body of a fallen assassin, his blue sword humming with energy as he confirms another kill. Shunsuke and Edgar are right behind him, their clothes soaked in demon blood as they finish off the last of the immediate threats. Narumi takes to the sky, a whirlwind of green light trailing behind him as he clashes with the demon wind mage in a high-speed aerial duel. The demon is slashed across the chest, unable to keep up with Narumi's newly awakened speed and precision. The assassin realizes he's being completely overwhelmed, staring into Narumi's eyes and seeing the absolute focus of a true hero. Narumi tells him the wind has already told him exactly what the demon's next move is going to be. He shouts, "Wind Lance," as he thrusts his hand forward, a concentrated bolt of air piercing right through the demon's defenses. The assassin is blasted backward, his mask cracking as he's slammed through several trees by the sheer force of the impact. His boots skitter across the dirt as he desperately tries to find his footing, realization dawning that the ambush has failed. The demons send out a signal to retreat, realizing they've suffered too many losses to continue the direct fight. But as they vanish into the dark, they note with grim satisfaction that their main objective, the destruction of the human supplies, has been achieved. Later that night, the heroes huddle around a small campfire, the mood heavy as the adrenaline of the battle fades away. Edgar reports the devastating news. 80% of their food supply was burned in the chaos, leaving them with barely enough to get the logistics unit home. Midu hangs his head, whispering that despite the win in the forest, the overall mission has been a massive failure. Edgar tries to look at the bright side, noting that they managed to kill 4 of the 10 elite masked demons during the clash. He shows a mental image of the unit, confirming that only 6 of the original assassins are left standing. Midu notes that 2 more were seriously injured, meaning the shadow unit's combat effectiveness has been cut in half. Edgar gives a small, encouraging smile, telling Midu it's okay and that they'll succeed on the next attempt. Kanzaki stays quiet, her eyes filled with worry as she watches the tired soldiers around her. She knows the soldiers' morale is hitting rock bottom. You can't fight a war on an empty stomach, no matter how many heroes you have. She shudders, realizing that if they fail the next supply run, the entire invasion force will simply starve to death in the woods. Suddenly, a familiar magical pulse resonates in her mind, and a voice she hasn't heard in ages calls out her name. Kanzaki's eyes go wide, her heart skipping a beat as she realizes it's Kai, Shinjo-kun, reaching out to her from the darkness. Back in the capital, Isabel reveals the terrifying truth. The clock is ticking, and if they don't kill the Demon King within a year, the war is over for humanity. Kai's eyes glow red as he demands to know the reason for such a specific and desperate deadline. Isabel explains that the evil god Albaresta is on the verge of being revived, a ritual her father has been preparing for his entire life. Kai recalls reading about that name in the ancient libraries of City Alpha. Albaresta is one of the 2 primal gods from the creation myths. According to legend, the world was created by the god Digerist, a time when humans, beastmen, and elves lived in total harmony. But Albaresta intervened, creating the demon race as his own personal pawns to seize control of the world by force. The world was consumed by a war that lasted generations, as the demons tried to conquer everything in their path. Eventually, the creator god granted divine protection to a group of humans, the original heroes, who managed to push the demons back. The war ended with the evil god being sealed away, but the demon race survived, waiting in the shadows for the seal to weaken. Isabel confirms that the myth is mostly true, though the humans have definitely embellished their own importance over the years. She explains that with the evil god sealed, the demon race's natural power was significantly weakened, which is why the humans have even stood a chance. Kai feels a chill. If the demons are this strong while weakened, a full-power demon army is something he doesn't even want to imagine. Isabel reveals her father is currently constructing a massive temple to house the ritual that will break the seal forever. The preparations are almost complete, and within 1 year, the ceremony will reach its peak. Kai asks what exactly happens to the world if that seal is broken. Isabel's voice is cold as she says every demon in existence will be super-enhanced, gaining power that makes their current forms look like children. Kai uses his truth appraisal, seeing that Isabel isn't exaggerating a single word. She's genuinely terrified of her own father's plan. Kai's assassin intuition tells him Isabel is still hiding her personal motives, but he's fine with that as long as they can use each other for now. Isabel explains that the Revolutionary Army was planning to secretly assist the human invasion to weaken the king's standing army. Kai smirks, telling her it's time to lend him her strength then. Their first move is to completely crush the demons in the forest. 3 days later, multiple dark portals ripple open in the demonic forest as Isabel uses her spatial magic to move her elite forces. Isabel, Kai, Mare, and Sheena emerge from the shadows, followed by a group of 7 elite upper-class demons from the Revolution. Isabel collapses against a tree, looking pale and exhausted from burning through so much mana to teleport such a large group. Mayer is amazed, noting that a journey of this distance would usually take a human army at least half a month on foot. Kai notes the incredible tactical value of ignoring the concept of distance, even if it leaves the caster temporarily useless in a fight. He checks the stats of the 7 elite demons, realizing that while Isabel is out of commission, these warriors are more than enough to change the tide. Sheena whispers to Kai, wondering if they can really trust these demons not to stab them in the back once the fighting starts. Kai tells her trust is irrelevant. He's going to use them skillfully as tools until the job is done. Sheena gives a small, predatory grin, understanding exactly what kind of game her master is playing. Kai closes his eyes, touching his temple to activate his side of the mental link. He calls out to Kanzaki, and the girl practically jumps out of her skin as his voice suddenly echoes in her head. Kai explains that he's experimented with her shared protection and can now initiate the telepathy from his end as well. Kanzaki starts panicking, realization dawning that if he can call her, it means he must be nearby. She immediately follows the thread of magical power connected to the telepathy, her heart racing with hope. She bursts through the bushes, shouting his name, and freezes as she sees him standing there. But her joy turns to pure shock as she sees a high-ranking demon princess standing right next to him. She points a trembling finger, stuttering Mazoku, in total disbelief at the sight of the enemy in their camp. Kai calmly introduces Isabel as the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom, and Isabel gives a polite, almost mocking, "Nice to meet you." Kanzaki's brain stalls, unable to process why Kai is hanging out with the most dangerous people on the planet. She suddenly looks at Kai with suspicion, asking if he's finally gone over to the dark side and betrayed his own classmates. Kai just sighs, telling her he was never on anyone's side to begin with, so betrayal is a pretty strong word. Mare tells Kai he's teasing the poor girl too much and reminds him they have serious matters to discuss with the rest of the class. Kai tells Kanzaki to gather Midu, Arashi, and the other top heroes tonight, but to make sure the regular human army doesn't notice. Later that night, the top hero candidates gather around a secret fire, the atmosphere thick with distrust as they stare at the demons. Kai explains the alliance, telling them their interests are aligned and there's no logical reason to refuse the help. Midu looks skeptical, wondering why they should go to the trouble of teaming up with such suspicious and dangerous people. Shunsuke glares at the demon elites, his hand twitching toward his sword as he waits for a single excuse to start a fight. Kai bluntly tells them that at their current rate, they won't even live long enough to see the Demon King, let alone kill him. He points out their struggle against the Shadow Unit, noting that they're being systematically dismantled by a handful of assassins. Midu admits the masked demons have made it impossible to wage a proper war by destroying their supplies. Shunsuke grits his teeth, adding that even though they've killed 4, the remaining 6 are fighting with a desperate resolve that's hard to break. Isabel steps forward, offering to have her revolutionary army handle the Shadow Unit, since they're better suited for that style of guerrilla warfare. Narumi is shocked, asking if she's serious about taking on upper-class demons with her own people. Isabel gives him a cold stare, reminding him that she's a princess of the kingdom and her soldiers aren't just for show. She tells them she'll prove the value of cooperation by wiping out the assassins, but in return, the heroes have to prove they're worth her time. Shunsuke and Midu share a look, realizing that as much as they hate it, they need this deal to survive. Midu asks what specifically she wants them to do once the assassins are cleared out. Isabel says they need to immediately strike and defeat Aquilea, the Heavenly King of Water, the moment their supplies arrive. She warns them that they have to kill the Heavenly Kings one by one before they can group up and become an unstoppable force. She reveals the Shadow Unit isn't just killing them for fun, they're buying time for Prince Leonhardt to arrive from the capital. Shunsuke's eyes narrow as he hears the name of the man who's been pulling the strings this whole time. Isabel warns them that at their current level they don't stand a chance against Leonhardt, so they need to get stronger fast. Shunsuke breaks into a wide, wild grin, saying that the challenge sounds absolutely perfect for him. The other girl asks Midu what his final decision is, the weight of the entire class's survival resting on his shoulders. Midu looks at Kai, stating that while the situation is crazy, he trusts Kai's judgment more than anyone else's. The fire crackles as the deal is sealed. The humans and rebel demons are officially working together to bring down the king. Kai finishes the meeting, telling them all future communication will go through Kanzaki to keep their movements a total secret. Deep in the dark woods, a campfire flickers, but the heat coming off it is nothing compared to the tension in the air. This is the Demon King's Shadow Unit, literal death row inmates like Grave, an arsonist who can't believe 4 of their elite members were just erased. Another monster named Korn grumbles about his busted arm, admitting that the human hero brats actually have some bite. Then there's Falco, a spearman and traitor, who's more worried about who's going to take over command now that the boss is dead. Grave steps up, demanding the lead because his fire is the only thing keeping their sabotage mission alive. He glares at the others with glowing yellow eyes, basically daring anyone to challenge his authority. Rocky, a serial killer mage, just shrugs and goes back to his food, not caring who leads as long as there's blood to spill. Fred, a dagger user with a twisted mind, agrees these guys aren't soldiers, they're just monsters looking for a fight. Grave smirks, planning to starve the Human-Beast Alliance to death by hitting their very next supply run. Their plan is simple: keep the heroes distracted with chaos while every bit of food they have goes up in flames. Grave remembers the swordsman who killed their boss and warns the crew to be careful. They move out in 1 hour. The masked killers huddle up, ready to disappear back into the shadows and finish their job. But the forest isn't as empty as they think. The silence is about to be broken by someone much more dangerous. Marius, the unit sniper, sits in a tree thinking they're perfectly hidden deep in the woods. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He senses multiple targets moving through the brush with insane precision. He realizes these aren't the clumsy hero students. These people actually know how to hide their presence like pros. He pulls his mask tight, realizing the base has been compromised, but he thinks he can still handle it. The shadows shift between the trees as the unseen attackers close the distance. A blur of movement streaks through the air. A projectile whistles through the night. Marius panics and fires off a shot, shouting that if he just kills them all, there won't be a problem. The arrow cuts through the wind, aimed straight for a shadow moving through the trees. But then, the impossible happens. Sheena leaps out and catches the lethal arrow right out of the air with her bare hand. Marius is absolutely stunned. No human should have the reflexes to snatch a magic arrow like a toy. Before he can even reload, Kai appears right behind him like a ghost, whispering that he's way too slow to be a sniper. The look of pure terror on Marius's face says it all. He didn't even hear the MC approach. A flash of steel cuts through the dark as Kai strikes with zero hesitation. Blood sprays as Marius falls, wondering how he could have been flanked so perfectly in his own territory. Kai stands over him, coldly lecturing the dying man on the iron rule of snipers. You shoot, and then you immediately move. Back at the campfire, one of the masks begins to glow, the signal that one of their own has just been taken out. Graves stands up, realizing the silence from the lookout means something is seriously wrong out there. He orders all units to be on guard as magic circles start to flare up around the camp. Suddenly, a demon in a suit comes running out of the bushes, begging them to wait. The shadow unit is confused, wondering if this guy is a messenger from the heavenly king Aquilea. The demon places a hand over his heart and introduces himself as part of the revolutionary army. The masked assassins are caught completely off guard by the mention of a revolution inside their own kingdom. He boldly tells them they intend to kill the Demon King and build a nation that actually knows the meaning of peace. Grave is furious, demanding to know how a group of rebels could possibly have found their secret hideout. The messenger just smiles, telling them their comrades are everywhere and that their mission to destroy the human supply lines is over. The shadow unit realizes their top secret intel has been leaked completely. They're no longer the hunters, they're the prey. The messenger reveals he's carrying a direct order from Isabel, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. The order is simple: stop the operation and join her command, or face the consequences of treason. The shadow unit thugs laugh it off, convinced the princess's faction is too weak to actually pull off a coup. The messenger sighs, noting how unfortunate it is that they chose the hard way. With a snap of his fingers, massive armored demon elites emerge from the shadows, surrounding the criminals. The shadow unit realizes they've been walked right into a trap by much stronger warriors. Panicked, they realize these newcomers are all upper-class demons, and they're completely boxed in. Grave tries to cast a counterspell while retreating, desperate to find a gap in the formation, but a blue-skinned demon brute lunges forward, telling the criminals he never liked their trashy ways to begin with. A massive brawl breaks out in the clearing as the revolutionary elites start tearing through the shadow unit. Kai watches from the sidelines with his arms crossed, impressed by how easily Isabel's people are handling the guys who terrified the hero party. The sound of clashing steel and breaking bones fills the forest as the criminals are systematically dismantled. Mayor points out Falco, the spear-wielding traitor who started the internal conflict years ago. Princess Isabel herself steps into the clearing, her presence alone making the surviving shadow unit members freeze. She tells Falco he's the only one worth recruiting, while the rest of his crew are just garbage-level killers. She asks him if he still has the will to fight for a real cause, and Falco drops his weapon, choosing survival and a new path. The other masked members scream at him for being a coward, but they're too busy dodging spears to do anything about it. A mace smashes into one of the assassins, sending him flying through the air as their defense completely collapses. The remaining criminals realize it's all over. They're outnumbered, outmatched, and out of time. Kai decides the show is over. Isabel has what she wanted, and now it's time to clean up the leftovers. He looks at Sheena and Mare, telling them it's time to finish this, and the girls are more than ready to let loose. With Sheena and the Revolutionary Army working together, the battle is less of a fight and more of a total execution. Kai stands over the fallen corpses, his eyes cold as he confirms the unit that tormented his classmates has been completely erased. With the assassins gone, the supply wagons finally roll into the frontline base safely, ending the long weeks of starvation. The soldiers are finally eating hot meals, and you can practically feel the morale of the army surging back to life. Back at headquarters, Edgar the werewolf chief finds it all a bit too convenient. He notes that those masked demons who were causing all the trouble just suddenly vanished into thin air. Midu, trying his best to look heroic, nervously suggests that maybe they just got scared after they killed 4 of them. Edgar isn't buying it. He knows something is happening behind the scenes that they aren't being told. Rin, Kai's secret spy, smirks to herself, knowing exactly who did the heavy lifting while Mido struggled to tell a convincing lie. Mido tries to change the subject, pushing for an immediate attack now that everyone is fed and ready to fight. But then the door swings open. It's a messenger bringing some very heavy news to the war room. Rin steps forward, asking for permission to make a tactical suggestion based on the new intel. She reminds everyone that the current commander of the demon forces is Aquilea, the Water Heavenly King. The room goes quiet as they realize they're up against one of the 4 strongest demons in existence. Rin explains that Aquilea is a master of covert ops and strategy, meaning she's likely planning something even worse than the supply raids. She drops a bombshell. Rumors say the third prince, Leonhardt, is on his way back to lead the defense personally. The name Leonhardt sends a shiver through the room. He's the one responsible for the most brutal massacres in the war. As a blood relative of the Demon King, his power is on a completely different level than anything they've faced. Rin argues that they must capture the city of Forest immediately, before the prince can arrive and make the siege impossible. Mido looks stressed, realizing the clock is ticking and the stakes just got 10 times higher. Edgar agrees, noting that this entire territory belongs to Leonhardt, so it's only natural he'd return to defend his home. Mido sighs in relief, glad he has a reliable teammate like Rin to help him navigate these high-stakes decisions. Rin just winks at the audience mentally. She knows she's playing them all like a fiddle to move Kai's plan forward. Edgar flashes back to a run-in with the first prince, remembering how he felt like he had 0 chance of winning against that kind of power. Mido hardens his resolve, knowing they have to face these monsters eventually, but he'd prefer to take them out one by one. The commanders agree to move the army immediately. It's time for the final push on the city. Meanwhile, in the demon castle, Aquilea is having a total meltdown over the news that her entire shadow unit was wiped out. Her subordinate trembles on the floor, barely able to speak as he confirms the total loss of their elite forces. He describes the scene at the base, nothing but corpses and pools of blood left behind by an unknown attacker. Aquilea's eyes fill with tears of rage, wondering who could possibly be strong enough to erase 10 elites in a single night. Another demon rushes in with more bad news. The Human-Beast Alliance has resumed their advance and is heading straight for them. Aquilea bites her lip, realizing it'll take at least 3 more days before her beloved Leonhardt arrives to save the day. She starts crying like a child, terrified that she'll be scolded by the prince for failing her mission so spectacularly. Her guards stand awkwardly, wondering if they should try to comfort their mentally unstable boss, or just run for it. But then, her sadness snaps into pure, unadulterated hatred. She screams that the humans and beastmen are interfering with her love for Leonhardt, and she vows to kill every last one of them. She unleashes a primal scream as a massive whirlpool of mana begins to swirl around her body. The water energy is so intense it literally blows her own guards away, flooding the entire room in seconds. A massive torrent of water explodes out of the castle windows, turning the entire city into a disaster zone. Within moments, the hallways are waist-deep in water as Aquilea stands in the center of the storm she created. She looks around with a dazed expression, as if she didn't even realize she just nuked her own headquarters. She casually wonders why everything is flooded, completely detached from the chaos she's unleashed. Outside, the Allied army is marching in perfect formation, unaware that a literal tidal wave is about to hit them. The demons inside the city take a defensive stance, hiding behind the walls and preparing for a long siege. The human mages open fire with long-range spells, trying to break the city's magical barriers. Arashi, the explosion specialist, laughs as he blasts a hole right through the main gate. He leads the charge, screaming for his classmates to follow him as they breach the city's perimeter. Narumi and Hano join the fray, using wind and light magic to sweep the demon defenders off the walls. Mido swings his holy sword, cutting through multiple enemies at once as the allied army begins to flood into the streets. He notices that not a single upper-class demon has shown up to fight, which makes him think they can just push through to Aquilea. But then he stops dead in his tracks, his face turning pale as he hears a thunderous roaring sound. His teammates scream in terror as a massive tsunami suddenly appears out of nowhere, despite them being miles away from any ocean. The water slams into the city with the force of a mountain, sweeping away building, humans, and demons alike. Mido is tossed around like a ragdoll, realizing that Aquilea's magic is so insane she's willing to kill her own allies just to hit the heroes. He struggles to keep his head above water, finally understanding the terrifying gap between a human and a heavenly king. The entire city of Forest is submerged, and the sound of screaming echoes across the drowned landscape. From a high vantage point outside the flood zone, Kai and his team watch the disaster unfold with a sense of grim detachment. Sheena asks if they should jump in and help, but her eyes stay fixed on the water, waiting for Kai's call. Kai looks down at his struggling classmates and says no. This is a trial they have to survive on their own if they want to live through this war. The Water Heavenly King's tidal wave is absolutely massive, roaring through the city like an angry god. The force of the water is so violent it sweeps everyone, enemy and ally alike, right out of the castle gates. The soldiers who weren't drowned are left gasping for air in the aftermath, their pride and their formations completely shattered. The entire battlefield has been thrown into total chaos, which is exactly what a cornered animal like Aquilea wanted. Order is dead, and the fight has devolved into a messy, desperate melee in the waist-deep water. High above, Kai notes that Aquilea's wide-area suppression is top tier, even if the woman herself hates actual combat. From their vantage point, the MC and his team look down at a city that has been turned into a giant drowning cage. Sheena is confused, wondering why a commander would wipe out her own army just to start a fight. Isabel explains that Aquilea is likely terrified and lashing out, but she also knows that chaos makes it harder for the humans to coordinate their superior numbers. Kai isn't impressed. He knows that without upper-class demons to back her up, a single Heavenly King can't stop the hero candidates. Isabel points out the obvious. All of Aquilea's elite subordinates are already dead because Kai's team systematically hunted them down. Plus, the shadow unit that Leonhardt gave her was turned into mincemeat in the last battle, leaving her with zero backup. Kai's eyes glow with a lethal red light as he realizes it's only a matter of time before the hero party realizes their own strength. Isabel asks Kai to explain his pieces, his classmates, and how they're actually faring in this wet hell. First up is Arashi Shunsuke, the explosion junkie who's rampaging on the north side with more courage than brains. Then there's Nagase Reina, a flame user whose power spikes whenever she's in a bad mood, which is basically always. Mare chimes in, noting that Reina is also the one who hates Kai the most for his supposed betrayal. In the middle, Hashimoto Mire uses her telekinesis to command the battlefield, though Kai thinks her rigid thinking holds her back. Narumi Ryoya is the team's eyes, using wind magic to fly and support everyone, even if he lacks the power to finish a fight himself. Kai highlights Ninomiya Akira, our spy, as the smartest piece who understands the mission and is easy to manipulate. Hano Shiori stays at the very back, her healing magic being the only reason the front line hasn't collapsed yet. Protecting her is Ozaki Hagane, a human tank who can turn his skin to steel and take hits that would kill anyone else. Kanzaki Rin is holding down the west side with her domination chains. She's invincible against weaklings but useless against the big bosses. And finally there's the main event, Midu Shuji, the swordsman who Kai admits might actually be at a Heavenly King's level of power. Kai gives him high praise for his talent and training, even though Midu's mental weakness is a constant problem. According to the MC, these are the only ones on the battlefield even worth mentioning. Isabel asks for the total count, 26 active combatants out of the original 40 who were summoned. The others simply lacked the aptitude for battle. In this world, having power from a god means nothing if you don't have the stomach to use it. Isabel is impressed, realizing that having 26 upper-class demon-level warriors on her side changes the math of the revolution completely. Suddenly, her sharp eyes catch a shift in the water. Aquilea is finally ready to step out and face the hero. Kai knows that if she stays hidden, her soldiers will be picked off one by one, so she has no choice but to strike now. A massive pillar of water erupts in the center of the city, sending debris and soldiers flying everywhere. Aquilea emerges from the torrent, her face twisted with a beautiful, terrifying rage as the demon soldiers bow in fear. Midu doesn't flinch. He draws his glowing blue sword, ready to take the head of the Water Heavenly King. She mocks him, calling him the core of the human army, before summoning her hydro-snake magic. Giant serpents made of high-pressure water surge toward Midu, looking to crush him under the weight of the city's flood. Midu shifts his weapon into shield mode, a barrier of light appearing to meet the impact. The sheer power of the water makes him grit his teeth. This isn't like fighting the regular grunts, it's like standing under a falling ocean. Aquilea doesn't stop, firing off water cutters that can slice through stone as easily as paper. Midu is forced onto the defensive, struggling to even see through the constant spray of magic and debris. The ground beneath his feet is slick and crumbling. He realizes that if he can't get a grip, he's dead. He gets creative, shifting his sword into rope mode and firing a cable of energy toward a nearby tower. The beam wraps around the stone structure, giving him the leverage he needs to escape the rising water. He swings through the air like an acrobat, looking for an opening to strike from above. Aquilea just giggles, telling him the city is her garden now, and then she commands the water to freeze. Midu's eyes widen as a layer of ice instantly locks his legs in place, trapping him right where she wants him. With a demonic grin, she looks him in the eye and tells him it's time to die. She charges up her water shot, focusing all her mana into a high-pressure beam aimed right at the hero's chest. Midu takes the hit, a spray of blood and water exploding from his side as he's knocked backward. He manages to stay on his feet, but his clothes are torn and he's clearly hurt. He leans on his sword, gasping for breath while the ice continues to creep up his legs. Aquilea laughs at his persistence, noting that while he's tough, he can't fight if he can't move his legs. His classmates scream his name in the distance, but they're too busy fighting their own battles to help. She believes she's already won. If she can just crush the hero, the demon army might still have a chance to turn this war around. She sends her hydro-snakes in for the kill, the watery monsters closing in from every direction. Isabel is worried, noting that the main force looks like it's losing, but Kai just tells her not to sweat it. He knows his piece better than anyone. Midu isn't trapped, he's just waiting for the right second to strike. Suddenly, Midu's eyes glow with a fierce blue light. He activates Shukuchi, the Godspeed step Kai taught him. He moves so fast he literally teleports behind Aquilea, leaving her standing there with a confused look on her face. He raises his sword, calling upon the holy light that destroys all demons to gather in his blade. In one blinding flash of radiance, he cleaves through the water heavenly king, ending the duel in a single stroke. This is Natasha Aquilea, born into one of the 4 prestigious noble families that have ruled the demon army for generations. But the 4 heavenly kings aren't just titles, they're hereditary positions that must be filled even when the next in line isn't ready. Sometimes, a family is so obsessed with their name that they'll put an unqualified person on the throne just to keep their power. Natasha was exactly that case. She was forced into the role after the previous head died, despite not having the heart of a warrior. She spent her life hiding her weakness behind intelligence and covert ops, terrified that the other demons would see her as a fraud. She even entered a political engagement with the 3rd Prince Leonhardt, just to secure her family's position. She was a woman drowning in her own expectations, desperately looking for anyone to tell her she was enough. Leonhardt saw that desperation and used it, whispering lies about how much he loved her. For a moment, Natasha actually believed she had found happiness in the middle of this cruel war. But as she lies dying on the cold stone of forest, her last thoughts are an apology to the man who never actually cared about her. She falls into a pool of her own blood, leaving the demon guards in absolute shock that their heavenly king is gone. The human side erupts in cheers. Hashimoto and the others celebrate a victory they think they won on their own. Edgar smirks, noting that the brat actually pulled it off and exceeded everyone's expectations. Arashi sits on a pile of monster corpses, bragging that he could have handled that weakling easily. But he admits through gritted teeth that he only stayed out of the fight because Kai specifically asked him to. In the shadows, Kai wraps up his discussion with Isabel, coordinating their next move through the mental link with Kanzaki. Later that night, the hero party huddles around a campfire, the reality of their victory finally sinking in. Mido and Rin share a quiet moment, the tension from the battle still lingering in the air. Hashimoto and Narumi look on, sensing that the dynamic of the group has shifted after Mido's solo win. Arashi gets up to leave, still looking annoyed about having to hold back during the climax. Kai steps out of the darkness and calls his name, stopping the hot-headed mage in his tracks. He tells Arashi that from now on, he wants the big battles against the Heavenly Kings to be handled by Midu alone. Arashi is pissed, demanding to know why he's being benched when he's one of the strongest fighters they have. Kai just stares at him with those cold, calculating eyes, letting the silence do the talking. He explains that Midu needs to grow, and for that, he needs to build actual confidence in his own strength. Arashi groans, admitting that Midu's constant hesitation is the most annoying thing about him. Kai analyzes it perfectly. Midu is a piece that has been coddled by his allies for too long. He needs to know he can win without a safety net. Arashi asks the hard question, what if he loses? Won't that just break his spirit for good? He calls out Kai's training plan for having massive holes, clearly worried about his friend's life. Kai's response is chilling. If he loses, he just dies, and that's all he was ever worth as a piece in this game. Arashi is stunned by the cold logic. He's finally seeing the true, ruthless side of the man he used to call a classmate. He snaps back that he has no reason to follow Kai's orders, but the MC just keeps walking. Kai throws one last line over his shoulder, reminding Arashi that he already understands that Midu's growth is the only way to kill the Demon King. Arashi curses under his breath, realizing that once again, everything is going exactly the way Kai planned it. Back in the city, Midu stands over the fallen Aquilea, his mind racing as he processes his first major solo victory. He looks at his own hand, realizing that despite how dangerous it was, he actually feels himself getting stronger. He credits Kai's advice for the win, still seeing the MC as a mentor despite their complicated history. Ninomiya approaches him, asking for a moment to talk about what happened during the fight. Mido is still buzzing with adrenaline, not noticing that he's being carefully guided by the MC's secret spy. Kai had previously pulled Mido aside and given him one simple, direct piece of advice. Don't hesitate. Have confidence in your own judgment. Mido had asked how he could possibly gain confidence when he's naturally indecisive. Kai told him that for a personality like his, only results matter. He has to kill a god-tier enemy by himself, or he'll never believe in himself. Back on the battlefield, Mido looks at the wound on his leg, a grim reminder of how close he came to death. He had deliberately taken that hit just to make Aquilea overconfident and open her up for the finishing blow. It's a level of tactical risk he never would have considered before he started listening to Kai. He realizes his judgment wasn't wrong. He's finally starting to shed his shackles and fight like a pro. He looks up at the sky, his eyes harder and more focused than they've ever been. He raises his sword and demands the surrender of the remaining demon army, his voice carrying the weight of a true leader. The demon soldiers drop their weapons, realize the war for this city is officially over. Kai, Isabel, and Mare watch from the walls, seeing the birth of a hero who might actually be useful. Kai notes that Mido used to ignore his intuition in favor of safe or conventional moves. Mare is curious, and Kai explains that by-the-book moves are predictable and leave you vulnerable in high-level psychological warfare. He wanted to remove those mental shackles so Mido could finally tap into his raw potential. He knew from the battle against Saint Leonora that Mido had the spark of an intuitive fighter. He just needed a push. Kai remembers the intensity of that past fight and realized he was right to bet on Mido's growth. Isabel thinks he's taking too many risks with his friends' lives, but Kai just says that balance is something for the future. The hero party reunites, and for the first time, they look like a team that can actually win this war. But miles away, a carriage surrounded by high-level demon guards is racing toward the city. Inside, Prince Leonhardt receives the news that Aquilea is dead, and his reaction is absolutely chilling. His guard offers condolences, thinking the prince must be heartbroken over the loss of his fiancée. Leonhardt just scoffs, calling her useless for losing even after he gave her his best assassins. The guards are visibly shaken. They're seeing the true face of the monster they serve. He coldly dismisses her death, saying there's no point in talking about the dead once they've served their purpose. He notes that Isabel is moving more than usual, and it's time for him to make a move of his own. With the Water Heavenly King dead and the city of Forest captured, the humans finally have a foothold in the Demon Kingdom, and the supply lines are finally running smooth. But as the citizens of the Demon Realm start realizing they're losing the war, the real monsters are just starting to wake up. Back in the newly occupied city of Forest, the castle stands as a symbol of the Alliance's first major victory. Inside the infirmary, Shiori is working overtime, her healing magic glowing as she patches up the soldiers who barely survived the flood. Shiori looks up as someone enters the room. It's the man of the hour, Mido Shuji. Mido checks in on the situation, his eyes showing a newfound maturity after his life-or-death duel with the Heavenly King. Shiori explains that the lightly wounded are already back on their feet, but the serious cases are still recovering steadily thanks to her magic. She's about to say something else when a shadow moves toward them from the back of the room. It's Amelia, the human commander, walking on her own 2 feet and telling them she's officially fine now. Mido is relieved to see her up and about after everything that's happened. Losing a commander like her would have been a massive blow. Amelia thanks Shiori for her constant healing magic, patting her on the head like a proud older sister. She tells Mido she's returning to duty tomorrow to plan the next phase of the war with Heinrich and Edgar, and she wants Mido there too. Mido nods, looking focused. He knows the harder fights are still ahead of them. Suddenly, a telepathic voice rings out in his head. It's Rin, telling him that Kai wants the entire combat group to gather at the dormitory right now. Mido winces, thinking that having a voice suddenly echo in your brain is still the most startling thing ever. Amelia notices his weird expression and asks if something is wrong. He quickly plays it off, rubbing the back of his head and claiming he was just spacing out from all the fighting. Amelia tells him to rest well today since he's been on the front lines non-stop. Mido takes her up on the offer and heads for the dormitory, knowing that a meeting with Kai is never just a casual chat. The combat group is already there, looking like a high-tension war council as they wait for the traitor to speak. Kai sits calmly, sipping tea while Rin confirms that every single combat-capable student has been gathered as ordered. The MC sets his cup down, the clink of porcelain echoing in the silent room. He looks at Mido and asks if everyone has been briefed on their secret cooperative relationship with the demon rebels. Mido confirms that he told the class everything. They know they're working with Princess Isabel's revolutionary army. Kai's expression doesn't change, but the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. He pulls out his handgun, the metal catching the light as he warns them. Anyone who leaks this info dies, and they shouldn't expect a single drop of classmate sympathy from him. The entire room freezes. They're looking at a man who would pull the trigger on his own friends without blinking. Some of the weaker students are shaking, wondering why a guy like this has a gun from Earth and why he's so terrifyingly calm. They whisper to each other, wondering why Arashi isn't saying anything to put Kai in his place. They can't understand why a major criminal is being allowed to lead them like this. One of the younger-looking students is more distracted by Sheena and Mare, thinking that the girls behind the villain are way too cute. Narumi tries to break the tension, nervously promising that no one is going to leak such a huge secret. Kai cuts through the fluff and reveals the next target, third Prince Leonhardt. He explains that since Forrest has fallen, the prince is currently holed up in a nearby small city called Vernier. Kai wants to strike now while the prince is still rebuilding his strategy, a small elite unit for a surgical surprise attack. Mito points out that there's an official strategy meeting tomorrow. They'll need to figure out how to guide the entire Alliance army toward Vernier. But Kai shuts that down. He doesn't need the Alliance army's help. He wants them to stay on vacation while he does the real work. Rin and Narumi agree, knowing that having the indecisive Mito lie to the commanders would just end in a total disaster. Heinrich Dormu speaks up, wanting to confirm one thing. What is the actual reason for targeting Leonhardt specifically? Kai explains that Leonhardt is the one who controlled Aquilea and the Shadow Unit. By killing him, they effectively gut the Demon King's most effective offensive force. His reason is cold and tactical. He wants to crush the enemy before they can rebuild their power. Heinrich realizes it's a perfect convergence of interests. The rebels want the prince out because his spy network is too dangerous for their coup to succeed. Arashi barks out that it sounds like they're just being used as tools by the revolutionary army. Kai ignores the attitude and explains the trap. The rebels will leak fake info to lead the prince into a spatial magic trap, and the hero party will be waiting at the other end to end him. Arashi glares at him, asking if Kai is just scared and why they shouldn't just crush the prince in a head-on battle. Kai's eyes sharpen as he tells Arashi that blood relatives of the Demon King are on a completely different planet compared to the Heavenly Kings. He believes they can win, but he's being extra cautious because one mistake against a prince means the end of the entire hero party. He starts naming the elite team he's taking for this mission, pointing to his pieces one by one. Naturally, Mito is the first one called. He's the main blade of the operation. Arashi is next. Despite his mouth, his raw power is something Kai can't leave behind. Narumi is selected for his mobility and wind support. Nagase gets the nod for her firepower, even though she looks like she wants to burn Kai alive just for speaking to her. Ozaki is the designated tank for the mission. Shiori is picked as the healer, and she looks absolutely terrified at being named for such a high-stakes assassination. And Ninomaya is the tactical brain of the group. Kai orders Hashimoto to stay behind and act as the distraction, deceiving Amelia and the other commanders while the elite group vanishes. Hashimoto pouts, not loving the idea of being a decoy, but she knows better than to argue with the MC. Rin stands there in shock. Her name wasn't called, and she can't believe she's being left out. Heinrich and Narumi realize Kai has picked the absolute maximum firepower for this. Anyone not on this list would just be a liability in a fight against a prince. Kai, Sheena, and Mare start to leave, the meeting officially over in the MC's eyes. Rin rushes after them, calling out for him to wait. Kai stops and turns around, asking her what her problem is. She looks at the floor, her voice trembling as she asks why he won't take her along with him. She's clenching her chest, desperate to prove that she belongs by his side. But Kai doesn't do feelings. He tells her flatly that she would just be a burden, and he can't count her as actual fighting power. Even Mare is shocked by how blunt he's being, telling Kai that his way of putting things is absolutely terrible. Sheena reminds him that Rin was actually pretty active and helpful in the previous battle with her chains. The girls stare at Kai, basically demanding that he give the poor girl a break. Kai sighs and decides to rephrase his assessment so they can understand the tactical reality. He closes his eyes, thinking about how to explain power scaling to people who don't see the world in stats. He admits that Rin's Daemon magic is invincible against weak grunts, making her great for group battles. But high-ranked enemies like Prince Leonhardt can just forcefully break through her chains with raw magic power, making her ability completely useless in a 1v1 against a boss. Rin is devastated, the realization hitting her that she's only good for hunting weaklings. Kai tells her she should have known her own limits. In gamer terms, she's basically a level 20 slime trying to fight a raid boss. He points out that she's already been helpful just by acting as the bridge between him and the class. But Rin isn't satisfied with that. She wants to be more than just a messenger. She wants to be a power Kai can actually rely on. Seeing her resolve, Sheena suggests that Kai should train her just like he trained her. Kai thinks for a second and gives Rin one piece of advice. She needs to start communicating more with her classmates. Rin is confused, wondering what talking more has to do with getting stronger. Kai explains that her telepathy is her real weapon. If she can use it to provide tactical command during a fight, she becomes a force multiplier. Rin's eyes widen as she realizes what he's asking. He wants her to step up and become the class leader. He tells her they don't need a leader for daily life, but they desperately need one for combat, so there's zero lag time in their movements. He hilariously points out his piece's flaws. Mido is indecisive, Hashimoto is rigid, and Arashi is just a total muscle brain. If Rin can calmly command them, Kai says he can actually watch the battlefield with some peace of mind. Rin is suddenly fired up, promising to meet his expectations and become the leader the class needs. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Vernier, the atmosphere is much darker. A giant demon guard approaches Prince Leonhardt, who is standing in front of a glowing magic orb. The guard is confused, asking why they've stayed in this small city for 3 days, instead of retreating now that Forest has fallen. Leonhardt knows Vernier isn't a battle city, and that resisting 60,000 soldiers with just his reinforcements would be suicide. The guard is getting irritated, telling the prince they need to join forces with the other princes before they get overrun. But Leonhardt is focused on his orb. He had special magic imprinted on the shadow unit before they were killed. He explains that by staying close to their corpses, he can use residual magic power to identify exactly how they died. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he delivers the bombshell. Isabel is betraying the kingdom. Just gaining that certainty is enough for him. He doesn't care about the territory. He only cares about the political game. He's perfectly fine with giving Forest to the humans if it means he can root out the traitor in his own family. Back at the Alliance camp, a small bottle of blue liquid sits on a table. Kai holds it up, telling his team that this antidote is the absolute key to defeating Leonhardt. Isabel explains that Leonhardt uses rare poison magic. Even a single scratch from his weapons will spread instantly and kill you. Kai activates, confirming that this substance eliminates the toxicity of highly lethal upper-level demon poisons. The effect only lasts 10 minutes after drinking, meaning they have a very small window to finish the prince once the fight starts. Isabel warns them to be careful because there aren't many bottles. It's normally only distributed so allies don't get caught in the prince's crossfire. She outlines the final plan. The rebels already have double agents inside Leonhardt's unit. They'll use false info to lure him into a spatial trap that will teleport him directly to Kai and the hero party. Kai agrees, promising to gather his elite personnel at the designated location for the ambush. The image of Leonhardt looms over the plan, a blood relative of the king and a master of poison. He's the most formidable enemy they've ever faced. Later that day, Mido is training like a man possessed, his glowing blade cutting through the air. He's sparring with Edgar, the werewolf chief, and the clash of their weapons creates sparks that light up the courtyard. Edgar isn't holding back, his yellow eyes tracking Mido's every move with animal intensity. Mido activates Shikuchi, disappearing in a blur of blue lightning, and reappear behind Edgar. But Edgar is a veteran. He's seen that move too many times and swings his heavy sword around before Mido can land a hit. Mido is forced to leap back, barely dodging a strike that would have crushed his ribs. He gets creative, using his sword's rope mode to wrap around Edgar's arm. The werewolf is caught off guard, grunting in surprise as he's pulled off balance. "Damn!" Edgar shouts as Mido uses the leverage to launch a counterattack from a weird angle. The two of them reset, panting for breath as they glare at each other with mutual respect. Mido notes that his whip-like rope mode is great for utility, but the cutting power decreases when it's bent. Edgar laughs, admitting it's a troublesome fighting style to deal with. Mido's eyes are burning with focus. He's finally starting to think like an assassin instead of just a student. He fires off a long-range beam, testing the limits of his sword's extendable blade. Edgar bats the beam away with his bare hand, showing just how much of a monster the werewolf chief really is. The impact of their duel is shaking the very foundations of the training ground. Heinrich watches from a balcony, noting that the hesitation in Mido's fighting style is completely gone. He wonders if the boy gained this much confidence just from killing one heavenly king, or if Kai's training is even more effective than they thought. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. It's Rin, running up the stairs with a determined look on her face. She takes a deep breath and shouts her request. She wants Heinrich to teach her everything he knows about tactical command. Heinrich looks at her like she's grown a second head, completely caught off guard by the girl's sudden ambition. Heinrich looks at Rin with a curious gaze, wondering why she's so desperate to learn the art of tactical command all of a sudden. Rin clenches her fist, her voice shaking with resolve as she explains that she needs to become stronger and better utilize her divine protection. Heinrich strokes his chin, thinking about Rin's unique power, the ability to share thoughts rather than just dominate them. He realizes that if she can truly lead, the hero squad's coordination would become the army's ultimate trump card. Still, he's curious about where this sudden spark of ambition came from, asking Rin whose advice set her on this path. Rin flinches, the question catching her off guard as she remembers her intense conversation with Kai. She stammers, trying to lie and claiming it was Mito who suggested it, but she's a terrible actress. Heinrich doesn't even blink, his eyes narrowing as he mentally calls out her bluff. He knows Mito would have asked to learn with her. The only one who would give such a cold, logical piece of advice is the man moving everything from the shadows. Aragi Kai. Rin looks down, worried that she's already messed up Kai's order to keep their relationship with the rebels a secret. But Heinrich just smiles kindly, telling her he doesn't mind, and that he honestly wants to see her grow into a true leader. Rin's face lights up with joy, her eyes sparkling as she thanks him for the chance to prove herself. Heinrich watches her walk away, realizing that if he can place Rin under his influence, he might finally be able to understand the traitor who is manipulating the entire war. He suspects Kai is hiding because he doesn't trust Commander Amelia, the type who would never forgive him for killing the saint. To gain Kai's trust, Heinrich realizes he'll eventually have to seize full command of the Alliance army. Rin notices him staring off into space and asks if there's still a problem. He laughs it off, apologizing for being distracted, and offers to start their first tactical lecture immediately. Rin enthusiastically follows him, ready to become the brain Kai needs her to be. As night falls over the city, the peaceful stars contrast with the lethal tension brewing behind closed doors. Inside a safe house, Kai and Shiori sit at a wooden table, while Mayor stirs a pot over the fire. Kai's eyes glow red as he uses Prail on the rebels' antidote, realizing the poisons of this world are fundamentally different from anything on Earth. Even with his resistance to over 10 types of venom, he knows that against a prince, his passive defenses are basically meaningless. Shiori bites her lip, admitting that while her healing magic is getting stronger, a high-tier lethal poison would kill someone before she could even cast a spell. Kai tells her they'll have to rely on the antidote bottles during the actual fight, but he reassures her that her role as the class healer is still vital. Mare looks up from the stove, her expression turning serious as she mentions that Sheena still hasn't returned from her mission. Kai looks toward the window, his brow furrowing as he agrees that his apprentice is way later than expected. A sense of dread begins to settle over the room, the silence feeling heavier by the second. Kai's instincts are screaming. He has a very bad feeling that the plan has already gone off the rails. Deep in the forest, Prince Leonhardt stands with a smug, punchable grin on his face. He asks a hidden target what they're so surprised about, his eyes full of malice. Isabel steps out of the shadows, her eyes widening in pure shock as she sees her brother standing right where her ambush was supposed to be. She demands to know why he's here, her voice trembling as her heart pounds against her ribs. She realizes there's no way they'd meet by chance in a remote place like this. The Revolutionary Army's intel has been compromised. Leonhardt mockingly explains that one of his important subordinates suddenly started lying to him, leading him to investigate. Isabel's blood runs cold. She realizes her trap was actually Leonhardt leading them along the entire time. He reveals a glob of glowing purple liquid in his hand, a poison that causes agonizing pain without ever allowing the victim to die. He leans in, his face lit by a sinister red glow, and tells her that the spy screamed her name before he died. Isabel knows she can't run. If he leaks her betrayal now, the entire revolution will be crushed before it even starts. She has to kill him right here. She raises her staff and unleashes her Dimension Slash, a lethal blade of spatial energy meant to cut through anything. The beam of light slices through the air, aimed directly at Leonhardt's heart. But Leonhardt just laughs, a purple mist erupting from his hand as he admits that spatial magic is indeed terrifying. Isabel's eyes widen in disbelief as her Dimension Slash simply vanishes into thin air before hitting him. Leonhardt explains that his poison corrupts space itself, making it impossible for the dimension to maintain its form or be cut. He admits he's been wary of her specialty magic since they were children, always planning for this exact day. He opens his arms wide, gloating that all his years of developing countermeasures weren't a waste after all. Isabel refuses to give up, summoning multiple magic circles of fire, ice, and earth to overwhelm him. A massive explosion of elements roars toward the prince, lighting up the entire forest like a second sun, but the light is suddenly swallowed by a deep, sickly purple void. Leonhardt pours the poison directly over his own face, a manic smile on his lips as he prepares to show her his true power. He unleashes his poison mist, a massive cloud of toxic gas that begins to rapidly expand through the woods. The entire area is engulfed in the purple haze, choking the life out of the surrounding plants and trees. Isabel and her guards are forced to cover their faces, desperately trying not to inhale the lethal vapor. She realizes one breath means instant death and realizes they have no choice but to retreat immediately. Leonhardt isn't done, his fingers glowing as he activates his venom control to shape the mist into weapons. A geometric sphere of poison forms in front of him, crackling with unstable energy. He fires off a venom spike barrage, hundreds of toxic needles raining down on the retreating rebels. Isabel slams her staff down, creating a massive ice wall to shield her people from the deadly rain. The spikes smash into the ice, the poison beginning to corrode the magical barrier instantly. Cracks spread through the wall as the purple acid eats away at the ice, the rebels trembling in fear behind it. Seeing the wall about to collapse, Isabel grabs her top guard and screams for them to teleport. The ice wall shatters into a million pieces just as the rebels vanish into a swirl of spatial energy. A massive explosion of poison fills the space where they were standing, leaving nothing but a smoking crater. Leonhardt walks calmly through the smoke, admitting he might have misjudged her. Isabel is more resilient than he thought. He touches his chin, knowing she won't go far because she has to return to her base to protect her secrets. From the tall grass nearby, Sheena watches him with wide, terrified eyes, her heart racing as she realizes how much danger they're all in. In the dark of the night, the revolution is on the brink of collapse and the Prince of Poison is closing in for the final kill. A spatial portal rips open in the middle of a room, glowing with a distorted purple light. Isabel falls out of it, gasping for air and collapsing onto the floor, her mana completely drained. Her head guard rushes to her side, asking if she's safe after that narrow escape from death. Isabel admits that teleporting from space already corrupted by poison cost her an enormous amount of power. She's physically at her limit. She's frustrated that the prince discovered their existence, but she knows their recent movements were too bold to go unnoticed forever. She knows her brother's twisted mind. Leonhardt doesn't trust anyone, meaning he probably hasn't shared this intel with the other princes yet. She realizes they have to kill him now, or the entire kingdom will be hunting them by sunrise. Back at the Alliance safehouse, Kai stares out the window, his face a mask of cold calculation. Suddenly, Sheena leaps through the open window, her breathing heavy as she lands on the floor. Kai doesn't even turn around, simply asking her what happened out there in the dark. Sheena reports that Isabel was ambushed by the prince and only barely escaped using transfer magic. She has no idea what happened next. Mare is shocked, wondering if the entire revolutionary army has just been exposed to the Demon King. Kai points out that they couldn't hide forever, and that's exactly why he had Sheena tailing the princess in the first place. He asks if Sheena memorized Leonhardt's scent, and she nods, claiming his smell is a disgusting metallic reek of poison she can track from miles away. Kai touches his temple, a signal that he's about to use his most effective tool. In her own room, Rin is jolted awake by Kai's telepathic voice, falling off her bed in surprise. She clutches her chest, thinking that having a voice suddenly speak inside your brain is still the most heart-pounding thing she's ever felt. Kai's message is short and sharp. Gather the Leonhardt subjugation squad within 30 minutes. Rin freezes, her eyes wide as she realizes the final battle has just been moved up by a lot. She realizes there's no time to ask questions. This is the emergency they've been training for. She activates her shared protection, her voice echoing into the minds of Mido, Nagase, and the others, who all snap into action instantly. Shiori drops her tea, Ninomiya closes his book, and Arashi stops his push-ups. The hero party is officially on the hunt. 2 hours later, deep in the woods, Isabel and her rebels are gathered together, looking like they're preparing for a final stand. Her guard notes that everyone is assembled, but he's worried they haven't heard back from the hero candidates yet. Isabel isn't worried about Mido. She knows Kai's cat ears assistant is already reporting the situation to the MC. She turns to Falco, the former Shadow Unit member she recruited, and asks how he thinks Leonhardt will move. Falco warns her that the prince is incredibly cautious. For him to move this boldly, it means he views Isabel as a massive threat that needs to be erased now. The silence of the forest is broken by a voice that seems to come from the shadows themselves. "Correct, Traitor Kun," the voice whispers, sending a chill through everyone's spine. Leonhardt steps into the clearing, walking calmly toward the group of armed rebels as if he's taking a stroll in a park. Isabel gasps his name, her staff shaking in her hand as the terror returns. He smiles wickedly, telling them he was waiting for them to return to their base, but they were even later than he expected. He looks at Isabel with a condescending grin, mockingly asking if she was waiting for someone to save her. A purple mana begins to swirl around his eyes as he prepares to end his sister's little rebellion. Isabel screams for her rebels to prepare for battle, and her army of upper-class demons raises their weapons in a desperate wall of steel. They pop the corks on their antidote bottles, the blue liquid glowing in the dark forest. The demon warriors chug the potion, banking everything on the hope that it will keep them alive for at least 10 minutes. Isabel stares down her brother, her eyes full of a mix of hatred and desperation. Leonhardt laughs, seeing the antidotes and realizing they actually thought they could prepare for his poison. Isabel tells herself that with the antidote, she can endure even his lethal toxins, but then all her soldiers suddenly drop to their knees. She looks around in horror as her elite warriors collapse into the grass, their bodies twitching. Leonhardt just hums a tune, noting that the lethal poison antidote doesn't seem to work on anything else. Isabel is the only one standing, protected by her divine protection, and she demands to know why her people are falling. Her army is completely incapacitated, the forest floor littered with demons who can't even lift a finger. Leonhardt mocks her, explaining that those antidotes only work against high-level lethal poisons. He'd never give his allies something that could nullify all his tricks. He reveals he just used an intermediate-level venom paralyze, a paralysis poison that doesn't kill but makes combat impossible. Isabel is furious, asking why he's restraining them instead of just finishing them off. He opens his arms wide, telling her he wanted to restrain her specifically to make a proposal. He reaches out a hand and asks Isabel to join him, bringing the revolutionary army under his direct command. Isabel is absolutely stunned, her eyes widening as she realizes her brother's true ambition. He points out the obvious. His faction is losing power after the Shadow Unit was wiped out and Aquilea was killed. To become the next Demon King, he realizes he needs new cards, and a revolutionary sister is the perfect ace in the hole. Isabel tries to argue, pointing out that his territory is being invaded by the Allied army right now. Leonhardt shrugs, admitting the humans are troublesome and that the hero candidates have genuine power. But he sneers, claiming they're nowhere near the level of the king's blood relatives. As long as he fights seriously, the country won't fall. Isabel tells him he's grossly underestimating the heroes and that they'll only continue to get stronger. Leonhardt smiles a jagged grin, noting that she speaks as if she knows the humans personally. Isabel realizes she's trapped in a nightmare. If the antidote doesn't work, she has zero chance of winning this fight, even if Mido arrives in time. But then, Leonhardt's head snaps to the side, his red eyes narrowing as he senses a new presence. A group of figures descends from the trees, landing with practiced precision around the clearing. It's the hero squad. Mido, Arashi, Nagase, and the others have arrived. Leonhardt's grin returns as he realizes the sister was conspiring with the heroes after all. Isabel screams at them to stay back, warning them that the entire area is filled with paralysis poison. But Ninomiya and Shiori step forward, their magic circles overlapping in a blinding gold and white light. They unleash the Sacred Veil, a massive wave of purification magic that washes over the entire battlefield. Ninomiya explains that by combining their powers they can nullify any intermediate poison, while the antidotes will handle the lethal high-tier stuff. Rin looks Leonhardt dead in the eye, her green eyes burning with a new level of confidence. She commands the squad to proceed according to Kai's plan. The Prince of Poison has no idea what's about to hit him. The hero party arrives like a ray of hope, glowing with divine energy as they stand between the prince and his prey. Isabel is slumped over, barely clinging to life. She's stunned that the blessing of the Creator God is actually countering the prince's lethal paralysis. Deep in her thoughts, she realizes this is exactly the kind of miracle she was praying for. She analyzes Leonhardt's moves, noting he attacked her alone just to keep his own allies away from his toxic clouds. But there's a massive problem. Leonhardt isn't just a prince, he's a monster whose power defies logic. The prince just smirks, realizing his opening move failed. He casually notes that they've actually prepared some anti-poison measures. He admits it's a bit of a hassle that he can't end this instantly, but he challenges them, asking if they really think that's enough to stop him. With a wicked grin, he unleashes his venom spike, launching a barrage of glowing purple needles at the group. Mido doesn't flinch. He switches his holy sword into shield mode, bracing himself as the spikes rain down like a storm. The impact is massive. The ground shakes and the shield groans under the weight of the prince's dark mana. Mido grinds his teeth, feeling the sheer pressure of the attack trying to crush his defenses. A loud crack echoes through the air. The holy shield is actually starting to shatter. Leonhardt sees the opening and sends a massive, concentrated beam of poison straight for the center of the formation. Mido curses as his defense is blown wide open, the force of the blast throwing him off balance. The girls in the back gasp in horror as the lethal energy surges toward them with no one left to block it. Suddenly, a booming voice commands everyone to get behind him! Ozaki lunges forward, throwing his entire body into a new shield activation, taking the brunt of the explosion himself. Blood spatters across his face as the poison burns through his armor. He realizes with a grimace that the prince is way stronger than they imagined. Midu recovers and calls out to Kanzaki Rin, who's looking overwhelmed by the chaos. Rin takes a deep breath and locks in. She's got this. She uses her telepathy to bark orders at Arashi and Narumi, telling them to launch a coordinated strike from the sky. The two boys rocket into the air, riding wind currents as they position themselves directly above the prince. Arashi shouts back that she doesn't need to tell him twice, he's been itching for a piece of this guy. Narumi unleashes Gale, a massive swirl of wind magic that pins the prince in place. Leonhardt looks up, looking almost bored as the wind pressure tries to flatten him into the dirt. For a split second, his eyes widen. They're moving much faster than he expected. Arashi dives in with a roar, his fist glowing with high-octane explosive mana. Midu watches the mushroom cloud, praying that the maximum power blast was enough to end the fight. Narumi hovers in the air, but he's got a bad feeling. He knows a demon of this rank wouldn't go down that easy. He fires off an arrow spike to clear the smoke and see what's left of the prince. Leonhardt is still standing, casually brushing a bit of dust off his shoulder like the explosion was nothing more than a light breeze. He gives them a creepy, closed-eye smile, admitting that the attack actually stung a little. Arashi is speechless. He gave it everything he had, and the guy doesn't even have a single scratch on him. The prince explains the hierarchy of hell. He carries the Demon King's blood, so they shouldn't compare him to the trash, high-ranking demons they fought before. Isabel watches from the sidelines, her eyes filled with dread as she realizes how deep the gap in power really is. In the demon world, the weak serve the strong, and Leonhardt's bloodline has ruled the top for eons thanks to the evil god's blessing. This blessing gives him extreme physical enhancement, making his body more durable than the strongest steel. Miss Hano rushes to Ozaki's side, her hands glowing with healing light to patch up his wounds while the team regroups. Midu senses the panic rising and tells everyone to keep their heads. They can't afford to lose focus now. Rin notices a tiny nick on the prince's arm. It's working, even if it's slow. They just need to keep the pressure on. Arashi tells her to quit barking orders, but he's already charging up his next bombardment magic. Midu blurs forward with a phantom slash, his blade moving so fast it leaves afterimages in the air. Nagase joins in, chanting an advanced fire spell that conjures a literal tornado of flames around her. Narumi adds his wing burst, feeding the fire with high-speed oxygen to create a tactical firestorm. The flames swirl into a massive pillar of heat directed entirely at the prince's position. Every single attack hits simultaneously, sword slashes, explosions, and fire. It's a symphony of destruction. But through the roaring flames, a cold voice whispers, "Too bad." The prince stands behind a honeycomb-patterned purple barrier. He laughs, saying that since the last hit hurt, he decided to actually use defense this time. He's genuinely impressed, realizing these kids are the ones who actually killed the three heavenly kings. He stands tall in his glowing purple shield, while the hero party surrounds him, looking like tiny ants against a giant. Rin's eyes sharpen. He's strong, but she's not backing down. The plan Kai gave her stays the same. She barks out the formation. Midu and Arashi take the front line to keep the prince busy. Narumi and Nagase take the middle, providing long-range elemental support and controlling the environment. She stays in the rear with Ninomiya and Miss Hano, focusing on the tactical overview and healing. Ozaki is assigned to protect the healers. If their Sacred Veil defense breaks, the poison will kill them all in seconds. Rin tells herself to stop hesitating. She's the commander now, and she knows they can win, because Kai is watching. The scene shifts to 2 hours ago, under a crescent moon, where the real plan was hatched. Midu and Narumi listen intently as Kai lays out the brutal reality of their next mission. Even Nagase looks serious, realizing this isn't just another skirmish, it's an assassination. The whole class is gathered, their faces tense as they look at the guy who's supposed to be their traitor. Kai, wearing his dark hood, asks if they finally understand the situation. He's standing with Mare and Sheena, the real heavy hitters. Arashi is furious. He accuses Kai of letting Leonhardt ambush the rebels just to create this opportunity. Kai doesn't deny it. He points out that the prince is acting alone, which makes him vulnerable to a focused squad. He adds that by saving Isabel, they'll gain a massive political ally. It's a perfect two birds with one stone play. Ninomiya is horrified, realizing Kai literally used the entire revolutionary army as live bait just to lure the prince out. Kai just gives a cold, half-lidded look. He says it wasn't his intention, but he's considered every single possibility to ensure their survival. The class goes silent. They hate his methods, but they can't argue with his logic. Narumi asks the big question. Can they even win? This is a guy who crushed a whole army by himself. Kai looks up at the moon and admits the prince's raw strength is far beyond theirs. His eyes glow with a lethal purple light as he tells them it's time to explain the real plan. The briefing concludes, and the air is heavy with the weight of the mission ahead. Nagase is skeptical. She asks Kai if he's really going to bet everything on such a simple plan. Kai explains that complicated plans always fall apart when things get messy. Success depends on them adapting in the heat of the moment. He tells Midu to take command of the ground forces. Midu nods, accepting the responsibility. Sheena will be their guide to the location. Then, Kai tells Rin she can just go back to the dorms. She's not needed. Rin steps forward, her face flushed with determination. She asks Kai to let her take command instead of Midu. Kai's eyes narrow. He notes that she sounds surprisingly confident for someone he just called a burden. Rin screams "Yes" internally, immediately regretting her boldness, but she refuses to back down now. Kai stares her down for a long moment before finally giving in. He tells her to give it a try. But there's a catch. She's only allowed to ask him for help if it's a total life-or-death emergency. He turns to Arashi and Midu and tells them they're following Rin's orders for this mission. In his head, he knows Rin needs to develop her leadership to fully unlock the potential of her shared blessing. The guys agree. If Kai says she's the boss, they'll follow her lead even if it feels weird. Midu and Arashi share a look. They're ready to see what their classmate can really do. Arashi grunts that he doesn't care who's in charge as long as the orders actually make sense. Kai tells him that's fair, but it's Rin's job to prove she can convince them in the middle of a war zone. Rin puts on a brave face, but internally her mind is spinning like a broken compass. Kai watches her, his gaze calculating. He's pushing her to the brink on purpose. He turns to Ninomiya and Miss Hano, telling them it's time for the anti-poison strategy. Ninomiya holds up a blue bottle, thinking they're just using the rebels' antidote. Kai's eyes glow as he uses appraisal. He tells them the antidote is garbage, it only works on standard poisons, not the prince's spatial corruption. Miss Hano worries that her healing magic takes too long to purge something that lethal. Kai reveals the secret weapon. If Ninomiya and Hano combine their blessings, they can create a sacred veil that blocks mid-level toxins. The two are shocked. They've never even thought about combining their powers before. Midu realizes Kai's appraisal has evolved to a level where he understands their own powers better than they do. Kai warns them that if they find Isabel and she's already down, they have no time to lose. Don't hesitate, he commands. Back in the present, Rin remembers those words and tells the team to activate the sacred veil. The battlefield is a mess of fire and magic. The team is struggling to break through the prince's overwhelming defenses. Rin checks her watch. The antidote they took only lasts 10 minutes. They're on a ticking clock. She notes that the sacred veil is burning through their energy at an insane rate because it's protecting so many people. They need a swift, decisive strike, but Midu and the others are already fighting at 100% and getting nowhere. Midu clashes with the prince again, but his sword just slides off the purple barrier. Midu realizes the prince is playing a defensive game, switching between two specific types of protection. Leonhardt laughs, confirming the theory. He uses a plain magic barrier for normal hits and toxic corrosion for anything dangerous. He explains that the regular barrier saves energy, while he just peppers them with endless poison needles. Midu gets clipped by a needle and winces. It's getting harder and harder to even get close to the guy. Rin watches from the back, her sweat dripping down. She can see they're stalling. Arashi shouts in frustration, asking what the hell they're supposed to do if they can't even touch him. Narumi warns that they'll have to retreat the second the antidote wears off, or they're dead meat. Ninomiya reports they're down to 70% mana. At this rate, they'll be empty in 15 minutes. Rin is starting to crack under the noise of everyone shouting at once. She wishes there was a way to share info without her having to act as a middleman for every single thought. Suddenly she remembers Kai's lesson. To shape cooperation, you have to expand the blessing. Midu feels a sudden jolt in his mind. He looks up at Rin, wondering if she just linked everyone together. Rin's eyes glow. She's figured it out! She can now specify who talks to who telepathically within the class. The guys are stunned. It's like they just joined a high-speed voice chat. Arashi tells everyone to shut up because they're being too noisy. Rin takes control, telling them to limit the comms to strictly necessary combat info. The whole team locks in. Every face is filled with a new level of focus as they sync their minds. Arashi charges in, his movements perfectly timed with the rest of the squad. Leonhardt unleashes a massive venom spike barrage, aiming to wipe them out in one go. But with their new mental link, Midu and Arashi move like a single entity, dodging and parrying with zero delay. Nagase drops a massive fireball from the flank, forcing the prince to turn his attention away from the front line. The explosion hits his barrier, but this time, the team is already moving to exploit the flicker in his defense. Arashi slides under the blast and lands a direct punch right into the prince's stomach. A point-blank explosion rocks the prince, sending him skidding back across the dirt. Arashi lands, but his eyes widen in pain. His arm is turning pitch black where he touched the prince's corrosion. Midu realizes that direct contact is a death sentence. The antidote can't handle the concentrated poison. Miss Hano immediately boosts her healing output through the mental link, trying to stop the rot from spreading. Arashi grunts, feeling the healing kick in, but the prince just stands back up, looking more annoyed than hurt. Midu warns the team to watch out. The prince is cloaking his entire body in the lethal poison now. Leonhardt walks forward, thick purple slime dripping off his clothes and melting the ground beneath his feet. He closes his eyes and notices the eerie silence from the hero party. He realizes their coordination has become creepy smooth, without them saying a single word to each other. He laughs it off, noting that their poison resistance won't last forever anyway. The screen fades to white as the prince prepares his next move. With a terrifying, wide-eyed grin, he asks them one simple question. Let's see how many minutes you've got left before you rot. It's a race against time. If the sacred veil or the antidote fails for even a second, the poison will end them instantly. Shuji swings his sword desperately, realizing that even though their coordination is perfect thanks to Rin, they aren't actually dealing any real damage. Rin's voice echoes in everyone's heads, delivering the grim news. They have exactly 3 minutes before the sacred veil collapses. There's no more room for caution. If they don't settle this right now, none of them are making it out alive. Shuji grinds his teeth, realizing Leonhardt isn't just a poison user. His raw speed and strength are simply on another level. Every big swing Shuji makes is casually blocked by the prince's honeycomb-patterned barrier, making their efforts feel completely useless. In a moment of pure desperation, Shuji calls out to the only person he trusts to have a plan, Kai. Suddenly, Kai's voice rings through the mental link, cold and steady, telling Shuji that he believes in him. Kai reflects on his choices, standing in the shadows with his inner circle, calculating the risks of this alliance. He knows their interests align for now. Killing the Demon King is a goal they all share, so he has no reason to play solo. Shuji looks at the soldiers and his friends, feeling the weight of their lives on his shoulders. He thinks about the faces of his allies, Heinrich, Amelia, and Edgar, knowing he can't afford to let them down. For Shuji, failing here wouldn't just be a defeat, it would be a betrayal of the only family he has left. He admits that he only followed Kai's plan because having strong allies gives them the best shot at winning. He wants to believe that winning will let them return to their original world, and he knows Kai has probably predicted he'd think exactly like that. But deep down, Shuji's memories of Earth aren't filled with warmth. They're filled with a different kind of poison. He flashes back to his childhood home, watching his wealthy father and younger brother enjoy a lavish birthday feast without him. Young Shuji stands in the doorway, clutching a gift, only to be told he's in the way and needs to go back to his room. His younger brother mocks him, asking why Shuji even thinks he's allowed to eat at the same table as the real family. His brother drops the bombshell. Shuji is only there because their late mother had an affair, making him a stain on the family name. In that world, Shuji had no place to belong and no one who actually wanted him around. He realizes he prioritized his classmates' wishes because if they wanted to go back to Earth, he would make it happen for them. He fights because these people actually rely on him. They make him feel like it's finally okay for him to exist somewhere. But suddenly, his resolve shifts. It's not just a duty anymore. This isn't an obligation he's forced to carry. It's a choice he's making with his own hands. His sword erupts in a blinding blue light as he prepares to respond to the trust his friends have placed in him. With a roar of pure will, Shuji brings his blade down, shattering the ground and the prince's confidence in one go. Leonhardt gasps as blood sprays from his arm. Shuji actually managed to bypass his legendary defense. The prince is reeling, unable to understand how the hero's attack power suddenly spiked so drastically. Shuji doesn't give him a second to breathe, blurring through the air with high-speed strikes. Leonhardt mocks him, claiming that even at close range, the poison will rot Shuji before the sword can finish the job. Shuji just screams and pushes forward, ignoring the toxic mist that's starting to eat at his armor. The prince is genuinely terrified now, wondering if this guy has completely lost his mind or just doesn't value his own life. Leonhardt tries to calm himself down, figuring he can win just by outlasting this final, desperate surge. He analyzes the threats, noting that only Shuji and Arashi can deal real damage while the others are just a nuisance. He decides to ignore the rest of the party and focus all his power on crushing the two biggest threats in front of him. Narumi senses the prince's shift in focus and uses the mental link to ask Ninomiya for a massive power boost. Ninomiya doesn't hesitate, shouting "Roger that!" as he prepates his enhancement magic. Narumi unleashes a wind lance, his magic glowing with a lethal green intensity. The support magic kicks in, supercharging the lance into a massive drill of high-pressure air. Leonhardt screams in shock as the wind attack blasts through his side, throwing him off balance. Blood sprays across the battlefield as the prince realizes he completely underestimated the nuisances in the back line. The force of the attack sends him tumbling back, his regal composure finally starting to crumble. He realizes the party was holding back, and he needs to be wary of everyone, not just the frontliners. Narumi stares him down, knowing that if the prince divides his attention even for a second, it's game over. Suddenly, Arashi's voice booms across the field, calling the prince a poison monster, full of openings. Arashi's hands glow with a blinding orange light as he prepares his ultimate artillery strike. He fires a massive shell of pure explosive mana directly at Leonhardt's face. The prince tries to raise a barrier, but he realizes too late that his standard magic shields can't withstand this level of firepower. Leonhardt is forced to burn a massive amount of mana to activate his superclass conceptual poison just to stay alive. But Shuji is already in the air, chanting a prayer for the holy light that destroys all demons. He brings his sword down in a massive light slash, a vertical pillar of divine energy that cuts through the darkness. The explosion of light is so bright it clears the poison mist and illuminates the entire forest. Leonhardt panics, realizing that light attribute purification is the one thing his conceptual poison can't rot away. Shuji's blade connects with a bone-shattering crunch, pinning the prince to the ground. The prince screams in agony as blood fountains from the wound, his durability finally reaching its limit. Shuji is panting, his eyes filled with a grim determination as he stares down at his fallen foe. But as he prepares the final blow, Shuji's eyes widen in shock. Something is wrong. The prince begins to laugh, his fangs bared, as he reveals that the detoxification magic has finally run out of time. A massive cloud of venom paralyze and poison mist erupts, instantly dropping Shuji to his knees. Shuji's body goes completely numb, and he can only watch as the purple electricity of the paralysis takes hold of his limbs. Leonhardt smirks, wiping blood from his chin and declaring his victory over the pitiful heroes. But out of nowhere, Sheena drops from the trees like a shadow, her claws extended and her eyes cold. The prince barely has time to react as the Beastman princess delivers a series of lightning-fast strikes. Blood sprays everywhere as Sheena shreds through the prince's defenses with feral precision. Leonhardt is furious, realizing the Beastman has been lurking in the shadows this entire time, waiting for this exact moment. He starts to move, but his body suddenly freezes. He looks down at a blade sticking out of his chest with a confused, "Huh?" Kai has appeared directly behind him, his hands steady as he drives a poisoned dagger through the prince's heart. The story flashes back to the legend of Leonhardt Valora, the prince who was born with a terrifying talent for toxic magic. He was feared by his own people and the military alike. He was a ruler who preferred to spread poison rather than lead an army. His weakness became clear when the human-beast alliance invaded. He lost his lands because he had no one willing to die for him. The fall of Forest and the death of the Water King were the final nails in the coffin for his reign. His supporters and the common people fled his territory in droves, leaving him a prince of a ghost kingdom. Yet, through all the loss, Leonhardt never lost his composure or his arrogant smile. He didn't care because he fundamentally trusted no one but himself. To him, other people were just rabble or convenient tools. He believed his own poison was the only true power in the world. He seriously thought that as long as he was alive, his royal bloodline would remain invincible. The only people he truly feared were his own siblings, especially Isabel and her terrifying spatial magic. Being called cautious was the highest praise he ever received from the other royals. He truly believed he could solo the entire allied army, and he mocked them for even trying to use an antidote. But now, all that arrogance is bleeding out into the dirt as Kai stands behind him, the real predator in the night. Blood spatters the ground as Kai twists the blade, making sure the wound is as lethal as possible. Leonhardt's eyes turn a feral red as he screams at Kai to not mess with him, his face contorted in pure rage. Kai's expression remains ice cold, his purple eyes watching the prince's life force flicker. In a last-ditch effort, the prince conjures a poisoned sword, a jagged blade of toxic energy. He swings wildly, trying to take Kai down with him in one final suicidal move. Kai casually dodges the strike, his movements fluid and efficient as the prince stumbles forward. Sheena joins the fray, her movements a blur as she dances around the dying prince's desperate attacks. She lands a mocking jump, showing the prince just how outclassed he really is when it comes to true combat instinct. Kai stands over Shuji, who is still twitching from the paralysis, his eyes focused on the staggering prince. Leonhardt is gasping for air, covered in blood, but he refuses to believe he's been beaten by trash. He screams that there's no way the third prince of the demon kingdom could be defeated by the likes of them. The hero party is stunned that he's still standing with those wounds, realizing his durability is truly monstrous. Arashi shouts at Kai, frustrated that he didn't finish the job instantly after setting everything up. Kai just tells him to calm down, even as the prince starts to hallucinate from the damage. Leonhardt's vision begins to waver. He can't understand why his magic isn't stopping the bleeding. He demands to know what Kai did to him, his voice shaking with a fear he's never felt before. Kai explains that the only reason the prince is still alive is because of the evil god's divine protection. The prince collapses to his knees, his eyes turning black as the poison in his own system begins to fail him. He gasps that poison shouldn't work on him because he's a master of the element. Kai leans in and asks him a simple question: what about a poison brought from another world? He reveals that his dagger is coated in a deadly toxin made from components that literally don't exist in this universe. Leonhardt is horrified, realizing he has zero resistance to something that isn't bound by the laws of his world. Kai pulls out his handgun, looking the prince in the eye and delivering a cold, final goodbye. A single mana-infused bullet tears through the prince's skull, ending the fight instantly. Kai stands over the body, his eyes glowing red through the smoke of his gun. The moon shines down on the quiet battlefield as the threat of the third prince is finally extinguished. The status display flickers in the air, changing Leonhardt's condition from near death to dead. Midu looks at Kai's back, still recovering from the paralysis and trying to process the cold efficiency of the kill. Kai looks over his shoulder, his eyes returning to their normal purple hue. He simply says mission complete and tells everyone they did a good job. Narumi wants to celebrate, but he admits that the lingering paralysis makes it hard for him to even stand up. Hano promises to detoxify everyone bit by bit with her remaining mana, while Narumi uses his wind to clear out the leftover mist. Sheena walks up to Kai and praises his work, while Kai thanks her for being such a perfect distraction. Sheena wonders if she was even necessary, watching the rest of the hero party start to recover and smile. Kai explains that because the prince was so much stronger in raw ability, he needed multiple insurance policies to guarantee a win. He used Sheena to create a moment of relief for the prince, and that moment of relief became the opening Kai needed for the killing blow. Ninomiya stretches his hands as the paralysis wears off, thanking God that they survived that nightmare. Kai thanks Ninomiya for responding so well to his sudden mental instructions during the climax. He reveals that he sent a private telepathic command specifically to Ninomiya and Hano. He told them to cut the sacred veil from Shuji and the others at his signal and switch the protection to Kai and Sheena. He wanted Leonhardt to think he had won so the prince would lower his guard as much as possible. Nagase is annoyed, pointing out that Kai wasn't the one taking the risk. He literally let Shuji get paralyzed as bait. Kai just gives her a blank stare and asks, "So what?" making Shuji burst into a nervous, tired laugh. Suddenly, Sheena points toward the tree line, noticing someone approaching the group. It's Rin, and she's slumped on the ground, literally crying her eyes out. Kai asks what's wrong, and Rin sobs that she was supposed to be in command, but she couldn't do anything but watch from the back. Kai gives her a rare, gentle look and tells her not to worry. For a first time, her leadership wasn't bad at all. Rin looks up, her eyes sparkling, as Kai tells her she'll gradually get used to the pressure. Maya, the spirit mage, finally shows up, complaining that there was no action left for her by the time she arrived. Rin asks where she was, and Maya explains she was busy creating a massive purification field to clean up the toxic air. She admits it was supposed to be done sooner, but she felt a strange presence that distracted her. Isabel's eyes widen as she hears Maya speak about the spirit's presence. Isabel realizes that if the space had returned to normal sooner, she could have used her own spatial magic to help. The group gathers around the fallen prince, the weight of their victory finally starting to sink in. Kai explains that Maya's purification was just another insurance policy to ensure they could beat the prince even if everything else failed. Isabel looks at Kai with deep respect, thanking him and the party for saving her life and her army. Kai's eyes sharpen as he tells her it would have been a trouble if she died right after they joined forces. He bluntly tells her that he'll be expecting her to repay this massive debt in the future. Isabel gives a determined look and tells him to say whatever he needs. The rebel army is now officially at his command. The battle is over, and the dust is finally settling. Kai turns to Isabel, who's still recovering from the shock, and asks her what her move is now that her brother is out of the picture. Isabel pulls up a map, pointing toward the city of Vernier. She explains that Leonhardt's inner circle is hiding there, and they need to neutralize them before they can leak info about the revolutionary army. Kai asks if they'll make it in time, and Isabel is confident. She notes that Leonhardt was acting alone because he wanted to force the rebels into his own faction, so he likely didn't tell the other princes about them yet. Kai isn't as convinced. He thinks it's a risky gamble to assume the Demon King or the other siblings are still in the dark. Isabel admits he's right, but since they've been moving so loudly across the map, it's only a matter of time before someone notices. She looks down at Leonhardt's cold body, realizing that his arrogance was his downfall. He thought he could handle everything himself without calling for backup. Vernier is about to become a war zone as the power vacuum left by the prince starts to rip the city apart. Kai crosses his arms and asks if she needs his team to help with the cleanup, but Isabel shakes her head. She explains that the third prince's faction is basically toothless now, with no high-ranking demons left to lead them. Her people can handle the foot soldiers. She sighs, admitting that even with her army, they couldn't have scratched Leonhardt without Kai's intervention. Kai looks away, noting that their own preparations were barely enough, and they'll have to be 10 times more careful for the next sibling. Isabel looks down, feeling the weight of her leadership. She admits she's still immature and has a lot to learn if she wants to win this war. Kai watches her leave, thinking to himself that despite her power, she's still just a 15-year-old kid forced to play a deadly game of chess. Suddenly, Falco, the elite Shadow Unit member, rushes onto the scene and kneels before the princess. He begs Isabel to let him lead the sweep of the remnants. He wants to use his experience as a former Demon King loyalist to finish them off swiftly and brutally. Kai's eyes narrow as he recognizes the man. He's heard rumors that Falco was the mastermind behind a massive revolution in the Demon Kingdom before. Falco waits for an answer, his loyalty radiating off him like a physical pressure. Kai's eye glows a sharp red as he steps in, telling Isabel she should definitely let this guy take the lead. Isabel is confused and asks why he's so supportive. Kai points out that she recruited Falco specifically for his tactical mind, right? She shivers, wondering how Kai knows her internal motives. Kai just plays it off as speculation, but his gaze says otherwise. He looks at Falco, noting that the Shadow Unit felt useless during the Leonhardt battle, and they're likely desperate to prove their worth to her now. Isabel nods, realizing Kai is right. She hands over the command, entrusting Falco with the total destruction of the Third Prince's lingering forces. Falco's fangs show as he thanks her, promising that he will not fail this mission. Kai walks away, leaving Isabel with a piece of advice. She needs to watch and learn from Falco if she wants to survive the throne. The scene shifts to the hero party huddled around a campfire deep in the forest, the fire crackling in the silence. Kai, Sheena, Rin, and Maya walk out of the darkness and join the group. Midu asks if the deal with the Revolutionary Army is sealed. Kai gives a simple nod. It's time to plan the next phase. Kai sits down next to Midu, the flickering orange light of the fire making the atmosphere heavy. Midu looks concerned. He asks if they're going to report the prince's death to the rest of the Human Alliance army back at base. Kai tells him to keep his mouth shut for now. If they can make it back to the dorms before the sun comes up, no one will even know they were gone. Ninomiya is worried. He knows their strategist Heinrich is sharp, and it won't be easy to fool him if he starts asking questions. Kai tells them that if the higher-ups get suspicious, they should just blame it on his guidance, but they must never mention the alliance with the demons. The group imagines Amelia's reaction. She'd go berserk if she knew they were still talking to the Saint Killer traitor. Kai tells them the plan: start spreading rumors that the Third Prince has just vanished somewhere in demon territory. Once the human intelligence agents hear those rumors, it'll give the Alliance army the push they need to march forward and take the territory. Ninomiya nods, accepting the job of feeding the rumors to the right people. Kai's eyes burn with intensity. He wants that territory captured within a month, but it all depends on how the Demon King reacts to his son's disappearance. Narumi stretches and yawns, noting that they better move fast before the morning light catches them out in the open. But before they can leave, Arashi stops Kai, his face serious. He's been thinking about something this whole time. Kai stops and looks back, his purple eyes reflecting the dying embers of the fire. Arashi demands to know where Kai got that poison, the one that ignored all the laws of their world and ended a prince. The rest of the group holds their breath. They've all been wondering, but Arashi is the only one brave, or stupid, enough to ask. Kai doesn't even blink. He bluntly reveals that he had a lethal poison capsule embedded in his own tooth for suicide. He explains that he simply extracted the toxin and coated his dagger with it, betting that the prince would have zero immunity to a biological weapon from another world. He looks at his hands, noting that it was a one-time trump card. He's all out of his homeworld poison now. Arashi looks stunned. The logic is sound, but the fact that Kai was walking around with a suicide pill is chilling. Ninomiya and Narumi are freaking out in the background, wondering what kind of life Kai led back on Earth to need something like that. There's a long, heavy pause as the truth sinks in. Rin speaks up, her voice small. She realizes that the only reason someone would have that is if they were a professional. She gasps as she puts the final piece together, her face going pale. The entire squad erupts in shock. "An assassin?" they shout, the realization hitting them like a ton of bricks. Rin covers her mouth, apologizing profusely for blurting out his secret in front of everyone. Kai just shrugs it off. He knew the secret was out the moment he started talking about the poison. He looks into the fire and admits that his entire family made assassination their livelihood. He was raised to be a killer since he was a toddler. Nagase stares at him with pure disgust. She asks him flat out, "So you're a murderer?" Kai doesn't hide it. He admits that as long as a request came in, he killed people without hesitation and without limit. Nagase's face contorts in rage. To her, he's not just a criminal, he's the lowest form of life. Midu jumps in to defend him, telling Reina that her words are crossing the line, especially after Kai just saved all their lives. Midu looks down at his own hands, noting that they've all been killing since they arrived in this world. Nagase snaps back that demons aren't people. She can burn them alive all day, and her heart doesn't hurt at all. Midu is horrified by how cold she's become, her eyes reflecting a different kind of darkness. Kai tells Midu not to worry about it. He actually agrees with Nagase. He notes that people like her have to think that way just to maintain their sanity after taking so many lives. Nagase stammers, her tough facade cracking for just a second as Kai reads her like an open book. Hano, the healer, pipes up with a soft voice. She asks Kai if he really wants to return to Earth after everything he's told them. She points out that if he goes back, he'll just be forced to go back to killing for his family's business. The fire blazes higher as Kai reflects on the Shinjo family, a clan of killers lurking in the shadows of modern society. He admits that his family is comprised of absolutely terrible, garbage people. His eyes glow with a terrifying, murderous red light. He reveals his true goal. Following Leonhardt's defeat, the rebel army makes quick work of the remaining loyalists in Vernier, while Isabelle uses her magic to blink her army back to safety. Midu and the party manage to slip back into the forest dormitories before the first light of dawn. They greet their classmates the next morning with innocent faces as if nothing happened. A few days later, they discover the news of the prince's disappearance. Following Ninomiya's strategic advice, the Alliance army begins a lightning-fast advance. The Human-Beast Alliance captures the Third Prince's territory with almost zero resistance. The royal capital of the Demon Kingdom, Eisenhart, is now within striking distance. Back in the Human Holy Nation, the citizens are celebrating in the streets. They're convinced that the era of demons is finally coming to an end. But inside the Demon Kingdom, it's total chaos. The citizens are cowering in fear, unable to believe their invincible prince is gone. The legend of the Valdra royal family's divine protection is crumbling. If even a prince can die, then no one is safe. The demons realize they're being cornered by the very races they used to treat as slaves, and the terror is spreading like a plague. High above the chaos, in the dark spires of the castle, the Demon King watches the world burn with a grim expression. Demon King Sylvester's voice booms through the halls. He commands his children to gather. The time for games and minor skirmishes is officially over. The scene shifts to Isabelle's territory, a gloomy castle surrounded by swirling mist. Isabelle looks at a letter in her hands, her face turning pale. It's an urgent summons from her father. Her butler confirms the news. She's expected at the Demon King's castle immediately. Isabelle is stressed. Since she can use spatial magic to travel instantly, she has no excuse to delay her arrival. She wonders if her rebellion has already been discovered, and if she's walking into a death trap. Falco speaks up, his voice calm. He believes the chance of them being caught is low since they've been very thorough with their cleanup. Isabelle turns to him, desperate for guidance on what her next move should be. Falco advises her to go. Defying a direct command from the king now would only prove she has something to hide. The butler is still nervous, worried that the Shadow Unit's betrayal might have left some clues behind. Falco admits they might know there are traitors inside the kingdom, but they can't trace them to Isabelle yet. He notes that the Wind Heavenly King, the only one who could have tracked them through internal intelligence, is already dead. The Demon King's army is too distracted to look inward. Isabelle narrows her eyes, her resolve hardening. She has to play the part of the loyal daughter one more time. She agrees to go, but she's ready to use her spatial magic to vanish the moment things go south. 3 days later, the Demon King's throne room is filled with a heavy, suffocating aura. Lightning strikes outside as the royal siblings gather around a long table. The first prince, Volker, smirks as he looks around. He's the image of a smug, bored predator. The second princess, Scarlet, looks disgusted. She hates having to breathe the same air as her incompetent siblings. The fourth prince, Rotal, tells her to show some respect in front of their father, but she just tells him to shut his mouth. Isabel sits quietly at the table, noting that even after a year, everyone's magic power is as overwhelming as ever. The Demon King Sylvester speaks, his voice like grinding stones. He says they aren't starting yet. There's one more person coming. The table goes silent as they wait. The atmosphere is thick with red light and the smell of ancient magic. Volker is curious. He wonders who could possibly be important enough to delay a royal meeting. He glances at Leonhardt's empty chair, noting that the guy is definitely dead. Rodel corrects him, saying the prince is only missing since no body was found and no official report came from the humans. Scarlet scoffs. She doesn't care if he's alive or dead. If she sees him again, she'll finish him off herself for losing his territory to inferior species. Volker mocks her, saying that incompetent allies are more annoying than enemies. He actually agrees with her reasonable judgment for once. Scarlet's eyes glow with murderous intent. She tells Volker that by his logic, he should be the first one to die. Volker just smiles, unfazed by her threats. He asks if she's really calling the first prince incompetent. Isabel watches them bicker, thinking to herself how much she hates her family. She just wants to go home. Rodel asks if the extra person is Alice, the vessel of the evil god. Isabel thinks about the young girl, silver-haired and innocent. Alice hasn't been given any knowledge of the war, so there's no way she'd be here. The Demon King points a massive claw toward the door, stating clearly that it's not Alice. The massive doors of the throne room blast open with a surge of heat and fire. A shirtless demon with fire horns and black tattoos walks in with a cocky yo. It's Flammerise, the Fire Heavenly King. Scarlet is annoyed, calling him a man with no manners for interrupting a royal gathering. Isabel's heart sinks. She knows exactly who Flammerise is. He is the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, and the only one whose power is rumored to be on par with the Valdre royals themselves. The Demon King commands Flammerise to sit. The real meeting starts now. Flammerise sits down but demands to know what the plan is. He wants to know why the grand members of the family have been summoned. Sylvester's face is filled with a cold fury. He states that he will no longer allow the inferior human and beastman species to run wild. He's going to end this war with one single blow. The siblings are stunned. They want to know exactly what kind of attack could possibly end the whole war in one hit. The Demon King drops a bomb. They're going to launch a surprise attack on the human nation's capital and take the head of the Pope. Rodel thinks it over. The Alliance army is concentrated on the front lines, so their homeland's defense is definitely at its weakest right now. Volker nods, realizing that if they take the enemy's leader first, the entire front line will collapse into chaos. Flammerise asks the million-dollar question: how do they plan to get there without being spotted by 100 scouts? The Demon King turns his gaze toward Isabel, noting that he has a daughter who can use spatial magic. Isabel is horrified. She stammers that it's impossible, because the distance and the number of people would drain her mana instantly. She explains that the human capital is too far away, and teleporting even a small squad across that distance is her absolute limit. The Demon King gives a creepy, fanged grin. He tells her not to worry because he's already prepared the massive magic power she'll need. Isabel is frozen. She realizes that with enough power, the jump is theoretically possible. The throne room is filled with the glow of red candles sitting on human skulls. The Demon King leans forward, his eyes burning red. He tells them that failure is not permitted. He's expecting great things from his children.